Good morning, casters, and welcome to the second Premier Tournament of the Moonrise format. I am the Law, and joining me is MBT.
Hello, I'm so happy to be here. Good morning to everybody. A bright Sunday morning. We have got a fantastic amount of Elestrals prepared for you here today. I believe we have, about 80 people registered for today's tournament?
Yeah, it is quite the large number. Absolutely wonderful to see this kind of turnout for these events. It's absolutely just a wonderful sight, all in all. With that said, though, we've got. It looks like I believe we're still only at 7 rounds based on the current layout. But that is going to be 7 rounds of absolute action-packed gameplay for you all. As you all probably saw with the last Premier Tournament, Moonrise shook up so much of this format, and it is quite frankly a welcome change in my opinion.
30 seconds in and I've already got Fives slander on my screen. It's too early for this. However, I totally agree. Over the first couple of sets of Elestrals, of course, we were seeing a lot of brewing with respect to what the best Elestrals were in the format. Understanding like the strength of a card like Equilinx, or a card like Drataya, or a card like Elechick, which now have all found their way to Tartarus in one way or another. With the release of Moonrise, I think we've seen the rise of what I've been calling game plan decks. Decks that have like a defined linear objective, aim to execute it every game, and can be rated based on how good that game plan is, how it stacks up against others, and how consistently they can find it. And speaking of consistency, I don't know about you, I'm hoping to see a lot of BlueStacks today.
Oh, I love to see BlueStacks like once or twice. Do not like to see it for an entire tournament period, which is why you'll never see me playing it, but I do respect that game plan decks do have a legitimate place in the meta. Between BlueStacks, you've got some of the more Lunar Ascension focused decks with Pharaohgeist and Postamoose, and you've even got things like Water Reanimator that have been coming up here with Oistillery in the works.
Water Reanimator is such a funny deck, utilizing powerful cards from base set, and I think Frostfall as well, Rise from the Depths and Rise from the Ashes, 2 cards designed in a laboratory to prevent me from being able to refer to them as Rise in shorthand. The frustrating part about Water Reanimator is, though, it's frequently one of the highest represented decks in Swiss. It's got one of the most abysmal turnover rates for Top Cut of any deck ever. And I don't understand why it is. I play against it all the time, and it seems crazy.
I can actually speak to that a little bit here. Water Reanimator as a deck is really powerful. It can put out a lot of numbers, but the problem is when it bricks hard, and unfortunately just does not have a way to come back from that. Although it is also one of the only decks that can just repeatedly mulligan and not need to worry about it.
Well, we're 30 seconds in and already off on a tangent about the individual decks. I love it. I'm super excited to be casting this here with you, the one, the only Law Yu-Gi-Oh! Thank you so much for stepping up. Some of the promotional material at the beginning mentioned Swolax, but unfortunately he fell ill today, and Law was able to hop in last second and save all of our skins. We'll be commentating this first round and some of the rounds later on, but we'll also be rotating in and out our third caster, K-Cray, who is here, and super excited for that. She'll be making an appearance for Swiss Round 2, Round 3, and some of the later Swiss rounds as well. We are looking at, as Law told you, 7 rounds of play at present. I've just got confirmation that we've got 88 people in today's tournament. That's unbelievable. Including some of the best players in the game. I'm looking, of course, at the Knots. We've got Bean Soldier. We've got Caleb. We've got Dymax is going to update us with a Twitter thread that includes cute little pictures of cats. I'm excited for all of this. Let me ask you, are there any players that you are specifically looking to watch today?
I think you and I both know who I'm going to mention. Our fellow Caster Corner member, Trishula. He's in it. He wants his run back. He has gotten so close on so many different occasions. And I think this is going to be the one. This is going to be the one he takes it all the way. But that might be a little bias on my part.
Well, Trish has been, I think, walled from Top Cut a couple of times by things completely out of his control. But importantly, one of the things out of his control was playing BlueStacks. The deck that just tops or doesn't based on no user input.
Yeah, it is very you can take some steps to control, like specifically like some of your ratios and how your mills go. But at the end of the day, you are milling from a deck of 40 cards, and sometimes you hit, sometimes you don't. It's just, you got to roll that slot machine.
Yeah. We've got, I think, 10 minutes before the actual event begins. Right now, they're just doing final check-in. Players are letting people know if they are here or not. And I think we will probably hop into what I imagine will be like the most interesting round that we find. Like if, Josh gets paired against Jess round 1, then we'll probably watch that.
Yeah, but with that said, we have some absolutely incredible prizing on the table for today's tournament. As you all know, we love to see all the just varied prizing that comes out, and this one has some pretty unique ones all in all. Just for playing today, you get a pack of Shattered Stars, 2 random packs between the 4 core sets, and then a stamped Pharaohgeist tablet promo. This used to be a promo for I believe Daybreak orders, and absolutely incredible to see that with the gold organized play stamp on it. Moving though into top 16, some of these will look very familiar, as I believe these were the same top 16 through runner-up prizing that we saw from the previous tournament. With top 16, we've got ourselves a stamped copy of the full art Atlantis from Shattered Stars. Top 8, you can add into that a Capricorn. Both of those coming with a copy of each of the Moonrise starter decks, being the full Gorix and the Posthumous starter decks. Moving into top 4, those starter decks get swapped out for a full booster box of Moonrise, as well as an added in Coastalith full art gold stamp. Moving into that runner-up position, everything that I just mentioned there in that top 4 gets doubled. So that's 2 Capricorn, 2 Atlantis, 2 of the Coastalith, and 2 boxes of Moonrise. And last, and most certainly not least, as it is the most coveted position of all, we've got our champion spot. All those previous mentioned top cut stamped promos go up to 3. So that's 3 Capricorn, 3 Atlantis, 3 Coastalith. Still 2 boxes of Moonrise, but also an uncut sheet for Moonrise. And the most coveted piece of all, the Elestrals Champion Stamped Reverse Stellar Bandaloon, or the Reverse Stellar Bandaloon. That is absolutely incredible prizing right there. And I know that there are many people searching for that specific Bandaloon, as it is a one of one.
Yeah, no, certainly, I was a little on edge when they first introduced the price increase for entering events. But seeing what it came with, I mean, legitimately, I am a little jealous that we aren't going to be able to get this stamped Pharaohgeist. It's really fantastic to, even just from entering an event, expect to see in your mailbox some really incredible premium prizing available. It really takes the sting out of going 0-3 and dropping at 1 p.m. Gotta say, I am loving the stamped. I'm loving the stamped Coastaliths. Obviously Atlantis, incredible. I love the Constellation rares, but I'm a big Lith enjoyer. I'm a big Coastalith truther, and someday his format will come, and you will be happy that you have the stamped versions.
Absolutely, but I do think that the Constellation Capricorn could not have come at really a better time right now, as Capricorn is one of the staple pieces of Water Reanimator, and Atlantis itself is also seeing a lot of play for that exact reason. So these are actually pretty relevant stamped pricing all in all.
Yeah, no, I like it a great deal. I will say I am really hoping that we get to see probably every card represented in prizing played today. But I think the most likely card we're going to see is Pharaohgeist. We got to see it at the first webcam event, not the one prior, but the one previous to that. Insofar as it is just such a powerful Lunar Elestral, so available in so many of these decks, thanks to the power of cards like Full Moon, thanks to the power of cards like Comalis, and as a result, really comes down hard, comes down fast, and has the capacity to completely take over the game with that, hitting for 5 thing.
Absolutely. And I think what makes it even more consistent in the fact is that while Comalis both can set it up, it also searches it, which is incredible. Pharaohgeist being at 1 might affect its ability to be played with cards like Full Moon, but Comalis I don't think is having any kind of holdback in that regard.
But it also saved the metagame. It also,
Yeah.
It only takes staring down Pharaohgeist one time before you go. I think the only mistake they made when it came to the restricted list was not banning him. What a miserable card to play against, but what a fun card to be in the driver's seat for.
Absolutely. And I will say, I do find it very interesting that with Moonrise specifically, we have seen three Spirit Elestrals come really hard back into the game. Because obviously we have Pharaohgeist, we have Posthumous, which is filling a very similar role to Pharaohgeist right now for a lot of the Lunar decks. We have BlueStacks, as we've mentioned multiple times at this point. But we've also been seeing some that are not really as common sights. Like, for example, Centarbor has been coming back in a little bit, as with Cedar Soar being able to be sent off of something like Paleoth, you can set it up, it can search out your Centarbor, and then you have an ascension point already.
I will believe it when I see it.
Fair enough.
I know you're a bit of a Centarbor truther. I personally am whatever the opposite of that is. I'm a Centarbor disbeliever. I want to believe, but like Scully and Mulder, I have to see it in front of me before I buy that Centarbor is playable. The same cannot be said for some of my favorite bad decks. I'm hoping we get to see Enfornax today. I don't understand how that card is not taking over the metagame. It's incredible. 2-drop just bounces everything. It hits for 1 trillion. I'm hoping we get to see a fair amount of Morfrost, a deck that had exactly 1 good weekend and then never again. There's just so much stuff that I hope we get to take a look at.
Yeah, absolutely. Me personally, I'm hoping that we can see a couple more of the 3 drops that we've seen in specifically Moonrise. I'm talking about Antitan and Dragulus. I'm hoping that we can see something go on there. I think Antitan's the more likely of the 2 to see play.
I was going to say, I think you'll see the pre-ascension of Dragulus, Draco Ray, a great deal, provided people can dodge spoiled fruit all day.
Yeah, unfortunately, as much as I personally love Draco Ray, as it is, I think, my favorite Elestral from Moonrise, as I've gotten to play with the set, Spoiled Fruit does just kind of take its lunch money, and it's just unfortunate on that regard. But I do think that Antitan does have the potential to see play. We've seen a couple of these bug box style lists, or bug snacks, as many of us have been calling it, that utilize the Ardbud line to get to things like Spectaris, to Viscerus, and even to more niche options like Frostmite and even Rhynymph in some instances. So I'm hoping that we can see a little bit of an evolution in that regard, as I do think that that is a deck that has a whole lot of potential in this particular metagame.
Oh, yeah. It is so strange to be like, we've been sitting in this metagame for about a month now, and I don't think it's remotely close to being solved. If you look at the last paper event, I think the far and away greatest deck was Lunar Aggro, but you wouldn't catch me playing that in an event. It really does seem like it's a deck that, unlike its spiritual predecessor in 5s, does have a significant amount of bad matchups, does have the ability to get outpaced and outgunned, and as a result, people are kind of hunting for the next big thing, and I can only hope it happens today on stream and we get to see it together.
Absolutely, but to kind of push back on you there, I am a bit of a Lunar Aggro truther here. I love the deck. Yes, it is similar to 5s, but it has enough of a differentiating factor from 5s in that there are so many different lines that the deck can take, rather than just being more centric on putting down a good guy every turn. You actually more have to think over your play lines there. You have to know when to fire your full moons. You need to know when it's the best time to go in with your Navi Ascensions. I think it is a very skill testing deck overall. While yes, you can get by with it just as the deck itself, I do think that there are a lot of good skill points for that particular strategy.
Yeah, you do have to draw Hurricane and Nabi in the same opener. It's not guaranteed.
Fair.
There's exactly one point where you actually don't have to make any decisions. But yeah, you're right. You know what it is? I'm upset that there's no more free wins. It used to be you could load in with a well-built fives deck and have a 55% win rate versus everything in the metagame. And now you have to think, which is not my strong suit. I believe we have got the first round bracket just about put together. Individuals are hanging out in the Clash lobby for a 10 a.m. start, so it's going to take maybe a couple of minutes to ensure that goes smoothly, but we are moments away from round 1, and hopefully from a significant amount of cool matches we can hop into.
Absolutely, and it looks like we have, I believe, 87 participants for this event with the full lock-in now that we have passed 10 o'clock. So that means we will be having, I believe, that is, I want to say
that's 7
rounds. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I was trying to make sure that on that, but yes, that means we'll be having 7 rounds of Swiss play today, and once again cutting to a top 8. So this should be a very intensive tournament all in all.
Yeah, I'm super excited. That top 8 cut after 7 rounds is a little rough. It means that not all X2s are guaranteed. So if you're going to take your losses, you got to be taking them late. Or you can take one loss early and then submarine your way all the way back up. A tried and true strategy for baddies like me.
Absolutely, and I do think that it softens the blow a little bit that there is top 16 prizing, even though we do cut to a top 8. I will say, though, a very unfortunate thing happened with the last event, though, where of the X2s that finished out, there were 17. So one unfortunate individual did not quite make it to that top 16 cut. But hopefully we can see a lot of high skill gameplay here. I think that we're in for a great day of games all in all.
Do we know who that 17th person was?
I do know who they were, but I do not think I should be doxing them live on stream.
It was me. No. I also want to give a quick shout out to SDF and Giant Skyhawk. They're going to be our judge staff for today. Going to be on call for any of the individuals in the tournament who have a ruling dispute. And I got to say, as the cards have kind of increased in complexity, boy, it has become really important to have that role available. Just awesome to be able to ping anyone and be like, okay, so how is the limbo effect of Werepup going to resolve every game?
Yeah, I will say, I think a very interesting interaction came up. I believe it was the last webcam event with specifically Full Moon and resting on your laurels. As resting on your laurels has to target an Elestral on activation. If you Full Moon and put spirits onto that Elestral before resting resolves, that this Elestral is no longer the least enchanted Elestral on the board, and resting will have to just kind of fizzles out, unfortunately. There are some really interesting rulings that came around with Moonrise, for sure.
Yeah, no, and a lot because of the popularity of cards that at counter rune speed can add spirits to an individual Elestral. Previously, we were doing what? Blooming into something relevant?
Yeah, Bloom was one of the main ones, but now there's a lot of different cards that can kind of get you there. You have, obviously, yes, like you mentioned, Bloom, but we also have Full Moon, like we previously mentioned, and now Aurora Borealis as well, if I'm not mistaken. Is
Aurora Borealis in my Elestrals tournament at quick rune speed, localized entirely in the back row.
I want to make sure that I am remembering what Aurora Borealis does. Yes, okay, I am remembering that correctly. It enchants Frost to the board, so. But yeah, with that, they're still setting up for this first round. But in the meantime, yes, while we are setting up today's tournament, there actually is another premier event that is going to be just right around the corner for us all on March 8th, if I am not mistaken. And this is bound to be a great one. And with March coming around, we will also be rotating those prizes to the most recent month of Shattered Stars, which involves all those all the very powerful wind cards that you guys know. We've got got Lycaris for the entry promo. We got Islands of Aeolia for our top 16. The Constellation Pelicarius for the top 8. Avialith full art. Yeah, Avialith full art for that top 4. And I have to say, I love this reverse stellar stamped Galaxair. That is
it's really rough.
It is a gorgeous looking card, and I cannot wait to see who can get their hands on that particular coveted piece. Whale arrow question mark, though I guess it's the wrong whale in that regard.
with respect to the March 8th tournament, it's going to be doubly important because that is the last webcam opportunity, I believe, to practice for the March 22nd Dallas event, right?
Absolutely. The Dallas Open is just around the corner, and we are kind of running out of time for practicing for that particular event. So I'm glad to see, though, that we're getting lots of opportunities in that regard, as it is bound to be an absolutely just breakneck event. But we have to see just how the meta shakes out in that regard. As we've said, there have been multiple changes over the past just couple of weeks, really. Just the Moonrise format has changed a lot, but also it's changing rapidly, and yeah, I cannot wait to see.
Part of determining that change is going to come from watching the players responsible for shaping the metagame that we are experiencing right now, which I believe we are just moments away from doing in round 1. We have our round 1 match. They are rolling the die right now. As soon as it is prepped, I cannot wait to share with you what we are about to be watching.
Absolutely. And I believe we have confirmation our first round match will be between our reigning champion is Justin T and Melty CG, which this should be an absolutely interesting one. Getting to watch our reigning champion in the first round is always a pleasure.
Oh yeah. And Justin did an unbelievable job last tournament with that Lunar Aggro deck, I believe, right?
Mm-hmm.
This deck is not easy to play. I brought it to a local the day after they won, and I got swept. I went 2-2, and I was like, okay, it really is in the eye of the pilot. I see.
I will say I did the exact same. I brought it to a local the day after they topped with it. The difference there, though, is that they were putting up a profile for it, and I was the editor for that profile. So I got a little bit of an inside scoop on how you're supposed to work the deck prior, and I went undefeated at that local.
Okay, you don't have to rub it in.
All I'm saying is, while the deck is really good, it does take some practice to really pilot it well. This is actually also a really cool thing to hear. This will actually be Melty's first Premier event as well, so this is going to be an incredible game, as Justin's was last time. So as we've seen, first time players can make it very far. With that said, I do believe we are ready to start our round 1 match. We once again, Justin versus Melty, and I think this is going to be a really good one to start us off here.
It's going to be very funny if it's a Jesse Cotton versus the Child moment. But we are seeing, I mean, you try and get as much information from the setup as you can. We've got a mat. We've got a top-down webcam. I have full faith in Melty. Although they have won the die roll and elected to go second.
That is quite interesting, as you very rarely see people opting to go second with these formats that we've seen, as it's generally very heavily preferred to get that expend a draw on the first turn and set up some back row, which is exactly what Justin is doing here.
I don't know.
Spirit.
I feel like that's not so great, to be honest. Yeah, when you keep your opener no mulligan and then you go expend to draw turn 1, it is kind of like, all right, I guess you've got some crazy stuff coming eventually, but it might be more reactive than you would expect. Seeing the Nog here turn 1 does make me think that the reason they audibled onto second is because they're playing a combo deck and they just want more shots at cards for free.
Notably, they expended off a lunar and a wind there. So trying to get some looks into it. I believe that's Comalis coming down.
It is.
It looks
Yeah.
like we might be on a game plan deck after all. As we mentioned in the lead up, Comalis, really powerful nexusing lunar Elestral, specifically useful for getting off those big 3-drop ascensions. Looks like Melty is opting to not go for a Nexus play, though, as they are just going to swing in with the Comalis and deal 1 to Justin.
Well, calm down. It's turn 1. I would bet dollars to donuts that set card is Full Moon. Justin, looking at the hand here, no stranger to that card, obviously.
Yeah, absolutely. And I will say, though, the expended draw might seem like a slower play for a first turn, but when you don't have to put up an answer immediately, it can be a very powerful play. And there goes the bluest of Eddies right there, coming down from Comalis 2 defense. Just, I will say, I absolutely love the blue Eddy here. Looks like the Eddy is going to try and get a swing over the Comalis, and that is going to connect. Melty kind of debating on whether or not to flip that back row kind of tells us that it might be something like a Shield or a Gorgon's Gaze here.
It's also pretty important to note. I remember week 1 of the Moonrise meta. People were claiming that the time of Edward had come and gone, that the boy was no longer going to be particularly relevant. That could not have been further from the truth. And while the Werepup comes down and is able to activate here, unfortunately it is going to be met with a Gorgon's Gaze. That's
absolutely
a little upsetting, to be sure.
Yeah. Kind of going back on your Eddy point, though, I think, initially people were thinking that Eddy wasn't going to be the greatest because Eddy no longer one card answered everything in the format, kind of like how it did before. But now it kind of almost seems like Eddy can 2-card answer anything, namely because Zeus is back at 3 and Demeter is back at 3. So you have your reliable divine paths again. But yeah, the Gorgon's Gaze coming onto this Werepup is going to be absolutely killer, as it does mean that we're not going to be able to see the full moon just immediately come up and put down pressure. Unless your call is correct, that back row is in fact full moon, in which case Justin might be in for a rough ride. With that said, looks like Justin thinking about how he wants to take his turn here. Going to be putting down the Lunar Spirit. I have to imagine a Werepup of his own.
Oh, a beautiful Werepup. That is a really nice one. That's the reverse Stellar here.
Yeah, that's the Stellar promo from the blister packs, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, yeah.
And that is going to grab the full moon out of Justin's deck here. So Justin already showing that he has the full Like a Void line online and ready to rock. I imagine that full moon is about to get set here before he moves forward, so that his Werepup is online in full. With that said, though, we've seen kind of a little bit of slower lunar play out of Melty. I have to imagine that they are on some kind of lunar ascension strategy because of the Comalis specifically. But with that said, though, the Werepup showing the Like a Void path being available to them is also a little bit telling. It may be something like a half and half, a hybrid in that regard. Between going lunar aggro and the more ascension focused one. But it does look like we're going to get the Eddy swing over the Werepup. That back row is not full moon, as the other Werepup is going to connect in for 1 here. Melty's kind of on the
Lycoris. I don't know about you. I'm a little confused by the multiple Lycoris we've seen here. Usually these decks play a singular copy so they can facilitate like a hurricane or something of that nature. Oh, this might be a little more windy than we had expected. Pigast here is really interesting. You kind of have to have a read on exactly where that full moon is because you really don't want to hit it. It's very, very chainable.
It is very chainable, but it is also a really good thing to go ahead and force out, as that would mean that Justin would have to go ahead and commit the Lunar Spirits to the board and ascend up to his Like a Void now. Whereas if he had been able to save it for the future, he could have had it be immune to things like Shield of Achilles. But with that said, seeing the P-Gust here, and the incredible amount of Lunar that we've seen out of Melty so far, I have to imagine this is some kind of a Fulgorix pile.
Yeah, that's a good read. That is a good read, actually. We're gonna see the summon of the Lycovoid from deck. We got the I think what the Stellar here as well.
Mm-hmm. That is the online shop promotional Stellar.
Yeah,
quite notably,
and Water Enchanted.
Yeah, the Water Enchantment does mean that it will be immune to Tsunami. But I will say the misenchantment on your Ascension Lycovoid is probably one of the most important things to get a read on early with this Lunar aggro deck, as sometimes you want to Water Enchant it to dodge Tsunami, but also quite notably, you might want to sometimes take it easier and Frost Enchant it, as that Lycovoid does only have 2 defense. It can get Cryoblasted out of the game if it is not ready.
Yeah, the other downside to firing off the Water Enchant is as Galaxy becomes more present in the metagame, it is really funny to drop a Galaxy from this position and walk over a 2-attack Lycovoid. But this Nabi has decidedly more attack. Here going to be able to threaten not only the P-Gust, but also 2 pips of damage from the Ascension, as well as, the 4 you'd be taking off the Eddy and the Lycovoid attack as well.
Absolutely. And quite notably here,
there's the shield.
There's the shield. So we had that read correct there. But quite notably there, I believe Justin opted not to trigger the Nabi effect once he got the Lunar Spirit attached, as otherwise, if he got off the full play, Eddy would not have been able to deal damage.
Yeah.
With that said, though, Eddy being able to swing over the P-Gust and then Lycovoid hitting in for 3, this is going to be a very serious spirit detriment coming down onto Melty's side. And just we have to imagine
one Earthquake away from being in this game. Come on, Melty.
Absolutely. An Earthquake and a Nabi would absolutely do killer work here. Yeah, the Ambrosia coming down looks like they're paying another wind and getting back lunar wind here. You have to imagine that there's something in mind for all of these wind spirits. We've seen the P-Gust, but there has to be something more to it, doesn't there?
Yeah, so P-Gust is an impressively powerful card. Oh, what is that?
Oh my gosh, it's a carry-off deck.
Oh, wow.
That's why there's
all
the wind spirits.
I see what's going on. So we've got a pretty substantial wind splash, not to facilitate P-Gust so we can eat back row, but instead for carry on and carry off. That explains the Comalis. Okay, I get it all now.
Yeah, Comalis being able to search for carry off, as the biggest choke point of that deck is the fact that you have to have carry off in your hand in order to trigger it correctly. Comalis does kind of get around that, and there comes the Spectaris. That is an absolutely killer card.
Wow, that's unbelievable into the carry-on here.
Yeah, this might be all she wrote if this Spectaris can connect. And looks like Justin's going to attempt it here, and Spectaris does in fact connect. Justin very, very pointedly making sure to declare the Spectaris suppression there, and is going to get in for 4 damage between this Eddy and Lycovoid. Melty is absolutely kind of running low on resources at this point. I believe they are down to 6 spirits. Was that what we saw?
It sounds right. I will
7.
say this is what happens with this Lunar aggro deck. You just get so behind so quickly if you're not able to equalize. Here the resting doing a little bit of work. It gets rid of the Spectaris at least, but you still have the Lycovoid, you still have even the Eddy that demand answers, and you are running out of resources. Here's
the question though. Justin just asking for a target. I was gonna say I think that Justin might be trying to make another full moon play here, but it looks like he's just going to allow the Spectaris to go down, which does kind of make sense. You're pushing this much pressure at this point. You don't really need to push it any further. Looks like another carry on
coming down here. Yeah. It's frustrating because there's really no way to play around the full moon. You can't take the lower value target hoping that it doesn't receive the spirits, because theoretically it could. If the card is in the back row, it can blank it. Let's see if we have the follow-up Spectrus. Shuffling through a hand that looks like it's got 5 or 6 cards in it.
I'd have to imagine here, though, that Justin has something... Nobby...
Just deploying the Nobby again.
So that's actually the interesting thing here, though, is that this Nob... I'm not entirely sure...
Attack deck Gorgons, yeah. That's rough. So by targeting the Carrion will prevent its effect from triggering, but we'll get into a position where theoretically the Nobby can trigger, which we'll do now. That'll go into a Doppelgator, and that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 into a 4-spirit deck. Yeah, wow, this deck just gets so big so quick.
It really does. And of course, Justin flexing.
All right, you don't need to show it off.
The tournament pack stellar Doppelgator coming down here and cleaning up the game. Absolutely dominant performance in that game 1 here. But thankfully, that is not the entire match, as we are playing best 2 out of 3 here. So Melty will get another opportunity to come back into this game, hopefully. With that said, though, that first match kind of does show the long and short of how Lunar Aggro can just spiral out of control way too quick for anyone to deal with.
Yeah, this deck is just so unbelievably efficient more than anything else. Fantastic at being able to specifically deal with the fact that other decks are packing removal. Other decks do have the opportunity to contest the board state. Other decks are playing really big guys that get out of hand really quick. All those options really fall to like a well-timed Earthquake and a Leica Void.
That is very fair. But also, I think the biggest thing there is knowing specifically on Nobby, as many of the Lunar Aggro players are only opting to use one of the Doppelgator. You have to know when you should be committing your Nobby Ascension, as these Ascension points, as powerful as they are, like you said, if a well-timed Earthquake can just absolutely destroy it. And even with Leica Void specifically, a well-timed Cryoblast can end it. It's not even just Earthquake anymore with this. And the fact that the deck can go down that quickly, you do have to be careful of when you are pushing your advantage with it.
Absolutely. So I guess we've talked a significant amount about the Lunar Aggro deck. How do you feel about Carry On and Carry Off? How familiar are you with these cards?
I am a little more familiar with it since the last Premier event, namely because of our testing circle kind of taking a re-look at the idea. I will say that Carry Off is one of those cards that I do think can do a lot of work, but there's a lot of Elestrals that kind of have that same idea there. With that said, though, it looks like our players are already done siding, and we're going to be getting into game 2 of our round 1 match here. But to further answer your question on that, I do think that Carry Off has a legitimate place in this metagame, but I do not think that people have quite cracked what build it is. Hopefully we see a build of it that actually goes the distance today.
All right, looks like we are going to have the opportunity to fire the Werepup. Not to bring in my understanding from other card games, but to me, going first in a deck that's playing Lunar, it feels a lot like getting to deploy a Tengu in Tengu format, or getting to fire an Elechik. Even though there are theoretically better turn 1 plays that put you way ahead in advantage, things like Astrabbit, the ability to resolve a Werepup or resolve an Elechik is just so unbelievably powerful without having to fear something like Gorgon's Gaze.
I was thinking the exact same thing here. Being able to guaranteed get this Werepup off after game 1, having your Werepup get Gorgons is, I think, absolutely critical. Although I will say, sequencing-wise, I think it's a little bit odd that Melty went for the back row sets before doing the Werepup search, and quite notably did not set after the Werepup search. So the full moon that Melty searched is still in their hand.
There's cool little Jedi mind tricks you can do with respect to that. You know, like set a card, search one, set that card, and then it's not even the relevant card. Here, the Cryoblast coming down. Unfortunately, nothing you can do about that. Flipping a second copy of Full Moon. causes the Werepup's effect to enter limbo, and by the time it would resolve, the Werepup is no more. So we're just chilling.
I will say that has made the Cryoblast so much more valuable, specifically because of its interactions into the Werepup line. Both Werepup and Voltoid super susceptible to that Cryoblast. Lunar Spirit coming down from Justin here. Looks like he's just going to develop the Spectaris.
I have to imagine you're so happy to see that.
Yeah, and here comes the poison tipped arrow. That I think that's probably one of the easiest poison tipped arrow calls you can make here, especially if you're playing a carry off deck. Excuse me. Here, then making sure that Spectaris doesn't stick is probably one of the most critical things you can do, so that your cards can actually resolve.
And Justin just passing with no rune row at all. That is unfortunate, but also, like, it's weird. In previous metagames, you would like, oh, I'll set a bluff. I will decide to place a Laurel's face down. Here, the threat of something like a P-Gust, of something like a Hurricane is so high, you might as well not. May also be telegraphing a Hurricane of his own. Setting an additional card maybe gives Justin enough to fire it off. We know that the decks with Nabi love to play Hurricane.
Yeah,
I
don't think the Hurricane is probably the play here, as Hurricane, Justin has gone into detail in the past, saying that he only likes to fire off Hurricane when he is going to make his push. So when he is ready to actually commit and go in for something big. And with Melty not having an Elestral out, Nabi can't make a big push here. And basically, it kind of only means that the only thing that he could do here, well, he is going to go for the Nabi, but I don't think that he would fire a Hurricane to back it up here. With that said, that Nabi is still going to put in one spirit. I do see a little bit of a funny play opportunity here from Justin, as Nabi's effect to drop attack is on receive specifically. So if that set is something like a full moon, for example, attacking into that Nabi could spell fatal.
Melty expending to draw once again. We are doing our best to dig ourselves out of this hole. But way up on cards, way up on board, does not have any sort of play to speak of. If you're Justin, it feels bad to overextend here, but you probably have to put the pressure on.
No, he's just going to go for the expend to draw here. That's actually completely fair. I mean, if your opponent is just going to give you 2 spirits worth of damage to your 1 spirit worth of damage every turn, because you're swinging in with Nabi, they're expending to draw, you'll take the expend to draw right back, as you're still maintaining the advantage on them and not having to overcommit this board for sure. Melty coming down with a Sorlet after the fact here. That is actually probably one of the few Elestrals that could do it here. If Melty can, if Melty is predicting that Justin might be on that full moon set, as we mentioned previously, Melty is instead just going to opt to swing in with a Sorlet. Let's see if it is the full moon play. As I think that Melty could have technically played around that a little bit by using Sorlet's ability to swap the Nabi to defense. But
it's a hard call to make. You're so far down in spirits, you don't want to like be losing a lot more just to get eaten by the follow-up Nabi. I think they're
and it is the full moon play. Oh, this is about to be devastating then, as not only will Nabi get the attack drop, meaning it will win this combat against the Sorlet, it will also trigger its ability to ascend into Doppelgator, if I'm not mistaken.
So we do have an interesting play here from Melty. We can either Tsunami or Gorgons in order to deal with this.
I don't believe actually Melty can Tsunami here, as if I'm not mistaken, Justin has activated this during the battle step. So battle positions can no longer be changed.
Oh, what is that?
I cannot tell what card that is coming down here.
Also full moon? There's no way, right? By enchanting the Sorlet as Lunar, it's no longer going to be affected by Nabi's reduction. Okay, I got it. That's a little heads up.
They're slapping 2 Lunar under the Sorlet.
He said, "You're taking 3, buddy."
Justin's gonna take the damage no matter what here. If I'm Justin, I probably would only attach the minimum amount to the Nabi. That way I could get to pick what spirits I'm expending for the damage.
Wow, that's really heads up.
That was an absolutely incredible heads up play by Melty here. Just playing around that Nabi drop. Forgive me for assuming it was a misplay on the Sorlet. Apparently, Melty knew what they were doing.
No, yeah, I that's the thing is like this game has all these like cool little interactions, but also does give players opportunities to kind of skill check their opponent. And even if you are playing your first ever event versus the winner of the previous event, you can get one over on them. Here, taking one. We've got, a pig and a dream here against a 5-card hand, but at present we are kind of tied up in terms of spirits. The differential between
and there
the
goes
two
the
represented on board. Okay, well, do we have something to respond to that? Nope. Okay, and now we're back where we were.
Oh, that is unfortunate. But I will say the Lunar Enchanted Pig does just play around so much of Justin's deck. Werepup coming down, I would have to imagine there's the Gorgon's Gaze. Melty learning their lesson from the last play with the Werepups. To just immediately, no, we are not going to deal with a Like a Void this time.
The thing about this deck is, like, you may not have to deal with a Like a Void, or they may have Full Moon set already. Here, a very difficult one to kind of contest. You want to play something that'll eat the Werepup. You don't want to get into a position where you're going to take a whole bunch of damage. There is still an errant back row. We're going to Nog here, going down to 5. Oh my gosh. There's no way we are still wanting for cards. We have like 9 in hand.
This Nog is a bit dangerous, but kind of onto your point about the Werepup, Justin has been known to side additional lunar phases to that full moon. I believe we have in the previous event he played Waxing Gibbous and New Moon as options to go and grab off of the Werepup that has already got a full moon in the crypt. And Waxing Gibbous would be incredible into the mirror match. So I have to imagine that even though it isn't the mirror match directly, there's a lot of lunar being thrown around. I have to imagine that Justin has already done that. Comalis coming down here, the question is going to still be, does Melty have a Nexus bank in order to get this Comalis to actually Nexus properly and get some kind of a search off?
Even absent a Nexus bank, it is kind of nice to just have a 4-attack dude into a Werepup. And it is going to clean the board here. Melty down to 5. You have to imagine in a hand that thick with no proactive plays, we are sitting on at least one additional copy of Ambrosia. Absolutely. But who knows? Down comes Eddie, just like last time. I gotta say, we are seeing a repeat of the beginning of last game as well. A Gorgons here would be fine, but also would put you in a pretty rough position relative to your opponent's spirit count. They're at 10 to your 5 already, and things are only going to get worse if you commit 2 into 1. Here going into the Comalis, and we're shielding. Shield's rough because it doesn't deal with it.
Yeah, I would have to say, I think that if you're in Melty's position, the back row that you really wanted to see there was Poison-Tipped Arrow, as you would have been able to both answer the Eddy and Blanket's attack into the Comalis. But now Comalis has lived the turn. If Melty has any kind of a Nexus bank for this Comalis, we could be seeing... Okay, never mind. Down comes the Nabi here. I was going to say we could be seeing a big Ascension play, but it doesn't look like that's going to be the option. Melty is down to 2 spirits at this point. Going to be getting in for 2 on Justin if these attacks connect. But it's all... At that point, you're 2 spirits to 8. It's still going to be a bit of a rough climb back out.
Yes, definitely that is the case. I will say... It's kind of interesting watching this play out, because by developing the Nabi, you give Justin a really, really good Eddy. But the Comalis also kind of demands a removal spell as well. So absent like a resting on your laurels, Melty will be in the driver's seat this following turn with the ability either to Nexus the Comalis onto whatever you cast, or the ability to potentially get a good Nabi here. But what complicates this is any removal spell, and Earthquake is 1. That'll take care of the Nabi. Eddie will take care of the Comalis, ideally, and Justin is up 6 spirits down to 5 to Melty's 2. It's nowhere near as close as Melty needs it to be for these types of swings to matter.
Melty debating on the Eddie effect here. I have to imagine...
You have to imagine it's a shield, right? Like, that's the only thing you'd be thinking about.
Or
Gorgons here. I mean, it's so painful to go down to. You can't Gorgons because I mean, you'll just die to spirit math.
Yeah, that is unfortunate. I would say, again, the best counter rune here would have been the poison tipped arrow. As for one spirit, you could blank the Eddy attack and just make sure that your Comalis stays up. Justin dropping the Ambrosia here, though,
I mean, both players have drawn so many cards, you have to imagine they have heal spells, but this might be lights out.
Yeah, I have to imagine it is at this point. Justin going to be able to go back up to, I believe, 9 at this point, as he drops to 6 with the Ambro play and recovers 3.
And the rough part about like this matchup here is because Melty is on carry on and carry off, because they have like some number of cards that could be in their hands and bricking them, you know the strength of hand is just so much less than Justin, for whom every single card in the deck is a playmaker, like is a must-answer threat.
Yeah, that is the true power of Lunar Aggro, is that everything is a must-answer threat. Quite notably there, Specterus coming down, Melty accidentally kind of showing that the last spirit in their spirit deck is the Lycaris, so they're down to just a wind, and Justin dropping the shield here, that has to be all she wrote.
Yeah, Melty kind of throwing up their hands. That's a rough one.
Yeah, because now Melty's just dead on board, unfortunately. There's no back row that answers this Eddy in a way that keeps you in this game.
Divine Healing. I'm trying to... Someday they'll print the instant speed Ambro. Werepup coming down. No, please don't trigger the effect.
Justin's triggering the effect. Justin's just styling at this point, grabbing the full moon out of deck.
Unnecessary.
Quite notably, Justin has gone on record multiple times now saying that 2 full moon is the ideal amount. So that Gorgons on the Werepup did matter earlier.
Yep.
And swinging in for the 2, that is game.
Well, that's rough one. You take your lumps as you see them. I gotta say though, we saw some heads up plays from Melty. They're playing an interesting deck. Losing to the person who won the previous clash on your first round is nothing to shake a stick at, and if anyone's going to be able to bounce back from it, it'll be the person who had to encounter Justin round 1.
Absolutely. And kind of to your point, yeah, like, yes, taking a loss in round 1 does hurt, but losing your round 1 to the person who won the last event, yeah, absolutely. That should soften the blow just a little.
Yeah, it's not so bad. I do love that carry-off deck, though. I hope we get to see more of that. I hope it does anything. It's a really interesting card. It has a beautiful full art. I will be honest, that's my #1 consideration when considering to build a deck or not. But I hope that it is able to pop off in a future round.
I absolutely agree. I do think that carry off, or as we've been calling it in the circle, Dense Rob, since he's the guy on Dense Fog.
Oh, is he actually?
Carry off is the Elestral that is in the art for Dense Fog.
I googled Dense Fog to see if that was true, and it pulled up pictures of like dense fog, like on a road. I was like, let me check the card, Dense Fog, and it's like, yeah, that's what fog is.
But yeah,
you're right. What the heck?
Yeah, I will say the art team loves to drop little hints towards future cards in like the artwork for previous sets. Like, for example, Toxiri is actually in the full art for Pharaoh Geist from Daybreak.
Wow.
It is like, it's little things like that, and I absolutely love it. But yes, I do hope that we see more of Carry Off in the future. I do think that there is a legitimate deck there that just needs to be labbed out and figured out. And I know that if there's any community that can figure it out, it's the Elestrals community.
Yeah. I mean, I love what you're saying about hints. Did you know actually that Bellowbee is in the art of Volcanic Forge?
No, I didn't.
That's because I made it up. It's a lie. But that would have been cool. I know I am super excited to see what the next couple of rounds have in store for us. We do actually have a little bit of an update with respect to some of the rounds that have already been played. we have, oh my god, I can't believe this. It appears Bean Soldier TV has won his first round. That's
No
an unbelievable
way!
upset. Wow. I don't know if I'm going to be able to do it. Weathercaster versus Spicy Sausage round 1 is horrifying, but the boy Sausage was able to come away with it. Dimax won their round 1. Bo won their round 1. JJPM appears to have picked up. And we also have JT Smith picked up against Stellar Christoph, another power player match that has already concluded.
Absolutely. We're already seeing so many big matches playing out here. Constellation Gaming also taking their round 1. I believe that they were a top 8 finisher from the last Premier event, if I'm not mistaken.
Not top 8 in the spelling bee. That is not how you spell Constellation.
But even still, like, kind of speaking on that, obviously we got to see Carry Off here, which is a Elestral that we haven't seen a whole lot of. Are there any other Moonrise Elestrals, Joseph, that you are hoping to see in this event that you might not have seen a whole lot of prior to this?
No, you know my number one answer is the boy and Fornax. I'm still waiting on him. But with respect to Lunar Elestrals, since we're talking about them, I want to see some Night Venom. We have attempted to lab, at least with some of my friends and I, this Toxiri Night Venom deck, which uses Toxiri to search a Dense Fog, and then you can convert those Dense Fogs into removal spells using the effect of Night Venom. The problem is, the worst card in that deck is Night Venom. Like, every other card is independently powerful, profits off of suppression. There's a ton of payoffs for suppressing individual Elestrals, but there is a guy you have to spend a turn ascending that really is rough.
Yeah, if we're sticking with Lunar Elestrals, I'm going to go Lunar, still Lunar, but Lunar adjacent. I'd love to see Salashade. I think that Mildex...
good luck to you.
Mildex, I don't think are quite there yet to be power players, but I do think that Salashade actually does have the potential to just be a power drop in a kind of fire deck. Just being able to come down, gains attack off the Elestrals in the opponent's underworld. So kind of more of a later game Ascension that just is a big guy, not able to get cryoblasted. It can actually just put up a whole lot of pressure.
You can also avoid getting cryoblasted by having a big defense stat, which, if you're looking for a big guy in fire, you can always play in Fornax. And Fornax is legal. I like Salashade a lot. You wouldn't catch me dead casting this card while people are rocking Cedar Sores and BlueStacks.
Yeah, fair enough. But on that in Fornax, I have seen a couple of brews coming around, almost playing in Fornax in a sort of Wind 5 style, with a lot of the bigger threats out of Wind. Obviously, from that last game, we even got to see some of them. We saw P-Gust being able to just delete back row when people are trying to play around Hurricane. You've got Sorlet, who still has the number 5 printed on him. Absolutely incredible. And then you've got Galaxair, able to kind of put down a little bit of a pseudo whale arrow question mark onto the board. That all of those are really powerful options for Wind, and I do think that in Fornax, kind of as a big push tool, can do something in this Wind 5's deck.
The last card I want to see make a splash, which hasn't yet, and it's just such a shame, is Necrolith. I do not understand why this card isn't good. It seems really strong. It just needs a home. The Toxiri deck is a home. It needs a second home.
I think that probably the main reason why we are not seeing Necrolith at this particular point in time. I do think Necrolith is a good card, but the main thing that enables it right now is Dense Fog. And with so many people on Lunar specific strategies, Dense Fog cannot suppress as much as it needs to make Necrolith an active threat. But I do think as we move forward, once people aren't on as much Lunar, once we maybe move away from Moonrise, Necrolith will come back as a big threat.
Oh, keep in mind, Necrolith isn't the Dense Fog specific card. Anything that suppresses does it. So hear me out. We go Artemis. We play Voldusk. We've got the New Moon in the deck. New Moon Suppression. We get to cast the Necrolith. It's all coming together. On that note, the Voldusk line has just been nowhere. I wish it was just a little better.
I will say, I think the issue that many players are coming into with the Voldusk line specifically is how few Elestrals you can fit into that deck. When you're trying to support Volclips, you have to find room for all 8 of the lunar phases as a starting point. And then from there, you have to be able to play more copies of certain lunar phases, trying to fit in staples. It does really push out a lot of the Elestrals that you can actually be playing. And I think that is the main issue that people are coming across with it. I do think that out of all of them, though, Voldusk probably has the most potential to just be seen without the Ascension line, especially as
I'm not playing like the waxing gibbous or anything. I'm playing Voldusk. I'm playing the 3 good lunar phases, and I'm just gonna draw them at the same time. It's as simple as that. I find it
ironic that you said I'm not gonna play waxing gibbous. I'm gonna play the good lunar phases when waxing gibbous is one of the good lunar phases. It's the one the waxing gibbous is the one that's
position changer, right?
Yeah, it's been cited a lot for the lunar mirror matches. With that in mind, though, I just
won't encounter lunar. It's as simple as that. That's my plan for the dense fog deck as well. I will play against 6 water reanimator players and nothing else.
No, you'll play against Blistrix a couple of times too. That way,
they'll just brick over and over again, and that's how we get the N4 top. It all comes together.
It's genius. Absolutely. With that said, I think we are going to go to a break here for just a little bit as we kind of wrap up our round 1. More in exciting Elestrals matches coming your way after the break.
And welcome back once again to the Elestrals TCG Premier Tournament here on February 23rd. I'm joined for round 2 by K-Cray. How are you doing this morning?
Hello, I am very good. I do personally, I've been waiting for this moment to have you held hostage because I have been seeing your Fox slander that has been truly just all over the internet. And I am here to say, you're probably right, but it does hurt my feelings.
Unfortunately, we have not yet seen the Fox pop off. Maybe this round, or maybe not. We've been scouring deck lists to see if there's anything particularly interesting, and I have terrible news about the playability of the boy. We do have some other stuff that I did not think would make it into the tournament that ideally we will get a look at. But of course, that's going to require our players to prepare for round 2. I think we are waiting on the last couple of individuals from round 1 to finish their matches. Let me ask you today, is there anything you're excited to see?
I think unsurprisingly and steadfastly, I have been waiting for Foxes to have their moment. You did discuss it a little bit while Law was here, but it's just one of those decks that if it's going to be figured out, it certainly hasn't been done yet. I have dreams. It is a bit complicated, as you both mentioned, when you have to run all of those lunar phases, not all of which are quite useful, that it limits the deck in a lot of ways. But I am with you in that I often play decks for their cute factor or how much I like the cards aesthetically. And that is, the Foxes are kind of my dream in that sense.
I think that's just as important as being willing to just cast Werepup for 6 rounds in a row. But some of the individuals who have been casting Werepup for the first round have seen massive success. As we mentioned before we went off, we have a significant amount of the results from round 1. We're just waiting on the last couple. We watched Justin absolutely take over a game versus Carryoff. But we also found that Bean Soldier won their round, Brewlock won their round, Caleb and Spicy Sausage were able to persevere, Dimax won their round, Adam won their round, Bo won their round, Julian won their round, JJPM, and Distant Coder as well. A lot of big names in today's event. I know this is kind of putting you on the spot, but if you had to, this moment, guess who is going to walk away with the title of champion? Who would you pick?
I've been manifesting this for Trishula for multiple tournaments. And honestly, I do think that some way this might be my fault that this keeps happening, because I do every time say, oh, maybe it's Trishula's turn to be the bride here, and maybe this is the time that he does it. And always performs very well, has been consistently making it to Top Cut, consistently making it even to finals very often, but just hasn't pulled it off yet. And maybe today is the day. What about you?
I'm pulling for Trish as well, I gotta tell you. I'm also pulling for the boy Dimax. I'm hoping that it comes together. Although after seeing their list, I think it is slightly less likely. Trish has been racking up, I would say, more second place trophies than anyone in the history of time. But everything is going well today. There are a couple of individual casters I know he has a little bit of trouble with who are not playing today. So I'm locking in my vote now. Trish is going to win the whole thing. And if he doesn't, it's because we said so during this break.
It is directly our fault. And we are your unbiased commentary team here with you today. So if you ever see Trishula on screen, just know that we are completely unbiased. We're not rooting for any particular outcome. But
we just
we
hope
do
that
have
everybody has fun.
Yes, exactly. That's what Elestrals really is all about, is about the fun. And quite honestly, that stamped Bandaloon. I think that's really what it's about today.
Yeah. The Stamp Bandaloon's crazy. All of the prizing that we've seen so far has been really something else. Even the Coastaliths, I think I would love to have. I will say I am personally a little slighted that the Jolton is not coming back. That stamped Jolton is really something else.
The Jolton is beautiful. That Mudlet from a couple tournaments ago.
So nice.
That was my dream. I mean, I did pull 6, so that's maybe getting a little bit greedy at this point, but I do love him. And I'm with you on the Coastalith. I'm a Vertilith enjoyer personally, but I think that Coastalith is the best Lith full art that we have gotten from any of the Shattered Stars packs, personally.
Someday his day will come, but until then, he is going to end up in the binder. Just waiting on 2 more here. We've got the Queso Jama duel, and we've got Rybot versus Aqua Dragon. We are past time at this point. If you're unfamiliar with time procedures in Elestrals, at local REL, it's discretion of the TO, but at competitive, the individual who is currently playing becomes turn 0, and they play up to 3 additional turns, counting spirits in deck and on field afterwards in order to determine who the winner is. So I imagine what we're doing is just completing that procedure, and then we'll be able to tell you who we are seeing next round.
Yeah,
I
round
personally...
2.
I'm hoping to see a little bit of heel stall. I'm a little bit of a sicko.
Stall.
I'm a monster. I do want to see a little heel stall.
Honestly, I thought, because I was watching last round as I was getting ready, when I saw the opt to go second, my immediate thought was heel stall? Because that's one of the only decks that I personally have played that it feels good to go second and that you in fact want to. But it was carry on and carry off, which was not what I was expecting at all.
I guess you want them to develop 2 guys, so like the carry on immediately contests something, but still kind of rough.
Yeah. Someone will figure that list out. You know what? We put it in the same category as the Foxes for now. Let her cook. She will shine one day. Please.
There's so much in Moonrise format where I'm like, yeah, in a month this deck's going to be crazy, but at present, I really don't know how it beats Activate Hurricane, cast Nabi. That's a little too strong. Let me ask the chat if there's anything you want to see for this upcoming round. For rounds in the future, we of course have all day together. Let us know. I am seeing some individuals asking about the Penterror sweep. I don't think we have any Penterror today, but if you squint your eyes, Doppelgator is kind of exactly the same card as Penterror, and that card's in almost everything.
That is true.
I will say I am a little concerned about what Rylomon has pointed out, which is, as good as Heel Stall is, they did print Spoiled Fruit. And we've seen Spoiled Fruit make quick work of everything from Sluggle to Draco Ray. So I imagine you have to be on the lookout for that if you're aiming to scam your way into Top Cut.
Yeah, that's, I think, become one of the side deck staples. I think even Divine Blessing is one of those that you see a lot. And as you mentioned before, the meta game probably will be shaken up in about a month. That is something that I am particularly nervous about, because if those who are calendar enjoyers may take a glance, in a month is actually going to be our Dallas Open, which means that will be just in time for us all to be very confused when we get there to that first big official in-person event. And I know I personally have no idea at this point what to prepare for, and hopefully we get some insight from today's tournament.
Yeah. I'm excited for this event, the event on the 8th, and of course the Dallas event. And I'm excited for them to take Werepup out to pasture, at which point we will not have to worry about him anymore. I don't know. Still a lot of Elestrals to be played. There's a lot of decks to be found. There's a lot of potential when it comes to adjustments.
Well,
Someday,
if there was anyone who was going to do it based on art alone, it should have been Carry On, which, you know, considering the, you know, taking the poor ghost puppy off to the underworld, it does make me a little bit sad, but a poetic justice could have been served. However, I think we are still in the reign of the Werepup and Like a Void.
But of course, 2 cards do not a deck make, and a significant amount of decks are playing those 2 cards, but also a lot of really cool stuff alongside them. So I am hoping we get to see some of those. I'm seeing that chat wants to see Wind. So many people are excited for Wind. I got to tell you, I mean, anything with the capacity to play N4nax, I'm 100% into. And importantly, if you all are in stream commenting about what decks you want to see, just go right over here and you should see a little thumbs up. We'd really appreciate a like on the stream so that it is able to be served to more people, and therefore they can all hear this incredible commentary from the pair of us as we watch some amazing Elestrals gameplay today. I believe we have our second round, and I'm super excited for it. We are going to be watching Adam versus Ari, and Adam is playing Windjin.
This is something that we were discussing while we were on our break. This is one of those decks that we saw and we're immediately like, ooh. And I think that Silver may have heard that and made some dreams come true here, which, by the way, for those of you sharing things in chat, who knows? If you speak a list that you want to hear, we may be able to pull some strings and bring it to you so you can see it.
I will say I am so thrilled to see this deck. I think that Windjin and Tornadjin are probably the single card that I was wrongest about when it came to Moonrise. I read this and thought, this is not competitive. It's a fun card for locals. You know, you're going to generate a story that you can tell your friends forever, but it's not a real thing that could theoretically take an event. Then I saw it in practice and I realized this is a good card.
I actually haven't been able to see it used yet at this point.
Get excited.
I am very excited. That's one of those cards that when I was looking through the set originally and just seeing, what are all these new techs? What do these things do? That was one that I immediately said, could you just say Lunar Phase? Could you just say Morfrost? And as it turns out, that is the case. I have a feeling that there will be more foretelling than that, more guaranteeing that we're going to be able to call out the cards that we have. But I think the actual psychic predictions are very fun to think about.
Yeah, it is a deck that aims to utilize like First Light to get a card to the top of the deck, and then you just call the card that you just put. But also sometimes it's a card where you have to believe in yourself. You have to do a little mental math, you have to do a little ESP, and you have to find the card on top of your deck without the assistance of a second one. And when that happens, it's beautiful.
I would love to see that happen. And this is going to be one from specifically our point of view as commentators where we can't really listen in. We're going to have to be looking really closely to see, did they get it? Were they able to call this? So that remains to be seen. But we are getting very close to getting into this match. And as you can tell, we are both very, very excited about this.
I am really, really, really ready to see the Windjin come down, and hopefully we will do so momentarily. We are just about ready to hop into the game. Both players are in. They have drawn. They are prepped, and we will just head over there momentarily, showing you all this incredible clash.
And Ari will be going first. They won the dice roll and opting to do that. Doesn't look like we have mulligans from either side, although we are taking a look now, so that could change at any moment.
Looks like Ari has selected to keep, and we're there playing. Down comes, is that a Hydrake?
That it is very windy in here already. We were so focused on Adam that Ari kind of slipped in here under the radar, and we do have turn 1 Hydrake coming out. And
looking at Ari's list, it's Pent, baby. This is every Pent in the game. Wait, the title of this deck is Dallas Pen Terror. I'm coming for you.
Okay, well, we were just talking about the fear of what the Dallas meta is going to look like, but maybe Ari is defining it here. And Adam opting to go for the classic Elestrals Astrabbit in defense here. Looking at the top 3 of the deck, there was no answer, no PTA, no Gorgon's Gaze. So that effect is going to go off, and Rabbit is going to be able to, as ever, sit there.
2 really weird things about Astrabbit. Firstly, people are cutting it now. That's unbelievable. Lunar Aggro doesn't usually play the boy. But secondly, Poison Tipped Arrow, the once must-play answer to Astrabbit, now seeing way less play because of kind of a lack of really good targets, instead opting to be reactive and do something like Eddie. Eddie here coming down to switch the Astrabbit is powerful, falls victim to a tsunami, can't change the Eddie, of course, but can change the Rabbit back to defense position, at which point it walls. And things are looking up for Adam, though not necessarily fantastic.
No, we do only see 1 set over for Ari, and as you said, that tsunami activating. At this point, clearly valuing the rabbit. I don't know if that's just as a defensive wall. And we see Lumaru. Yes, Lumaru coming out. All right. And setting one.
Cat's a little bit out of the bag here. Adam is playing a pretty expansive solar suite of Elestrals. Solar, of course, famous for its ability to play alongside Apollo, to repeatedly add guys to your hand. But rather than engage with it, here we're just going to go ahead and play the good ones as efficient beaters and mechanisms to get first light procs. We saw the mill there, and this is one of the decks that actually enchants Lumaru correctly, including a Zeus, right?
Yes, so we saw Zeus, Shield, and Pin Terror. So that was a very telling. Whoa!
I totally missed it.
That was the first hit, which was pretty brutal. But we do see an Earthquake come out, getting rid of that Ast Rabbit. Ari, who was determined to get rid of it last turn, says, by gosh, this turn it's happening. And that is a very effective way of ensuring that happening.
And speaking of very effective cards, down comes Nabi. We're going to trigger the effect of the Nabi. We have an animation for Nabi. Oh, that's beautiful.
It's very cute.
But the thing about Nabi, you may not know, is that it stops the attacks of Lunar and Solar. So as a result, this Lumaru is still at 5.
But we do see a Gorgon's Gaze coming out, and I believe that's on the Nabi, which is a little bit...
it's actually on the... Oh my gosh. It is on the Hydrake here.
Oh, okay, to prevent...
And unfortunately, Ari's about to learn a valuable lesson. No, I'm so sorry. He's solar enchanted. No, they can't hear us. Ari,
Ari, turn on the stream. Yeah, we are about to watch. That is one thing I enjoy about commentary.
I think they've allowed him not to attack.
Okay. I do love being able to see as sort of the voice in your head, the omnipresent, passive voice, being able to say, oh, you know, if I was in the moment, I wouldn't have done this. Just like last tournament, we had a moment where Pup was used to enchant, I believe it was the full moon, but then learned that because it was no longer enchanted, that it didn't get to ascend. So there are lots of learning moments to be had here, and this is one of them.
A very, very rough interaction about like Werepup being properly enchanted at the time it would have to see the full moon trigger. But something we missed was that the Lumaru there got to proc off of the Hydrake attack and milled Fulgorix. So in our Penterra Fulgorix deck, we are now out Penterra and out Fulgorix just because they were too close to the top of the deck while a Lumaru was on the field.
That is the strongest Lumaru of all time, taking out those gigantic drops. We do see a Spectaris coming out on Ari's side.
Just going into the driver's seat relative to tempo, but all Adam has to do is get one big swing in, and this might be locked up without any win cons from Ari. To do so, it will, of course, require a powerful turn. Winjin is capable of ensuring one of those occurs. We are casting out... Oh, what is that?
That is Elechick.
That's an Elechick.
Yeah, that is the tournament pack Elechick that I love very much. Probably searching a Zeus.
That is a Zeus, yeah. That's a statue Zeus?
Uh-huh.
Two things. Firstly, the Elechick here, perfect art, although I will say I do appreciate the Stellar a little more. It's just impossible to find.
Yeah.
And the Zeus coming down, I actually prefer statue Zeus to anything else.
I'm with you. I love all of the statue arts. The statue Demeter is one of my favorite, and I think that it's just one of the most beautiful art collections that they've done. And we do see the disenchant from Zeus. I didn't see what they're targeting, but possibly.
I imagine you have to do the Spectaris here.
Yeah.
The Tsunami coming down
does
fine.
Not. Yeah, it didn't ultimately matter. We do still have one enchanted to the Zeus there, so that is sticking around for at least one more turn.
The goal from Adam here is just to get to a turn where Ari doesn't have back row and just walk over these two Elestrals that functionally do nothing from this position. Both of them back to attack, the Nabi and the Spectaris. I wonder if you play around the Nabi on spec, expecting there's maybe a second Fulgorix in the deck. Probably not.
Yeah, I think that at this point, as you mentioned, those big threats have been hit by that Lumaru. And now
Yeah.
it's just about management and keeping this wide build that Ari is working on, which I think is their only option at this point, is to be able to get as many guys as possible on field to just be overwhelming. And we see 2 set on Ari's side, which, as you mentioned,
horrifying.
Yeah, Adam really wants to hit into no back row, but that is in fact back row.
I wonder if we're going to see a tsunami. A Gorgon's here. Playing around the second copy of Doppelgator. That's impressive.
Okay.
Says, you know what, actually, you're going to have to walk in with the Spectress. I'm not risking it. It also might be a telegraph that we're going to see a Hurricane, trying to get some value out of the Gorgon's Gaze before we send it to the graveyard. And that is a snap check here. What do we got? Maybe? Yes? No? We're getting pretty dangerously low at this position.
Okay. Yeah. As Adam is in what seems like a position that feels behind, but we do see an Ambrosia coming out. And as we mentioned, them hitting those big hits, those big drops, putting them in the underworld at this point, and still managing to play around possible multiple copies, might seal them this game, but it is still pretty early.
You know, this solar deck, you want to say, yep, there's the Hurricane. You want to say, oh no, they're so far down, things could go very poorly. But not only do they have the opportunity to fire off Ambrosia to get back into these games, they also have the ability to fire off Kaufmel, which is independently such a powerful heal card that I think it's really likely, if he's got one, we may see one deployed momentarily. Instead, going for Draco Ray. Oh, here we go. Do we have the First Light? This could be a huge swing.
First Light, there it is.
So, First Light, of course, combos so well with Tornadgin and Windjid, but also combos well with Draco Ray, enabling Adam to put a powerful card at the top of the deck and to trigger the effect of the Cockaray to ascend into the Draco Ray, provided he's still got a Fire Spirit in that Spirit deck. We're also going to be able to heal 3, which is horrifying if you're Ari and thought this game was locked up.
Yes, and Adam deploying that Hurricane at the perfect time to make sure that this entire combo goes unanswered and unchallenged. And we do see Draco Ray hit the field, and
that looks properly enchanted.
Yep, that is properly enchanted. So we're going to be healing here. And notably, I saw Lumaru being pulled out to the top of the deck. So unfortunately, we might have more mill in our future here.
The crazy part about this deck is, like, a position like this where you don't really want to draw the Lumaru, you can often get into a scenario where you, like, want to miscast the First Light, so you could theoretically draw back row. It's just such a funny little series of interactions. It looks like mulling over if he wants to deploy one more card. Says, no, I'm just going to get over the Spectress. We're going to do a damage, put you in a position where you're not going to be able to contest the Draco Ray, just because the Nobby can't ever sink the attack of an Elestral that is solar enchanted. We're a little weak to exactly resting, but everything else I feel great about.
Yeah, unfortunately, Nobby, who has been performing so well for the past 2 tournaments, is in fact walled by this solar deck right now. He's kind of just sitting there, not too much of a threat, but he has stuck around. So regardless, he does have some value there.
I believe that was just an expend to draw into his set here.
Okay.
And this is the turnaround that Adam was looking for. Nothing really deployed, 1 back row. As long as we get the Lumaru out, that immediately contests the Nobby. The Draco Ray never has to be in any sort of mortal danger. If we've got a Kaufmel, great time to deploy that as well.
Or that Lumaru.
Like we are going to go for the Lumaru.
That we saw be put to the top of the deck there, which both of those are able to hit over the Nobby. And it was Lumaru.
Galaxy Astrabbit.
Ooh.
This has been the little Lumaru that could. I can't believe how powerful this card has looked.
Lumaru has put on quite a show for a card that rarely gets properly enchanted.
And Ari checking the hand here. We're down to 7. Very, very much still in this game, despite the fact that we've been talking up the strength of this Draco Ray. An Elechick of their own with the perfect art.
Probably going to get that Zeus. Yep. Here comes Zeus, which, you know, this could be the biggest Elechick in the world. We don't see any back row over on Adam's side, so who's to say?
Ugh, this is kind of crusty. These solar-based decks have to play so many cards like First Light that frequently there's just not a way to be able to play enough back row to contest these big swing turns. So here, of course, we can Zeus down probably the Lumaru, since I believe Draco Ray has 7 and wouldn't get cleared.
We can.
All right, we're going for the Zeus here.
It is a 7/3 drop, and
yeah, I imagine we're actually crashing. We're gonna walk into the Draco Ray. We'll take 1, go to 4, and say, "You better put out another guy." If they have like an Ambrosia or something, this would be a great time to deploy it on the next turn and get back into a game that Adam may overextend into. Down comes. That appears to be a Kothmel. Great time to play that Kothmel. These Kothmel in late game situations are so backbreaking. It's like you do have to contest the board, and even if you do, they're going to heal back up. And Ari says, "You know what? That's enough. I can't beat that swing. See you next game."
Fair enough. That is a scoop that I understand, and I loved that game. Being able to see Nabi, who's been so in control for the past couple tournaments, as we mentioned, being a little bit walled by a little solar kangaroo. That brings me a lot of joy, actually.
Lumaru is just, I mean, chat has been going all the way off about it, but it has been so absolutely dominant these past couple of weeks, just because it lines up so effectively against Nabi, the premier kind of attacking aggressive threat. It completely walls the effect to sync the attack. It has the ability against these decks, like you saw, that are playing singleton cards like Doppelgator that they want in the list to just accidentally win the game on the spot. Really, really big day for Lumaru enjoyers. I'm excited to see that. We're just watching the players' side right now while we get into the next one. Ari, it appears, has not sleeved their side deck. I originally was like, wow, they're siding in 3 cards to the Spirit deck, so it may be a little longer than you would otherwise expect. But I'm hoping that we get to see Winjin. So far, we just saw like Draco Ray 5s. I want to see Winjin really bad.
Yeah, we did see the First Light be applied in one of the ways that it can be in that list, which was very cool to see, admittedly. I am a Draco Ray enjoyer. But hopefully we see a slightly different game going into game 2 here. And as ever with that Lumaru, with Elestrals, from the beginning of time, 5 has always been a stat line that is just good. So, you know, there have been Elestrals recently that it's like all of a sudden they pop up and all of a sudden they're everywhere. It was like Spectaris, who for a little bit after release was not seen anywhere, but now it's really a staple in lists. So who knows? Lumaru could be making its way up in society.
I'm investing in Lumaru stocks right now. I am prepared. I'm investing in Winjin stocks. I am also investing in Pentair stocks. This first game seemed pretty decisive, but Ari was largely in control, but for the milling of all of their good cards. So in a game where that doesn't happen, it's very possible they can walk with it.
Yeah, the mill factor of it all was really what got into Ari's way. Adam had some insane hits there, not only the big drops, but also hitting important counter runes, also hitting with that second one. I believe a Spectaris was hit, other guys that could have been answers, but mill is gambling at the end of the day, and Ari could get lucky in this one.
And you know what they say? You know, you are always one game away from winning the set. Ooh, and you know, that'll help at least a little bit. It looks like Adam has taken a mulligan.
All right, and we are ready to get in here. Ari has opted to go first, unsurprisingly, and we are ready to rock with it.
So I'm checking the boards real quick and seeing what they might be bringing in. There's a lot of interesting stuff from both players, but nothing super shocking. That Hydrake turn 1 again, just getting to deploy that in a position where it can't get PTA'd is super valuable. And it's going to be met with an Elechick once again.
Yeah, that correct Elechick art. And there is one set on Ari's side. I do feel like we are Groundhog Daying it a little bit, living that first game over again. But let's see how it goes here. Elechick in defense.
Yeah, you really have to be careful into a Hydrake for which you do not have a response or an answer. Just leaving guys in attack. You can accidentally take like 7 damage off a Twindra into Pentair swing.
That is very true, and that 4 stat line is something that Hydrake really wants to see. And with that back row, you don't know if it's real, don't know what's going to happen there. So I think that was a safe play from Adam. Going to be setting 1 and going back over to Ari, who I don't know if that's a set there or if they're looking at casting something. Or possibly just expending to draw.
Yeah.
Yep. We see the expend, and I think we're just going to, swing over that Elechick with Hydrake and go back over to Adam here.
Adam's hoping to find, I imagine, something to deal with this. That's kind of the frustrating part about this deck, is that every guy represents so much attack that you do have to find an answer for every one. Going for Cough-Melon defense here, that at least does wall the Hydrake.
Yeah, Adam is a bit on the back foot here, not being able to immediately deal with this Hydrake. Maybe we're looking for a Gorgon's Gaze before they feel comfortable attacking into it, which makes sense to me. That is fair. However, we now see 2 Hydrakes, so that is double the threat to have to deal with. I'm thinking that there is a world in which we actually see Penterror today.
At this point, we can almost hard cast it, like one guy off.
It does feel inevitable. It has been foretold. It is imminent. And that is a Cryoblast onto the Calf-Mel, which will allow one of those little Hydrakes to swing over it, and the other one to simply swing for damage here. Ari is already building up a little army of dragons, and Adam needs to figure out how to deal with that.
Yeah, that's a really rough position to be in if you're Adam. I believe we just saw an expend a draw. Oh, no.
Yeah, this is...
Oh, no, I hope that's not the case.
This is getting dangerous real fast.
It kind of thumbing through everything. So the thing about Hydrake is that it does have many natural enemies. The reason you've kind of seen Penterror fall off is something that people consider very reasonably, despite the fact that it was around during the end of the format during Daybreak. It has a really rough time in a Cryoblast. It has a really rough time in a Suppression in general. Things like the ever powerful and ever present Spectaris. We're going to go for the Winjin here.
Okay, we are... Oh! They pointed at that tsunami. I don't know if that means that was what was called. I guess we will see if that Tornadon comes out. Possibly from... No. I guess...
No, looks like not, yeah.
Yeah, no Tornadon. So we didn't get the call there. We do have 2 set from Adam. I am curious what that one back row has been, because it seems like there have been multiple turns where maybe that could have been an option, but...
Yeah. Here we're just going for the Zeus. Theoretically, we can pump down a Hydrake and like walk over it, but I mean, how much do you really want to do that, to be honest?
Yeah, especially with Winjin vulnerable to the other Hydrake, unless we see that other back row do some real things here.
So you have to try and get a beat on what that... Oh, the correct Twindra, by the way. We have to try and see what we can get a beat on with respect to the back row. Like, if it is a copy of Tsunami, that's really rough because frequently Twindra or Penterror are going to be water enchanted. If it is something that stops a single attack, like a Gorgon's Gaze, that's not going to be sufficient because, like you said, the Winjin is threatened by the Hydrake. is it at all possible that we were just thinking, I don't know, let's hope to God that we hit off the Winjin and spike a game that we are supposed to lose 100 times out of 100? Here it looks like we are just expecting to draw from Ari's position and just saying, all right, I'll just go for it. Why not?
That makes perfect sense to me. It is a fine turn to be doing that. We did mention with Winjin that the excitement of the psychic predictions.
Ooh.
Okay.
Oh, that was really lucky. Using the water spirit not to enchant the Twindra here, but to expend a draw means that we have somehow found a really good tsunami. Potentially gotten another shot at this Winjin. And maybe we can make this work.
Yeah, we would possibly be able to deal with that. Could be the luckiest
is it another
tsunami in
hurricane?
the world.
No,
we only see the one. Yeah.
Is that a second Winjin? Let's go.
Okay, let's go predicting. Look into our crystal balls here. See what we can get.
It's the blind delver of Elestrals. What do we got?
I do wonder what they.
Ari's thinking. Ari's like, do I Gorgons this thing?
That is an uncomfortable.
There's a tsunami again. We did see a card added to hand.
So
wait, that means it triggers. Let's go.
That means it's Tornadian time. I love when I see a gamble pay off, and now Ari, who was pretty in command, so comfortable in fact that they were able to simply expend a draw, is maybe sweating a little bit depending on those two back row.
Okay, we're having a little bit of a discussion here. So the way the Winjin effect works, I believe it is all one effect to foretell and then special ascend. So you can't like Gorgons mid ascension. Oh, that's a beautiful Tornadian as well.
Oh my goodness, the full art.
Tornadian in 8/2 has the capacity to search your deck for 3 cards with different names, and 1 is added to your hand at random. I really don't know what you'd add. You're not in a position that Laurels does anything, so I imagine you'd want like Earthquake and maybe something else. We are going to expend, and that's going to be met with the Gorgon's Gaze. Okay. Yeah, kind of showing the frustration with Gorgon's Gaze into the Winjin setup here is, yes, you can't Gorgon's Gaze in a way that profitably forces them to expend and call and also not ascend. You have to fire it either proactively or in response to the Tornadian trigger, which leaves them with a 2-attacker. Cool stuff. Adam does still have to find some cards to get out of this hole because we don't have it out to the Pantera at present.
Yeah, and unfortunately, though, that Twindra isn't able to hit over our Tornadian, but that Winjin is looking rather vulnerable there.
I'm checking if this. I think the Hydreic has been sent to the graveyard without triggering, so we may only be on the one Twindra.
Okay. All right. So now we're gonna see how Ari gets out of this here, but they do have the Twindra on board. That is a very real card, so we will see how this plays out.
Now we're both in kind of a stalemate insofar as the Tornadian cannot attack under any circumstances because of the shield, the looming threat of Shield of Achilles. But the Twindra also can't attack under any circumstances because of the looming threat of the shield.
Well,
here comes the Earthquake.
Yeah, Tornadian is never going to attack ever again because it has simply been Earthquaked. And suddenly, Ari seems to be back in control, back in a really good position.
The aggro rabbit, no!
That is always a terrifying sight. If a rabbit comes out and attack, you know that you are in a tough game state.
This is kind of rough. The rabbit attack kind of telegraphs that you are going to swap that Twindra to attack and try and get over the Winjin. But it puts you in a position where if Adam has a shield, you are really cooked. Because not only, of course, can they return the Twindra, but also the rabbit is now unprotected. They're grabbing something off the top here.
And I believe we've seen all of the Hydreics at this point. And as you said, it seems like they're only running the one Twindra. So this is the gamble here. This is the play. And if this gets countered, then that is rough.
All right, we're trying it.
Ari has a lot of faith that is not a shield.
Show me that shield.
There was a glitch.
It's not. It is not.
Okay. And Bunny, the strongest bunny in the world, going to be attacking 4-1 here.
That's 2 total, putting Adam down to 10. 1 card set, about 9 cards in hand.
Okay, we're looking at our underworld here, and Adam is probably thinking that they don't know what to do here. That gamble of maybe I can predict my way into a Tornadian, it did pay off momentarily, but now we are back to an almost completely clear board.
Counting up the spirits, both in spirit deck and on field here, Ari's just so far ahead. I guess like a Laurels would be profitable here, but God, the Twindra is such a disaster. We're trying to draw out of it. I imagine trying to spike like an Earthquake, because otherwise we just don't have a compelling answer to that card. Down to 9 here. We expect to take 4 on the crackback. Oh, no. And while a thick hand with no removal in it probably telegraphs some number of Ambro, if you're Adam, I imagine you're just watching this game sort of slip away from you.
This is simply a ticking clock, and they would just be buying themselves time unless, as you mentioned, they're able to find that one of Earthquake, some kind of answer here.
We're doing the Hard Ascension.
All right. Okay, we said we wanted to see Pantera come out, and
that is a miscast Pantera with a Water Spirit, as expected. This is 4. Oh, geez.
And Adam is simply going to be taking all of that damage. And
says Gorgons is no longer an out. You got to figure out a way to get rid of the Pantera.
Earthquake. Exactly, Earthquake.
It has to be Earthquake. Yeah, there's really nothing else that does it. Boom Bat coming down.
Hey, you know what? Could be a side. Who's to say? It kind of fell off, but I'm a Boom Bat enjoyer. I'm a believer. I think that he has applications. This is one of them.
Mm-hmm.
Very
like, there's a number of things we can do here. Something like cast a Draco Ray into a First Light, into a heal 3. It keeps us in the game. But anything that doesn't contest Pantera is immediately suspect, I think. As expected, here's an Ambro. We're going to get back up to 7 here, I believe.
And it is 2 solar and a fire. So could be thinking about Draco Ray gaming, but even then, that doesn't do it.
Yep, here he comes. So we did leave the fire in, as you expected. Do we have the First Light to combo with it?
I mean, they have
First Light so much here. I wonder if it was worth miscasting here. This is one of those positions where, like, yes, First Light is good, but locking yourself into a solar Elestral off the top of your deck means that you are not going to be able to contest that Pantera. I guess we could get a Kothmel. Yeah, that's what we're doing here. And try and live for an additional turn afterwards. But, ooh, boy.
Yeah, this is, there are holes in the boat, and we're simply just trying to get buckets of water and dump it back out. But we are slowly sinking regardless.
Bail. Right, down to 4, down to 3, because of course the First Light cost Spirit. And this is the other frustrating part of this Draco Ray line. You conceptualize it like, oh, it's like a heal spell, but it's not really. The Cock Array costs 1, the First Light costs 1, the Ascension costs 1. It's just a refund.
Yeah, it's essentially free, but as you mentioned, it is not a beneficial. You aren't going to be in the positive, but it's at least going to prevent, with the 2 spirits there, some damage coming in next turn from that Pantera, and of course it can take down a little bunny.
Another out here, of course, is the resting, but in order to do that, you have to contest every 1-drop that comes down for the rest of the game. Here we're just taking, we're expecting that we're going to take probably 2 damage on the crackback, go down to 4, and have to find a way to deal with the Pantera next turn. Can't be the Kothmel on the top of the deck. It's got to already exist. Going Ambro from Ari, back row revealed to be a total bluff. I know you're probably happy about that if you're Adam. It's going to take them down to 5, go back up to 8, and things are looking bleak.
Yeah, and is that a hurricane combo that we saw them get back into the spirit deck there? Very interesting.
You put back a thunder, a water, and a lightning spirit, and you go, I wonder what that is.
What could be on the horizon? I don't know.
You know, honestly, Edward coming down could have been worse. Here, Eddie is going to contest the Drake Array, get in for 3 with the Pen Terror. Although, if you have, like, a shield, that would save you a little bit of health. No, just going to take 3. Adam down 2-3. Kaufmel off the top is going to refund that 3, but won't be able to do anything past it. And the 1 drop means that Laurels is no longer an out either. Checking the spirit deck here. Is it 2 earths and a solar? If that's the case, we might still be in it, but otherwise probably not.
Yeah, unfortunately, as you mentioned, with that first light being properly enchanted and putting the Kaufmel on top, we know that they got rid of their opportunity to get that earthquake that we've been looking for many turns now. However, with Pin Terror being on the field, I am shocked that this game has gone on as long as it has.
It's one of the reasons why it was kind of frustrating to see. We're going Ambro off the Zeus here. Okay. We still got game to play. It's one of the reasons why it was so frustrating to see the first wave of Daybreak Solar lists playing like Apollo and trying to like spike Celeste Leos and Soul Bells and cows off of it. Because you could very easily get yourself into a position where like you foretell 3 cards you don't want to draw. And then you're like, oh, I guess I lose. Right? Very important to be playing cards that shuffle the deck, and there are just not a ton of those at present.
Exactly, Astrabbit. I think
almost uniquely.
But despite having seen that hurricane combo come back, Adam does set a card here, but you probably have to try, and I admire that.
Another Eddie, you're kidding me. Eddie switched the Kaufmel to attack, means that Pent will be able to hit for 1 trillion.
Oh boy. Actually, okay, let's see. We've got
Tsunami here's okay. Yeah, we're gonna take it. We'll bring 3 back, and then we'll spend it in 4, go down to 4.
Yep.
I mean, it's got to be something.
Unfortunately, even that Tsunami, I mean, it wouldn't, because we have that Pantera water enchanted. There really isn't anything to deal with that, other than.
And it looks like we got a scoop out of Adam. Ooh, not often you get to see a Winjin resolve blind and then immediately lose the game, but this deck gets out of hand really quick. I do like the theory behind this one is like, okay, so Nabi's crazy. Obviously, Nabi's incredibly powerful. Being able to go into Doppelganger is unbelievable. You know what would be even more unbelievable is a second Doppelganger.
Yeah, you know what's stronger than 1 Doppelganger? Yeah, is 2. And it was very cool to see that prediction go off. Unfortunately, it did not end up paying off in the long run, but we have gotten to see both of these decks shine. Not a solar pun.
That is very true.
And do what they want to do despite those brutal mills in the first game, and despite what was pretty much just a walkover that was kind of stalled for a little bit with all of the healing that Adam managed to do. But, you know, if one of those turns that Adam bought themselves had resulted in an earthquake, that could have been a very different game.
Yeah, this solar deck, it's not over till it's over. And it takes a long time to be over.
Yeah.
But it also can draw nothing.
Yes. Yeah, or they can accidentally break themselves.
Exactly, right. We do have some of the results from the second round in at present. It looks like Spicy Sausage, the boy, has picked up another game, as has Dimax. So it is nice to see that a lot of the individuals we kind of expected to be doing well are doing well. No answer for Trish yet. Trish is still in their game. It could happen or it could not.
Trish still in the trenches. As ever, we are rooting for that bride moment for Trish. I would also very much enjoy seeing Dimax being able to get a second chance at finals. That was a very exciting game. really fun to watch and would be cool. Would be cool to see.
Bit of a heartbreaker for sure. We, I think, are rapidly approaching time in the round for this game 3. And I got to tell you, there's 10 minutes remaining. If I get into game 3 in a time situation and I'm the deck that has Draco Ray and Kaufmel and Ambrosia, I'm feeling pretty good.
Yeah, this is a deck that very much thrives in specifically playing 2-time. And however, because the spirits on field do count, I don't know if we get enough big guys on Ari's side. It could be pretty evenly matched. We see Adam opting to go first here, and as ever, playing Astrabbit out in defense, going to be able to not be challenged by any back row from Ari because of the going first of it all. And looking at the top 3, grabbing one, setting one, and passing.
All right, Ari, what are we messing with?
We will see. I wonder if we're going to see some different kind of gameplay, playing with the knowledge of that timer. Eddie coming out, going to be able to take care of that Astrabbit, unless that back row is real. We did see Adam defend a rabbit before, but simply going to let it go down. And now Eddie is out swimming, having a great time, and Ari has set one of their own.
Eddie just is so incredible versus Adam's deck, almost uniquely, just because most of his utility critters cap out at 4. Here, the Elechick coming down, and because since you're in Solar, you just play fewer back row roots.
Yeah, and we do see Elechick going to grab that Zeus. Elechick for a 1-of. We have seen
We've seen every game. We've seen both of them find it every game.
So, I don't know.
They've been long games. They've been long games, admittedly.
Yeah. However, they have come out pretty early. So Elechick stock's still up in spite of it all. And there is that tsunami coming out. Unfortunately, going to be preventing Adam from swinging over that Eddie. But we do have Zeus still enchanted, as he was almost all of last game.
He sat there for 15 turns, threatening to reduce a Pentair down to 10, and then was spent for an Ambro.
And
Aggro Rabbit.
Yeah, very scary attack rabbit. Gonna be looking at the top 3. So that tells us that the set one is not PTA. It's probably not Gorgons. But we likely would have seen that with the Eddie last turn as well if it had been. But who is to say?
Adam, thinking a lot about this one.
Yeah, we were looking at our options. Hopefully it was because they were all just so good that they couldn't choose.
What are you more afraid of? When your opponent spends like 30 seconds in the tank on an Astrabbit, or when they snap pick a card?
I do think the snap pick is the scarier one, because that means they've gotten Earthquake. They've gotten, whatever exact thing that they are missing. And they say, oh, yippee, there it is.
See, I think that, but then I think to all the times I've snap picked, and it's because in Ari's deck, for instance, I'd open like a Doppelganger Twindra Gorgons, and I'll be like, oh, okay, well. Oh, and here's another bunny, baby. He's thinking about it.
Just kidding. He put the rabbit back in the hat.
Baby? Yeah, we may not have the Thunder Spirits. As silly as it sounds, the boy math in this one is pretty bad. We've already used 3 Thunder Spirits. Yeah, we're gonna have to Ambro on turn 2.
You are exactly right.
Oh no.
The Thunder
We've
Spirit.
all been there.
I frequently do my boy math incorrectly, personally.
That's rough too, because I think that he actually expended one of those Zaptors for an attack. So
No.
just by playing it a little differently, could have avoided it.
Yeah, well, these are all things that, as the omnipresent voice in everybody's heads, we are able to say, Oh,
I wouldn't have made that mistake.
Oh, yeah. However, I have and likely will again. We are still doing a lot of thinking here. That back row on Adam's side. Ari also has a back row set.
It's so funny that these are like two insanely explosive decks, and mostly they're just playing set one like Rabbit Wars. It's like, yeah, Zeus and Rabbit, baby, doesn't get better than that.
Yeah, we are seeing how riveting decks can, in fact, just become.
Oh my God, another Eddie!
Oh my goodness.
Surely we found protection for the bunny.
Yeah, but also, what could that even be here?
Nope. Like a tsunami would be fine.
Yeah, I guess moving yourself back to defense would protect you, but only for a turn. And Ari has built a very wide board here, leaving one spot for, I don't know, Hydrake? I don't know.
Adam really thumbing through the hand here.
Oh, and that is, we are Eddie gaming today.
Wow. Dude, Eddie's so good.
It is so funny. All of the Eddie fell offs happening, cryoblast coming out from
okay.
side.
We have kind of cleaned up this board state. We are now down to, it kind of sucks to deploy an Eddie into a rabbit we're not going to be able to kill. Maybe we go into the bunny. No, we're gonna sink the Eddie into the Eddie because of course the copy of Zeus already threatens the bunny. No need to make anything more different, but we've left ourselves open to a killer Hydrake play here.
True, although one of those set cards could be a Gorgons.
Gorgons would have been killer last turn. It'd have to be the new set, but we may do it. What the hell is that? Oh no, a pro set heavy. Oh no. And that was a shield there. Oh no, time for a big turn.
Yeah, Ari has simply been biding their time doing Eddie Bunny gaming.
It was new set Gorgons plus shield. That's so regrettable. Everything they needed to get back into the game defeated by the Scourge of 2006. Two down, and Adam is clawing his way back into this one. One new set means that he actually has to contest with something too. Ari, the Hurricane here. Oh my goodness, I keep wanting to call it heavy. The Hurricane here, of course, very, very powerful, very expensive as we go into a time scenario. So Ari playing super fast, doing all they can to push as much damage as possible, and Adam just like looking at the hand. It's gonna be tough, even from like a position of getting Kothmels into rotation. There's no guarantee you end up above Ari's current 3 spirit differential, plus the additional 1 on field to Adam's 1 copy of Zeus.
Yes, and
we're having a little bit of an issue
rotation.
with the yeah. We found the win con. Ari's phone battery dies.
Hey, you know what? Never give up. Your opponent could disconnect. It could happen for you. And also notably, we are now approaching only 5 minutes left in this round with Ari poised to do something pretty crazy here.
Oh no. This is it looks like it's going to be a quick interlude as we get Ari back into the game. And see if their field can be rectified. But as we wait, I can't believe what a bloodbath both this game 3 and this set in general have been. Both these decks are so cool. They're so powerful, and importantly, they're so aggro. They have these big swingy turns that can just win them the game back and forth over and over again.
Yes, and as we mentioned, we've been able to see both pop off, been able to see a real back and forth. And while we are working on rectifying the current situation, I am hopeful that we can just jump right back in, because it seemed like we were on the precipice of something big there.
All right, so here's what's gone on. The existing top-down camera, unfortunately, has disconnected, but it looks like we have a different angled camera designed to specifically to ensure that if this happens, we can continue playing the game. So it's going to look a little wonky from Ari's perspective, but we do have it available. And they've been very careful as to not move or disturb anything on the board state so that they don't get DQ'd here.
Yeah, shout out to the understudy camera coming out here, being able to save the current game state. I'm not sure what we're going to do about time here. I don't know if an extension is going to be given, but we shall
time
find
at
out.
least has been paused for the present moment. So I imagine when we hop back in, it'll probably be at about 5:20, which is where we were. I don't know how much webcam gaming you've been doing over the course of the last couple of years, but when COVID started, Yu-Gi-Oh! Started remote duels, and I remember the first remote duel invitational, a really good player, Elise Davis, she had a camera set up to display like her board and hand, and then a second camera that was just the entire room. So if the first camera went out, and they needed confirmation that she wasn't cheating, she could just show them like the NSA style, here's my entire living space angle.
That's incredible, and I am taking notes, actually.
It came up. It came up multiple times. It was like, oh, okay.
Well,
we're doing our best to rectify this situation, but it may be unrectifiable. Yeah, so their camera has died. At present, there is a pause while the fix comes in. God, it would really suck for this to be the end of the game. It was so back and forth until then.
And it would be especially devastating because you could tell that Ari was about to start cooking. That Sorlet had come out, had been with the hurricane being able to clear everything. We were really set up for something there. But we are simply standing by. Hopefully we will have news for you here pretty soon.
I will say, the card that I've been the least impressed with out of Adam Adams' deck has been Winjin. I was like, the Draco Ray stuff, I'm like, oh, the Draco Ray's crazy, the Kaufmel's crazy, the Lumaru's unbelievable, functionally won the first game on its own. Winjin, it's okay.
I think, unfortunately, that Winjin and First Light or any of these other, I don't know if they're running other prediction cards, but the stars have not aligned for them. And also with Tornadian coming out when it did, with that Pantera on the board, it wasn't able to show anything that it's able to do. And you're right, it was a little bit underwhelming, but it's hard to say if that's just because Pantera is overwhelming or because it isn't actually very good. But we haven't really been able to see that.
I'm trying to think if there's like a 3 you can pick with Tornadian that guarantees removal. It'd be like Earthquake, Laurels,
Cryoblast specifically into like a Void or something.
Yeah, but I mean, one of the frustrating parts about playing this deck is Pantera is crazy strong. He's got so much attack. He's got so much defense. Any of these like conditional removal spells aren't really going to do it. Like, you can't really Zeus him down to a manageable level. You're never going to be able to Cryoblast the boy. It's got to be kind of Earthquake or bust. And so a card like Tornadian that only conditionally finds cards like that maybe isn't the best answer.
Yeah, and the stat line just wasn't enough to be able to contest anything else there. So who's to say? Not a lot of people right now are playing Pantera, although Ari, with that naming scheme, intends for it to be a feature in Dallas. So
we'll see.
World. Yeah.
Oh, hold. It looks like we are back. It looks like the camera has been recharged. It looks like Ari is going to be able to continue their turn. As we said, it is Sorlet and Astrabbit. We'll be back into that as soon as we can be. But the game state is unchanged from where we last saw it.
Yeah, everything is looking the same, which I know that we are both very happy about, at least because we wanted to see this continue. And now we are going to be getting back into this. Definitely keeping my eye on that bottom right there to see where we're going to start time-wise.
And Winjin has come down while we have been speaking. All right, we are going back to 520. Winjin has triggered here and revealed an Earthquake. Did we call it?
That would have
We did not. All 3 of them back.
A crazy
The blind
call.
Jin fails.
I honestly, that could have been interesting to just say, you know what? If I see Earthquake, then this is great. But it probably doesn't feel good to predict a 1 of in your list.
here, sinking the Sorlets, we can get over it. And despite the fact that the Winjin whiffed, it is on the field. We have now gotten back into a game that I expected we were losing 100 times out of 100.
That's true.
A quick count here. Ari is at 14 to Adam's 10.
So all things considered, pretty even. We know that Adam has a lot of healing ability in their list, and
here comes the Hydrake.
We knew that something was beginning. We knew that was coming.
Oh, whoa, even worse. Into a Zeus.
Oof.
Can you Zeus your own guy? I don't think so, right?
I think it says opponents specifically.
If it doesn't, this is going to be a sick Hydrake.
I'm checking it right now because that has never come up.
Is not happening.
Opponents.
Playing around shield just a little bit here by Zeusing down the Winjin, so that theoretically the Rabbit can get over it too. Understands that their way to lose this game is a 2 Ascension. And Adam here just looking at the board. Oh, another Winjin. Let's go. We're running it back.
Okay, come on. Predict
what
Earthquake.
Do we call it? Ambro? Kothmel, Draco Ray.
And another Winjin.
But it puts them back on top of the deck, which means that we were always guaranteed to hit there. And down comes Tornagin. So one thing that Tornagin can do is always find a heal here by calling Kothmel plus Ambro plus maybe Cockaway. It's going to be met with a poison-tipped arrow, which is kind of a cold comfort because it's going to do so much damage in the meantime. I wonder if we're going to call it. We are. Oh my gosh, we have an Earthquake for the Hydrake. Oh, this is a huge swing.
Oh my gosh.
Triggering the Winjin effect with 3 minutes on the clock, revealing 3 here. I wonder what you even pick.
Yeah, I mean, with
it's got to be the Amber line.
heal,
We're going Kothmel, we're going Ambro. And then what's our third one?
Maybe Draco Ray things? Oh,
Resting.
Okay. Resting
with the Zeus up, a pretty interesting pick as well. So here we're going to randomly choose one to add to the hand. We're going 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I guess your opponent does get to see, and we're hoping for Kothmel, I imagine. That's what we get. Kothmel it is, to the hand.
There we go. That is a huge one to be able to add. And you know what? We were just talking about this Tornagin, and it hurt us, and it said, you know what? I'm kind of uninterested in hearing your critiques, and I will
be making an appearance.
Yeah.
Ari's going to take 1 here and potentially an additional 2 at the end of the turn as the PTA comes down. Adam is at 6, but this will put Ari at 7. So way tighter than it has been in previous turns. And Ari's also down to a single card in hand plus the draw off the top to Adam's 3-card hand. Which means that it's going to come down to some pretty powerful top decking from the pair of them. We know one Kothmel will equalize the spirit differential. What are we doing? An expend to draw with only 1:30 left. Oh, no. Is it falling apart for Ari this late? Adam drawing a perfect opportunity to develop the Kothmel, doing it at lightning speed here. Going to get in for 1.
And
6 for Ari, 4 for Adam, 1 apiece in spirit differential on field. We're about to go into time. I think Ari correctly understands there's no reason to be playing slow. Expending to draw once again. You have to imagine there's some Ambrosias in that hand. Maybe even the set card, a bluffed Ambrosia here, setting an additional one, or maybe casting something. We've already cast or used our normal cast, so we are going to Ambro here, go back up to 7. Try and get a little bit of a spirit differential as we go into time. I imagine what we're trying to do is pass back to Adam as them as turn 0, so they only get 1 additional attack step as to the 2 that Ari will get. 45 seconds on the clock to make that happen.
Yeah, hands
they
are
are
moving
both playing at lightning speed.
Yeah, their hands are moving at the speed of light here. And with that Ambrosia, it's hard to say who.
Adam ascending here.
Is that
another Kothmel? The thing about Kothmel is not only does it trigger on death, it also triggers on ascension. So back up to 6 here, hitting for 2. That'll bring Ari down to 4 with 17 seconds on the clock. It looks like Ari has not been able to secure the turn 0 play and will end up being our first player in time, which means that Adam will get an additional combat step as well. They've drawn 1,000,000 cards. They may be just like shotgunning an Ambro and going to end phase.
Oh, is that?
We have hit time.
I saw maybe a resting.
did look like a resting.
But also, we cannot play resting right now because unless
Yeah, we are not. We'd have to go like Zeus ourselves. I think they might be doing it. Yeah.
yeah, that's
Zeus,
what
you
we're gonna
resting?
see here.
Okay, Ari, take a breath. We're now in time.
Ooh,
can
you've
play
made
slow.
it. Yeah, this is what's happening is gonna happen. And we are gonna see that heal come back, and
So Adam back up to 9. Ari drops a Sorlet, putting themselves down to I think 4. Yeah, getting in for 1 puts Adam at 8. But I mean, wow, what a turnaround! I can't believe Adam's even in this game, let alone winning it.
yeah, this is I'm glad we were able to continue playing this out because I would not have guessed that this was where this was going to go. And the only other guy that has 5 that is able to crash with this
Loomer.
Sorlet.
Here, Adam, just happy to take the crash, says I can do the thing where I take 2 for every one of your 1s. I'm so far ahead on spirits. Let's see another Ambro. Nope, a Galaxy coming down, properly enchanted. That's a good card, but is it going to be enough? I don't know. Adam taking 1, going down to 5 here, I believe, and Ari's down to their last spirit.
I don't think there's anything that can be done at this point. And
That's turn
that is...
3, which means Adam wins in time, but
Wow.
opens his hand to show that he had all Ds. It was not going to matter anyway.
Yeah, that is not where I was expecting that game to go. And predictably, as we said at the beginning of the match, looking at the time, there is one deck that has a lot more heals in it,
Yep.
and that is going to have a much better time in this exact situation. And in fact, it did.
I mean, we saw exactly what we had drawn out on paper occur. Has the ability via Tornadgen to guarantee you're ahead in a time scenario by pulling almost exclusively cards that heal. Kothmel ascend into Kothmel, into Ambro.
Crazy.
It's unbelievable. And honestly, I think maybe we were a little down on Winjin. He ended up coming up when it mattered.
Yes.
One combo that guarantees you a Winjin proc rather than Winjin First Light is just Winjin. I didn't think about it like that.
Very true. And we are, because of that overtime, we are already getting ready to go into round 3. So I believe we're going to go on a quick break here and bring the law back in.
See you round 4.
And we are back after the quickest changeover in the game. We have swapped MBT for the Law once more, who has returned.
Hi, Kay. It's wonderful to be back on the stream again.
Yeah, and I'm excited to be able to commentate with you again. We're running it back. I'm very excited.
Absolutely. That last round, I was
Oh my
watching from my phone while on break, and absolutely insane match. I was not ready for it to be that back and forth. But I love seeing Solar Healing actually doing something in here. And Tornadgen Love that guy. I'm so happy to see it do well.
Yeah, I mean, MEC and I had been talking a little bit of mess on Tornadian, and we did in fact get to see the power of it in that last game. In the final moments, it really came in clutch, and that was incredible to see.
Absolutely. Tornadian, really powerful card. Unfortunately, it just has a lot of weaknesses to it. But if you can get it off in the right circumstances, it can just absolutely dominate a game space, especially when things are so limited going into a time scenario. As y'all saw, that being able to snag a heal card going into time is so critical with that.
Mm-hmm. And with that specifically, and this is for this exact application, Winjin and Tornadian are really fun to watch. I think that with a lot of the aggro decks that we see, the lunar decks, these variations on 5s, while they are fun to see when they're really popping off and we're able to see the casters kind of show their skills and personalities just through the way that they pilot them, it is very exciting to see these unconventional cards come out, and especially with the predictions, the few blind predictions that we had there was really amazing.
Yeah, with Winjin specifically, from my experience playing with the deck, as I have tested it a lot actually, Winjin, you have to be just completely in tune with how many copies of each card you still have in your deck, because when you need to make a blind prediction, you need to take about as safe of a prediction as you can take. Just whatever, you have to know what cards are still 3 copies left in your deck, what cards will win you specific scenarios, and try to tilt the odds as much into your favor as you possibly can. And as we saw clearly, as long as you know your deck well enough, you can tilt those blind calls into your favor just enough to where they will go off.
Well, and notably, as we saw with that last game, Winjin being able to, even if it whiffs on the first turn, if you send out a second Winjin the next turn, you have set yourself up to be able to know what is on the top of that list and to therefore be able to correctly predict and get Tornadian in turn two.
Quite notably, you don't even need a second Winjin to do that. Winjin is an on receive, so you could actually just re-enchant the initial Winjin to do the same. But yeah, because it's a foretell, you get to know what's on top of your deck that time moving forward. But also, I found that it works extremely well when paired with the Cockaray and Dracoray pieces because of First Light. You will know what's on top of your deck, so it's pretty easy to make that call in many situations.
Very true. And we got to see, which was very fun, Cockaray and Dracoray pop off also in those games. We got to see every possible line there happen. The only thing that we didn't see was Nabi Doppelganger, which I assume was sided out going into games 2 and 3 with how badly it was walled in that first game.
Yeah, Nabi not being able to drop Solar Enchanted Elestrals actually is a huge thorn in its side, and is one of the main reasons why I think Solar, specifically Dracoray Solar, has a pretty solid matchup spread for the current metagame. The only thing that really is the Achilles heel of that deck is Spoiled Fruit, but I think as this meta has developed, we've seen more and more people taking Spoiled Fruit out of their side decks in order to prepare for these more lunar aggro focused matchups, and I think this might be Dracoray's time to shine.
Yeah, this might be one of those beautiful little pockets where it's able to really thrive before people wake up and say, "Oh, okay, maybe we're a little too hasty with taking Spoiled Fruit out."
Maybe we should keep Spoiled Fruit in the side.
Yeah,
just make sure it's a skill check. It's a skill check matchup for sure.
Yeah, but you know what? Adam was able to say, hey, I bet this is a very specific situation where I can take exact advantage of it. And it's really cool to see.
It really is a powerful deck. I believe we are still trying to finalize round 3 pairings, as we did go into time on that last match. But wow, there were some absolutely knockout, drag-out matches that were played in that last round that we unfortunately didn't have the time to showcase. Obviously, when you only have one match to showcase, you have to let some fly under the radar. Probably one of the more interesting matches is Justin versus Trishula was also happening last round. And it looks like Justin did take that game. So it looks like Trishula will be dropping to a 1-1 while Justin continues on in that 2-0 position.
But we have seen, I mean, just last tournament, we've seen people who lost pretty early on, almost in the first game, then be able to go completely undefeated up until top cut. So Trishula is absolutely not out of this, and he has the ability to, especially with as good of a player as he is, bring it back and stay in the game.
Yeah, quite notably there, because we have, I believe, 87 players. If I'm not mistaken, most, if not all, of X1s will make it. Don't quote me on that, because the X1 splits are always very odd. Most of the X2 should at the very least get top 16 prizing. Obviously, there's still the cutoffs that can happen there, and not all of them will. But generally speaking, most X1s will be making the top 8 cut.
Yeah, in this tournament, with as many people as we have, those X2s are not safe. The bubble can come for anybody at any time, and sometimes it comes down to things that you might not even be able to account for. It's very much out of your control. So
Absolutely.
We will see.
Yeah, the bubble giveth and the bubble taketh away. Unfortunately, you have to be ready for that. With that said, looks like we are gearing up, and I think we are ready for our round 3 match. It looks like we have Jackals versus Bo for this round. Bo is a regular competitor that we've seen quite a number of times through these premier events. The big deck that I know them for is what was colloquially referred to as photosynthesis for a little bit there,
okay.
which is that solar Earth nexus strategy. But it looks like we're going to be starting off with Jackals here, going for an Astrabbit, the funny bunny, trying to grab themselves one of those top 3 cards to kind of mold this opening.
And this is one of those openers that you always feel good about. You're gonna rabbit set 2. There we go, the classic, and we're gonna pass over to Bo.
It is the classic, but unfortunately, it's no longer the safest option, as setting 2 into what could potentially be something like a hurricane blowout is no longer the safest play. But obviously, we haven't seen hurricane. We've seen a couple of hurricanes here and there, but I think more and more people are starting to use hurricane more as an advantage pusher. Bo is going to just take the time to develop a Viserys here into no response from Jackals, set 1 and pass. Looks like this bunny is going to live another day, and with that said, it looks like we have a Viserys of Jackal's Zone coming down.
Ooh, a clash of the Viserys. If one of these set is a Gorgon's Gaze,
it's the Argo. Is Bo in the photosynthesis strat again?
Are we playing?
Insane.
I love artifact lists. This is so exciting.
I'm not entirely sure if it is, but also Jackal's developing a Viserys here could have been a very dangerous gamble, as if Bo was able to just like Gorgons it out prior to the attack step even. Bo being able to have 2 Viserys on board means that it would be able to go over the top of the rabbit. Quite notably, though, this Argo is grabbing Scythe of Demeter, which does mean both the Viserys is going to get to develop another Viserys, and that Scythe of Demeter is going to be able to recover the Earth Spirit that was paid off of Argo in the first place.
Mm-hmm.
So in all in all, Bo effectively only having to put 3 spirits into this artifact play, and is going to get to develop a Viserys on top of that. Kind of absolutely killer.
And Sprouter coming out!
Wait, quite notably, I guess Bo didn't develop the Viserys, though.
Yeah, that is interesting that we didn't see that. But right now, I am very excited. We see the Sprouter coming out. I am very thrilled. I love all of the Baby Earth guys, and Sprouter is one of those. Grabbing a Poison Tunic into hand here.
I'd imagine that Bo's going to hold that Poison Tunic. I wouldn't imagine that they'd want to fire it this early, though you could put pressure on with that. Your Viserys is potentially... Oh, they're not even going to swing in. That's completely fair and valid. Viserys swinging into 2 blind back row here could spell doom if any of those is a shield, because not only do you bounce the Viserys, you take the Scythe off the board at that point.
Yeah, that would be the most valuable shield in the whole world. So I think you're right. That play of this Viserys simply just being a wall is totally fair.
Gaia Nectar coming down. Jackals is on some kind of a Waspivy pile, and that makes this Poison Tunic that Bo searched even more dangerous.
Notably, yes, we probably will not see Poison Tunic come out at all, because you really cannot risk Waspivy.
Yeah. Oh my gosh, that is an insane show there. Bo going for the Expend a Draw, going to swap the Sprouter to attack, and I imagine just trying to walk over the Cyanectar, not even wanting to risk developing an Elestral right now so that they don't potentially hit the poison-tipped arrow.
Which is completely fair, although going into 3 back row, yeah.
My gosh. I love Waspivy. I'm sorry. Waspivy is still one of my favorite Elestrals, and I love every now and then we just see it pop up, and it's always a jump scare.
Oh, we re-enchant the rabbit here over on Jackal's side. I'm with you, though. One of my only serialized Stellars is the Waspivy, and I think it's one of the most beautiful cards that ever exists. So, that would be really cool to see. Do we play with Stellars in this house? I don't know.
Well, clearly we play with reverse Stellars at the very least, as that Cyanectar was the reverse Stellar from Shattered Stars, and that Ash Rabbit on the board is the Stellar from the Kickstarter promo packs.
Okay, and Nabi gaming happening, but Jackal's already thinking about a response here, tapping that one in the we're doing a little bit of a tapping dance here.
Yeah, you have to imagine that Jackals has to have Poison-tipped arrow in that back row. They would not have developed a Cyanectar like that without having some way to trigger it realistically.
Yeah.
And the Gorgon's Gaze coming out here on the Viserys Declare in. Oh, that Nabi is actually also signed by A-Drive, quite notably.
Oh, we are flexing all over the boards right now. That is so cool. Is this an official situation where I can say, please, 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 can I have one? Because that is so cool to see.
It absolutely is. Quite notably, though, Jackal's went for the Gorgon's Gaze on the declaration of the Spectaris attack, meaning that most likely does not have the Shield of Achilles in the back row, but down comes, I believe that was the Hurricane.
It was Hurricane, but it's going to be chained by an Altar of Stars. Going to be paying off of that Scythe of Demeter, re-enchanting the Sprouter, and
then losing the remaining back row there. So Jackal's completely cleaning up the board state. I have to imagine, though, losing the Scythe. Oh, down comes the Reverse Stellar Mudlet!
Oh, this is so... I honestly just keep putting cards on the field. I just want to keep seeing what you're playing with. Jackal's channeling Stellar Kristoff a little bit here with the full blinged out list.
So that was a little bit of a heads up play on Bo's part then to Nexus off of the Scythe of Demeter, as that means that now the Mudlet is not getting the super high value there, but also the Scythe of Demeter boosts defense. So had Bo not Nexused off, the Scythe of Demeter would actually still be up, as Hurricane only takes out face down runes. I'm not entirely sure if that was the correct call, thinking over it. Bo is going for the Expend a Draw here, though, notably expending a Solar. What is Bo on?
What? Yeah. A First Light? But then, what are you using? What are you getting with First Light? I don't know.
No, I have to imagine this is the photosynthesis list, then. Being able to set up Solar Spirits to potentially help a Lustragon. But Poison Tunic coming down, I have to imagine that's onto the Mudlet. Nabi is now going to try to get over the Mudlet, and there's an Altar of Stars of Jackal's own here, nexusing, paying off the rabbit, nexusing from the Mudlet to the rabbit. That takes the Mudlet off the board and puts the Nabi in defense, so there will be no Doppelganger push this turn.
Yeah, and did we see that expend 2 on Jackal's side?
That was not I don't believe. Wasn't it the expend there? I don't believe it was. It was the altar was paid off of the rabbit and the nexus from the mudlet there. Quite notably, though, Jackals does go and develop another Cyanectar. Once again, trying to get that Waspivy push up, I have to imagine. And that Sproutier is in attack. That's not its strongest stat. So...
No.
Oh, and Jackals has developed the statue Demeter behind the Cyanectar. So I have to imagine we're seeing a board cleanup here.
Yeah, this is a very good position. Although I know if I'm Bo, I'm probably wiping the sweat off my brow for getting that Poison Tunic out and getting value out of it before a Cyanectar was able to hit the field again.
Yeah, so the Gorgon's Gaze coming out on the Cyanectar swing, so the Navi will remain on the board. That's a terrifying position for Jackals to be in, as that means that this Navi could potentially just swing in and clean up if that back row isn't live. Another Poison Tunic coming down from Bo. That will trigger the Cyanectar, though. I have to imagine.
Come on. Show us the Stellar. Let's go. Oh, and there it is.
It's the Stellar Waspivy.
Oh, stunning. Oh, she's a star.
Gorgeous card.
Wow. I think Bo did that just for us. I think Bo said, well, I have to see this Stellar for myself.
And down comes Heliolith. That is going to actually be able to bounce the Waspivy back to hand if Jackals doesn't have a Gorgon's Gaze specifically here. Oh, that is insanely powerful.
That is a really cool play. Bringing out that artifact.
Game!
Yeah, bringing out that artifact, making Jackals spend the spirits only to then be able to bounce it back and fully get rid of all of that advantage, all of that power. This is incredible.
This is about to be a massive swing turn for Bo, as Bo's about to get in for 6 damage if this all connects. As the Navi swinging over the rabbit will trigger the Poison Tunic to burn for 2. Navi will ascend up into Doppelgator, and then you can swing in with both Doppelgator and Heliolith here. Very notably, though, Jackals is playing Gorgon's Gaze, paying off the rabbit, meaning that it will go down and Poison Tunic will fall off. I have to imagine, though, that Jackals is putting that onto the Heliolith so that they're only going to take 1 damage from this Navi swing, and that'll be all it is for the turn.
Yeah, that was, all things considered, I think the best possible thing Jackals could have done there, minimizing the damage from what was a gigantic turn from Bo.
Yeah, I'd have to imagine, though, why Jackals didn't go for the Gorgons earlier then to maintain the Wasp on the board. Seems like a little bit, maybe a little bit, but it looks like there's a scoop out there. I believe Bo just took this first game.
Okay.
Yeah, but regardless, insane game 1. Was not ready for Wasp. Was not ready for, clearly Bo is on some kind of an artifact list. I have to imagine it's photosynthesis, as they've been known to call it.
Yeah, I'm going to be checking the list after this round if we don't have it revealed. That was so fun. My Earth-loving heart is thriving. They picked the perfect game, and I can't wait to see what happens with sighting. I don't know if we're gonna see some Poison Tunics maybe be switched out. Maybe some. I
have to imagine that if Bo has any other artifacts that can go in place of the Poison Tunics, that they're coming in here. Potentially something like Necklace of Harmonia even would probably play better into this particular matchup. As who would expect playing into Wasp?
Yeah, but I have to say, with the fact that I mean, if I was going into this matchup, I would have looked at Poison Tunic and said, dead card. This is just, there's nothing I can do with it. But Bo is able to use it twice, and notably, once be able to play around when there was a gap, an opportunity, when we didn't have Cyanectar on the field, and the second time, actually to make Jackals play a bit of a mind game, make Jackals invest a lot of spirits into ascending into the Waspivy, only to then be able to, because of the Poison Tunic, bring out Heliolith. That was one of my favorite turns that we've seen all day today.
Absolutely, and quite notably, Poison Tunic might not have actually resolved its burn effect the entire match, but it did put a lot of pressure onto the board to where every time it forced Jackals into a position where they did have to expend their spirits kind of odd just to make sure the Poison Tunic wasn't burning them for 2. And I think that was really heads up play on Jackal's part to play around that, but also really heads up on Bo's part, knowing when to fire off those Poison Tunics, as you said, as it was just really skilled play on both sides of the table. And that's what you love to see in these kind of matches.
Yeah, hopefully we see some more Stellars from Jackal's side. That signed Navi was so cool. I'm very, very excited about. Honestly, I just want to sit here and look at the pretty cards. As soon as that Mudlet came out, I was like, oh, Jackals, I see your game. I respect it.
I do not think we saw a non-stellar out of Jackals that entire game, which is really funny to me, personally. But with that said, I believe our players are done siding and we are ready to jump into game 2 of round 3. This so far has just been an amazing tournament, and I'm so happy to see unique decks up this high on the tables.
And Jackal's going first, notably starting with that Stellar Galaxy. Okay. A very interesting start. I mean, it's a big wall. We do set one, go over to Bo, and the classic bunny play.
Yeah, the funny bunny coming down from Bo. Absolutely powerful, especially into this whale, because while whale is a threat. Oh no, the poison tipped arrow into the bunny.
It's the beautiful full art too. Jackals, I respect you. Your decks have got to be so curled though. You've got to have to do some huge maintenance here.
Yeah, there's a lot of decurling that probably has to happen between games. Here comes a Cyanectar out of Jackals. Bo definitely not wanting to throw a poison-tipped arrow into that, and is just going to take 2 by the looks of it. Quite notably, though, this whale, for as annoying as whale usually is, I don't really think this is a matchup where it's going to see a whole lot of, like, weirder interactions overall, as I don't really think Bo's on a whole lot of water spirits.
I don't think so either, but we see that one of Equilinks come out to be met by a PTA, which is of course going to trigger that Cyanectar effect. And you know,
Bo has the Gorgons though, so there will be no Waspivy hitting this board.
Okay, and that was, they had that Gorgons there and they were holding off on it, and that was the perfect time to play it. Unfortunately, because of that poison-tipped arrow, Equilinks is not really going to be able to do too much. Not even going to be able to Nexus, my poor baby.
I would have maybe considered taking the Crash there, because isn't Cyanectar a 2 if I'm remembering correctry?
We can check on that.
I can pull it up.
It is a 2. You are right there. So that is interesting that they didn't opt for that.
The Elechick coming down, by the way, notably not the Stellar Elechick. Come on, Jackals.
Even Jackals can't get it. That's how hard it is to get.
It is a hard card to find for sure. But notably, it grabbed the Demeter out of deck. So we do have, Jackals does now have a Demeter in the grip that we have to be aware of. Bo throwing down the Tsunami. I guess I spoke too soon on the Water Spirit usage. But will not stop the whale. It'll just stop the Cyanectar and the Elechick, both of which with 1 defense are pretty easy pickings.
Yes, whale. We have a hurricane coming out.
That only taking out 1 back row here, but I have to imagine that Bo's about to make some kind of a big push play. And down comes the Viserys directly afterwards. This is going to be a big push play. Oh, and I think that's an Earthquake. No, it's a Scythe of Demeter.
Scythe. Okay, we see that Scythe on the Viserys. I wonder if they sided in a second Viserys after that first game.
I'd have to imagine they're already playing.
Well, because we saw them not cast it out, but they have either added it in?
It might have been that they had drawn the Viserys and didn't want to cast it out of the hand, as it would have been a 5 for later in the game.
Yeah, very possible, but...
And down comes a hurricane from Jackals, cleaning up the set Poison Tunic, so it was a bluff out of Bo, quite notably.
Yeah, and also notably, Bo has opted to leave the Scythe of Demeter on the field this go-round, whereas last time they chained the altar, paying off of the Scythe.
Yeah, but at this point, Jackals... While in a pretty bad position from the back foot, Bo is down on spirits, and Jackals is not super far behind. Down comes the Mudlet, but quite notably, Mudlet alone here is not going to be enough for that. But we do know that Jackals has the Demeter and the Grip, and there it is coming down onto the board. Demeter is going to be able to buff up one of those Elestrals to walk over even this buffed up defense position Viserys.
I think that I was gonna say Elechick is the one who's probably gonna do the damage here, and there we go. There goes both Viserys, and all of a sudden this big state of advantage that we saw Bo gain has been in one fell swoop taken care of.
Yeah, Jackals with 3 Elestrals on the board and a Demeter with one buff up still under it. Bo definitely needing some way to clean this up here. And with Viserys out of the board already, options are going to be limited. I believe that is a Sprout here coming down. That is going to be able to grab Poison Tunic out of the deck. But I'm not too sure if Poison Tunic's the... is Bo gonna go for the Heliolift line that we saw last game?
That is a distinct possibility, and I have to admire Bo for not, as we predicted they might, side out.
No, it looks like the Sprout here is just going to clean up the Cyanectar, take that threat off the board. Quite notably, though, the Sprout here doesn't do a whole lot to stop this current board state. Elechick can walk over it without the need for anything else, and Elechick going to re-enchant with a water, playing around the Tsunami. But if that is a Tsunami set, Bo can still get defensive with it. Elechick swinging in, no Demeter buff, but Bo is just going to take it by the looks of it. So that was not a Tsunami set. Bo now down to 3 spirits, and that's a scoop out of Bo. That's unfortunate.
Okay, but that does mean that we are going into game 3, which I always love. I love when we have the back and forth. I love when both players have a game where they're able to be more in control, and this was that for Jackals.
Absolutely. This match so far has been so incredible to see. We're seeing decks that we don't normally get to see on these kind of matches. And both of these players are doing substantially well so far. The fact that they're both here at the XO position right now means that these games have been going in their favor so far. And I'm sad that only one of them is going to get to go on in that XO, sadly.
Yes, but that does mean that at least one of them, if not both, because as we discussed earlier, X of ones are probably going to be able to make it to Top Cut. They're going to be able to carry the torch for Earth.
Absolutely.
And I am very excited to see that. I don't know what changes we're going to see in terms of side deck going into this game 3. I think that as we saw... Oh, go ahead.
No, I was going to say is I have to imagine it's going to be very minor changes. I know for my side deck patterns on that, like I don't particularly like having Altar of Stars if I know I'm going second in the board. I would rather put that in with a more proactive option. But realistically, there should be very little changes going for the sideboard for these particular kind of gameplay and strategies.
Yeah, and we saw both lists pop off. It really comes down to who sees what and when. We have confirmation that Bo is opting to go first, which makes sense to me.
And we are going to jump right into game 3 here. Notably, I believe Bo just expended to draw set 1 and pass. Also, I am just now noticing Bo's little spirit on the table, kind of like a cheer on. It is a Stellar Voldusk on that table there. right after your own heart, Kang.
I didn't see him in the corner there. Oh,
Jackals developing the funny bunny here, gonna get that pickup. And notably, this bunny is in attack, so it is going to be able to get in some kind of damage. I imagine Jackals is probably gonna set. Yeah, there's one. Yeah, set one. Go ahead and swing in for one.
I think that feels pretty free with the rabbit because either you're baiting out a Gorgon's Gaze, you're baiting out a PTA, and with everything we know Jackals is playing, not bad to bait out back row.
And there goes the Nobby. That back row better be something that can protect the rabbit. Otherwise, this is about to snowball out of control. And sure enough, there it is. The Gorgon's Gaze coming down onto the Nobby. That's going to stop the attack. That's going to let the rabbit sit for another turn. I imagine Jackals is putting that rabbit into defense next turn. Keep it away from that Nobby.
Yeah, Nobby is a terrifying prospect in every other situation, except for exactly what we saw last game or last round into Solar.
And that's the full art Viserys from the Kickstarter promotions. So that's going to be coming down with 5 spirits. Or not 5 spirits, 5 attack, my mistake. And is going to get over the Nobby. Yeah, could you imagine?
Judge in here.
No, the Viserys is going to go off, though, and Jackals is going to get to develop the second one. But knowing that Bo plays Viserys as well, this might open up an avenue for Bo to get over that bunny.
Very true, but with that being said, this is a scary board state for sure. The Poison Tunic coming out, which makes me think that Heliolith might be the option, the savior that Bo was looking for.
Okay, quite notably, the Poison Tunic going down onto what looks like the defense position Viserys. I think you might be dead on the money with that. And down comes the Heliolith, as you just predicted.
Yes, Bo needed a hero, and Heliolith, gleaming like the sun, came in.
Yeah, that is going to let... and a poison-tipped arrow, though, coming down here in response, paying off of that defense position Viserys. So the Poison Tunic is going to fall off. Oh, no, Altar of Stars being played here. Going to Nexus, pay off the Tunic and Nexus from the Tunic to the Heliolith to put that bunny in attack. Jackals is going to be losing his board here, as Bo is still going to get to resolve the Heliolith bounce, which will probably put that Viserys back in hand. And then Heliolith can now walk over the bunny for 2 damage. Quite notably, though, it looks like the bounce didn't go through. I'm not particularly sure why that might be.
But we do see the resolve on the poison-tipped arrow, and even though Bo has a clear board now, they did force Jackals to expend a lot of spirits. That was a heavy investment turn for, honestly, both of our casters here.
Yeah, Jackals taking 2 damage off the swing over the bunny, then having to pay an additional 2 to PTA out that Heliolith. But Jackals not really sweating too much, as down comes another bunny. This is just absolutely insane value from Jackals' side. And notably going to get in for 2 with that. Bunny once again in attack, so I have to imagine they have a back row there to protect it.
Yeah, as we saw from Jackals before with that rabbit in attack, with the Gorgon's Gaze to back it up, I think you're probably right. Also, notably, I have never seen more poison variant cards played in a game in my life than we've seen these past few, which has been kind of cool, honestly.
Bo dropping the one of Equilinks here. Do they have the Demeter follow-up, the classic? Or actually, it doesn't even have to be Demeter. It can be any artifact, because you could even cast your artifacts Misenchanted to get those Earth Spirits on the board.
And that is like exactly what's going to happen. We see the Poison Tunic come out and going to activate.
An Equilink's effect that is going to eat the Gorgons out of Jackals here.
Very interesting that they activated the Gorgons before the Nexus. So they're leaving that Tunic in play, whereas had they not, they would have just had a useless...
I have to imagine that is a little bit of a misplay, as the Viserys could just clean it up after that fact. But down comes an Equilinks of Jackals' own here. Notably, I believe that's that artist collection Equilinks, if I'm not mistaken.
It's so beautiful, gorgeous. I love that Equilinks and would love to have one someday. And we're kind of shifting our cards around here. And that is a Gorgon's Gaze. Again, it looks like
paying
it's
off of the tunic here specifically. But once again, we're seeing the Gorgons happen before the Nexus. Jackals had indicated that they were going to be nexusing from Viserys to Equilinks there.
Which meant
had Bo waited. Oh no, actually no. Bo is absolutely correct here. If they want to conserve the poison tunic spirits, as Viserys would no longer be on the board when the Equilinks goes to use the pop effect, as they would have nexused off the Vis.
So that would have been, it was attached to the Viserys. That does make sense to me. Okay, Bo, I'm sorry we questioned you. You're right.
Clearly, we're not the end-all be-all on knowledge of these kind of game states.
No, and this is one of those tricky situations where, yes, the rule most of the time is wait for them to nexus, wait for them to invest that spirit and commit to it, and then do it. But yeah, this is one of those situations where it's like, use your judgment, use your knowledge of the game. And
so many Gorgons out in this game.
Yeah, this is wild. We see the Gorgon's Gaze onto the Elechic.
Followed up with an Earthquake onto the Viserys. That is, these players are going so fast. I feel like we don't even have time to breathe between plays.
I know, these spirit counts are just like falling very quickly from out.
Notably, ascending the Waspivy misenchanted over the rabbit to get in over that Elechic. Now, notably, even when this Waspivy does get properly enchanted, if that does happen here, Waspivy will not be immune to counter runes, as it only gains that effect if it goes up over the Cyanectar.
That is interesting to note.
But if it does get properly enchanted, it will still have the burn effect if destroyed in battle. But currently not a factor, as it is misenchanted with that Thunder Spirit that was under the bunny. Bo going for an Ambro by the looks of it. I think for an expend to draw after the fact. Not entirely sure what just happened there.
Yeah, that would be really rough considering what Jackals is working with here. But
another Ambro. Oh.
Okay, a second Ambro, and we see an Earth, and an animation.
Earth.
Yeah, that would make sense.
Notably, Bo paying out all of their solar spirits by the looks of it. Guess putting all their eggs into the Earth basket. But quite notably, a Scythe of Demeter has been used here, and I'm judging based on the fact that Sproutier didn't grab a second one in that last game, that we're probably only on one Scythe. And judging by the fact that Heliolith has already gone through, I imagine that we are not on the Lestragon line, and we need to just get the Solar Spirits out of the deck now.
I think you're probably right there, and Bo is simply just going to be taking that damage from Waspivy. And let's see what Bo is able to... the third Ambrosia! No way! We were able to see all three within the course of 2 turns!
And on top of that, recovering another 3 Earths, once again, kind of solidifying that Bo is going all in on the Earth side of their deck here. But it looks like a pass after that. Oh no.
Galaxy? Yes.
Galaxy.
We see Galaxy come out, which, last game, it didn't do too much other than sit there, which that is a lot in the game of the last
right now, Jackals has an 8 attacker and a 5 attacker just sitting on the board. If Eddie was an option, it's no longer an option with that Galaxy. And Bo showing their hand. They drew the Doppelgator brick. No!
Ooh. And this is a scoop, which means that Jackals has won this game 3 and the round. Although we're having a whole conversation here about everything that's going on.
It's actually a very interesting interaction. There's a very specific reason why Galaxy is seeing play for that matchup right now, is because Galaxy is one of those few Elestrals with 5 attack that doesn't die to Nabi. because when Nabi's drop comes into effect, it hits the attack, which is Galaxy's defense.
Yes, the whale arrow question mark. It always comes up, and there are so many interactions. It's also why it's one of the cards that's the reason that we've seen Poison Tipped Arrow drop off a lot in recent tournaments, although you wouldn't know that based on that game that we just watched.
Absolutely. Poison Tipped Arrow putting in work there, namely because of all the Wasp lines. But funny enough, the Wasp didn't really do its Ascension play all too much. It came down as a hard Ascension over a Rabbit there, and mostly just was an 8 attacker that was just getting in for damage. But quite frankly, when you know your opponent doesn't have an Eddy to clean it up, or a Cryoblast to potentially clean it up, might be just the play to go.
Yeah, that is there's no shame in just sitting there as an 8 attacker. And as we saw from one of the previous games, it did come out properly enchanted. It was able to do its whole thing, but Bo immediately punished that, and that was a really cool play.
Yeah, I will say I am glad that we're seeing more of these 2 drops with 8 attack. Wasp Ivy and Tornadian both doing that. They haven't seen a whole lot of play, namely because of the constant threat of Cryoblast. But as Cryoblast has become more and more relegated to side decking rather than to the main deck, these cards are starting to get more of their time to shine.
Yes, definitely. And, you know, it's hard to say, speaking of side deck, I don't know if we really saw many changes at all for our casters this previous match. And we predicted maybe Poison Tunic coming out. No.
Yeah.
And that stayed in.
I have to imagine probably the reason Poison Tunic didn't come out there is because Poison Tunic was probably one of the only artifact options that Bo had access to. And artifacts for this specific deck are so important because they are your Nexus banks. And obviously we didn't see a whole lot of that because Equilinks only came down a couple of times and every time got answered.
Yeah.
But being able to Nexus there, as we saw with, say, Altar of Stars, being able to not only pay the spirit off of that artifact, but then Nexus the other one away. So you're fully conserving your spirits at that point, while also being able to put on pressure. As we saw, that Scythe of Demeter put in a lot of work in basically every game there. Unfortunately, wasn't enough, but it did do work.
Yeah, and notably, it did work even without the Demeter enchant on board to be able to buff up the healing that it was able to do, but showing that it was valuable regardless.
Absolutely. Yeah, the Scythe of Demeter, just being able to recover that spirit, even if you're not getting the full 2 spirits, 1 spirit back can sometimes be that determining factor. Especially with Argo, basically Scythe being able to refund your Argo in a way is really powerful.
That was really cool to see. And it's just another one of these unique kind of fringe lists that we've seen today. We've gotten a lot of variety. Of course, we have had the lunar aggro representation that I think we will be seeing a lot more of as we go on in the day. But has been really, really fun to see these fringe decks, especially with our last 2 casters having done so well, having previously not dropped any games.
Absolutely. I will say probably the card that we have seen the most today and will continue to see the most of today is Nabi. I think that card, being able to put on the amount of pressure that it does, is just so powerful. But I will say what's really funny about it is that in most of the matchups that we've seen, Nabi is not really as powerful because you're playing into Lunar, but there we saw the full power of what Nabi can do if it's playing into a non-lunar or solar strategy.
Yes, absolutely. And that is something that we can see much more of as the day goes on. We're going to be getting into round 4, switching NBT back in. But on that note, we are going to go to a quick break and we'll be right back.
And welcome back, casters. We are still finishing up our round 3 games, getting ready for round 4 of today's absolutely incredible event. Kay has taken out for a break, and we have MBT back on the stream. How are you doing?
I'm doing great. I'm super happy to be here. I think that you have gotten to see some pretty exciting gameplay and decks in my absence, and I hope we can keep the train running.
Absolutely. The last round, I don't think we're going to top that on like absolutely insane gameplay for these top tables before we like kind of narrow down to the cream of the crop. But I am so happy that we got some really big games in. Kind of an update going through our top tables for this last round. We still in our undefeated camp. We have JJPM, Dimax, 6, Aqua Dragon, Caleb.exe, Lavender Sunyata, Jackals, as we saw on our feature match, Viper, Distant Coder, and Spicy Sausage. I believe that is all of them for now. Or is it? Yeah, and yeah, that is all of them for now, but we still do have some top tables games that are kind of wrapping up as we're going through this.
I will say that's miserable to hear. Just a bunch of the Heaven and Friends duelists. Hopefully we can get some casters that aren't subscribed to Distant Coder, but I guess we'll find them as we find them.
Yeah, well, as we saw last round, there are still some pretty interesting decks in this undefeated camp. I can't believe Waspivy is undefeated right now.
Waspivy is like so unbeatable until it gets beaten, and then it just looks terrible and fraudulent.
Yeah, as we were saying in the last round, I think that Waspivy might actually be having kind of its dream run day with Cryoblast not being in people's main decks anymore.
Well, calm down. We're 3 rounds in. We've certainly seen a lot of Cryoblast in the match that you missed. Hopefully, they are able to dodge it for the remainder of the day.
Yeah, but yeah, because Cryoblast really is one of those cards that does clean up specific matchups. Lunar Aggro, shockingly, being one of them.
Yeah.
But as you said, it does come up, but who knows? Maybe Waspivy will have its day. But the funny thing is, I think we only saw one actual proper Waspivy trigger that entire match, and it was done by the opponent casting a Poison Tunic.
Hilarious. Too good.
But with that said, we are still kind of looking through and waiting for this last round to kind of clean up. But in case y'all need a reminder of what we are playing for today, our prizing for the top cut today is still looking absolutely incredible. Just for playing today, you are getting that Tablet Pharaohgeist organized play stamp, as well as a pack of Shattered Stars and 2 packs of one of the core sets for Elestrals. That would be Base Set, Frostfall, Daybreak, or Moonrise. Moving into the actual top cut, though, for our top 16, we are looking at a copy of Atlantis, full art with that gold stamp, as well as a copy of both the Folgorix and the Posthumous starter decks there. Moving into that top 8, we add in one of those Constellation Rare Caprigols with the organized play stamp. Absolutely beautiful card for anyone on that Water Reanimator strat. Moving into top 4, though, those starter decks get swapped out for a full booster box of Moonrise, as well as the addition of an organized play stamp of that full art Coastalith. Still haven't seen Coastalith today, but I'm a believer. Moving into the runner-ups position, we double all of that. You get 2 of the Caprigol, 2 of the Atlantis, 2 of the Coastalith, and 2 full boxes of Moonrise. And finally, for our champion position, we add in 1 more of each of those top cut promos. We add in a full uncut sheet for Moonrise, and of course, that reverse stellar Elestrals champion stamped Bandaloon. Absolutely coveted card right there that I know a lot of our top players are all fiending for right now.
I mean, the number 1 card that I would be fiending for, of course, is the Coastalith, which is just 1 format away from being the must-destroy, unbelievable, format-warping super threat I know it can be.
And I know you want that Coastalith to pair with that Arcolith that you picked up from your own top there.
Oh, well, thank you for noticing. Yes, I do have the Arclith. Yes, it's a beautiful card, but no, it has not made it into any of my decks of late. It's been a rough couple of formats for Mr. Lith.
Yeah, it is unfortunate that Thunder has fallen off as hard as it has, but I do think that Thunder can potentially have another day in the sun, with Zeus being back at 3, at where he belongs, mind you.
Oh, yeah.
You don't keep the God King in a corner.
Well, I appreciate your vote of confidence. I'll believe it when I see it. We've seen already a lot of really impressive decks that I don't think either of us really expected, winning from the Wasp Ivy to the Winjin. I'm excited to see more. We're going to do our best to kind of avoid the players that you're already familiar with, because, I mean, you are going to see a lot of them over the next couple of rounds, as well as the decks that you've already seen some of. So if there's any decks that you want to see, do let us know. We'll do our best to try and get those out for you, try and find some lists that are maybe a little bit off meta, and hopefully piloted by players who are not currently X3.
Absolutely. And speaking of, I think we just got confirmation that a lot of our top tables have now finalized their results here. So I believe we have our full spread of 11 undefeated casters that are still remaining. Our undefeateds currently are in seeded order: Viper, Jackals, 6, Aqua Dragon 82, Adam, Distant Coder, Spicy Sausage, JJPM, Lavender, Sunyata, Dimax, and Caleb.exe. Many of those are familiar names, some of them newer names that I haven't really seen before.
Yeah, no, exciting to see new players and new talent rise to the top. Of course, we are only 3 rounds in, so there's still a lot of game to be played. And there's a lot of mistakes that people can make. I personally am excited to make a significant amount of them while casting, but being in the driver's seat, of course, is a different story. We do have a significant amount of really interesting decks that people are asking about. I'm seeing, let's see, Water Reanimator. I gotta say, not a ton of Water Reanimator remaining in the event, but also not zero. There are a couple of people on the strategy. We'll see how they're doing before we throw you into someone's first game of Elestrals ever. We've also got some people who brought Titan, which I know you were excited about. I've seen a couple of people on Suppression Control, a deck that I believe in my heart of hearts, despite the fact that no data supports that conclusion. As well as Morfrost, a deck that was really powerful at the very start of the Moonrise metagame and has since completely fallen off. So
yeah, that might have been a psyop a little bit there, but I do think the Morfrost cards are absolutely really worth looking at, especially in combination with Blistrix. But speaking of Blistrix, I don't really think we've seen a whole lot of the big mill guy today.
So I went through everybody's lists, and I can say probably there's like 4 or 5 people on Blistrix. Kind of crazy, because week 1, I was looking at all these tweets that, oh my god, Blistrix is going to completely destroy the Moonrise metagame. We need an emergency list banning Snowlet. Only for every Blistrix player who's ever entered an event to go exactly 4-2 and miss on breakers. I think what people are frustrated about, despite the deck's clear amount of power, is that so much of your tournament run is determined by things that are completely out of your control. You can, of course, through preparation, through deck building, give yourself the highest chance to succeed. But like I would say in Analog and Yu-Gi-Oh! Lightsworn, frequently the mills are going to be game determinative, and they're not going to be something that you have much input on.
Absolutely, but we've also seen this exact same story play out multiple times over every set that is released since base set. Let's be completely fair. With Frostfall, it was the doom and gloom that Morfrost is going to be the end-all be-all best deck. With Daybreak, there was the whole doom and gloom about how the Celestlio deck was going to be a tier 0 powerhouse that no one was going to be able to stop. And then coming into Moonrise, we have Blistrix kind of taking that same mantle. We always see these decks get a whole lot of hype behind them, and they'll get a few results here and there, but they won't be these omnipresent threats that people hype them up to be.
Yeah, no, I'm super excited. I am definitely looking forward to seeing people try and potentially fail with the powerful combo decks in the format. And honestly, if top 8 is just 8 Lunar aggro, I'm okay with that too. That's completely fine.
Yeah, let's showcase the cool decks while we still can.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Not to imply that the BlueStacks Dream won't carry you into Top Cut. It very much could. But we should mention that I believe this is going to be a top 8 event, right?
Yes.
While prizing descends all the way to top 16, only the top 8 will enter the playoff stage. So the margins on this are pretty tight. Not every X2 is going to clear. As a result, you want to be taking your lumps late in the day. We are 4 rounds in. It's okay to start losing, but ideally you will remain in as long as you can.
Absolutely. I think we've kind of come to the realization that most, if not all, of the X1s will make it, but generally there's only like 1 or 2 X2s that will break into that top cut. And generally it is the ones who make it all the way to the end before losing that second game.
Oh, we've got some crazy matchups already. I'm looking at Dimax versus Caleb at table 1. Oh my goodness.
And I'm seeing a couple of really interesting matches. Yeah, you're absolutely right. We're still not quite sure which match we're going to be showcasing here. Still trying to get that determined here. But you're absolutely right, Joseph. There are some really interesting ones on the table that are going to be playing out. Like you said, Dimax versus Caleb is probably one of the big name ones there. But we also have matches like Spicy Sausage versus Viper, which is also going to probably be one to keep an eye on. Still determining, though, where we want to showcase, as we do want to showcase something as interesting as possible for you all.
I do want to mention real quickly that the deck that Spicy Sausage's opponent is on is really cool. I think there's like still a lot of really fun stuff to be watching. I'm actually eyeing Brewlock versus Bean Soldier at table 16. How did that happen?
That is because Bean Soldier and Distant Coder got matched against each other in the last round. A little bit of friendly fire there, and looks like Distant Coder came out on top.
Ooh, that's bad news for the boy. But when it comes to taking 1 L, that's pretty much the exact breaker you want.
Yeah, you want the 2 Elestriad champions going at it to for that one there.
Mm-hmm.
But with that said, there are definitely still some pretty interesting ones on the table. But kind of looking a little bit to the future on this here, not only are we all playing for some incredible prizing today, but we're also going to have some pretty incredible prizing for our next big premiere event that we're going to be having on March 8th. Coming up here. That is going to be, I believe, the last premiere event that we'll be having before Dallas, if I am not mistaken on that. I might be a little bit wrong on the timing on that, but I'm fairly certain that's correct. And obviously we have our prizing updates going into March. That puts our current month of Shattered Stars on the promo slate there. A participation promo of that Lycris stained glass with the organized play stamp. The top cut prizing for Island of Aeolia, Pelicarius, and Aviolith. Obvious big hits there. And of course, the champion promo there of the Galaxair Reverse Stellar with the Elestrals champion stamp. Cannot be overstated just how absolutely coveted that particular card is going to be.
All right, looks like we are getting prepared for our match. Oh, we've got a good one. I'm checking these individual decks. Folks, I'm loving them.
Oh, yes, we do have some really interesting ones on the table for you today. Getting a little bit of confirmation before we fully reveal our match, but we are still able to see some pretty interesting matches on the whole here. We are not just cutting straight into lunar aggro mirrors in that regard. With that said, it looks like our match is going to be Rybot versus I am terribly sorry. I am horrible at pronunciation.
I got it. Garrulous Servid.
Thank you. I am horrible at pronunciation, and I did not want to butcher that.
Well, I am not any better. The difference is I am less aware. I'm Googling it right now. Servid is a deer, and garrulous means to be talkative. I hate to do this. I can immediately tell what's going on here, Garrulous Servid. That's a chum handle. I know it's a chum handle. You don't have to hide it from me. We're all friends here. We've all read the same stuff.
With that said, though, we're not going to reveal obviously what these decks are that they are playing until they are revealed to you all, to kind of keep it a little bit more hush hush. But you guys are in for a treat with this one. We're not looking at the same standard meta that we have been. But with that said, we are going to be beginning our round 4 match here. It looks like Geralt is going to be going first for this one. And I think we're just waiting on the all clear to begin the games here. Absolutely just cannot wait to see how this match plays out.
So I believe both of these players are 2-1 at this point. So from this position, you kind of have to win the remainder of your rounds. It's possible that the loser goes on to be one of the few X2s that makes it into Top Cut. It's just not particularly likely.
Geralt going for the expend to draw here, kind of taking a little bit of a slower opening. Setting one and passing, though. Even though the expend to draw, I think we've talked about this a little bit in the past, but even though the expend to draw kind of seems like it might be a little bit of a weaker start, when so many of the big Elestrals right now are reactive plays, it kind of actually is a good call to just take the slower strategy and build up your resources early.
Yeah, the upside to going first now doesn't feel like you get to stick your rabbit and like sit on it for a couple of turns. Instead, it seems like you get the first crack at resolving something like a werepup. And absent having that card, it usually is just preferable to get another card in your hand. Looks like Rybot is going to expend as well. We're seeing a Vipyro, incorrect art, sent to the underworld there as we try to land a Spectaris. This is like the midpoint between a proactive play and a reactive one. Something that demands an immediate response despite the fact that it's not like that threatening.
And Rybot's going to be following that up with a Misenchanted Zeus with a fire. What?
Nah, come on. It could be anything.
I guess they need the Nexus Bank
right,
for a Kindleo coming down here.
So unsurprisingly, Rybot's on Fire Nexus. I love this deck. This is maybe my favorite deck in the format. Gorgon's Gaze coming down on the Kindleo. That's the linked effect, so it does actually perform the Nexus. You get 2 on it, and it's kind of a sitting duck for the Spectress. The deal with Fire Nexus is that, as we've seen in so many matches against BlueStacks, against Like a Void, against all manner of big untargetable guy, the lack of invoke runes that deal with individual Elestrals is a huge problem. And Fire Nexus is the deck that gets to deal with that. However, it's not the most insane thing that's going on right now.
Fawnlet coming down here, notably able to grab an Artemis out of the deck here. That is incredible. So for those of you who are not super familiar with Fawnlet, it is kind of, in a way, Elechic, but specifically for Artemis here. And Artemis, when it comes down onto the board, will boost Fawnlet's defense by 1 for every spirit enchanting it. It looks like we are on some kind of a lunar nexus strategy in a way, and I have to imagine it's for Posthumous. If it, like, you're playing Fawnlet here, it probably is. But Artemis notably going ahead and going off of it here for the suppression, and it looks like a pass from there. So notably, Artemis's suppression lasts between the turns. Therefore, this Kindleo being suppressed does mean that it cannot use its Nexus effect this turn.
The thing it can do, though, is attack. The Fawnlet here, a little bit of a sitting duck. I really like Fawnlet as a replacement for Elechic, just because Elechic feels so frustrating that it can flex between all these different runes. I love Fawnlet because it only gets the 1, but if you already have Artemis in hand, you can instead get its Theraheart. We're going for a Zeus here. Are we misenchanting this one as well? Cards on the table. No,
nope.
We're going in. I mean, that makes sense. If you have another Kindleo, you followed up a Nexus off the Kindleo, no reason to double up.
Yeah.
Doing that would be crazy here because we'd be able to pop both the Fawnlet and the Spectress, and instead we're getting an Ash Rabbit. Ash Rabbit here is a very interesting card. It can target runes and spirits, so it's kind of a whack Ambrosia in a lot of scenarios. One of the very few good receive Elestrals for fire. We're going to do that, get a Vipyro back.
Yeah, that Vipyro, it really only had 3 choices. You had Zeus, Vipyro, Vipyro. So you basically give your opponent no option there. Notably, though, Zeusing down the Spectaris and then running it over with Kinlio. So while this Fawnlet does get to survive a turn, it really is just kind of still a sitting duck here. As with Artemis only being at 2 spirits, it does mean that Fawnlet's defense is kind of, I believe it caps out at 4 at this point. Notably, though, the Comalus. Yeah, there's the Comalus coming down, though. Going to be able to Nexus up one of those Artemis spirits to search for any Spectral Elestral. Now, notably, Spectral Elestrals kind of does encompass most of Lunar's pool right now, but most notably does include the Posthumous, and there it is.
It's a little concerning here if you're Rybot. I imagine you would be shotgunning that Gorgons if you had the opportunity. Just a great opportunity not only to get your opponent no ad off of the Comalus, but also to protect your Kinlio. If it survives until next turn, you feel really good. So if you're Servid, you probably start reading that that is not in the back row, and that it's time to start trying to get as aggressive as possible here. The Comalus going in, probably going to get, tsunami'd rather. Everything switched to defense position, and time for a big Kinlio push.
Yeah, this is huge. The fact that Kinlio is coming into this turn not suppressed, not only does that mean it's going to be able to probably get off its Nexus pop completely unimpeded, as Servid has no back row, but also quite notably, that does mean that Ash Rabbit is going to get another proc here, which that is very dangerous to just let happen. Granted, there's not a whole lot that can be done at this point. Rybot is opting for the expend to draw, as basically you're going to give them a choice of 2 cards or a spirit, and how often are you going to give them one of those cards back?
Exactly. It's really interesting to think about Ambro here. Ooh, wow, that's unbelievable. Any Invoke rune here turns this Ash Rabbit from bad Ambrosia to unbeatable format warping super threat. You're able to target the Ambro and the Tsunami and the Zeus in grave. I imagine you hand them back to Zeus, but even that's horrifying. I mean, this Fire Nexus is just the #1 deck in the format you cannot have no back row against. It punishes so completely and so consistently that we are going to see a huge pop off this turn. I think here going for the Comalus, getting the 6 spirit differential, using Ash Rabbit, targeting all 3 cards. You probably give back the Zeus, but even so, you're really caught between a rock and a hard place here. Bad news for Servid.
I don't know if you want to pop the Comalus there, honestly. Comalus only has 2 defense, and Fawnlet right now, though it is a little bit bigger, it is still, I believe, is it? I keep forgetting, is Kinlio a 3 attacker or a 4 attacker?
Kinlio's a 3 attacker.
Yeah, so currently this Fawnlet has 3 defense, if I'm not mistaken.
Did we miss it? Oh, we're Zeusing it down. Okay.
Okay. Well, even still, though, I kind of feel like you almost take the Kinlio pop on the Fawnlet so you can just walk over the Comalus anyways. You're not into back row, so it's not like there's anything that could potentially stop that, and that preserves a Zeus.
The upside of this one is that... No, the math still ain't mathin'. I think you're right.
Yeah.
Nobby here coming down, huge punish.
Yeah, this Nobby is going to absolutely clean up this board state if Rybot's back row is not live, but he's flipping. They're flipping it up here. There's the shield. Yeah,
this one's rough because it was a little telegraphed. There was a turn in which a shield would have been a blowout and went for a Tsunami instead because there were 2 critters on board. But the way that Rybot's been playing that shield seemed pretty inevitable, and now you just get to walk away with it. You can re-enchant the Ash Rabbit. You can Nexus to the Kinlio. I mean, it's just so miserable.
Yeah, it's gonna. That's absolutely just gonna be critical, I think. Oh, and down comes the Hurricane.
It seems unnecessary, but when you're ahead this far in spirits, when you're so in control of the game, you take these 1-for-1s in Fire Nexus, even if they cost you like this 6 spirit differential, because you always have the Ash Rabbit, you're always going to be ahead, you always have the ability to cycle back Ambrosias, and you always have the ability to pressure. Here going for the Rumacole, one of my favorite cards in this set. Did you know this is a Golem?
Yes, I did actually know that this is a Golem, namely because I am a lot more familiar with its Earth counterpart, Rumagem, in that regard. But Rumacole being able to grab the Volcanic Forge out of the deck, I'd imagine Rybot might be considering firing it here just to protect against that Nobby coming down the next turn. But at the same time, like, you know the Nobby's coming. Yeah,
you could go for Forge, Nexus onto the Ash Rabbit, get a powerful back row rune back, and then do 5, and then the Nobby can't get into a doppelganger because you're out of spirits. Oh my
Oh,
god,
Stoke the
as
Forge
well.
too.
Oh, this deck is so crazy, so quick.
So quite notably, though, Ash Rabbit I don't think guaranteed picks up a big counter rune here, as I believe Rybot's only counter rune options are Tsunami and Shield in the discard right now, and Ash Rabbit needs 3 options in order to guarantee the big pushback.
Yeah, we'd have to pick an Ambro, which still puts you in an unlosable position.
It really does here, especially as you do already have the spirits on the board. Obviously, if you're Rybot, you're going to try to take the big push while you still have it. I mean, dropping your opponent here to between 2 and 3 spirits is still an insane push, nonetheless.
Yeah, I mean, you maybe even don't do the Nexus, because if they go Nabi into Doppelganger, that's all their remaining spirits, and you have like a known Kindleo in hand. If the Stadium Rune sticks that can proc, it legitimately might be worth just passing, just getting into.
Yeah, it looks like they're going to opt to not go for the Nexus. Or no,
we're
looks
going
like
for the Nexus. We're deciding what we're Nexusing to and from. We could just lose Rumacol as well. Yeah, we're moving around. We're going to protect the Rumacol.
Yeah, going under the Rumacol here. Quite notably, Rumacol, effectively by its own effect here, does get 2-1 from the Volcanic Forge rather than 1-1. Just kind of how the maths out at the end of the day. So I believe this Rumacol is currently sitting at 6 attack. So, but the problem is that's not enough to block the big push from the Doppelganger, as you'll get the 2 drop from the Nabi coming down here, and then the Doppelganger will drop it by probably another 2 and just walk over at that point.
The margins for Servid are so small right now, I think it's not going to matter, but I really don't like that. I love with Fire Nexus just being super, super, super aggro, especially with a known copy of Kindleo in hand, just daring them to go all the way in. Here we get to eat the entire board. We do have the Kindleo in hand, so we know the game's over regardless, but...
Yeah, and we have the Ash Rabbit still on board, so we're going to get a recover back.
Yeah, this is going to be 3 into the 2 Spirit deck.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. Yeah, we know there's no back row from Servid. We know that this is the game.
This is kind of a rough game for Servid. It seems like one that they absolutely would have been in, but for the lack of back row.
Yeah, that is unfortunate, but sometimes that's just the way the deck shuffles there. Rybot taking this game 1, as we're going to give our casters a little bit of time to side here. But very interesting matchup, Fire Nexus versus a Lunar Nexus strategy here, and definitely one of the more interesting ones that we have left on the table at this point.
Yeah, for sure. It's really rough also from the Lunar player's perspective. I want to really quick shout out Garrula Servid's deck name. This is, I had a mental breakdown, but a pretty woman in the woods gave me a moose, and now I feel better. I appreciate that one.
I will say,
in terms of the side deck, yeah, go ahead.
I was gonna say I do appreciate it when players put really funny names on their deck submissions. I know that back with the premiere event that happened in Atlanta, I knew that Caleb was going to be commentating it, so I named the deck. I put Frost in your 5s, Caleb, specifically as I call out to him. But I do appreciate when players put the funnier names on their deck list submissions.
It's nice for us. They're all going to turn into big booty beatdown in the top cut graph anyway, but we appreciate it. If you're the Lunar Nexus player here, things are really rough. You already have the ability to board into powerful cards like Dense Fog if you are playing them, which really effectively wall some of the power cards in Fire Nexus. I'm talking about Kindleo, of course. But the rest of the stuff in side decks actually isn't super helpful. Things like Divine Blessing aren't super available. Resting on your laurels is kind of counterintuitively bad. You'd think it'd be good because the Nexus deck is always going to be ahead on spirits, but because they can control the Nexus, you'll almost never hit the card that you want to. It's really frustrating trying to deal with a deck like this from the perspective of someone who just lost game 1. Inversely, this Lunar Nexus deck does have a lot of really rough things that can be boarded in against it. Even a lot of the main deck runes like Gorgon's Gaze kind of eat it alive, but also stuff you might see out of the board like Thunderstorm or powerful rune removal tools can make this a tough match to win.
Absolutely, and quite notably though, on this lunar Nexus strategy, something we didn't see that entire game was any of the lunar phase stuff. I have to wonder if they are even playing it right now. But I would have to
certainly
imagine
you're playing full moon, right?
Yeah, they have to be playing full moon because that's like one of the best lunar Nexus tools. But again, notably, we just didn't see it that game, and I just wonder like how much of it is in their deck, if at all. With that said, though, it looks like we are getting ready for game 2 here. Looks like Servid is going to be going first and immediately goes for the Funny Bunny, that Astrabbit. Gonna get that replacement to their hand. It's basically like expending to draw, but you get to pick the card.
Yippee!
And also it puts a 5 on the board, which I heard the number 5 is good. With that said, though, it basically comes down to how much do you want to commit to your board after the fact. And as we've seen multiple times throughout the day, Hurricane is a card. So I think putting down 1 here is probably the safer option, knowing that your opponent is on a deck that doesn't just have spot removal for your back row. Looks like Rybot going for a Funny Bunny of their own here.
Yeah, to be honest, I'm surprised they found room for it.
Yeah, Fire Nexus is just one of those decks that is very tight. But like we see the Funny Bunny resolve. Very notably, Servid is not flipping up a poison-tipped arrow here. So I have to imagine that that is not the back row. But as we've kind of seen throughout the day, poison-tipped arrow has kind of fallen off in popularity compared to the other counter runes in the suites.
Yeah, no, some individuals are just cutting it entirely, playing it out of the board against decks that are, I guess, more traditional when they're on the play. It is really frustrating to be like, oh, yeah, what are the best cards in the format? Well, there's one guy who's immune to Poison-Tipped Arrow, and even if you activated it, you would take 7 in the process. But here would have been powerful either versus the Astrabbit or against the Fawnlet, which we have found a second time.
And quite notably with this Fawnlet, I believe that's a Stellar Fawnlet, if I'm seeing that correctly. And that's an absolutely beautiful card.
I didn't even know this card came Stellar.
Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, it's the Posthumous starter deck one.
Posthumous starter can have a Stellar copy of Theraheart in it?
No, Fawnlet? A Fawnlet, yes. The starter decks can potentially come with a Stellar version of their 1-drop for their main Ascension line. So like the Fulgorix one potentially has Stellar Nobby, which is really cool.
Okay, so the reason that I had that little vocal mess up there was because there is a Theraheart on field.
Oh, yeah, no, Servid grabbed the Theraheart to add to hand off the Fawnlet, which kind of gives us the read that maybe maybe Servid already has the Artemis in the grip.
Either Artemis in the grip or the values the Theraheart a little bit more. That's a Stellar Theraheart also, by the way.
Yeah,
this is like the most pimped out Fawnlet deck I've ever seen in my life.
Notably, the Stellar Theraheart, I believe, is a tournament pack Stellar, so not quite as impressive as that serialized Fawnlet there.
I find them all impressive.
Fair enough.
But Fire Nexus taking the 1-for-1 Hurricane challenge. I love it.
Notably, the set Hurricane. They set Hurricane
pro
as their
set heavy. We've seen so much pro set heavy here today.
It is such a good mind game, though, because you see your opponent set one, you're like, oh, okay, they're not gonna Hurricane me because they're setting back row too. No, they'll Hurricane you. It's just the Hurricane is what is set.
I'll go to bat for the opposite. I think pro set heavy is a complete scam tactic. I think it's so bad. Here it got a 1-for-1. We spent a turn developing nothing. I don't know. I think it's like a trick you pull off on Dueling Book.
I think it's a good strategy when Hurricane is at more than 1 copy. Let's put it that way.
I guess that's fair.
Notably, Rummikole came down here for the normal cast for the turn, and following up with a Volcanic Forge, makes this Rummikole a 4 attacker, and is able to walk over the Fawnlet with absolutely no issues. So Rybot with one in the back row there, kind of just passing it back to Servid, see if Servid can do something with that Theraheart that they added. But now with a Lunar Ascension point off the board, it might be a little bit harder.
God, I love Fire Nexus.
And down comes the Nobby. The Nobby here. this Nabi is gonna eat that Rumakul alive. Sadly, it will not be able to just walk over the whole board as this rabbit is in defense. And a tsunami
will
coming
be able to
down.
walk over nothing.
Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna kind of go to bat here. I kind of think that you don't care if this Nabi goes over your Rumakul, because if they burn the Doppelgator when they can't really get a push out of it, is it really that bad?
Yeah, you're always happy to get into a position where you can like land a Kindleo with the Volcanic Forge up, which this would be like an amazing opportunity to do that. The back row, I think, is why we're doing the Tsunami, because that play is way punished by Gorgon's Gaze. We'll see if it paid out as we land the Kindleo here, and I imagine go for it.
Yeah, definitely looking to Nexus off the Forge. I would imagine. Okay, going on to the Rumakul here. Quite
Yeah,
notably,
no reason
though,
not to put all our eggs in one basket.
Yeah, I guess so. Kinleo, that is interesting. Kinleo taking out the Nabi here. I almost wonder if you would have preferred to take out the rabbit. Oh, nope, there's the second
Okay, we are going to take out the rabbit.
So we're going to take out the rabbit, as this Rumakul is now a 6 attacker and is very quickly going to spin things out of control. Rybot,
I don't know, though. I really have to agree with your play, Law. I feel like definitely we were meant to let the Doppelgator happen, put Servid down a couple of spirits, and then just slam the Kindleo if this was always the play.
Well,
because now Servid's at 15.
Yeah, but at the same time, now Rumakul got to stay on the board, and Rumakul was able to clean up the rabbit doing that. So I definitely see the value in Rybot's line. Notably, though, Servid, I think, just went for a pass there. This is a terrible position to be in if that's the case. Now, Fire Nexus can just spiral out of control with their advantage. And
we're seeing was that a re-enchant?
There's a re-enchant to the Ast Rabbit. So Ast Rabbit's going to get another look at 3, and that is going to get kind of out of control here pretty quickly. I'd imagine Rybot's probably looking for something like a Stoke the Forge so that they can prep up another Kindleo.
Stoke the Forge in order to get like a receiver for the Kindleo, Ambro, just to ensure that you don't get locked out of this game. There's so many good spirits here, and importantly, the other thing that Fire Nexus gets to do is play native Lavalith. So there's also an argument that you just need to be adding those. Here, just hitting for 5, putting Servid down to 9, saying you've got 1 turn to figure this out because I am too big. And as you can see, we're in a position where, like I said in boarding, resting doesn't solve the problem, you know?
Very notably there, Servid expending 2 Earth Spirits, so that cuts off Earth.
Giving up on the EQ dream.
Yeah, what probably makes sense. EQ doesn't really clean up
no,
an expended draw! Oh no!
Tsunami or bust, baby.
Yeah, it really is tsunami or bust at this point. But the question there's the Ambrosia coming down.
That's a beautiful Ambro, by the way. Holy moly.
Yeah, that full art Ambrosia, absolutely gorgeous. Actually got one of those myself pretty recently. Absolutely beautiful card. And there goes
now we can see what the hand is looking like. All right.
It's all Ambro.
I get the picture. But it's so frustrating that Servid has to do this to put themselves up to 15, because if they go under like 10, this Fire Nexus deck can just kill you. And be like, all right, take 9.
Yeah, I mean, Servid has effectively bought themselves 1 more turn with all of these Ambros. But sadly, the fact that 2 Ambros buys you 1 turn is not a great position to be in.
Rybot, you're getting me pilled on this deck again. You can't do this to me. You don't know how much I've sacrificed.
Rybot looking over what specifically he wants to do here. I have to imagine the consideration is going for another re-enchant rabbit to try and get a little bit more advantage pushed here. It's either that or I don't even know at this point. Is that a Warmite? That is a Warmite coming down. That is a card we haven't seen in a little while here.
So, full disclosure, Fire is really hurting for receive Elestrals. It's this guy or Torchin, and we're not playing Torchin. All right, back to Servid. Servid's looking at their grip. Just, it would have to be like an unbelievable sequence of cards here. And no, just reveals, oh no, all 2 drops. That's Theraheart, Zeus, Artemis, Fawnlet, Doppelgator. Oh, that is rough. And Rybot reveals no stone unturned. We're golden.
Oh my gosh. not only can that grab the, quite notably, not only can that grab the Rumacol, as you mentioned, is a golem, but also can grab Lavalith out of the deck, and that is sometimes just the killer piece on top.
We can reveal this because they're done. They're also playing Unk. They're on Arcolith as well.
No shot!
Yeah, they're just playing all the golems in the world. The deck's name is Fire Golems.
I love it. I absolutely love it. And I will say I'm very happy that we're seeing more and more of these subclass representations coming through. Like, obviously, Insectoid is probably the one that most people care about, as it's the Ardbud one. But then you've also got golems through No Stun Unturned. Obviously, you have bears, which bears are bears. But then you also have Spectral getting the relevance through the Comalis. Ethereal has that relevance through Exaltus. And I think Ethereal is probably one of those that should never be slept on, as Astravit is, in fact, an Ethereal. But just, I'm glad that we're getting more and more of these subclass representations, as it's not something you see very often.
Yeah, no, we haven't had like an Archetypes Matter type scenario in Elestrals yet. Cool to see that they are coming to pass.
Yeah.
Outside of what, like Exaltus searching Ethereals?
I think that before this, the only instance of like the subclass being relevant is specifically bears.
Bears.
Because you got Don't Poke the Bear. Fun fact, by the way, the runes are also Ursa subclassed, so
funny.
It's really funny. But I am glad to see more and more of these actually becoming relevant in that regard. Golems is one that is so stacked right now, though, because of all of the lifts.
Well, real quick, I do want to thank Servid real quick for enabling the Elestrals staff to get some value out of the Fawnlit animation. That cost over $400,000, and we were finally able to use it after 6 weeks of it being in the tank.
I will say, I saw the Calf-Mel animation a couple rounds ago from that Solar Shield
Calf-Mel's
deck.
good!
I love Calf-Mel. I'm so happy that it actually gets to show the animation. I don't think we've seen a Pharaohgeist animation yet on stream, though, and
thank the Lord for that.
I will say, I kind of was hoping that a Lunar Nexus deck here would be able to drop a Pharaohgeist on us, but it looks like it was more focused on Postamoose, which is understandable. If you're playing the Fawnlit line, you probably do want to stick full into Postamoose, but I do wish that we could see Pharaohgeist hit the board one time, just once, and then never again. But yeah, getting confirmation in the back that we do have a couple animations that are cooked up, but they're for Elestrals that we haven't really seen hit the board. But in the meantime, though, kind of looking over how some of these top tables are playing out, looks like for matches here, we have Caleb.exe winning over Dymax, which is probably one of the more major ones there, as both of them very well-known players. Dymax, multiple tops through these premier events. Caleb being a regular on the casters table here. Then we also have Spicy Sausage taking the game over Viper, which probably was one of the bigger upsets, though, because Viper was top-seeded going into this round.
Viper's deck is really cool. I'm so excited to see it.
Yeah, a lot of the other undefeateds are still playing out right now. We do have some interesting ones down in the X1 category, though, looking like they're finishing out. Waldemar K taking it over Bo, which is a very interesting one. Bo being the artifact deck that we saw in the last round. Interesting to see how that one's playing out as well. But with that said, though, even though we are kind of wrapping up our coverage of this round a little bit early, definitely stick around for that. And also, we have another major event coming up just down the pipeline as well. If you're looking for a prep for Dallas, we've got our casual webcam nights also that are still on our schedule here. We're doing those, I believe, every Tuesday and Thursday, if I am not mistaken, with our next ones coming up being the February 25th and 27th ones. These are wonderful events if you're just trying to get your toes dipped into the Elestrals metagame, as these are free tournaments to play in that you can just come in, get a couple rounds in, play your fun decks, try something new out. I believe we're looking at these kind of being great preparatory events for Dallas coming down the pipeline, as obviously we only have so many of these we only have so many of these tournaments before Dallas gets here. We're trying to do some prep for that. This is your option to get into there.
Yeah. These casual format events are really fun. There is a ton of opportunities to try out your cards in a scenario where it's not so cutthroat. You're not going to be playing against Lunar Aggro every game. Instead, you may just be playing against A-Drive, rocking a bunch of cards that you've never seen before, and no one else has access to. It's always a ton of fun. People have a great time doing it, and I really would recommend for any people who are considering playing Elestrals to check out these casual tournaments and see if you can make something happen.
Absolutely. And like you said, sometimes you do just get paired against Maximilian Pegasus rocking up with cards that you've never seen before and getting absolutely rocked for it, but it's okay. It's a fun time all around. And quite frankly, I'm glad that we have these casual events, but also currently going on, we have our illustration contest, which is a very big deal all in all. If you're looking to flex your creative muscles, you can basically draw up your favorite art of your favorite Elestral from base set, Frostfall, Daybreak, or Moonrise. Draw in the style that you like, in the scene style that you like, and just submit it to the team. And a couple of them will get picked out here, if I'm not mistaken. Or I think it's the grand prize there is the one that's going to get picked out. Yeah, sorry. Grand prize, you'll get a Moonrise creator box, an uncut sheet of Moonrise, and 4 copies of your card that will be made into an official card signed by A-Drive himself, as well as a cash prize of $100. The submission deadline, though, is coming up very rapidly. Quite notably, that is March 2nd, which is a week from today. So if you want to be able to participate in that, you should probably get on that.
I do like in any scene that you'd like. Let me see. What if Starbit went to the movies? What if Platypulse was at McDonald's? What if Voldusk was green and purple? The possibilities are endless.
And also, I'm getting some clarification here. There will be 8 total winners, but 1 grand prize winner.
Yeah,
which that's awesome to see.
Regardless, I'm super excited to see what comes of it. I'm super excited to see what people are able to make happen in these casual events. And I'm super excited to see what we are going to see as a result of the games that are played out today. Will it precipitate this huge metagame shift? What's going to be the outcome of our second to last event before the big one?
Yeah, we got to get in as much of that prep for Dallas as we possibly can. As many of y'all have probably already heard, we will not be having any major balance updates prior to Dallas, I think, unless something absolutely game-breaking gets discovered. But most likely, no balance updates before Dallas. We'll probably be seeing the first big shakeup for Moonrise post-Dallas.
We have an unbelievable round update. Brewlock has 2-0'd Bean Soldier TV.
No way!
That's crazy.
That is incredible. Bean Soldier, being one of the top competitors for many seasons at this point, suddenly dropping games like that. Obviously, though, one of his drops was to his own teammate Distant Coder.
Oh, Brewlock's good too. I like the deck that he's rocking.
Yeah, Brewlock's a major player. I'm glad to see them doing well here.
I do think we can unequivocally say now, though, that Josh is washed. I mean, I feel like that goes without saying at this point.
No, Josh did what he needed to do. He got a lot of people pilled on the idea of more Frost, and then immediately
didn't play it again.
Taking L's. Love you, Josh. We love you, man. But yeah, like you said, there are still a lot of really big games being played out here in this top cut, or not top cut, in this in our top brackets. Correction, sorry.
Mm-hmm. No, a lot of cool decks, a lot going on. I am glad we did get to see a little bit of the Pasta Moose deck. I would also like to see some Titan. I'd like to see some Suppression. We love Water Reanimator. We love more Frost. We love Voldusk. It's just going to depend on if those players can keep winning.
Yeah, honestly, I'm hopeful that we can see some of these diverse decks continue to do well, continue to play through, because I don't want the top cut to just be all the same stuff. But
yeah, no, it won't be for sure.
Yeah.
I will say, if you are enjoying the stream, if you are enjoying the gameplay here today, please do give the channel a little bit of a subscribe. Let's see if I don't know if it works on live, but if you say subscribe to the channel, the little button turns rainbow. I guess we'll have to see when the live stream catches up. And additionally, if you like the stream, it will be served to more people, so please do so as well. If you have any ideas as to what we should look at in the next round, that's going to be commentated by myself and K-Cray, please let us know in the chat. We are reading it against our better judgment, and we are trying our best to obey your commands. Another huge misstep on our part, I'd imagine.
I will say we are getting some really good suggestions for matches that we want, that the chat wants to see, all in all, and we are trying our best to cater to that. Like I said before, we don't want it to all just be the same decks over and over again that y'all have seen before. Though I think we will probably have to dip a little bit into that as we are getting closer and closer to our top cut here. We are officially halfway through all of our Swiss rounds for the day. We're 4 down, I believe 3 to go.
Yes, 3 more Swiss rounds, and then 3 of top cut as well.
With that said, though, still looking at some absolutely incredible decks here. I know we've talked a little bit about some of the lunar options, and obviously you've mentioned Infornax is something that you'd want to see on the stream today. Are there any other big Elestrals out of Moonrise that you're hopeful to see, like something like your favorite Elestral for Moonrise in that regard?
Well, the card that I am really excited for, and I know is in some lists. We're going to have to do our best to field a list that includes this card, but it's Necrolith. One of the only lists to see just flat-out 0 play, probably alongside Coastalith, despite the fact that I think it's incredibly powerful. In decks that are playing Fawnlet, are playing Artemis, are playing Dense Fog. This card is just Necrotol, a card so good that we call cards with this effect Necrotols to this day, despite the fact that it's like older than 90% of the people watching the stream. It's good even if you can't use its Lith ability, where you are able to normal cast it, provided your opponent has 2 suppressed cards. As long as they have a suppressed card, it just destroys it. We watched in Fire Nexus just how powerful targeted removal can be, and how hard it is to access it in a world with only 1 copy of Earthquake. I want to see Necrolith pop off. I think it's very possible, and I know there are some people still at top tables who are playing the card. How about you?
Personally, I will say, though he's not my favorite Elestral from this set, something I do want to see kind of going in the same vein as Necrolith is Aviolith. We have seen a whole lot of Hurricane today and a whole lot of playing around Hurricane, but we haven't seen some of those other options that kind of add in that mind game to the Hurricane play, specifically in that of Aviolith and Gloombat, that kind of also give you options for playing into and around big sets there. We haven't really seen a whole lot of that, and I think that Aviolith is probably one of the more interesting ones, as it just is pure advantage generation, which is something that Wind does really want to see in their games. Again, I'm hopeful that we see some kind of a wind box within Fornax, kind of like you mentioned, but I'm hopeful that we see Aviolith at some point today as well, though I'm not going to get my hopes up too much.
We've seen him before. He's so crazy when he resolves. He just doesn't resolve often.
Yeah, and I think a lot of people are kind of not too big on Aviolith because it kind of has, in a way, that the same thing as Verdalith, where Verdalith saw some play because of its utility through its effect back in like Frostfall, Daybreak metagame, or back in those metagames, but unfortunately kind of fell out of favor because it's more defensive. And with your big drops, you're not really wanting defensive, you're wanting offensive.
Mm-hmm. I think that's going to do it for us for the moment. We are going to toss you over to the BRB screen, and we will BRB. That was a pretty fast clash, so we still do have about, I want to say, 8 or 9 minutes left in the round. But right after that, we're going to be back. We're going to be looking for cool matchups, and we're going to be met with myself and K-Cray.
Absolutely. Stay tuned, everyone. You don't want to miss some of these clashes that are coming up.
And welcome back to round 5 of today's Elestrals webcam tournament. I am one of your two casters, MBT, and I'm joined once again by K-Cray. How are you doing here today?
I'm good. I am two of your two casters here on the screen with you today. And we are making our way through this tournament pretty quickly, already going into, oh my gosh, round 5 next turn?
5 of 7. And when it comes to Swiss, we'll be doing 3 of Top Cut, and then we're good.
Yeah, and then we're all done for the day. We're clocking out. We're probably going to bed. It's been a long day. I'm particularly excited as we get into these later rounds and we start to see some of the statistics and what cards are being played and see if there are any upsets based on the decks I've seen people play. I think we're probably going to have pretty similar looking.
At present, it is looking like there's going to be a lot of lunar aggro, but that's not all that's going to be played. Spicy Sausage is on a pretty interesting deck that you got to check out in your commentated match with the Law. Currently undefeated at XO, playing against another undefeated person for round 5. Adam, who we got to see in round 3 with the Cockaray into Dracoray Tornadjan deck, also undefeated 4-0 as well. Some big names in the community, JJPM, Caleb, and Distant Coder, also all undefeated. But everyone else is X1, which means that those Top Cut slots are still up for grabs. We got to see a lot of really cool stuff like, I don't know if you saw the last match, but Fawnlet and Theraheart, though unfortunately was not able to take that match, looked really cool. And of course, I'm a big Fire Nexus truther.
I knew you were living your best life in that last match. I love the whole Fawnlet line. I unintentionally got Fawnlet Theraheart nails, so I've been very much repping them for the entire month, and it was good to see them get a little love, if not, actually popping off, and really anyway, but that happens.
It is what it is. There's a lot of really excellent decks that are still in the event, that are still able to theoretically make it into top 8, which of course we'll know about in just a couple of rounds. I'm looking at Ann Titan, one of the cool cards from Moonrise. I'm looking at this Suppress Control deck. I've got my eye on Necrolith. There's a couple of people who are repping it. There are still some duelists playing Morfrost. Oh my goodness. Can you believe it?
Thank you, Bean Soldier.
Yeah. Unfortunately, Bean Soldier is not one of those casters. I think has dropped. What a miserable finish for the boy. I'm very sorry.
Should have played Morfrost. I think really that's the conclusion that we have to come to here. I am very
clear it can be. Enters a tournament with Morfrost, wins. Doesn't enter a tournament with Morfrost, doesn't win like 4 times in a row. Come on.
Yeah, the data is clear for sure.
It's infallible.
I would love to see one of these Antitan decks pop off. We did a little bit earlier get to see Sprouter, who I love, which, maybe Centaur at some point. I think Centaur is one of those that has had an iteration in every format, every step of the game. And you know what? She'll have her day in the sun soon, I'm sure.
It's really funny that you say Centaur has had a version in every single metagame. And it's like, yeah. At the bottom of Rogue, it's been unplayable.
I think that it's beloved.
It is beloved. It is beloved. Especially if you talk to PK Sparks. We're just wrapping up the final clashes of round 4. We're going to get those round 5 clashes in momentarily. They're being paired by the software, and then we will hop in to whatever we believe is the most interesting of them. Chat, is there anything you specifically want to see? Any decks that you would like to take a look at? I see A-Drive in the chat saying, I'm surprised we've seen no Pulveror. There are some Pulverors represented. I'm hoping that we get to check out a deck that includes them. Another card that I know you like a great deal we haven't seen is Voldusk. And I think there is one person playing the Voldusk deck. Let me check if they are still in contention.
Let's pull them out and put them on stream. We did at least get to see a Voldusk on stream at some point today. I don't remember who it was, but someone was repping the Stellar Voldusk on their mat while they were playing. And so, you know what?
Okay, they're X2. They could top. It's unlikely, but...
Hey. That's some language we don't need to be using here. Unlikely, is it?
2-2 after 4 rounds. I mean, I think it's not super likely, but I've been wrong before.
Yeah, well, that's okay. And you know what? I think that they get bonus points for trying at all. Again, I believe firmly that foxes will have their day in the sun, and it's my dream one day to see Volclips get a board wipe. I think that it can happen.
Step 1, the moon has to start having new phases. I'm going to take it up with astrologers. They're the people who I think can fix this one.
Well, I think that really what it is that not enough time has passed. We haven't even in the real world since Moonrise release been through all of our lunar phases. So,
is that true?
Yeah, it's been less than a month, right? I don't know.
Gosh, wow. Time moves so slowly right now. What is going? I thought it had been years since Moonrise released.
I think Moonrise came out in the last month, but we have been doing this tournament for years. I think that
it's a long month. It's been a long month.
Okay, listen. A Drive in the chat saying there will be new phases. We're just inventing astronomy at this point. We are coming up with new moons, but not in the way that card already exists. But previously
I was going to say, I think there's
moons.
a pretty hard limit on how many you could do.
Yeah.
We've got some crazy duels already, by the way. The pairings are up, and I got to admit, there's some nuts games here. We've got Distant Coder playing, of course, at table 1. Adam versus JJPM. Oh my god. Caleb versus Spicy Sausage. Trish versus Brulock trying to avenge his fallen comrade. We've got Dimax versus Pater Tot. That's going to be a miserable game, given what the two of them are playing. But I think we are going to head a little lower than that. You all are going to get to see Trish. You're going to get to see Dimax, etc. Later in the event, probably.
Probably. We can't make any guarantees here. But we do have our next pairing up for you, and looking at what it is, I think this is going to be a very exciting game, or
this could either be very, I think if nothing else, it'll be fast.
Yes.
Let us know in the chat what you would like us to ramble about if this game finishes in 4.5 minutes.
That's true. There was discussion before we started of us simply turning our cameras down and playing our own game of Elestrals here. I do have a Fox deck built ready to go, and this is the moment I've been waiting for.
Interesting build. I have Infornax built, which I've been a huge truther for. Unfortunately, it's been a really bad day for Infornax. I don't think we've seen any of it. I don't think anyone playing that deck is doing particularly well. But I chalk that up to user error.
I mean, notably, having already played in my match against PK, Foxes into Infornax, that was miserable. That was a terrible time. And
what are the number one cards that, resolving just wins you the game immediately?
Well, let's see. I think the biggest one is if you happen to get Pharaohgeist on the board. I think that's the one that it's like, yeah.
We have not seen Pharaohgeist today, but the specter of Pharaohgeist has loomed large over this tournament. Obviously, any of these lunar aggro decks we are seeing would be well served by a guy like that. Looks like we're just about ready to hop in. This is going to be 6 versus Skids. Now, both of these individuals are currently at X1, which means that they are probably going to have to win out in order to make it into Top Cut. While they can't take a second loss, the fact that their first loss was before this round means that they would be edged out by someone who took their second L late in the day. So I think this is a must-win for both of these players if they want to be making Top Cut. And I think we are going to see them momentarily as we prepare to count down from the start of the round.
That does mean that this is going to be a very intense game, I would think, because as you said, this is pretty high stakes for both of these casters. This could make or break their tournament run, and they're both on some very exciting things. So This is going to be a very dynamic game no matter what happens.
Dynamic is a good word for it. It's a dynamic game. All right. Ready? Here we go, everybody.
Woohoo!
It's happening.
Getting into round 5. And we have 6 deciding to go first after winning that dice roll. At this point, we have our casters looking at their hands. We don't, at this point, see any mulligans, so that seems good. Oh, I may have spoken too soon. And this is going to, in fact, be a mulligan, and we see frost.
It could be anything. I mean, really, it could be anything.
It could be more frost.
Yeah, exactly. Maybe we're setting up, maybe we've time traveled back to 2023. We're just setting up a cryoling, you know?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, cryoling. We could see more frost. What other frost lists are even out there right now lurking? Who can say?
Really can't. Yeah, I don't know. Regardless, 6 is going first, so we'll have the first crack at doing something. Maybe they expended the frost and the water. They could just be playing Cryoblast Main. Who knows?
That's very true, and that they've given up on the dream of ever seeing Cryoblast in this entire game already. But going first, as you said, does allow them to do anything free and unchallenged. So oftentimes,
I think that was just an expend to draw set one.
Okay.
You know, well, it was free and unchallenged, if nothing else.
Well.
All right, let's see what Skids can accomplish here.
And it's going to be a rabbit, which is gonna possibly be immediately answered by something. I saw the hand dart to that set card over on 6's
Yeah, I was
side.
like, wow, fastest PTA, but it looks like it isn't. We are going to go for the effect of the rabbit. We'll add one to hand, and I mean, if you're Skids, you're feeling great.
Yeah, you've got a wall set up. You have a lot more momentum. You've got a card set, and notably, you also have the cutest little card color combo of the pink and green. I'm very much enjoying that. I think that gives them additional points.
A big fan of this Noble Knights of the Round Table box mat out of 6. That's unbelievable. That's like a 2013 mat. But one of the worst there is. Ooh, did I see that wrong? Are we just running it back?
I think we're still expending. Clearly 6 is looking for something. We did get one set. However, Skids is able to do whatever they want. And is that an Ard Bud?
That is an Ard Bud. We are looking at a deck that potentially intends to search bugs. Here's one right here. Specterus coming down.
Mm-hmm. And you know what I actually just learned? And this is one of those things that maybe I should have discovered earlier, but the Viscera Specterus, they are mantises. That's where the is comes from, which I think is very cute. I probably should have realized sooner, but we've got our mantises, and we're simply going to be swinging with Ardbud and the rabbit, which feels fine because we're 2 expend to draws deep, and 6 doesn't have anything on the board.
Setting 2 is so rough too because you can't even like rely on your opponent having a pro set heavy. Instead, we're just gonna go for it here, playing a Narpoon a little late.
Yeah, well, we're getting something moving. Gonna be able to go in and find a Frost Elestral. However, no, you're not, because Skids had a Gorgon's Gaze. So sorry, 6. As soon as we started to get some motion in the ocean, we have an immediate shutdown.
This is such a tempo-oriented Gorgons. I love being in this position where your opponent has just accomplished less than nothing and going, I'm so sorry, but you are also accomplishing nothing this turn.
It feels like bullying. It really does. However, you've got to do it.
Yeah, of course.
Mm-hmm. And so 6, I imagine, just had to pass back over to Skids, who is currently going to send out that Specterus that was searched off of the Ardbud.
Seems right. We've got some stuff to set, it looks like, as well.
Mm-hmm. This is a very ahead position to be in. 6, as you mentioned, really hasn't accomplished much of anything. Going to choose to shield keep this Narpoon on the board, which, I think that
It's a
feels
rough
bad,
shield.
but
It is certainly a rough shield. The Narpoon isn't anything linear. I guess theoretically, if there is something like an Asprowl in hand, we could make a 2-drop, but it doesn't even do anything. Ugh, it is such a miserable position to be in. There's no way we're expending to draw again. Okay, we finally have found a play.
yeah, we're casting out a Frost guy, which, I mean, after drawing so many
Please
cards,
be Snowlet.
is it happening?
Hatterant.
That's also a card. We're going to be healing back some of those many.
We're trying out here, folks.
Yeah, you know what? The payoff, if it happens, is going to be incredible. The clawback, we are all rooting for it. And that Ardbud did go down, and that rabbit still acting as a very effective wall over on Skid's side.
Not that Skids particularly needs the wall.
Well, there hasn't been much
So we
of a
have
wall
the
against.
Spectrus again? Are we just going to cast him out?
Yeah, run it
Yeah,
back.
it says whatever.
Run it back. Absolutely. That makes sense to me. We have 2 set on actually both of our casters' sides here. And 6 probably thinking about protecting one of these, because if you ascend over that Catarant, yeah, there we go. The Spectres that couldn't stay on the board is one.
You have to imagine that there's like an Asprowl in hand. At this point,
right.
Statistically, something has to get going.
We maybe see that ascend over the Catarant. Maybe they.
Show me the draw phase, Gorgon's Gaze.
That would that would be brutal. Maybe we finally see El Diablo hit the field here. 6 is cooking something, but
Just checking the spear math here. We're actually pretty low on frosts. This deck plays obviously a significant amount of frosts, but it's not 20. It's like 16. And we've expended exclusively frosts. We got some back with Catarant, so we have at least 2. But casting stuff like Cedar Soar and BlueStacks doesn't come cheap. And if you want them properly enchanted, it's really rough. Okay, we got a Snowlet here.
There he is. Okay.
And there's the Gorgon's Gaze.
Oh my gosh. It's fine.
it is, but it is actually fine. It is all right if you're 6. From this position, you've finally gotten something wide going. All you need is for Skids to walk into a piece of tempo removal one more time, and you're suddenly in this game.
Yeah, but with 2 of those Gorgons gone, once 6 gets going, there isn't much that Skids is going to be able to do to answer it, unless we, see those one-ofs. But we will be finding out. Well, speaking of,
Wow.
Speaking of one-ofs,
Incredible resting here.
there is a resting on your laurels, which is going to target that Snowlet, who is, after fighting so hard to be born, is now in the underworld. And Skid's looking through their hand, trying to figure out what the
I
next
have to
move
imagine
here
it's the
is.
Spectrus again.
I mean, what are the odds that it gets shielded a 3rd time? Yeah.
Oh, that's
no!
way better. Oh my gosh. Okay.
It's Nabi, which is brutal here.
Nabi over the Catarant or the Narpoon, and then use the Doppelgator to eat the second one. If you've got back row that's live, it has to happen now. It's the next Gorgons.
This has really just been a game of Gorgons, as we have seen now 3.
So I believe we've got 6 now and 7 spirits. This is like a position that really sucks for the BlueStacks deck, because even if you are able to land the big boy, I mean, what does it really do? It costs you 2 to get out. You can maybe get out a Cedar Sword, then you're at 1. We're going to go for the Hurricane here, pulling off of the Narpoon, so at least it hurts a little less. That's 5 really powerful hits here. Gorgons and Tsunami. I wonder if you just like proactively Gorgons the Catarant. You're like, ascend over this, idiot.
Right. But that does signal that 6 is going to attempt something here. And hopefully they hit it. But as you said, there's not a lot of spirits to play around here with. And we don't even know how many Frost they still have left in their Spirit deck.
Right. They were holding at least some non-frosts for that Hurricane.
Mm-hmm.
There's been like a telegraphed Asprowl for like 4 turns. I can't imagine it's not a send this turn.
You would think, and that would at least help not having to start from a Snowlit.
Mm-hmm.
And at least be able to get a 2-drop out there, even if they don't hit the Blistrix. Okay, so we are.
I wonder if they're checking
at...
how many critters they have in Grave. Like they're checking more Frost math right here.
Oh.
Yep. I think that is exactly it. All right, here we go.
Yeah,
Or
we've
Morlith
got
math,
yeah,
rather.
we've got the Morlith coming out here, which okay, and in mill, do we? I don't see any speeder score there.
Yikes. Yeah, I think that was Asprowl and 4 misses. That's rough. Well, set 1, the Morlith at least is able to get over the Nobby. I guess theoretically he can get over the Rabbit, but the Nobby actually threatens the Morlith.
However, it seems like Nobby has been taken care of for the time being, but
Yep.
Nobby could always come back.
All right, so we know we have the Spectrus, which at least trades for the Catarant. And then all you have to deal with is the Morlith. The Ambro coming down, going back up to 11, I believe.
Yeah, that is a tough differential, even with this big Morlith on the field. 6 is in a pretty bad spot here. There's not much that they're going to be able to do moving forward. They can't develop many of their big guys, which is what this deck wants to do. But even still, with how unfortunate their luck and their ability to get guys to stick on the board has been, they are still in this game, which is notable.
Back to the Spectrus.
And that set card,
And
surely...
an enormous Zeus here.
Ooh, that's a big commitment to Zeus. Only for us to have the 3rd shield come out on the Spectrus would be...
So the weird part about this is I think they're Zeusing to get over the Morlith, but the Catarant is almost even more difficult to deal with. Here we could just re-enchant the Catarant to get back to 3 and then maybe make something happen on a following turn. It's a bit suspect, I'll admit.
Yeah, I mean, maybe if it was like Ambrosia and Catarant, that would buy us enough, but I think we're running on fumes
I have to imagine
here.
there's an Ambrosia in the hand. I mean, what else would be in there? Just like 3 Blizztrixes?
That actually would make a lot of sense based on how this game has gone.
Was that tell me that was not an expend to draw dog.
Ooh.
They're checking the grave here. Maybe they have an Amphastrix, but we don't have the spirits to pay for an Emph. Oh, it was an Emph. We are going to pay for it to bring back a Catarant, then Catarant effect to renew 2.
Okay,
That's
Frost
good,
Reanimator.
but not great.
Well, it's doing something for sure, and
Says something akin to "Show me an Ambro and I'll concede," and Skid says, "Yeah, you got it. Here you go."
Yep, and now we have a scoop, which, you know, as ever with these Let's Go Gambling decks, you can't have games like this, which is probably why we don't see too many Blizztrix lists represented today.
See, that's the thing, is like this Blizztrix deck is incredibly powerful, and it's just the Lightsworn problem. You always remember the games you win. You always remember that time you milled 5 cards, they were the perfect 5, and you absolutely blasted your opponent into smithereens. You never remember the ones where you just opened a hand of like 3 Blizztrix and just drew an Asprowl off the top. But they happen just as often. And it's really rough to stake your tournament run on, is my deck going to love me this round or not?
Very true. And notably, we did see Servid, who was actually on stream with the last game. They were running Blizztrix and actually got to top cut in the last tournament. But I believe that was the only representation we saw there. And you're right, those high highs really do mask the low lows, which you kind of trauma block out of your brain. Like, surely that didn't happen. That's not real. But then you have games like this, unfortunately, that remind you very much that you can brick.
All right, the players are just siding up now. I've been told that this is actually Skids' first event. This is their first attempt to play Elestrals competitively, and so, I mean, incredible showing so far. Do have to win out from this position if you expect to make it to top cut, but there's only 2 rounds left, so really reasonable if you're able to pick this one up.
It's been really cool to see how many of these players come in on their first ever tournaments or very new to the game, like Adrian, like Justin T last tournament, who are then able to either do very well, if not win the entire thing, which just goes to show that if you're willing to put in the practice, this game is one that you can pick up pretty quickly. And who knows, that could be you. That could be anyone watching this in the next tournament. And we have our players still siding here, but I think we're probably getting pretty close to going into game 2 here. 6, I would guess, is going to be going first, but we don't have confirmation on that yet.
Yeah. It's not like there's really too much of a benefit to going second, even for BlueStacks.
Yep, and 6 is in fact going first, and we are ready to get into game 2. So let's hope for something a little better than 2 back-to-back expend to draw turns from 6. I do have dreams for them here.
Well, we are beginning with a mulligan. All right. Off to another banger start, Mr. BlueStacks.
And once again, we see 1 frost, 1 water. So this is shaping up to be...
Fun fact, I don't know if you know this, but 6 is actually a nickname that this player got after having to mulligan 6 times every single round.
Okay, so it's not that they're afraid of 7. I did not know that, though. That is actually incredibly
No,
true.
it's a total lie. I like that Skids is just completely content over here. Like, yeah, I put good cards in my deck, dog.
Have you considered?
I'm happy to have them.
Yeah, go ahead. Do what you want to do.
Oh, no,
Please
we're
tell
not
me.
doing it again.
No way. Okay.
Oh, okay,
phew.
thank goodness. Okay, no turn.
No, I was not about to see that again. But we have
great
Harpoon.
opportunity to use an Harpoon to get the combo starter we need. Here's the Snowlet.
All
Says
right.
you better have a Gorgons in that opener, or else we are going to get up to some heinous stuff next turn.
Yeah, okay. So this is already feeling a little bit better. Skids, the speed at which their hands are moving have really picked up. So I don't know if that's due to, oh God, oh God, oh God, what's about to happen, or if they just simply have that Gorgons, which they set that card really fast. So who's to say?
This is pretty quality hand shuffling from Skids, I'm not going to lie. Oh, Elichik coming down. Always happy to resolve Elichik in a no back row. Here
Yeah,
comes
and
the
that
Zeus.
Zeus comes out. It is always very impressive to me watching people be able to handle their decks in the way that they can as someone who notoriously drops cards no matter what I try.
Let me ask you, are you a hand shuffler?
I fiddle with my cards. I think it would be generous to call it shuffling.
I see.
Okay, and
I
that
got
Zeus
called
does
out
come
for
out.
it yesterday. I was at locals playing against a child, and they were like, "Why are you doing that with your hands?"
Oh, no.
I said, I couldn't really tell you. I don't really know.
Yeah, one thing
I'm
about a
doing it
child
to give
is
myself something to do.
and they're going to cut you to the core. And
All right, here we go.
It's time. 6 is...
Okay, we have the Gorgons. All
I
right.
knew it. They set that so fast. You knew it
quickest
had
set in
to
the West.
be.
They were
That's
like,
why
I
they
can't
were
wait
shuffling.
to absolutely explode you.
Yeah, I
Ooh,
cannot
sending
wait
a
to game 2.
Pyro. Are we on Lavalith in here? Hold up.
I could be something. I mean, there is a world where, because it's Ardbud, it could be like Ignector. I don't know.
This is so rough. Oh no. And 6 saying, I'm gonna try it again next turn. I don't know if you
Yeah, however,
Speaking
we
of
have no back row from 6, so there's not much this little bitty baby owl is going to be able to do. Especially with that Zeus and Nabi, which is brutal here, does come out.
I wish these Ardbud decks played Viscerus. It's so funny that upon semi-limiting Viscerus, it was like, don't worry, we just got a much better Insectoid.
I love Viscerus, and I'm with you. I wish it wasn't... It is the third one that makes it really good.
I know, it's one of those things where, you know, in Yu-Gi-Oh! We always say, oh, it's the third one that gets you when they put a nonsensical card on semi, but it really is the third Viscerus. Like, being able to advance your board state without having to use your cast for the turn is crazy. We're going to sink the Snowlet here and get in for one. The aggro Ardbud. You never get to see that guy connect.
I actually love to see that. Look at him go. I'm a big fan of all the Earth babies.
But no back row here. This could be a big turn for 6 if they don't have to expend to draw.
Yeah, hey, no gaze. So notably...
Oh, they're thumbing through the graveyard. That could be an Amphastrix. Amphastrix bring back Snowlet. Could make something happen. I wonder if it's worth going for. You probably do, because if you don't... Yep, there it is, the Amphastrix into
exactly
the
what's
Snowlet
happening.
Okay. If you don't, your opponent has like 2 shots to find back row that just kills you on the spot, and let's see what we mill.
All right, say it
Organs,
with us, Kat.
Amphastrix, Catarant. Not exactly what we want to see.
I was going to say let's go gambling, but let's hope. Give us another chance here. Come on, 6. This is your turn. They're looking...
is it a second Amphastrix? We could have Amphastrix for Catarant. That seems really bad.
Oh,
we have...
We
have finally gotten to a position where the Morlith is online. Okay. We can make this happen. Mill him.
All right, let's see these hits. We have Shield.
Narpoon. Oh, that was unbelievable. Shield, Narpoon, Hurricane, Ambro. Greatest Morlith in the history of time.
That's incredible.
Just thumbing through like, there's no way.
Yeah, 6 was too stunned to speak.
I think they were thumbing for a second Amphastrix, but you can't even get anything off that. We didn't mill a single good card.
No.
Imagine staking your entire tournament on this. I couldn't do it.
You too could mill nothing except for the cards that you don't want to. Let this be your call to action.
Let this be a lesson. The house always wins.
Skins,
okay.
I think you're in a great position to be able to do something really cool here, so you might as well.
We are making fun of this. This is a good turn for 6. They do get to clean the board here. The Nabi is going to be absolutely devastating, but we do get to equalize the spirit count, which is getting close.
And fortunately, you know what? If we're going to spin this positively, we have gone through a lot of other cards, which means...
That's right. Probably we're due.
We're gonna hit something before too long.
Oh gosh. Okay.
Well. And there's
so resting
that.
here gets the snow. I don't even think you resting here. You don't need to. you can just land the Nabi, right? Doesn't that also win? Unless we don't have 3. I guess it's possible we don't have 3 lunar spirits. We could just have 2. No, even that doesn't make sense.
No, we do see Nabi come out, and it is going to... They're going to Zeus down the Morlith, and Morlith
take another 2.
Is dead. But, you know what? As we said, there's only the stuff we want to see left in this deck at this point. For 6.
I think we'll get a little bit of an understanding of why we used the resting here, provided we misenchant this doppelganger. But otherwise, it does strike me as something that wasn't necessary, and could have later been deployed against like a really strong Elestral. Yeah. Okay. We do have another Aloon. All right. Hitting for 2 here, putting 6 down to 8. All we need is another Morlith, baby. Let's see it.
Hey, it could happen.
It could and it will. They're checking their spirit pile. They're like, please. tell me we've got enough left for both a Morlith and a Cedar Soar, because Morlith does not clear this Doppelganger, notably.
No, and they are thinking about it. I imagine that if it, well, maybe it is a Morlith. We're getting count there. The suspense is absolutely killing me. What do you have, Six?
They've got a $20 bill. They're staring at a slot machine. They're like, come on, baby.
Mm-hmm.
Daddy needs a new pair of BlueStacks. We haven't seen one BlueStacks this game. We haven't seen an Asprowl. We haven't seen a Cedar Soar. You're due. You gotta win sometimes. It's gotta happen.
And theoretically,
what are the chances?
Right, like they've got to be in the deck. Like, there's no way
I think
they're
the
not.
problem here is it might be they're choosing between Snowlet and Morlith. And Morlith has a higher chance of hitting. But Snowlet is the only way you get to Asprowl. Oh my god!
We're gonna rise from the ashes.
Okay, so we rise here. Okay, we actually have a number of plays here we can do. We can rise here into Catarant to go back up to like 4, and then ascend into Asprowl in order to like get into a position where we can actually win. If our hand is really bad, we can rise into Snowlet. Yeah, which is what we're doing. Uh-oh. And we'll try to hit the Asprowl, which then also has to hit the BlueStacks, and that puts us at 0. Okay, we're going Catarant.
Okay. They're watching
we're
stream
really,
and they're
really
like,
close.
oh, you know what? That MBT guy is making some good points, actually.
Yeah, that's a good line.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Catarant comes back. We'll put the 2 back. All right, do we have the Asprowl in hand? Because otherwise we are just dead. Okay, thank goodness.
It looks like that is going to happen.
Please
so
don't be
here we go.
Okay, there we go.
It is Asprowl, and
we're 1 BlueStacks away from in this game.
Yeah, and we know that resting
Here we go. We're due. Tsunami. BlueStacks! Oh my god!
Oh, we got the double.
Do we have the Lycris? Show me the Lycris. Let's go. Okay, the game might actually be over. Oh no!
Right. Oh man.
Okay, the BlueStacks trigger here. We're gonna go ahead and shuffle back 3 guys from the graveyard. We'll put that Doppelganger back. And you know, from Skid's perspective, I know you've got to be looking at that, resting in your laurels that you cast for no reason. You could have walked over the Snowlet with the Doppelganger. You're thinking to yourself, boy, it really would just win me the game right here.
Yeah, they should have rested on their laurels there instead of resting on their laurels. But that's okay.
Right. 1 Earthquake. It could be Earthquake in hand. They're just slow rolling. That also would do it.
That's true. We could still have that. It could happen. I
mean, that's why we would have seen like the sus play with the resting on your laurels is because we have 2 removal spells. But I guess we'll find out together.
Yep, we are all locked in right now on what is about to happen. Skid.
Oh no!
Wait.
Hold.
I don't know what's happening.
Okay, that's the 3 we're taking. Okay.
Ooh, we were so ready for that to be the earthquake. Oh, that would have been incredible. All right, everyone calm down. It wasn't the earthquake. There's a lot of tapping happening on the board right now. Thinking about our options, which makes me think no earthquake incoming.
I feel like you just shotgun it, right?
Yeah. I mean, after how quickly they set that Gorgons earlier.
Oh no, is this
Toxeon? Okay.
Oh wow, okay. I guess we have to play around that for the rest of the game.
Yeah, we're burning. And there is a set card, so if that's Tsunami, if that's even Shield, I don't know.
Yeah, I feel like, so we can BlueStacks to bounce the Toxeon. It's kind of a strange position to be in. You probably do BlueStacks to bounce the Toxeon. That puts them, if you attack, at 2. If you want, you can re-enchant with water to play around Tsunami to put them at 1. If the set card is Shield, they can take 4, retain a Thunder, and then cast Toxeon to dome you for your last 2. So it's a really tough position to be in. They are going for the back row.
Ooh, and it was a shield.
Oh my goodness. Okay,
All
now
right.
it's probably over. Now
Yeah,
it might
I
be
think
over.
that is likely.
I mean, you got to find a guy to cast. You can't just like win. You do have to try and find a guy to cast.
Well,
Which is easier said than done in this deck full of 2-drops.
That's true, and Skids, that Earthquake top deck is imminent. I
will
really
say Skids really set them up for success with this this setup. Like bouncing the Toxion would have straight up won Skids the game. Just going combat and eating the Toxion says, I'm going to give you another turn. I know you're at like 3. You can never expend to draw because I'll kill you on the spot. You got to play a guy every turn. One more shot at EQ here.
Yeah, did we get it? Are they going to drop the Earth on the board again? They're really looking at that Spirit deck. Come
I know,
on,
yeah. You would
Skids.
think they would just fire it. You would think if they had it, they would just fire it.
I don't know anything else that'll do it here.
Resting would do it.
Yeah. Unfortunately, that ship has sailed on into Hades, into the underworld.
Come on.
We are really thinking about this one.
Because we've got to put a guy in defense, and we've got to, Vis in defense. And nothing? Oh, you definitely just go for it here for sure. Blizz
And
put the Vis back in hand.
And notably,
Get in
it's a
for
misenchanted Viscerus also.
It is. You have to imagine that what they might be doing here is hoping that we don't use the Blizz effect. We walk in, and then we go, oh, Narpoon here is killer. But it's misenchanted. If we don't use the Blizz effect, and we walk into the Viscerus, then we still keep the... Yeah, he's keeping the Earthquake live. Toxion in hand. Oh, my goodness. Oh, wow. That was a close one.
Whew, okay, so we do have a game 3 coming in here. That was crazy.
Wow, that's and it is hard to kind of identify that type of thing, but really feels like just the Laurel's play may have cost Skids this entire match. Totally in control. Otherwise, Toxion turn after turn could have done it if they were at 1 spirit fewer. The margins on this were so tight. It's just the unfortunate truth of the matter that sometimes the gambler does win. We got one more in us, and I don't know if you're Skids, you've watched this Blizzstrix deck fail to pop off 2 games in a row. Now you have to be in the position of, do you think they're going to brick a 3rd time? It seems pretty unlikely.
Right. Statistically speaking, it's gonna happen for them eventually, and who knows? Maybe it won't. But as we saw, even when it doesn't pop off the way that they need it to, they can still pull out the win. But as you observed, even in the moment, which was a really good shout, that they should have saved that Laurels, even though there was an argument for, well, it feels good to keep them off of guys, get as much damage as you can early on. But ultimately, it came down to that one decision that lost them that game.
Oh. And, it's a hard call to make, of course. You want to push for damage. That, I think, was 1 more damage than it would have been otherwise, which with a hand that theoretically could have had double Toxion, maybe they were like, the difference between 2 and 3 here is the difference between resting for Catarant and resting for a Snowlit, which is a little more proactive. I mean, you don't really know what's going through the head in that moment because we don't have access to hidden information, but it's still so frustrating to watch a game that you have absolutely won just slip out of your grasp for your own fault. It's really devastating.
Yeah. However, now we do have Skids going first, immediately starting off with that Toxion. So this is a very aggressive start. They are ready to come in and wrap this up.
Oh, okay.
Also,
Here
notably, 6 did not have to mulligan this game 3.
I think they did, actually. You can see that.
Did they? Oh, that was for the Toxion.
Oh, no, that was expend to draw.
Yeah.
No, that's the Toxion. That's the Toxion.
Yeah, that's the Toxion burn. So I think we're still good. I think this is the one game that they were happy with that opening hand. And we will see what they decide to do. Maybe that means they started Snowlit. It is kind of funny after all the conversation about, oh, well, this is going to be a quick game no matter what, that these have actually been pretty long, drawn out matches here.
Yeah.
Who's to say going in to this last game, they might hit the jackpot, get BlueStacks out turn 1, as they want to do.
I think we're just having a little bit of a discussion here. That card that's been placed kind of in the center is the draw for turn.
Okay. So we have a judge on standby, which shout out to the judges. They help keep things running smoothly, and we are just getting this figured out for you so we can continue on with this game 3.
Oh, it's going to be so frustrating if this comes down to a judge call. I'm hoping that it doesn't. I would really appreciate if it didn't. Of course, we don't want to speculate about like what's going on. We don't know anything about the specifics of the situation. Frequently, it's just something to do with like where hands are located and where individual decks are and stuff like that. But from what we can see, I am excited to see this this duel continue.
This has been a really aggressive start from Skids and 6 on their first non-mulligan of this set.
Like finally, I drew a good hand. Please.
I know.
Maybe that was the judge call. Was judge? They finally found a hand that doesn't suck.
Yeah, something's up here. They've got to be doing something. But we will get this sorted out.
Or did they? Set 1.
Possibly. We've got.
All right, we're going for a Narpoon. So there's a couple of good starts here. The Narpoon, of course, is really good. A little less good when theoretically it could run into like a Gorgon's Gaze, but still fine. Gonna grab the Snowlet here. Snowlet, a powerful position to be in. And I imagine you kind of want to start doing trades, like maybe walking the Narpoon into the Toxeon because theoretically it can put a guy into your graveyard. You take a little less damage that way. You maybe get some of the backer out before you have to resolve something like a Snowlet. The one punish is Shield, which is a huge punish with a Toxeon on field. You have to imagine it's not Gorgons at this point because they probably would be Gorgonsing from this position. You probably imagine that it's not PTA, obviously. So you have to get the read that it's exactly Tsunami, and it looks like that might actually be the case.
So it was not Shield, as you said that would be the best answer there. And we do have now that Narpoon in the graveyard. We have Elechick coming out, grabbing Zeus for a 1-of. We do see him quite a bit.
Yeah, I think we've seen him like 6 times today.
Yeah, it's been quite frequent.
The weird part about Elechick in this matchup is usually you're like, oh my god, Elechick, that's Gorgon's target number 1. But here, it's not that big of a deal. A Zeus is never going to bring a BlueStacks down to size. It's never going to stop a Cedar Soar in a way that matters. So you do kind of let these resolve, and you save your Gorgons for like profitable attacks that your opponent has to set up with multiple pieces of interaction because no single card beats your board. Down comes the board, and let's get gambling.
Here we go.
We are going to gamble.
Gorgons and Frostics.
3 stinkers,
Gorgons.
2 Gorgons, and Emperor. Yuck. But that does put us ahead in count. We're going to go Avalanche next, and I believe we get to mill 5 here.
Yes.
Toxeon again, Navi, Astrabbit. An Avalanche, a Rise, a Blizz, and a Moralith.
Yeah.
So those aren't like fantastic, but they put fantastic Rise targets into the graveyard, and they put us. I think we're actually still tied on
Didn't see
player
that
count.
Okay.
It could be literally anything.
Yeah.
We also didn't find a 1-drop, so any Frostrix that's caught in our hand is kind of dead. We might have to crash the Snowlet just to get something worth Frostrixing on a future turn back. Ugh, this mill deck, you really have to play your turns like 4 or 5 turns in advance.
Yeah, I
just
think that
passes here, says go.
yeah. A lot of the conversation has been like, oh, BlueStacks no skill involved deck. It's just if you get lucky. But you're right. You really do have to play with forward thinking. And here comes Navi. And we are also going to be only putting 1 on the Zeus. Really having faith that that back row isn't going to be able to do anything.
It's probable we're just playing for time here, but we're going to try it out. Is the shield coming down? Really happy to see that if you're 6. That's a really profitable shield. You got to trade, of course, the tempo, but also the Zeus here. I believe that we didn't activate the Nobby effect. So theoretically, the Elechick could walk over. Just a question of if they want to put them in a position where Morlith could theoretically be on. Skids would have to check their own graveyard alongside the graveyard of 6 to see where that is. I believe Skids is ahead on critters by 1.
Okay. And we trade, actually. So does that mean that they did activate the Navi?
Yeah, I'm a little confused. What's Snowlit at base? It's a 4, right?
Yeah.
I thought so. So it should be like a 1 or a 0. Okay, we're counting up now.
All right. So that means Morlith is imminent.
It looks like 7 to 6, maybe? That Avalanche Mill was just devastating for 6. I think Skids hit like 5 critters. We're going in Frostrix here now that we have a 1-drop. Okay. Glad to see that so far I've been on point with respect to what's in the grip. We get to go for the Snowlet here. We got to hit some guys. That's an Asprowl. Oh, that might be the end of the game.
Yeah.
All right, we're going to cast the Asprowl. That's going to put the Snowlet into the graveyard and probably put us ahead on Morlith as well. Remember, we haven't yet committed our normal cast. Asprowl effect here can potentially trigger. Morlith can potentially trigger. We've got a lot going, and BlueStacks is available. That last card isn't Gorgon's Gaze, so BlueStacks will be able to trade for it if we find one. We haven't hit a Blizz yet, I don't think. We've hit 2, actually, now that I think about it.
Okay,
another Asprowl, Avalanche, Hurricane,
and
Cedar
Store. Okay.
We are going Cedar.
That is a hit.
They are going to go for Frost Cedar. If the 3rd Blizz is in hand, this is an easy ascension over the Cedar Soar here.
That's true. As you mentioned, we haven't seen our normal cast for the turn yet, despite how many things we have actually done at this point.
The importance of Cedar Soar has so little to do with like his utility as an extra guy, and so much to do with the fact that he plays around Laurels. And here's the BlizzStrix. 3rd one was in hand. Says, all right, I'm shuffling 3 of these bad boys back. Send that back row to the graveyard. You're about to take 5, buddy.
Ooh, and this is where, despite the spirit differential that we see right now, this is the clawback. This is where the game really changes. Because even if Skids has, for example, that resting that was so critical last game, you still don't deal with BlizzStrix.
Yeah, the Cedar Soar is just this perfect insulation. You can theoretically get over the Cedar Soar by using the Nobby to get over it, but the Doppelganger never contests the BlizzStrix here, and it costs you 3 to get that far. So is it even worth it? I mean, who knows? It looks like no back row, so we do have at least the ability to get through something. Skid's checking the Spirit deck now. So these decks that play like Ardbud and Nobby and Hurricane and aim to go 1 for 1 the entire game and just get you on like Spirit efficiency and efficiency of Elestral, they have such a tough time against decks like this that can just go so big so quick.
And we see a fire and earth. Okay, so this is the damage. We're 2 earth, a fire, a wind. We need 1 more here. Oh, wait, no.
The wind and easy send here, I think, probably for the Hurricane. Oh,
yeah, okay. There we go. That is a huge turn of damage. Skid's now down to only 11 in Spirit deck and gonna be trying to make our way back. But we will see. I think at this point, you either have to see exactly Earthquake. Ambrosia will buy you some more time.
I mean, sort of. Ambro feels really good when you're in these board states where you're like both at one Elestral and kind of contesting it the whole time, but it feels so bad in board states like this where you're down by like 18 points worth of guys.
Yeah, and because you're not even buying yourself a full turn with the amount of spirits you're healing back. But we do see notably 2 Thunder and maybe a Lunar coming back. Okay, so possibly a
Could be, like,
Navi.
trying to Ast Rabbit our way out of this.
Yeah, we did see Rabbit get hit from that avalanche mill. There we go.
It's so rough. I really do think the line is probably like go for Nobby, hit over the Cedar Soar, defense position Doppelgator, hope they don't have a 1-drop, and then Laurels is your out. That's like so miserable. Earthquake simplifies this whole thing. Ooh. Warmite!
Oh!
Well, Warmite is kind of an out.
That's a card! Okay.
We're going over the Cedar Soar, I see.
Yeah. All right, Warmite.
Well, that is one mechanism by which to get over a guy like Cedar Sword. But again, we still can't get rid of the Blistrix. You are never going to beat the Blistrix in some sort of like stat reduction contest.
No.
It only respects one thing, and that's removal. We can get rid of the Warmite right now by using the effect of the Blistrix, and we can load the deck back up with Asprowls, with Cedar Soars, with targets for Frostrix. More importantly, we can hit for 3, and all we got to do here is develop a 1-drop to play around Laurels, and it still feels like Skids is in a terrible position.
Yep, and this really highlights what Blistrix can do when it gets going. And here we are looking at all of the guys in the underworld here. And there, it's not a 1-drop, but it is a
okay, but that's
Morlith.
enough. That'll do it.
Yep. That
takes us down to 4.
Yeah.
We're gonna mill 5 here. I don't know what we're hoping for.
Oh, they're doing this in a very...
Cedar Soar again? Are you kidding me?
Oh my god!
I wonder if you cast it. It's like we're pretty low. We're at 4. We'd go to 2.
Yeah, I guess
so much damage though. You've seen both of the Toxion's. It looks like we're not gonna cast it.
Okay.
We're putting back all the cards that heal us, like Narpoon and Catarant. And then we're just gonna hit for what, 5 here? Says it's gonna be a 2-turn clock anyway. I want to have the most stuff in my spirit deck as possible. Which
is fair, but I honestly could see us wrapping up this game before we hit 0, but who's to say? There are the 2 Zaptors and an Owloon. I think 1 more. There we go.
So, yeah, that's...
Oh.
No, I think it's
you're right, because they destroyed
they're putting 1 back. Okay, so they should be at 7 here. Or 8, rather. An Earthquake would do it. Like, Earthquake Nobby does win the game here. God, all this stuff, all these combos, and we still can't beat Earthquake.
That is one of those that it's like, oh, limit to 1? Yeah, that's fair. I see why you would do that.
I think I get it, yeah.
Yeah, and it has allowed these decks like Blistrix, these big 3-drops that were previously so risky to invest all these spirits in when an Earthquake could just be right around the corner. Whereas now it's like the ability to develop a board state like this that is just so insurmountable. That makes it kind of worth it whenever these removals are only 1-ofs.
With respect to time ticking down, it feels important, but do keep in mind that I think regardless of what happens, just because of the length left, 6 is going to get at least 2 combat steps. And that's all they want anyway. The game's going to end in the next 2 combat steps, yes or no. Here, a Misenchanted Viscerus.
Yeah.
What are we doing with that?
And it's an attack as well, which is
into a
little...
Zeus. Okay.
That makes sense.
This gets rid of the Morlith.
things are
And a
making a
Zeus
little
down the
more
list.
sense here. Which this makes sense. Get something off the board, and you take at least one fewer spirit and damage. But
But it doesn't do it.
No, you need to see that earthquake. If they don't see another 1-drop or another Moralith.
They're checking the deck here. They're like, I don't think I can really take any more. We may just get in for 3 and hope that it's enough. Yeah, that's what we're doing. Shuffling 3 back here to the bottom of the deck, sending that Viscerus, and then bonking for 3. We'll put Skids at a healthy 2. If there is an Ambro in hand and an Earthquake, we may win. There's a Moralith in hand. We win now.
Oh, but Catarant comes out.
That is a misenchanted Catarant.
Okay. Oh, well.
Oh, and that's it. Oh, my
That's
goodness. It was
it.
another Zeus.
Oh, man.
Oh, wow. And 6 is able to stick the landing, hold on to their BlueStacks tournament dream off of the back of a singular misplay. You cannot give this deck an inch.
No, and hey, you know what? BlueStacks stocks, are they ever up? But you have to think that they're at least maybe a little bit more. 6 was able to, as you mentioned, it really comes down to the 1 resting on your laurels play. And that was what won game 2 for them. And then finally, I mean, they were bound to get lucky eventually, bound to hit the things that they needed to hit. And that happened in game 3.
Oh, that is killer. We do have some results from other tables to talk about, I guess. We've got Caleb has triumphed over Spicy Sausage. Dimax, unfortunately, has lost their game versus Pater Tot. Although I will be honest, I'm super excited to see Pater Tot in the next round. I hope you all can take a look. Trish has won his round. Trish stocks on the rise. I think he still has to win at least 1 more here. We have Stellar Kristoff also won against Jackholes as well, with a very, very funny deck. But outside of that, exactly what you'd expect.
This is shaping up to be a very interesting, if not predictable, top cut, depending on how the next couple rounds go. We are quickly approaching that final round, and we have a good number of people who are possible victims of the bubble, just depending on how it goes, and I'm excited to see.
Myself as well. Unfortunately, I will not be seeing momentarily because the Law Yu-Gi-Oh! Is going to hop back on. Going to do one with you, and then I will be back, I believe, for the last round of Swiss, the first round of Top Cut, and then we'll see what happens from there. Until then, I will see you, but don't go anywhere because K-Cray and the Law are going to be right back momentarily with the 6th round of your Elestrals event.
And we are back, getting ready for round 6. I am once again joined by the Law. Hello, how was your break?
It was wonderful. Had some quick lunch. It was a good one.
Did you watch that last game?
I got to catch the last last half of the second game and the entirety of the third game, and they are absolutely insane. You cannot give BlueStacks an inch in these days.
Yes, that was for sure the takeaway and the lesson there. There is still a world where the BlueStacks in Top Cut Dream is alive and well, but I guess that remains to be seen in the luck of these gambles for the last 2 rounds that we have here.
Absolutely. We're kind of getting down into dire situations with anyone at X1 right now. It's kind of like a win and in. You got to win out if you want to make sure that you're in the top cut. And quite frankly, if you're undefeated at this point, you're probably sitting pretty comfortable.
Yeah, I would think so. Out of curiosity, I know that you usually have these things pulled up. Do we know who we have undefeated
we have
still?
3 undefeateds left. JJPM, Distant Coder, and Caleb.exe, all very familiar faces to the stream, both from the commentator desk and from play.
Yes, all Elestrals darlings, for sure.
Absolutely. I will say most, if not all 3 of them should be in pretty safe hands when it comes to the bubble. Now, granted, if one of them loses the next 2 rounds, that could be put in jeopardy. But you got to imagine being undefeated at this particular stage with 2 rounds left. That's about as safe of a spot as you can be in.
It is pretty safe. And as we mentioned, if you're going to have 2 losses, the time to get them are in these later rounds so that they count against you a little bit less. The losses in the beginning are really what get you, unfortunately. As someone who has been a victim of starting off with 2 losses and then doing a little bit better and then ultimately placing 9th. Ooh,
yeah,
it feels bad.
The bubble giveth and the bubble taketh away. But absolutely, we're still in a really powerful position. Kind of looking over these standings, we have 15 people currently sitting at 4-1 or better. So these would definitely be the people that we are looking at for top cut. Moving forward. Now, granted, some of those X2s could eke back in, but realistically, we're looking at those 15 for our narrow down to top 8. So going down seeded order here, we have the 3 undefeateds that I just mentioned, but starting at 4th, we have Adam, Trishula, Aqua Dragon 82, Justin T, Viper, Spicy Sausage, Mace of Hearts, 6, Lavender Sunyata, Gaussian Elimination, Pater Tot, and Perky. So some of those names are very familiar to us here on the stream. Some of those are a lot less familiar, and I'm hopeful that they're bringing some more interesting strategies that we might be able to even showcase here today.
Yeah, we've had a good mix of like you said, the familiar and the new. And so far, I think that the fact that we're going into round 6 and we've only seen Lunar Aggro once on stream, we're doing pretty well. We've had a really fun variety of games, which has been exciting for me personally to see. I love when people come up with new off-meta strategies, especially when they pan out. Fire Nexus has had a really great showing today, which I know that MBT is somewhere celebrating getting killed on this deck once more. That
was such a good match too, and I'm so glad we got to showcase that in particular. I think we're still setting up for round 6, still trying to figure out specifically what we're kind of looking for in terms of which games we're playing. Correction, actually, looks like we are preparing our round 6 feature match. It looks like we're going to be seeing Waldemar versus Kryber on that one, meaning we're actually going to be looking down at the X2s for this match.
So this is going to be one of those big matches that, I mean, an X and 2 could make it into Top Cut, and this could determine that for one of them, but we shall see.
Absolutely. Regardless of whether or not they can make it to top 8 with this would absolutely determine whether or not they'll make top 16. This is definitely a win and in for that position. So if they're wanting some of that top cut prizing, they definitely have to win out from here. Because as we've seen, most of the X2s generally make top 16. I think, like I said last time, that there was one exception.
Mhm.
But we generally see most of the X2s make it all the way up to the top 16. Top 8's a little bit of a long shot at that point, but we want to see that exclusive pricing.
Yes, and we shall see that. I'm very excited. I'm kind of taking a look at what we might be looking at in terms of lists for next game, and y'all are in for something that is going to be interesting for sure, to say the least.
Oh yeah, these are definitely interesting lists, to say the least. Obviously, we will not spoil it until you guys get to see for yourselves, but we're definitely a little more off the beaten path with this one. And one of these decks in particular, I am extremely excited to see what they have cooking up, because this is something I've been hopeful for. But with that said, it looks like we are ready to get into our first game of round 6 of today's Premier Webcam event. With that said, I believe we have Kryber, who has won the die roll and is opting to go first.
All right, and starting us off, it does not look like we're going to have any mulligans, which I always like to see.
Yeah, but there goes the trustful expend a draw. That is something we have seen a lot of for going first today.
Which I don't really agree with that as a turn 1 play, but then again, I'm not the one playing, so
I actually had this discussion with MBT just a little bit ago. The idea there is that a lot of the Elestrals that are seeing play right now are very reactive Elestrals. You have your Eddies, your Nobbies, all that ilk. So if you don't see one of your like active advantage pushers on turn 1, like this Narpoon, for example, that just came down, you generally are better off taking the expend a draw, because it's just going to actively get you your advantage. And Waldemar showing everyone on this stream that beautiful, that wonderful Morfrost Lichen form going to the hand, pretty handedly revealing what they are on. If the Narpoon wasn't going to kind of show us, immediately goes for the pitch off here, expending the Frost Spirit to add any 2 Morfrost names that are not Lichen form from deck to hand.
And I have to say, Waldemar, shout out to you, making our jobs a lot easier, being able to see, no question, exactly what you were working with. And I see a Scorpio and a bat?
Bat form.
That looks like bat form.
That is the... And then immediately fires off another one.
Oh my gosh.
We're just going to load up here. I imagine this is probably going to grab Terror and another bat, if I had to guess. Or nope,
or another Scorpio.
And is it going to be the Terror? No, it's going to be another bat. It's just
Scorpio bat.
Fair enough.
That makes sense to me. And Kryber is probably a little nervous because this engine is up and running, and it's going to get carried away very quickly.
Absolutely. So those Scorpions already having access to double bat is terrifying enough. But the fact of the matter is, now anything that Kryber develops, they're going to have the risk of it dropping to 0 defense or just getting kind of like pseudo PTA'd out of this game. Because of those Morfrost Scorpio forms, which by far and away were one of the best things that Morfrost could have gotten out of Moonrise. But looking at this, Kryber is going to develop an Eddy here that is going to put that Narpoon into defense. As kind of awkward as the stats of Narpoon are to play around, Eddy still is one of those cards that can just answer it.
I do love this Shattered Stars Eddy. I think it's the cutie piest Eddy of all time, personally.
Yeah, I love Ed and Edward. That is my favorite version of Eddy for sure right now. I think the only one that might match it is that full art Stellar Eddy that we're going to be seeing. Whenever it gets, whenever we get to that. With that said, Indus form coming down. Whoa, wait a minute. When did we get an Indus form animation? That is so cool. With that said, Indus form coming down here is going to pitch off the Terraform and the Abominable.
Yeah.
Sorry, I kept trying to call it Abomination form.
Abominable like the snowman.
Fair enough. But very notably, putting those in the discard pile right now, when you already have Scorpion and Bat in hand, is terrifying. Because it does mean that now you can Scorpion something out and then immediately bring back something big. So notably, Indus Form crashing into the Eddy to take itself, so that Indus Form can then pop the back row, which seems to have been a bluff set Ambro.
Okay. All right. Waldemar still with their 2 set, and we do have a count on the Morfrost and Underworld, just so we can all keep track. We are at 4, which we are still early in the game. That is a lot to have this early on.
Absolutely. It's definitely something that makes a big difference because of Abominable Form being in the Underworld there. Another Eddy coming down here from Kryber, looking to just kind of set up a wall. A little bit interesting, though, to see an Eddy developed here, kind of leaning more into the whole thing of not wanting to push too many of the reactive Elestrals early, but down comes an Earthquake.
Oh, okay.
That is going to clean up one of the Eddies, and I imagine we're probably about to see the Scorpion Form come down to clean up the other one.
That seems like I wouldn't like using an Earthquake on an Eddy personally, but I don't know. Maybe Waldemar is just starting to build something here that they really need a clear board for.
I would only think of going for an Earthquake on an Eddy like that if I thought that there was the potential for maybe like a Rock and a Hard Place into Curibus, but that really is the only case I see with that. Notably, Scorpion Form here ditching a Bat Form to drop this Eddy to 0 defense and brings back the Abominable, and is going to show that they have 5 Morfrost in the Underworld currently. That is was that 5 or was that 4? I thought
we
that was
are
only
now
4.
at 5.
Huh. Okay, fair enough. With that said, that means this Abominable Form has gotten so many new Morfrost animations. I am here for it.
It's beautiful. Look at them.
I love it. So the Abominable Form able to come up and clean out this Eddy, while the Scorpion Form able to swing in for 1. But even still, that kind of is a little bit on the scarier side. I guess Waldemar just wanted to clear the board out.
Yeah, that's possible. This Abominable Form now at 6 attack, notably, which means that it is very difficult for a lot of things to get over it. And I think that also shows because Kryber sending out an Eddy without activating the effect, without having it be targeting something, always feels a little off. And this is a situation where Eddy could be nice. However, Spectaris comes out and doesn't really care.
That is the immediate answer to the Abominable Form for sure here. As Spectaris is going to drop that Abominable back down to 1 when it attacks. Notably, though, does get PTA'd, but that is not going to stop the Spec from being able to clear it.
No, I think that's a great trade for Kryber to make. That's an expensive turn for Waldemar. And now with only the lone Scorpio Form, who's kind of already done his job, it's not a super scary board state.
Yeah, Waldemar also probably doesn't have a whole lot of board flooding that he'd want to do into specifically the to an empty board state. So I think you're absolutely right that Kryber would very much like that. Notably, Waldemar is going for another Scorpion Form here, and is going to pitch off the bat. I guess for no real effect here. I guess he could drop his other Scorpion to 0 defense for the turn. Not like that's realistically going to matter. But more importantly, the bat is going to be able to bring back a Morfrost from the Underworld. The question is he going to go back for that Abominable Form again? Or is he going to bring back something like the Terror Form that's going to give the constant debuff?
Well, I think what's worth noting right now is the spirit differential, because while Morfrost has proven itself to be incredible, it can be very overwhelming. It is also a very expensive list. Waldemar, who has really felt in control this game, is already at only 6 spirits to Kryber's 14. So,
also quite notably is the Aurora Borealis coming out here. To re-enchant a spirit onto the Abominable Form. I almost think that you would want to bring back the Terraform if you were going for the Aurora Borealis play, though, specifically because Terraform gets a bigger debuff with every Frost Spirit under it.
That's true.
But
Yeah.
I mean, it doesn't matter. 4 damage is 4 damage, and that is exactly what this Morfrost board is pushing in here. Kryber is going to be dropping down to 10 spirits off of that. But even still, like you mentioned, Waldemar's at 6. This is not a safe line regardless. Also, quite notably, something to think over here is that Waldemar is passing on the opportunity to disenchant from the Abominable form to bring back the Terraform that way.
Some of these effects that we don't always get to see, it's always really fun when they get these abilities off. So that is a distinct possibility.
With that said, though, Kryber taking a little bit of time to figure this out, and Lunar Spirit coming down, you have to imagine this is probably a board cleanup play. Or not. It is a Drakid!
Drakid. Okay, that is our first time that we are on some Draking shenanigans. You mentioned the Kuribus earlier. We might have Rock in a Hard Place going on here.
I'd have to imagine that Rock in a
yeah.
Hard Place is in the deck if you're using Drakid. But with that said, though, Drakid coming down in defense, kind of showing that Kryber might not have the play here. But a Tsunami coming through is going to completely blank this turn out of Waldemar. And it's going to put those Morfrosts into a very susceptible situation.
Okay.
Quite notably, the Scorpio forms have 2 defense here. So being able to get through those shouldn't be too difficult, though this Drakid also only has 2 attack.
Yep. That is unless we see an Ascension or something exciting
I'd imagine
or
a hard
spicy here.
Ascension might be in the works. Oh no, here comes the Rock in a Hard Place.
Mm-hmm.
There it is. I imagine we're targeting the Abominable form in a back row here. And the question is, do you let the back row fall, or do you let your bomb go down, which is 2 spirits that would be off the board?
And the PTA is going to be what they go for, valuing that Abominable form.
Yeah. Notably now, Drakid gets the free special Ascension up into Draking out of the deck. This could be a big swing play. Notably, Draking is not going to be able to get super high value off of any one of these steals, namely because they're all lower stats unless they are properly enchanted with the right setup. But could prove to be just kind of useful for setting up bodies.
I also want to point out that with the number of Morfrost in the Underworld right now, which is 6, once this Abominable form is in attack, we are tied. Draking and Abominable form are perfectly matched here.
Unless it's the Earthquake.
Well, that would take care of that.
Again, I'm kind of feeling like Waldemar might have wanted to go for the Terraform there, because Terraform could actually blank out the Earthquake with its discard protection. But, I mean, I guess he probably doesn't have a whole lot of Morfrost in hand anymore, so there wouldn't really be a need for it. Regardless of which, this Ambro coming down, recovering, I believe that was water, water, water.
Yeah, I didn't see that stained glass one. You really have to look at the exact middle to figure out which one those are.
The shield coming down onto the Draking. That is going to completely stop Kryber's push. And only being at 5 spirits, this might be all she wrote. If Waldemar can find any of their Morfrosts here, we might be in a little bit of trouble.
Yeah, this is... I mean, again... We were just talking about, Waldemar was pretty behind, lost spirits very quickly, but look where we are now, almost tied up, and Waldemar in a very good position, depending on what they have right now, to be able to do some big damage to Kryber this turn.
Absolutely. We're definitely looking at least 2 spirits worth of damage. Waldemar appearing to be considering how much they want to really go in here. Looks like a re-enchant onto Scorpio form is what they're going to be opting for, as they push everything to attack to push forward. Moving in there to deal some damage. It's going to be 3 spirits worth of damage, puts Kryber on 2, and in a lot of ways kind of puts Kryber on gotta have it. It's just, it's going to be rough.
Yeah, you don't have enough for another one of these big 3 drops at this, or 2 drops at this point. The big
Waldemar's out of
combo.
spirits. Wait,
Yeah.
Waldemar's out of spirits.
Okay, so if Kryber can get rid of Scorpio form, then this is game. So you were right. This is either you have it or you don't, and it's coming down to the wire.
Oh, the foamy.
Oh.
So, question, I see there's the 2 Scorpio forms, but it looks like there's also something just a little bit off the camera there. I can't quite get a beat on what that is.
I'm going to
looks
be
like
honest. It looks like a spirit, but I couldn't tell you.
Yeah, but regardless, foamy here. Waldemar might have no spirits left. Oh, it's a Mountain of Boreas.
Oh, we haven't even been calculating that in any of the... Oh, they were hiding that.
It must have come down during one of the animations and we missed it there. But
yeah, we can blame that. We got eagle eyes here. We would never have missed it unless...
Nah. I mean, yeah. But regardless here, that means that these Scorpio forms are at a 4/4 and a 3/3, which is a lot more terrifying than the 2/2s that they were at prior. Foamy alone threatens these pretty heavily because if Foamy can float into Galaxy, that's all she wrote.
Yeah, we are at a point of the game right now that I like to call stare at each other until someone gets ambrosia. And we will see. Waldemar, obviously 0 spirits in spirit deck, but lots of spirits invested on board, could absolutely afford to pay for something like an ambrosia off of these.
The very notable... Oh, we're going for an Ascension play to the Draking.
Draking?
Yeah, and that has... Realistically, that is... Oh, no, it's a Joblin.
Joblin?
Joblin coming down here, and Waldemar realistically has no answer for this, as any of the runes that would actually matter, like Shield, would need to expend from the Spirit deck. So a walk over the attack position, 1 Spirit Bat form cleans up this game.
Ooh, I will say, Kryber, I'll never forgive you. I've been waiting for a Schnark to hit the field for my whole life because I love saying Schnark. It is one of my favorite Celestial names in the whole world. It's just one of those that it fills you with joy, whimsy, and just all the good things.
Well, I imagine we're probably going to see a Schnark at some point. I mean, if they're on Draking and Joblin and Rockin' a Hard Place, I have to imagine that Schnark is in the list somewhere.
Mm-hmm. And I wonder if there was value to not revealing that Joblin at the end, because we know that the Draking got, I believe, shielded, so
Yeah,
was in hand, and so going into game 2, obviously it's always good to keep things secret, have the ability to surprise your opponent. Maybe that could have been Draking, but I'm not sure.
No, you're absolutely correct. Going for the Draking there probably was the better play if you wanted to conceal information. But also at that stage, Rockin' a Hard Place and Draking had been shown. It's pretty safe inference at that point, I think, to assume that they're going to be on Joblin and Schnark at that point. But that is fair. Giving them the confirmation that Joblin is in the list might be a little bit of an overstep.
Mm-hmm. It gives Waldemar just that much more information to be able to make adjustments in between, maybe pull some things in from the side deck. I'm not sure what you would pull in to answer that, but either way, that game was so close. That really came down to, like we said, either you have it or you don't. And Kryber was able to pull out that win, but again, very evenly matched that entire time.
I think really heads up there actually was Earthquake on the Eddy, because we did see Rockin' a Hard Place was in the list.
That's
and
true.
that does mean that Kuribus was a very real threat there. But with that said, our players are already done siding, and we're going to be jumping straight into game 2 of round 6 here.
All right, and Waldemar has opted to go first, which makes perfect sense to me. And we see a lichen form already.
And stop me if you've seen this one before. Quite notably, getting the lichen form animation there. Very beautiful. I did not know that all the Morfrost forms got animations. That is adorable.
It's very joyful. And we see a bat form. And was that a second bat form?
No, it's a scorpion form.
Oh, that would make sense. That's been...
Get the wombo combo off the lichen. Makes sense.
Yeah. And we do see the Indus form coming out here.
They're going to go ahead and set up that discard pile with as much Morfrost options as you can. I'd imagine we're going to grab a Bomb and Terror again. But quite notably, Waldemar really didn't opt for Terror in the last game. So I'm not entirely sure too much if we're going to be seeing it here. Terror going to be the first dump, followed by the Bomb. Quite notably using the Shattered Stars art for the Terror form and the Tournament Pack art for the Morfrost. Absolutely love the kind of just little minor bling outs that you can bring to this deck.
And I think that those are cards that I don't even have, actually, so I'm a little bit jealous.
I am personally quite fond of the green Morfrost Stellars.
Oh, those are gorgeous. I love the promo lichen. Mm-hmm. I have a few of those.
Down comes Snark!
Snark! Yes! Thanks, Kryber. I forgive you for everything you did. Snark has hit the field.
We do love Snark in this household. But with that said, Snark going to be able to grab any card from Kryber's deck that it has both a lunar and water enchantment on it.
Which is actually a lot of things.
There are 4 cards in the game currently that can grab, Rock in a Hard Place being one of them. Mm-hmm. The other options there would be the Joblin, the Draking, or the new Tsunami High Tide. All of those are options for Snark. Quite notably, though, Snark's still going to be able to walk over the Indus form. Kryber heads up, not setting any back row when walking over it to ensure that they don't lose it to that Indus form destruction.
Mm-hmm. Also, a Moralith.
Or not Morfrost, Moralith.
You're not wrong. This is Morfrost.
This is Morfrost. Going to pitch off, milling from the top, we got the Scorpion, Ambro, Aurora Borealis, Cryoblast, and Resting!
Oh, man. Waldemar, also, thank you so much for being so considerate of us here casting. Very, very much appreciated. But that was a brutal mill.
Yeah.
But you get Moralith out, so...
That does mean, though, that 2 of your potentially 5 removal options are gone, just like that. You've lost your Resting and one of your potentially 3 copies of Cryoblast. We know Waldemar's on the Earthquake, so you're running out of removal with that. And down comes another Snark, probably just going to reach in and grab another... something else to probably help out with this. I imagine High Tide might be making an appearance here, as that could actually get around the Moralith.
But we're grabbing Joblin.
It looks like Joblin is going to be blocked.
I do like to call this board state that I've never seen before and just came up with it, Snark Squared. The double Snark. And I'm just loving this. He's just the cutest little boy in the whole world.
But now Kryber is able to set a back row, no longer having to fear that Indus form, the pop-off. But the question is, does Waldemar want to just go for the push? Because they do have the Scorpion Bat combo in hand.
Very true.
And it looks like that's exactly what is about to happen
what we
here.
are going for. I think in this position, we are at, I believe, now 5? Maybe 4 Morfrost in the Underworld, and they aren't getting it by us again. There is a Mountains of Boreas active. So
okay. Good to know.
Good.
That is very good to know in that regard. So notably, Snark will be dropping to 0 defense, and the Bat form will revive Terror form here. Terror form dropping everything, if I'm not mistaken, that's not Frost Enchanted by 1 attack for every Frost under it. I think that's correct.
It's
no, it's not even doesn't even have a negator there. It's just -1 attack for every frost under that terraform.
All opponents Elestrals. And this is looking like a cleared board. It was a Schnark massacre.
Yeah. Waldemar definitely in control of the board state here, but quite notably did lose a lot of spirits to set up there. I have to imagine that back row might be Aurora Borealis to get that surprise terraform back up there. But down comes the Foamy. That is going to be a pretty powerful way to kind of wall off some of this advantage. But at the same time, these Morfrosts currently have 3 attack because of Boreas, and we could just see a re-enchantment, or down comes an Abominable. It doesn't even...
Yeah, and we are at, I believe, still 4 Morfrost in Underworld.
Well, Waldemar is going to show us here.
Yep.
Looks
1,
like
2,
4.
3, 4, 5?
We have 5 in the Underworld, meaning that with the Boreas up, this is a 7 attack Abominable form. And that is definitely enough to walk over the Foamy. Foamy is going to get the float here, but quite notably, I would have to imagine Kryber's just going to do another Foamy. Yeah.
Yeah, there it is. Just putting up wall after wall, which, fair enough, that's what Foamy does.
There goes the Morolith over it. Now Kryber has the option to actually float that Foamy into something with a high defense wall that wouldn't be outable by these guys. Which, let's see here, a Water Spirit coming down.
And it is to the side, so you might be right about that defensive wall.
Yeah, my go-to pick for this would... it's the Dratagua.
Dratagua, okay.
And that's going to get back 2 spirits as well, and wall off the rest of this attack push, because these other 2 Morfrosts are currently at 3 attack to Dratagua's 4 defense.
All right, so we're still pretty evenly matched here in terms of spirit count, that 14 to 11, despite how expensive Morfrost is. I'm kind of impressed that we are still at this point of the game, despite the board on Waldemar's side being so developed.
I would have to imagine that Kryber might be looking to make an Ascension play here, but also quite notably that Morolith is sitting at an 8 attack stat because of the Mountains of Boreas being up. And if that set card is an Aurora Borealis, that could go up to a 9.
Yeah, that is a big boy with the very real potential to be a bigger boy. But we see an Ascension into Joblin coming out, which we did know that they were playing that. Thank you.
Yeah. But with that said, Joblin does have the ability to expend a water to swap the position of a not water enchanted Elestral, but notably comes out the Gorgon's Gaze. Looks like Kryber's opportunity at answering this Morolith just got squashed, unfortunately.
Yeah, it did have the option to do so, but Waldemar took that option away from them pretty handily. And now, as we mentioned, with this Mountains of Boreas up, Joblin is very vulnerable to this Morolith. And with only 1 back row set, unless that's exactly Tsunami, this is going to be pretty tough.
On top of that, keep in mind that Terraform is dropping it to a 7 attack, and that the Abominable form is still also sitting at a 7 attack. So we're not even just worried about the Morolith anymore, but Rock in a Hard Place coming out here.
Ooh. With no Eddie on board.
Yeah, but is Rock in a Hard Place able to target stadiums? That I actually don't know.
Well, I can find out.
Well, regardless of which, the Terraform also does come down here. A rune and a
rune. Yeah.
Okay. But quite notably, though, the Indus form was discarded through Terraform's effect to completely negate off that Rock in a Hard Place, as it does have to target one of the Morfrosts.
Oh, man. And that looks like a Shield of Achilles.
I will say, if the Shield of Achilles does not target, so Terraform is not going to be able to stop that shield from going into effect here. as it looks like Waldemar was trying to pitch off the bat there to stop Shield. But I believe Shield is going to resolve, but 3 paid off for it. I have to imagine that's to bounce that Morlith back to hand, right?
That would be price-wise. That would make sense, but he's still hanging out.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure what's going on with this one, honestly. We might be a little bit lost in the sauce.
Well, that's okay. We've got a lot of stuff happening, and there are a lot of Morphrosts all over the place. And we have 1 still set over on Waldemar's side, 8 to 9 in spirits. So this is the time for something to happen for Kryber if it's going to.
Yeah. The Shield of Achilles was played there as 3 spirits were put down with it. Yeah. Okay, there it goes.
Okay.
We're resolving it now. Just making sure that that is what was in fact going on, because the Morlith was just sticking around for a bit.
But now he's gone, and that was a huge threat. Now we simply crash.
Or just walk. No, not even crash. He can walk it over because he discarded the Indus form for the Terraform, which brings Abominable up to an 8 attacker right now.
So a 9 with the Mountains of Boreas.
Oh no, 8 attacker, and then the Terraform drops Joblin by 1. So it would be an 8 over a 7. Very, very tight game here, regardless. Comes down to the 3rd, Snark.
Snark!
Kryber heard your complaints last game and said, okay, fine, I'll show you that I'm playing Snark.
Fine. Take it. And you know what? It does. I gotta say, if you are watching this and you haven't said Snark out loud today, you gotta do it. You gotta do it.
It's a very fun word to say. I fully admit. I enjoy calling out the Snarks.
And he's just such a sweetheart. And let's see what we're gonna grab here. Did we see? Was I too busy being enamored by the Snark?
It grabbed a Draking out of deck.
Oh, thanks. I'm glad one of us was paying attention and not simply on our little Snarkapade.
So Morlith is just going to come right back down, as Waldemar does still have more Elestrals in the underworld, but Kryber with the Tsunami is going to just blank this entire... Why are we showing the shield? Oh, the mills. The mills for Morlith. That's what it is. Okay.
Yeah, Waldemar has been very considerate. Although it looks like okay. They were standing so still. I thought maybe we had frozen. But no, we are.
It looks like Kryber might have accidentally fired the Tsunami prior to the resolution here, meaning that the Morphrost would be able to just go back into attack.
Ooh, okay. So we weren't quite at the battle step.
I think that's the debate that is going on right now as to what specifically is happening, because it's clear that we were still trying to resolve the Morlith effect, as the shield was the first mill of Morlith. There's been a judge call going on with this game.
Okay, so we are going to sit and figure out what this is going to do. This is a situation where obviously always make sure that you communicate with your opponent and say, are we moving to this step if that's the case? But I am curious to see if we get to continue with this mill, which I imagine we will. What else we get to see, as Waldemar will no doubt be showing it right to camera for us.
I will say that has been extremely helpful.
Yeah, thank you.
But yeah, with that said, I have to imagine this Morlith is probably going to resolve. I think the question is entirely around, because of the miscommunication there on the flipping of the Tsunami, is Kryber able to hold that Tsunami until the battle phase? As currently, if it does resolve as it is set up on the board right now, all of the Morlith and all the Morphrosts will go to defense, but then Waldemar can just swap all the Morphrosts back to attack. I think that is the question. That is probably getting the judge call right now.
Well, we will find out soon enough, but in the meantime, it's Snark's world and we're just living in it.
Oh no, that is unfortunately a GRE minor for Waldemar, which is the third one they have received today, which means it is automatically upgraded to a game loss for Waldemar, and Kreiber will be given the win for this game, unfortunately.
That is too bad. You hate to see a game go that way.
It's the third game error this round, I should specify. They've already apparently gotten that call a couple of times for this specific match. And unfortunately, a third offense does upgrade to a game loss.
Yeah, and that stinks. I mean, we've seen it so many times here on stream. When you're on camera, a lot of times these little mistakes that you might not make when you have the added nerves of having to kind of perform while you're doing it, they can really affect you. And this is probably one of those situations. So that's too bad.
That is really unfortunate, because that does mean that Waldemar has been most likely knocked out of top 16 because of that. We are not entirely sure what the specific errors were in question. We have just been informed by the judge staff that it was the third GRE minor for this round.
So that is our round 6. And that does mean that Kreiber is in a good position, especially with that 2-0, to be able to top. And both casters were playing very well there. It's not an undeserved win. I think that could have gone either way for sure. And
I do truly think that realistically that match it could have gone either way in total. I do think it was definitely in Waldemar's favor for that game 2, but definitely regardless there, game 3 was still on the table at that point, even if it did have to go to a game 3. We are currently trying to get confirmation on what specifically the error was in question, as I know we would like some closure, and you as an audience would probably also like a little bit of closure in that regard. But in the meantime, kind of looking over some of our other matches playing out in the top, like in our top cut contention here, it looks like one of our undefeateds has in fact fallen, and that would be Distant Coder has fallen to Caleb.exe in their undefeated match.
Okay.
So there is still one potential undefeated left, as JJ PM is currently playing against Aqua Dragon 82, and JJ was undefeated coming into this round. He did get pared down as we had an odd number of undefeateds left, which does mean that we may potentially have 2 undefeateds going into the next round. We might only have 1. You never really know until you get there.
Yeah, and the matchups, as ever, they take many lives, especially with this Distant Coder Caleb.exe matchup there. It was going to take one of them down.
Okay, so here are the clarifications on what the errors were. Number 1 was the attempted use of Scorpio when there was no opposing Elestral. Scorpio can only use its effect on an opponent's Elestral, cannot use it on your own. Number 2 was the attempt to use Terror to stop a Shield of Achilles on Morlith, which, again, Shield of Achilles does not target, so that is not a full play. Is one of the reasons why Chronodile, unfortunately, gets eaten by Shield. And the third was the mandatory effect of Morlith on cast was not used. So the flipping of the Tsunami was after the attacks had been declared.
Okay.
Morlith had forgotten to use, or Waldemar had forgotten to use the mandatory mill effect of Morlith, which unfortunately that is 3 game errors, and missing things like that are mandatory will result in a game loss if too many of them occur, which is very unfortunate. But kind of like you said, Kay, it's entirely nerves. You're on stream for these, you're playing these webcam games. It can get nerve-wracking.
Yeah, definitely. And that goes for anyone. I mean, we've seen decks dropped out of nerves. We've seen silly misplays that these casters likely never would have done. And it can happen to anyone. And that includes me. There was a game in Elestriad Season 2 where my hands were shaking so bad. I get the on-camera card game handshakes.
Oh yeah, no, the jitters are real.
Yeah, I tried to set a back row and I just flipped it right over. So none of us are immune. It happens to the best of us.
Yeah, but even still, we need to give a real big shout out to our players here, both Kreiber and Waldemar. Regardless of how it ended, it was still an incredible match, and they both did play extremely well.
And they both had really excellent runs all day today, which really does speak to the skill of these casters. And I have no doubt we will see more of both of them moving forward.
Yeah, I do believe while I do hope we see more of Waldemar with future tournaments, and Kreiber is still in the running for both top cut and just prize contention in general. With that said, we do have a couple more of our matches for the top tables that are reporting now. It appears Trishula has picked up their game against 6, so will remain in an X1 position. And then Perky has picked up their game against, see here, I do not have the full name of the player here. I believe it's Gaussian Elimination.
Okay.
So with that said, we're like our top shakeup is still getting sufficiently shaken up. With that said, we still have we have 5 people who have locked in a X1 or better record going into our final round of the day. Still plenty more to come, as plenty more are still shaking out. As I say that, JJPM has won their game against Aqua Dragon, meaning that JJ and Caleb will be playing each other as our 2 remaining undefeateds in the next round.
Ooh, okay.
And Adam has picked up their game against Patertot, meaning that they will remain in a 5-1 position.
All right. So it seems like we are really defining our top cut here. And that means that at least one of these games going into round 7 is going to be incredible. But we don't know what we're going to see yet. Could be something a little different. I know we've been trying to mix up the decks today, which I hope that you have all enjoyed seeing sort of these not necessarily on meta decks that have all been performing really well. I'm super impressed with, despite the prevalence of Lunar Aggro, all of these more fringe lists shining today.
Absolutely. We've had a real good just variety of decks that we've seen do well throughout the day here today. And I'm hopeful that we see a pretty diverse top cut given those results. Granted, I do know that a lot of the top players are on more standard lists, which again, we will get to those with Top Cut. But I'm very happy that we have been able to show off so many unique decks in the more fringes of the meta here.
Yeah, we've tried to keep it a little spicy for all of you while we're watching, trying to try out some new stuff. And I've seen a lot of Earth representation, which has made me very happy. And, even if I didn't get to see Foxes played, someone did have the little Stellar Voldusk on their playmat, which did bring me a lot of joy.
A Stellar Voldusk was on the board today, and I think that's the step in the right direction that you're wanting.
Mm-hmm. That was like last tournament, when technically at the end of the game, the Volclips hit the field, even if it was just revealing the hand. I was like, it happened! You can't take that from me. It hit the field.
With that said, we also just got confirmation that Lavender Sunyata has picked up their match against Spicy Sausage, and that means that they will remain in the X1 camp as well. We are still waiting on a couple of games to round out those X1s, and a lot of games still, as we are still in the middle of round 6. We still have a good bit of time left in the round. But with that in mind, if you guys have been enjoying the games today, just wait for a couple weeks from now, as we have our next major premiere event just around the corner. And I believe, as both K and MBT have mentioned, this will be our last big premiere event before the Dallas Open, which will be on, the premiere event will be on March 8th. And as you can see from that little slide here, a lot of really interesting prizing on the table for this one.
Yes, and notably, March 8th is my birthday, so if anyone wants to wish me happy birthday during the next tournament, that would be really cool. If anyone wants to win with Foxes for my birthday, that would be the best gift of all time.
Absolutely. With the March tournament starting up, that means we will be swapping our prizing over to the February Shattered Stars pack, which includes the Stained Glass Lycoris, the Full Art Island of Aeolia and Aviolith, as well as the Constellation Rare Pelicarius, and the coveted Reverse Stellar Elestrals Champion Stamp Galaxair. I absolutely love the rainbow smoke coming out of the top of that Galaxair.
Oh, yeah.
Beautiful.
They cooked with that design. It is so beautiful. I pulled a couple myself from my Shattered Stars packs, and I can confirm they are unreal in person.
Absolutely. But with that said, we are going to let round 6 kind of play out, get these last couple results in, and we will be back with your next round of live commentary shortly. And welcome back, casters, for our 7th and final round of Swiss for this premier event. I am once again the Log, joined here by MBT. How are you doing, man?
I'm doing good. I'm super excited to watch our final round of Swiss, crown our top 8, and see what occurs.
Absolutely. And I will say, just based on kind of how things have shaken up, we have a really interesting set of potential games coming down the pipeline. As of right now, I believe we have exactly 9 players that are at X1 and above, meaning that we should realistically have at somewhere around 6 X1s and better in Top Cut, plus 2 X2s, if I had to guess. I believe that's kind of how the math would shake out there. I'm not entirely positive on that, but it does mean we'll see some X2s in the Top Cut no matter what.
That's exciting. Hoping that they do not disappoint. I know there's a significant amount of people still in that would like to be clinching that spot. I believe Bean Soldier, Brewlock, Dimax are all X2 at the moment and would love to break the bubble.
Absolutely. We currently have, I believe, 24 that are locked in at X2 and better. Obviously, we are still waiting on a couple of matches to finish out from round 6 to kind of finalize that list in the meantime. But even still, like, we just had an absolutely incredible slate of games today, and even though we haven't seen a whole lot of the same decks, I get the feeling that once we get into Top Cut, we're gonna see a lot of very familiar faces.
Yeah, a lot of the same casters, a lot of the same lunar enchanted Elestrals, but also some other stuff, also some interesting stuff as well. I think at present, do we have any undefeateds? We do. JJ and Caleb are the only people who have not taken a loss, and Adam, who we got to see round 2, is looking real nice as well at the top X1 slot.
Absolutely. Speaking of those X1s, we have a lot of familiar names in those X1 slots currently. We have Justin T, our previous events champion. We have Trishula trying to make his run back.
Never heard of him.
We've got Distant Coder, fan favorite. We've got Mace of Hearts, who I personally don't think I've seen their name in these Top Cuts before, but I'm glad to see a couple of names I'm not too familiar with. We've also got Lavender, Sunyata, and Perky, all of whom are currently X1, and I believe all 9 of them are in contention for Top Cut as long as they win their winning in.
Exciting stuff. There is, of course, the chance that anyone who loses these X1 matches will still make it into Top Cut just because of the way math works, but their spot may also be sniped by the people immediately underneath them, and there are some big names there as well. I think everyone is excited to see what's going to happen. Obviously, I think we both expect the best deck in the room to be Lunar aggro, but what would you expect the next most represented strategy to be?
Personally, like, while I haven't really seen a whole lot of it, I know you guys got to see a match of it on stream where I haven't, is I would think that Bug Box in a way would be able to get some good representation in here. Just the ability to go with Ardbud into Spectaris and Viserys, very, very powerful lines. With that said, I believe we have a little bit of information for you guys. Our top card representation chart, which now will allow us to kind of take a look and see what cards are being played. And I think that the deck contains count has kind of, for the most part, stayed the same for many months at this point. But I think the total count chart is where the real interesting pieces are there. Seeing the Spectaris be such an omnipresent threat, Eddie once again creeping back up into the metagame, and Nobby in particular.
Nobby, Spectaris, Hurricane, really showcasing the power of these lunar decks. Hurricane, of course, isn't a lunar rune, but it might as well be given its incredible synergy with Nobby. The contains, also not particularly surprising. I would say the surprising part of this one is that some people have elected not to play Asked Rabbit. It's only at a 77% representation, as opposed to last format in which it was a foregone conclusion if you would be playing the bunny.
Yeah, I do think that is interesting. I think what else is really interesting is Ambrosia obviously being at the 100% representation, as I don't think I have ever once seen a deck not playing Ambrosia. But also quite notably there, Gorgon's Gaze got missed out on just for one deck. But past that, Shield of Achilles being directly behind it, and then Poison Tipped Arrow takes a massive nosedive in its usage past those two.
Just above half. It's just not very alluring against some of these decks that put up big, enormous guys. You can't really PTA Like a Void. You can't really PTA BlueStacks. I mean, you can. You're just going to take 7. It's just not as exciting as it used to be. And the decreased number of Asked Rabbit in lists definitely helps when it comes to deciding to cut or not cut this back row rune. I wish they had figured it out before I bought the full arts, though.
That's completely fair. Also quite notably is above the PTA here, Tsunami has seriously picked up in its usage. I think that people are starting to find that Tsunami is just like one of those back row that is an active answer to the current format. With Lunar Aggro, obviously you have some play around with Tsunami by like water enchanting something. But overall, you kind of have to step a little bit out of the comfort zone to get that Tsunami proc up, or the Tsunami protection up. And as such, we've seen it kind of take over Poison Tipped Arrow's position, on top of also being like one of the best answers to Blistrix as a whole.
Tsunami, a very, very powerful rune, obviously needs no introduction, but had largely fallen off in terms of representation just because of how ever-present the Eddy Galaxy suite of Elestrals was. I think a lot of the time when you see Tsunami in lists, you see it as a 2 of, just because those cards are still seeing play, and there are a lot of scenarios in which it just doesn't really do anything. But most of the time, you're going to want to see this rune, and people have responded accordingly.
Yeah, but also quite notably is the Resting on Your Laurels and Earthquake inclusions. I would have thought that these would be higher than the 70s. I would think that they would be up to the 80s or 90s by now, but I mean, I guess you have to make some Spirit deck concessions for the Earthquake, but Resting should, theoretically, Resting is always live, right?
Well, there's a significant amount of decks that never really get a chance to deploy it. It's a real feels bad in decks like Fire Nexus or Blizzstrix, in which a Resting is only going to be live in a position where you are absolutely losing the game at all times. But with respect to Earthquake, it would just have to be the boy math. It's getting so bad in some of these decks that are trying to jam 4 or 5 different colors of elements into their strategy, especially now that people are splashing the one of Lycoris for the Hurricane.
I don't know what you're talking about, man. I've managed to fit all 8 colors into my deck.
I haven't. That's the difference, I think I would say.
Absolutely, but quite notably there, I think Elechick being on the rise in inclusion with the Zeus coming up. Definitely an effect of Zeus coming to 3 off the most recent limitations list.
Card's really great. Big day to be playing Zeus and not Demeter, for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's kind of been the takeaway, is that in terms of the generic divine runes, Zeus definitely has kind of picked up in popularity over Demeter, just because even if your one Elestral gets answered, you can still keep trying to attack with others. Whereas with Demeter, if your one Elestral gets answered, well, now what do you do? We've seen...
Regardless... I am excited to see some of these decks make it in a top cut. The number one deck that I'm pulling for, though, is that Hydrake deck. To this day, people still forcing Hydrake. It's so funny.
I will say I would love to see Hydrake, Pentair, just the works in that top cut. But, I mean, I feel like we see like 2 or 3 people on Pentair every tournament. We've done kind of lookovers of every deck that gets played in the past for each of these premier events. And every time we see like 3 or 4 Pentairers be in there. And just every now and then they sneak into Top Cut. And it's clear that like Pentair does still have a place, being kind of like the end-all be-all big boss of Elestrals with that big 15 attack stat.
Enormous stats, impossible to get rid of, and one of the very few Elestrals that can contest a resolved BlueStacks.
Absolutely. We're still trying to get round 7 kind of squared away here. But while we do, may I suggest to you all, if you're looking and itching to play some Elestrals and don't want to wait for a premier event, we have our casual events that happen weekly over here on the for the Elestrals Discord, where we are currently hosting this particular tournament. They happen every Tuesday and Thursday, and they are all webcam events. So if you're wanting to kind of dip your toes in, learn some Elestrals, absolutely come out for one of these. It's a fun time all around. It's free to enter. You even get casters coins just for participating in all of your rounds there. And these are a great way to both learn the game and maybe practice some more off-the-wall strategies that you might not be ready to risk in one of these big premier events. But we love the off-the-wall strategies here.
I mean, I'm a fan of them, certainly.
Absolutely. And with that said, I believe we are gearing up for our round 7. And we do have confirmation on who we will be seeing today. We will be seeing Aqua Dragon 82, someone who has been bouncing around in those top players most of the day today, facing against none other than Bean Soldier Josh of the Elestronauts, which we're no stranger to Josh here.
I thought we were gonna watch someone good. Okay, so this is a strange. This is a strange match for sure, mostly because Bean Soldier TV might already be out. These two individuals are currently X2, but they are high-rated X2s, so it is likely that whoever wins this one will make it into top 8, though not guaranteed.
Yeah, that is definitely an interesting part about this, like you said. But regardless of which, if they lose here, they are for sure out of the tournament. So
yeah, that's for sure.
So definitely, pick your favorite and see, we might see who makes it through. Obviously, we are staying as unbiased as we can. We will not be picking favorites, but we cannot wait to show you guys some absolutely high intense gameplay. And with that said, we have just a lot of incredible players still in the running for this top cut here. I said, I believe we have 26 X2s that are technically all still in the running. If not for top 8, then for top 16 to get that potential prizing.
Yeah, a quick reminder that even though the individuals who are making it to top 8 will be playing out Swiss, or top cut as single elimination rather, the individuals who make top 16 will still be going home with prizing. They're just not gonna play.
Yeah, and with that said, it looks like we are ready to hop into our first game of round 7, our final round of Swiss. And with that said, Aqua has won the die roll and has opted to go first this round.
All right,
kind of
so
makes sense.
I am really excited about both of these decks. We obviously can't reveal anything until they come down, but I have already had the privilege of casting both of these strategies once before. I'm super excited to see them again. Two of my favorite decks during this format, one that I think is largely unexplored. Turn 1 Lumaru totally gives it away. Properly enchanted, by the way. Let's set a card, pass back, and do your worst, Mr. Soldier TV.
Oh my gosh, we're seeing Solar. Please tell me we are on my favorite cards. Down comes the Ash Rabbit out of Bean Soldier, the Funny Bunny. Gonna get to look at the top 3 of his deck and pick one to put in his hand. Absolutely incredible card. Like you said, it's kind of shocking that Ash Rabbit isn't in more lists this format.
Well, there's a lot of decks that are just a little too streamlined. They have too much to do with their normal cast, and a card that dualities you is strong for sure. Foretelling 3 and picking the best one is good. if only because it shuffles your deck in decks like Solar. But it really can't be justified if you have to be developing your normal cast. Aqua Dragon, I believe, is playing a deck that usually does not play the card. I say as I'm sure they're about to slam one down.
Yeah, absolutely. But the other thing I think with Bunny that cannot be understated is the 5 defense factor. Aqua Dragon is going for the expend to draw here. Notably, probably just doesn't have a real efficient way to answer this rabbit in the grip. Not into 2 back row, at least.
And no reason not to. You're not really under any pressure. This deck that Aqua Dragon is playing, it has no problem resting on its laurels, as it were. Werepup coming down here. This is an easy Gorgons if you have it, but if you don't, it's a little more frightening.
And judging by the delay here, I have to imagine... Oh, a poison-tipped arrow. So now this basically opens up to Bean Soldier. Do you have the full moon already in your grip? And it looks like Bean Soldier is opting to add the full moon off of this Werepup. But the question is full moon already set on this board? Because otherwise, if it is, then this poison tipped arrow definitely feels bad. But if it isn't, then you just got a cleanup there. And a Cryoblast coming down after the fact to take out the Lumaru makes it a little bit harder to get in with that. But the Werepup is still going to get 1 spirit out from Aqua Dragon.
And of course we'll pay for it as well here at the end step. This Lumaru so advantageously positioned versus so many cards. We watched in games as it milled like all of the power Elestrals from Hydrake deck. But one of the ways in which it is massively disadvantaged is that 2 defense stat puts it at a really bad total for Cryoblast in particular. Aqua Dragon just waiting on the next play here. Could be another Lumaru. Could be...
The Calfmel! There's my camel! Oh, I love this little guy. Calfmel being able to recover 3 between lunar and solar spirits on either destruction or being ascended over, which, while delayed compared to some of the other healers like your Quackles and your Sluggles, does put you in a position where even when it gets answered, it gets advantage. Bean Soldier opting to re-enchant the rabbit for his spirit for turn here. Gonna grab another card off the top, which I imagine that Bean Soldier is really not too sad about. Basically being able to stockpile advantage while Aqua Dragon kind of spins their wheels trying to get set up.
This is one of those scenarios in which you kind of have to assign your role in a match. Like, do you think that you are going to be the one who's going to be favored as the game goes long? And from my position, I mean, Josh would, of course, know better than me, but from my position, it really does look like Aqua Dragon is the more advantaged individual by the game going along. You know, they have a significant number of, like, 2 and 3 card combos that they're able to kind of deploy. They are probably going to always be up on spirit count, thanks to the Kaufmels and the Ambrose and the heal off of a card like Dragulus. So I guess we'll see, but I imagine... It's cool to just chill.
An Apollo coming down here.
We are playing the Apollo.
That is quite interesting. I have to imagine that there's probably something like a Winjin in the hand or something where you need to be able to guess the top card. Notably, Apollo here grabbing Plucky to hand. That's going to allow basically Elichic Light. In a way. But with that said, Apollo coming down like that, I have to imagine that Aqua Dragon is setting something up. Another Solar Spirit coming down. They're ascending over the Calfmel quite notably.
Ooh, wow.
To get Plucky. So I have to imagine, A, this is to recover the 2 spirits from Calfmel, but B, Plucky... even if Plucky's search here isn't really too relevant, as I imagine you'll probably either grab an Apollo or maybe something like a Zeus. The more important thing that it does is shuffles your deck if you do not like your Foretels. As Aqua Dragon now is going to be able to dig into their deck, find another Apollo, and get that good old shuffle it up. We saw Ambro and Tsunami were the top cards of their deck off that previous Foretell. So I have to imagine that that's probably why we're going down this path. With that said, though, 2 spirits under the Plucky, I have to imagine that that's also a little bit of a choice to kind of front load the counter rune line that's in the back there. Just gives some kind of an option to play into Josh here. And with that said, Josh dropping the Whale, Big Galaxy, which begs the question, does Aqua Dragon want to get into the Ruling's Nightmare of Whale Arrow ? It looks like they will not be doing that, as Whale will be attempting to attack over Plucky here.
Whale is such a sometimes inclusion in these lunar aggro lists, but I love when it is. It puts you into these miserable scenarios like the one you're currently seeing, where like you have to fire a Gorgon's Gaze just to prevent like an attack that could otherwise be stopped by a tsunami from coming down. It's just a lovely card.
Yeah, I also will say that Galaxy is probably one of those, the only cards that plays extremely well with Nobby specifically. So notably, Apollo here seeing a Cockaray, a Winjin, and a Draco Ray off the top here. I am so happy to see Draco Ray, though, because Draco Ray is one of my personal favorite Elestrals from the Moonrise set, and it looks like that is going to be what Aqua Dragon opts to take with this Apollo. And looks like the Ascension is immediately just going to get fired. It makes perfect sense.
This is such a scary Ascension into 3 back row.
It absolutely is, and you have to imagine that if Josh has Gorgon's Gaze here, probably would want to opt for it, but do you really want a Gorgon's Gaze? What is effectively just Sluggle on steroids?
Yes, I do. All right, it looks like we're heming and hawing over the effect here. Josh thinking about what he wants to do.
I imagine that if Josh has it, yeah, and there's the Gorgon's Gaze. Yeah, that's gonna clean up that by not only blocking the heal back, but also blocking Draco Ray from being able to attack here, as it would be able to clean up either of these Elestrals that are currently on board.
It's probably a little telegraphing that we don't have like a tsunami or a shield in the back row, right? Because otherwise this would be a really productive shield, especially with the Gorgon set. If you're Aqua Dragon, you got to be super excited pulling an Amber off the Draco Ray, by the way. You got to be really excited about the prospect of a Gorgon's Gaze on your Draco Ray, just because, you know, that's a differential in spirits of 1 relative to where you would have been. And for it, you are getting rid of one of the most powerful counter runes of the game. So if Thunderstorm cost 1, etc., etc. From this position, it's not like either of these Elestrals directly contest Draco Ray. By pulling off with the Ambro, it's almost impossible for Bean Soldier to be able to call something like a resting on your laurels off the top, and we'll have to just try and get over. Here comes the Werepup, but admittedly, Werepup doesn't actually resolve the outstanding problem. Draco Ray has 7.
Actually, it does resolve the existing problem, as if you remember, Josh searched for full moon already. So one of those back rows is absolutely the full moon here, which would put an 8 attacker onto the board that can, in fact, get over that Draco Ray. I was just thinking to myself that Nobby doesn't actually do it because Draco Ray is solar enchanted. But I guess an Earthquake does it too.
Yeah, that's helpful.
Definitely a little bit of cleanup on Josh's part there. But quite notably, Josh did search for a second copy of Full Moon. I have to imagine he's probably not main decking any of the other lunar phases at this point. But is going to, by the looks of it, go in for a swing here.
That's a good tsunami.
But that does mean the Galaxy is still going to get the punch in for 1. So a total of 2 damage here. Aqua Dragon notably expending a Lycoris off that Galaxy push. So I have to imagine that Aqua Dragon has basically just ditched the Hurricane potential.
That's unfortunate because it would be a really good Hurricane.
Oh, and down comes the full moon after the fact. Yeah. Josh is going to be able to get this Werepup up to... Oh, and the Gorgon's Gaze!
Yeah. That's good. Had to do it this way, just because of how Limbo works. Josh is going to Nexus onto the Galaxy instead, as the Elestral that's a little more sticky. But really disastrous setup for Aqua Dragon. Though this is an opportunity to go pretty hard. I wouldn't read too much into the Lycris expend because, we do have a lot of wind guys in here. I imagine we're trying to develop the Windjin this turn because we know the top card of the deck thanks to the Apollo.
You're right,
we can 100%
right.
hit the Windjin.
I think that what's way scarier though is because Josh added full moon off of this werepup here, he has a second full moon in the grip.
Yep.
So that does mean that this werepup 2 Like a Void line is still potential.
Mm-hmm. All right, so we are going to go for the Tornagin here because, of course, the spiked Cockray is going to enable that Ascension. Kind of rough. Obviously, you want to see like a back row rune there, but you can't attempt to hit something like a shield if you have the guaranteed. Now, we've been in this position before. Tornagin is super powerful. It can almost always guarantee a heal by virtue of like calling Koffmel, Camel, and like a Cockray. It can almost always guarantee removal by calling like Earthquake, Laurel's Cryoblast or something. And it can also almost always guarantee like a powerful defensive rune, something like Shield or Gorgons or Tsunami. Here, I think we probably have to deal with the outstanding threat, which is the Galaxy, but we also have to be a little scared at least of the Like a Void that's waiting in the wings.
I would think that Aqua Dragon here would probably be wanting to opt for a removal here, because if they opt for a removal, Josh has to realistically use the full moon before that removal comes down. Otherwise, they are losing the werepup. Looks like instead we're going to be opting for the big heal push. The big pushes actually. We've got Rise Drum, we've got a Hurricane, and I imagine there's got to be an Ambro. Okay.
Wow, this is 3 completely different cards. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, that is very interesting. I will say though, Rise from the Ashes is extremely powerful into this board state, specifically because Draco Ray is in the discard. Mm-hmm. So Draco Ray coming back off a Rise from immediately refunds your Rise from. Okay, it looks like Hurricane is going to be the hit. That is a good one. That is a really good one. That is going to be able to force out the Like a Void here if that is the route that Aqua Dragon wants to take.
That said, we do have to find a way to out the Tornagin if you're a Bean Soldier. Like a Void's what, a 6? It's not going to get over the...
No, is Like a Void a 6? I thought Like a Void was an 8.
Oh God, no. Yeah, it's a 6.
Oh, okay. I do not know where I got that in my head. Good grief.
Tornagin inversely is an 8.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, this is a really good Tsunami here.
Yeah. Probably the most reliable Tornagin answer is going to be that Cryoblast that we did, I believe, see already out of Bean Soldier. As Tornagin only has 2 defense.
No back row. Yeah, that's going to be it. With only 4 spirits and extra, the Werepup can get over, and we can just get in with the Galaxy and the Astrabbit.
Yeah.
Oh, and we have it anyway. Had all these. All right, let's go next.
That is terrible for Aqua Dragon. And there's the scoop out. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Unfortunate, but...
Powerful for sure. It just didn't stick the right combination of removal. The thing that I'm really shocked by out of Aqua Dragon's deck is the Apollo. We've seen this deck a number of times already, but never has it been playing that card in particular. Just because it's a little slow. It has the ability to like randomly lock you. Sure, it combos with your Windjin, but like Cockray combos with First Light and Windjin combos with First Light, but only Windjin combos with Apollo. So it's like a combo piece that only works half the time.
Yes and no. It also gets you to your key pieces pretty reliably. Draco Ray being able to be grabbable off that, you will actually, most times you're not going to be going for the Cockray Ascension. You're actually instead going to be hard ascending your Draco Ray over something like a Koffmel that's going to get you back 6 spirits in total.
Sure. I mean, we did see that play exactly. Yeah.
Yeah. So realistically, Apollo being able to hit, I think the only thing in that deck that Apollo cannot hit is specifically the Wind Gen, as every other every other Elestral in there has a solar attached to it. Even Tornadian has a solar on it. So I mean, Apollo does do a lot for that deck specifically. Though I do think that having a reliable way to shuffle your deck after the fact is also definitely key there. As Aqua Dragon did show, going for I can't even remember what it was, but they went for a shuffle directly after the Apollo so that they didn't get completely locked out by it.
There aren't very many cards that shuffle, actually.
Yeah, I will say that is probably the biggest downfall of the foretell mechanic, is the fact that sometimes you do just get bricked. But I mean, if it happens, it happens, which is kind of the unfortunate, like, long and short of it. There really isn't much you can do with that. But the Lunar Aggro deck here, I have to imagine that Bean Soldier is probably eyeing Nabi, if he is playing it, at something to potentially take to like play around Aqua Dragon here, because Nabi's not going to get a valuable hit out. Because everything in Aqua Dragon's deck is solar enchanted. Nabi can't drop those Elestrals, so it's relying on something like a Zeus to be able to get yourself over some of these, which definitely kind of muddies the math just a little bit.
Yeah, certainly.
But with that said, we are still just waiting on these players to kind of finish up their siding, getting ready for game 2 here. I believe we are just about there, but still a little bit of time left in that regard. But still plenty of time left in the round, so it's not like we're in any kind of particular rush at this point.
Yeah, we've got time.
Yeah, absolutely. Kind of getting a quick look over the other top tables to see if we have any other results. Doesn't look like anyone's reported in quite yet, but again, we are pretty early into the round still, realistically. Still kind of looking into that. Do you think, what kind of things do you think Aqua Dragon might be siding for this particular matchup? Because obviously Bean Soldier has a couple of put in and takeouts that he might want.
You know, that's a good question. If I'm Aqua Dragon, realistically, my main deck is probably built to beat this.
That's fair.
This is like the matchup you expect the most. It's definitely the matchup that you have encountered more than anything else all day. So I imagine that if they have stuff to bring in, it'll be kind of few and far between, or maybe be predicated on like if they're going first or second. Here they're going first, and we're just about ready to watch them take their first turn now.
Absolutely. Beginning game 2 of our round 7 match here. Looks like Aqua Dragon is opting for a mulligan here. Pitching off those 2 solar spirits to get the shuffle up. But as someone who has played a very similar deck to this is one of the few decks I think that doesn't really care if you need to mulligan, as solar spirits are so easy to recover between Calf-Mel, between Draco Ray, that going down a little bit early is not a big deal.
Yeah, I really do. I'm certainly scared of the possibility that a deck that is this combo dependent can mulligan this well. You know, you really don't want something that competent available, but we'll see.
Yeah, but also the other thing to consider is Aqua Dragon is also probably going to be pretty happy setting up going first, as probably one of the most dangerous cards to side into this deck is specifically that of Spoiled Fruit, as it can just absolutely eat a Draco Ray alive. Down comes a Nebuleo. That is
okay. I didn't want to spoil it. Aqua Dragon has a completely separate game plan post board.
Oh my gosh, that is insane. So Nebuleo
it's a smoke screen.
Be able to grab the first light, and I believe we saw 2 Draco Ray and an Apollo on the top there that are going to get foretold. But at the same time, First Light got added, so First Light has the option to shuffle those away if necessary here. Granted, you might want to hold that first light for something like a Cockray, but in the meantime, looks like they're going to instead opt to just set one and pass it over to Josh.
And if you're being Soldier TV, you're probably like, what is going on here?
I mean, Celestlio.
Well, an opportunity to resolve Werepup would be nice. I'm thinking here.
The question entirely comes down to, does the Aqua Dragon have the Gorgon's Gaze? Because if you do, I have to imagine you fire it here. Or the PTA. But looks like neither option is going to be opted for, as the full moon is going to be grabbed, and this Werepup is a very threatening little dog right now. But regardless here, Josh now having pretty open board state, gonna Cryoblast away this Nebuleo.
Sheesh. Boy, that is really rough.
That kind of is the long and short for most of these solar strategies, is that Cryoblast does just kind of take your lunch money in a lot of ways. As while they do have incredible offensive stats, their defensive stats do leave a lot to be desired. Mm-hmm. I think the only exception to that is Kathmel specifically. But down comes the Cockray, and we know that first light is in the hand. We know it's in the grip. So down comes the first light. That's immediately going to get the Cockray trigger here as well. And
we have to imagine that set card is the full moon.
And I love just flipping the top card of the deck over to reveal the Draco Ray, because we all knew it was there because it got foretold. Notably, though, the first light is going to stack a Nebuleo on top of the deck here. I have to imagine that Aqua Dragon put Apollo on top of their deck with the previous foretell, meaning that this Nebuleo is about to just enter the hand, which is very powerful, especially if you have something that can put the Solar Spirits on the board like Apollo. With that said, though, the Draco Ray is going to come down here.
And it's like we never mulliganed at all.
Yep, immediately is going to get back 3 Solar Spirits back to our grip. And I have to imagine that those Solar Spirits are probably about to just hit the board. With an Apollo in the grip. As Apollo is just one of those cards that you need to set up pretty reliably for solar decks like this. But yeah,
like on this play.
Yeah, like you said, though, I think... interesting. Aqua Dragon is just going to opt to attack over the Werepup. Josh not flipping a full moon here. Instead, just opting to lose the Werepup, which is quite... I mean, it makes sense. The Void
setting up for resting.
Yeah, there it goes.
And it's unfortunate. I understand probably the reason we didn't develop the Apollo is either to keep on our own resting or play around it as best we can. But here at Gorgon's Gaze coming down on the Elechick feels pretty good.
Yeah, absolutely. You're not too sad about that one if you're Aqua Dragon here. Being able to stop a Zeus from coming into Bean Soldier's script is absolutely critical, especially if Bean Soldier did opt to keep Nabi in the board, as Zeus realistically would be the only way that you could get Nabi to go through on a bunch of damage. Notably, Aqua Dragon playing the Hurricane Spirits. I have to imagine that that's Hurricane coming down.
Crazy Hurricane here. Ridiculous Hurricane.
That is going to clean up most likely a full moon and then something else. Gorgon's Gaze.
That's a really good Hurricane. Taking the 2 for 1, and now we can go off as best we can. We know they have a Nebuleo. We know they have an Apollo.
Yeah, or we're not positive on the Apollo, but we're pretty sure on the Apollo. Let's be fair. The 3 Solar Spirits coming down. Rise from the Ashes.
We're going in.
We're gonna bring back that Draco Ray and immediately recover those 3 Solar Spirits right back to the Spirit deck.
Oh, that is
like it
so
never
funny.
happened. Oh, and the fact that he Hurricaned away a Gorgon's Gaze before doing that
is such a big turn.
That is a massive turn, because now not only is that going to come down, but now Aqua Dragon has very much open leeway to just go in with whatever option they want to. Now, with that said, I don't know if they necessarily want to go in with guns blazing here, as the draw off the top of the deck was the Nebuleo. We do know that, but we don't know much else of their grip beyond that. Down comes the Nebuleo. I believe this Nebuleo is currently sitting at a 4 attack between the 1 spirit under him and then the 1 spirit under the Draco Ray. Notably, we got a Cathmel, PTA. And I didn't quite see what the other two in that foretell were.
Yeah, me neither. As is, we are looking at a ton of damage here, and a board that can't be cleaned up by a resting on your laurels because it's been used.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
Well, we're not done. We're going in some more.
I have to imagine he might be thinking over how many spirits he would want to put under an Apollo here to try and maybe dig that Cathmel that we just saw out of the top 3. Try to kind of just reorganize a little bit. There comes 3 spirits. I have to imagine this is Apollo. Yeah.
I was ready for the additional copy of Rise.
I would have been too if there was a second copy of Draco Ray in the discard. I would have to imagine though we're probably yeah. So I believe what we're looking over this here. Apollo is absolutely going to get to look at the top 3 if that goes through. Notably, no,
we're not activating Apollo.
Yeah, no, we're just going in. I will say that Apollo right now has this Nebuleo up to a 7 attacker. So we have 2 7 attackers on this board right now, which is very threatening.
Yeah. I mean, and Bean Soldier is in a bad way here. Has to find a way to out 2 cards that cannot be outed by normal means.
I mean, one of them.
Cryoblast is one way. The third Cryoblast.
A third Cryoblast doesn't do it. Draco Ray has 3 defense.
Yeah, he's a big boy. We're expending to draw here.
Yeah, that you have to imagine that Josh right now is desperately just trying to find some way to answer this Draco Ray, and that might not even be enough because the Draco Ray could potentially just get Rise from and come back later. We're looking at a PTA, a Cathmel, and an Apollo.
That might be lights out.
That does mean most likely that that the other card in Aqua Dragon script is a Shield of Achilles, as that was the other card that got foretold from that last 4. So we know that Aqua Dragon is on specifically Shield Cathmel in the hand and is going to just develop this Cathmel immediately.
God, I love the camel animation.
I love it.
For 3 here, putting Bean Soldier down to 8. Aqua Dragon down to 5, but if the Cathmel resolves, we'll be all the way back up to 8. For all intents and purposes, it's a tie game, except one person has a huge dragon on their side of the field. Yeah,
we are at parity, but at the same time, that Apollo is potentially gonna. Okay. Oh, maybe it's not at parity because here comes the Spectress. Although, granted, we do know the back row is Shield out of Aqua Dragon. So, do we really care if Spectress comes down on us right now?
I wonder if this is worth a shield. Probably. Yeah.
I think it absolutely is worth the shield here, because you could potentially find a solar Elestral off of this Apollo to ascend over the Cathmel and guarantee that you get those 3 spirits back after the fact. You have to imagine that that's probably what's about to happen here. Is the Apollo? We're gonna try to dig and see if we can't find a another solar guy. We see the Apollo, we see the resting, and we see a first light that does actually allow Aqua Dragon to shuffle the grip, or to shuffle the deck very notably, if he pulls out the hand after the fact. But I'm sorry, Apollo cannot grab first light. I am getting it mixed up with Nebuleo.
I was gonna say, yeah, while first light is good and will do something next turn, really just a question here of if we want to re-enchant before we go in.
I almost feel like knowing that Spectaris is in Bean Soldier's script, you want to put Cathmel to defense here, as you have the PTA to answer Spectaris, and it can't get over the defense position Cathmel if that's the case. But it looks like we are instead just opting to go ahead and get the swing ends. And Bean Soldier is going to go for the Shield of Achilles on that. This is about to be a very dangerous position because we know Aqua Dragon has no Elestrals in their grip currently.
Yeah, so we go Spectaris here from Bean Soldier. It eats the PTA. You crash with the Kothmel. And then
If your
Aqua Dragon
Dragon
goes first light down to 1. Apollo add the guy. Normal put you to 1. And then all Aqua Dragon has to do is get an Elestral that outs Bean Soldier's play and wins. You're going for the
Actually,
PTA.
I think realistically, you kind of gave yourself the answer there, is that Aqua Dragon realistically just needs to first light for Kathmel. Because Kathmel can just get you your spirits back after the fact.
Well, it depends on how scared you are of the follow-up Spectaris. You can get either Kathmel or Lumaru, and like Lumaru theoretically beats like the follow-up Spectaris, provided you're ahead on deck count, which I don't think you are.
Notably, PTA was actually just paid off of Apollo there, so Aqua Dragon actually still at 2 spirits, but Bean Soldier is going to fire the Ambro. Yeah, that will kind of smooth things over.
I cannot believe this game is kind of slipping out of Aqua Dragon's fingers here.
And
I imagine you take the Spectaris crash here all day, every day if you're Bean Soldier. Oh, or maybe you don't even have to crash at all. You can go back in on the Zeus.
Oh, that is very dangerous, because now you're putting Aqua Dragon on 1 spirit, and you know they have nothing in their top deck that can potentially answer this.
Yeah, first light delays you to a degree you can't.
Yeah, I think you expend here, and you
just hope that Bean Soldier doesn't top deck a critter. He's got no hand.
You have to hope that Bean Soldier doesn't top deck a critter for 3 turns, because we know there's First Light, Apollo, and Resting in there. None of those are Ambro.
Oh my god! I can't believe he found the way out. Oh my gosh! What an unbelievable play.
That is the problem with Solar, unfortunately, and the Foretell mechanic.
You say that, but if instead of paying off of the Apollo, we had instead just paid off of the Spirit deck, then it would have been in a position where we could have first lighted for a relevant critter and potentially gone in. I don't know. I think that Bean Soldier played in such a way that his opponent had to play incorrectly for him to win, and they did. Like, that's something that like good players will do, is identify visible losing lines from their opponent and try and goad them into it. It's just really rough to see it happen in practice.
Yeah, I will say I do think that Bean Soldier kind of had that one on lock regardless, specifically because of the Zeus in the crypt. Because he already had the Zeus in hand ready to go. Even if Aqua Dragon had played it in the way, like you said, that actually was definitely the better line. Zeus putting the Spectaris over Kathmel without needing to crash forces Aqua Dragon still to need to expend the spirit to kill the Spectaris or lose on the crackback. And it just kind of it was an unfortunate break no matter how you do it.
Yeah, because the Lumaru just crashes and puts him at 2. Yep.
Yeah, it really is unfortunate there, because just there's nothing really that could have been done. Very excellent game played by both players here, but it is unfortunate that at the end of the day, someone's got to win and someone's got to lose.
That's true. Well, you never should be betting against Bean Soldier, I'll tell you that. I do not know if this locks him into top cut. I think it is still close.
It puts him definitely in contention for top cut. That's for sure. But speaking of people who are locks for top cut, very specifically, Caleb.exe did take their game over JJ. So Caleb, as our XO position, is guaranteed that first seed. JJ, with an X1, will still be in top cut, but very notably, that the seeds matter in top cut, as they determine who gets to choose who goes first and who goes second. There are no die rolls to determine in top cut.
Oh no, Adam, our other Winjin player, it appears, has just lost to Brewlock. So it'll be a tough one for him. It'll come down to breakers, and I think it may also come down to breakers for Brewlock, but we'll see.
Yeah, we're still waiting on a lot of these report ins. We're also seeing that Viper has taken their match over Kryber. I believe that Viper prior to this was in an X2 position, so they're still in X2. But very notably, Viper has extremely good tiebreakers right now.
I think they are at present the highest rated X2, so very likely that they make it in. But the people above could obviously.
Adam is actually the highest rated X2 right now.
Oh well, now.
Yeah,
highest rated X2 going into this round. Dimax lost his match as well. No.
Looks like Distant Coder did just win their match against Mace of Hearts. So that was one of our X1 matches that we were kind of waiting to hear the results on. So Coder currently sitting at a 3rd seed. Basically, is at X1 is guaranteed top cut.
Yeah,
Mace of Hearts though does have pretty good breakers and might. Unfortunately, probably won't eke out because there are a couple of X2s above them currently. But we're just gonna have to wait and see how that tree shakes out.
It'll depend on what they've played against and if those people have completed their rounds and such and things. There are just a few matches left to go. I think we've still got, what, like 10, 15 minutes left in the round?
Something along those lines. We still have a good amount of time left. But also, we are starting to get results in as you're getting a lot of your quicker matches taken care of here. But even with that said, just this has been an absolutely incredible day of games on the whole. Like, I am happy to see that we are seeing a lot of our top players doing well, but also really happy to see some more innovative takes making it as far as they have.
Yeah, I mean, we can talk about Lunar Aggro all day, but it's been really awesome to see individuals playing not only decks like Healstall, but also decks like Hydrake, Winjin, Fire Nexus, and it looks like at least a few of those are going to make it into Top Cut, where hopefully they will have a decent time against decks that they have metagamed against.
Yeah, absolutely. And even though we are coming to an end on our Swiss coverage for today, this is not the only premier event that you should have on your radar prior to Dallas, as we do have our March 8th premier event just around the corner here. And this will be our final webcam premiere event before the Dallas Open near the end of March. And I have to say, I personally love these particular promos that we're going to be getting here. I absolutely love that Champion Galaxair, as I've said multiple times throughout the stream here. But I think the other really big thing to focus on is this March 8th event is going to be the last big premiere event to see any kind of massive meta shakeups prior to Dallas.
So if you want to get ahead of the competition, get an understanding of what's going to be played at that event, that is a great place to do so, of course.
And also, I would be remiss to not mention our illustration contest that we have going on right now. For those of you who are unaware, we have a contest going on to design your own art for an existing Elestral card. That is any Elestral between base set, Frostfall, Daybreak, and Moonrise, captured in whatever scene or style you would like. The submissions for that do close a week from today on March 2nd. And I have to say, Joseph, if you had an option, what would you pick for your Elestral that you would want to design? And what kind of scene would you want for that?
That is a great question. I'm trying to think if there's an Elestral whose art I don't like. It would have to be Kindleo. I would want to see Kindleo, and I would want to see him chefing, like cooking something up.
That would be actually really cool. Me personally, seeing the Starbit here on the thing, I kind of would like something in the same vein as the Spectaris comic book one that we have currently from the Shatterstars. I would like to see Starbit Supernova kind of like kicking into the scene and knocking Spectaris down. I think that would be something like a really cool artwork to see that kind of plays on an existing idea. which that does beg the question to you all in the chat. What kind of Elestrals would you like to see from this illustration contest? And what Elestrals, what scenes do you want these Elestrals to create? Like, really get the creative juices flowing. And if you think you have a good idea, be sure to just submit it. There's no harm in submitting these your Elestrals, because who knows, you might make it with these.
Yeah, I mean, if you are not an artist, don't worry. I am also not an artist, but I will be submitting. Do not worry. You will be in good company.
Absolutely. Experience or not, what matters is having fun with it. And quite frankly, that kind of is what it's all about at the end of the day. But it's also about seeing how good you can do at one of these big Premier events, as we do have a couple of our bigger matches kind of resolving here. Looks like we have Constellation Gaming clinching their match for a 5-2 finish. Does look like they will be in the running for a top 16 finish, not so much for the top 8.
That's unfortunate.
It really is unfortunate. And as some of these results are getting finalized here, it does appear that Bean Soldier's tiebreakers are not as strong as some of the other X2s, and it does appear that Bean Soldier will be ending in a top 16 finish here.
Owned, regrettably.
But even still, we've still got some big names that are still trying to play out their matches. Very notably, we have our remaining 2 X1 matches still going on between Trishula and Lavender Sunyata, and between Perky and Justin T, our previous Premier event champion.
That's interesting because, of course, regardless of the outcome of that match, it will have kind of trickle-down effects on some of the other people who are close. So, I mean, we'll be watching that pretty intently.
Absolutely. And with that said, I believe we are going to cut to a very short break here, but don't go anywhere. Top Cut is just around the corner.
and welcome once again to your Elestrals webcam event, Top Cut. I'm so excited. After 7 rounds of Swiss, we have finally whittled down a contestant pool of 88 all the way down to 8. We've got a bunch of really fantastic casters. We've got a bunch of really incredible decks. But importantly, we've got me and Kay. How are you doing today, Kay Cray?
Oh, I'm doing great. I was watching that last round under my heated blanket, having a great time, and now I'm ready for some top cut, some top level gameplay from these incredible casters. I cannot wait.
Oh, I really do appreciate that. While I won't lie, there is a significant amount of lunar aggro in the top cut. There's also a significant amount of other stuff. A significant amount of decks that I think we got to cast over the course of the day, including one that we're going to watch for our first one. I don't want to spoil too much just yet, but we've got a couple of individuals playing a couple of really, really cool things.
Yeah, we were really expecting it to be an overwhelming lunar aggro finals here, or top cut rather. And you're right, we do have some really fun things that I would not have guessed going into today we were going to see in top cut.
I think we can probably describe the individuals who have made it. We have Caleb, Brewlock, JJPM, Justin T, Trishula, Viper, Distant Coder, and Adam on the deck that we got to cast round 3.
We have a lot of, as you said, familiar names here today. That Trishula finally getting the top
Come on,
spot
buddy.
dream.
3 games away.
Come through. But honestly, I really like all of these casters, and I can't wait to see how they do. I'm rooting for all of them.
Yeah, and they're not all playing lunar aggro. I think what we've got 1, 2, 3, 4 of them. That's not a tier 0 format. Let's go. The metagame is saved.
Yeah, let's go Dallas. Can't wait.
Well, the good news is that we have an entire match full of people that are not playing that deck. Don't worry, you will get a chance to watch aggressive lunar gameplay. But we are going to take a single round to forestall it as we check out 2 individuals playing decks that are really, really out there.
Yeah, we've done so many fun, varied out there decks that people are probably on their knees like, please, lunar aggro, I have to see it. But no, we're going to keep showing you fun and interesting decks. Sorry.
Get owned, I guess I would say. I also have to shout out specifically, I am now officially incorrect about Winjin. I said it was not going to do anything. Here it is in Top Cut. I will eat my words.
And what's funny is that you would think that Trishula, who is Solar's strongest soldier, would be the one piloting it, but
Nope. It's going to be our boy Adam, who made it all the way from X1, submarined their way into Top Cut.
Yep, and we did already get to see on stream with a really great game. So definitely rooting for them. Know they're going to do great, and we'll see how this goes. We'll be setting up here theoretically pretty shortly, getting into Top Cut and seeing this kick off.
At present, all the casters are just preparing for their top 8 matches. We are going to be heading into Caleb.exe versus Brewlock. Caleb, I believe, actually went undefeated in Swiss, is the 1 seed, and as a result, will be able to decide if they want to go first or second in this very first game. Brewlock, inversely, will have to just take it.
Yeah, these top cut formats are a little bit different in that whoever the higher seed is gets to choose instead of it being up to a dice roll, which, you know, is a little treat for whoever's been doing better, which we love to see. And I am excited to see Caleb, who I've gotten to be on the mic with for the past couple tournaments, step off of the mic, even if I am a little sad they're not here, and completely kill it all day today.
I do want to say, one unfortunate casualty of the Swiss rounds was the Hydrake deck. It bubbled. It ended up losing its very last round and bubbled.
the bubble comes for us all eventually.
Mhm.
But at least we did get to see him at least one time today. That was fun. And you know what? Pinterror hit the board. So.
Oh, we are doing a little bit of... I don't know if we could show it off yet. We're doing a little bit of movie magic in our actual casting here. Oh, they are really having fun. Oh, you're missing out.
I know.
Chat, you're going to see as soon as we get in.
We're simply just watching this happen, and it's kind of like the jangling keys. I'm a little bit
I will say Caleb's one of the greatest key janglers I've ever known. The boy can jangle keys like nobody's business.
Mm-hmm. And we are very excited. I was peeking at both of these people's lists beforehand.
Oh, yeah.
Kind of cheating a little bit, but I can tell you.
We've earned it. We've earned the right to do that.
Yeah, they gave us the power to know everything, and we are simply using that power.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm. Also, while we're waiting, I am going to take this opportunity because you and Law got to talk about it, and while I was sitting there watching, I was like, ooh, I want to talk about it. But the discussion was about the illustration contest, and if we were to enter, what kind of art would we make? And my entry is less so like a specific Elestral, but I think that whenever you see art of these little creatures being like household pets, whether they be like sleeping in a little dog bed or like a Kinleo scratching at a cat post or something, I think that those are so charming. And if anyone wants to make that dream happen for someone who has absolutely zero artistic skill, I would really love that.
You're getting the free win cheat code right now. Unfortunately, there are no free wins in the actual tournament, and as a result, we will have to watch Caleb and Brewlock duke it out right now in their top 8 match.
That was an excellent transition, by the way.
Thank you.
It's like you're a professional.
Unsurprisingly, Caleb has elected to go first, and look, they're smiling!
Aww, cute!
And there they go. Look at
And
these dueling Flammomoth mats. Oh my goodness.
I was just about to say, they look gorgeous.
One of the hardest mats to pick up. But Caleb, despite being a player first and foremost, is also a collector of all things Elestrals.
Yeah, this is a beautiful mat. The first time I saw it, I very much envied it, but you know.
It's no Dimax Flammomoth mat, but it's close.
And it seems like we're having our little conversation here, maybe deciding if we're keeping, if we're mulliganing. There's a thumbs up. Love to see that. And
it appears that Brewlock did mulligan, actually.
Yeah, okay. And we see a water spirit, at least. I don't know what that second one was on their end.
Caleb setting one and passing into Brewlock's Spectress.
Ooh, which is also a set one and swing, which Caleb is just going to take that damage.
Yeah, why not?
Yeah, nothing you got to defend here yet. Curious to see how this shapes up. They are looking around. I do love that stained glass art. The Spectaris is probably my favorite of the stained glasses.
That they gave us 2 good arts for Spectaris. This one and the Zim art.
Oh yeah, the like comic book style. Both are very good. Yeah. Those are my 2 of preference. I kind of like the one where he's just standing there.
Menacingly! Oh my gosh, yep. Speaking of. Okay. Here come the lads. Caleb going down to an early 15.
Ooh. Was that an expend to draw that last turn, I'm assuming?
It was, which
may
give you a little bit of heads up about what's going on here.
And an Equilynx.
Equilynx, let's go.
Woo-hoo.
Wait a minute, is this set 1? Equilynx, the meter.
Oh my gosh, and it's that full art Demeter. And loading up, it looks like 2 spirits.
Been a while since we've seen that animation.
I know.
You can see the background, it's a Tsunami. That beautiful full art Tsunami is going to come for the Equilynx as well as the Spectarises here. And Caleb's just going to set an additional one and say, you know, if you have a Hurricane, I guess I do just lose on the spot.
which is totally fair.
No
is that
reason
a
to play
third
around it.
step?
Set a third one.
Why not? Go
Right,
ahead.
there it is.
Oh my god, the immediate punish. Oh no, Caleb. We didn't
Sometimes
even really
you got to
get
make them
see
have
those.
it. The downside to that
Yeah.
is sometimes they have it.
Yeah, we didn't get to see what all those were. It looked like one of them was maybe a PTA, but that it happened so fast.
What is that?
Is that a... It's hard to see. I'm not sure, but we're going to be taking 3 spirits of damage.
Oh, that's a Comalis.
Oh, is it?
Oh my god,
Okay.
it really is set 1.
Okay, and we have Lavalith coming out.
All right, so we're
And-
going to go Lavalith, pump off the Demeter so it can actually clear one of these critters. Going for the Comalis here. Going to take 1 and then spend 2 additional on this copy of Poison Tipped Arrow. And we are just slugging back and forth. Caleb, I believe, down to 7 or 8 off that play. And Brulok, despite being in control of this game, also down to 10. You know, those Hurricanes don't come cheap.
Yeah, maybe that was Caleb's plan all along, was setting all those back row. It's like, all right, I got to make you do expensive stuff every single turn.
You'll
in order
notice
to stay
Brulok
in
is
this.
not expending to draw on this board state for a reason that I think is about to become immediately apparent.
And here we see
Yeah.
something.
Now
There
let's
we
check it out,
go.
baby.
Elichik grabbing, I imagine, another Demeter. Maybe a Zeus could be in here. Who's to say?
God,
It is
Caleb
Zeus.
is playing incredibly fast, I will be honest.
I know. I'm trying to keep up, but we did get the Zeus, and that means that these Specteris are a little nervous.
So the Zeus is a good way to get one of them. It's not a good way to get both of them. We're going to Ambro first, as there is a pretty good chance against a Lunar deck I could just be killed in one hit, so let's do our best to prevent that from happening.
Yeah, and I have to say, despite being almost the end of this game, we really haven't seen much
Yeah, it's
from
just been
either
pretty
of these
normal, yeah.
characters. I don't think we can definitively say what either of them are playing with any
It's
kind
a
of
shield,
certainty.
beautiful full art shield. Goes down to
Ooh.
5 on Brulok's side. I believe 5 on Caleb's as well. This will put him to 3. Thankfully, we know there's no full moon, so that won't stop him. Brulok says, I'll go down even further. I'll go to 4. Okay, back up to 6.
Yeah, okay, we have the ambrosia
7.
here. And Thunder Lunar Water being brought
Hmm.
back. Okay.
Left the Thunder on the field because it's time for Aggro Rabbits.
This still tells us absolutely nothing about
It could
what
be
Brulok
literally
is
anything
playing.
at this point.
Yeah, that is just kind of a card that you play.
I imagine we're trying to take some kind of back row, fishing for something like a Gorgon's Gaze to close out this game.
Yeah, that would do it. I mean, even with that, obviously Brulok has more of this developed board, this wide board going on. But we're still pretty even in spirits for now. Unless this is exactly a tsunami, Caleb is going to be, yep,
He's taking it all.
taking these 3 spirits of damage, putting them down to 2 left. Okay.
Going for a rabbit of his own.
Yeah, all right.
This rabbit's scary because it actually is impossible to get over at the present moment.
Well, we might be doing something here then. There's maybe we can extend this game a little bit because
One
this is in
spirit
the
left. That's all you need, baby.
Uh-huh. And that is
Rock
a
and
rock.
a hard plays coming down from Brulok,
Ooh.
putting him to 3. Says, all right, I don't need the back row. What are you gonna
Okay,
do?
that's been Caleb's attitude this entire game, as we saw with the.
Oh, that's what you're gonna do.
Oh,
And a quick
okay.
scoop.
Yeah, there we
That
go.
was the fastest game I've ever seen.
Yeah, that was amazing. I don't even think that my hands move that fast when playing this game. But I guess we're going to be going into this game 2 with essentially no knowledge beyond. I mean, that rock in a hard place, Eddie, was a little bit telling, perhaps, of what Brulok is playing. But Other than that, we're pretty unsure what's going on here.
So far, just Specteruses, Astrabbits, Elichiks, the usual suspects, which is very strange because we can see both of their decks on the back end, and neither of them are playing something I would describe as normal.
No, I think that's why we were both so floored by what happened right there. But we're gonna have some siding going on. Maybe it could be interesting to see what happens. But honestly, I'm hoping we just see more of these lists, period, going into game 2.
Yeah, no, it would be really upsetting if Caleb went undefeated and then just lost a 5-minute best of 3.
And then we're all just going to be sitting here staring at each other while we wait for the other 45 minutes of the round to be done. So hopefully we see a more developed game this time. That being said, I mean, Brulok was under control basically that entire game. But despite that, spirits-wise, they were almost neck and neck the entire game.
Yeah, no. That's the thing is these aggressive lunar decks, they can really get some sick differentials off of hurricanes and the like. But the other thing they can do is accidentally run themselves dry.
Yeah, they can spend a lot on things, and this is particularly funny knowing, like, having the insight into these lists. That was the way the game went, considering it feels like neither of those lists usually perform that way. But, you know, we will see. Hopefully we get to go to a game 3. I think that's always way more fun, especially in something like Top Cut. It never feels good to see a 2-0 at this level of the day. Okay, so
we are just about ready to hop into the second game.
Yeah, and Caleb has opted to go first, so is going to be starting us off, and we will see if we have any mulligans or anything in store. Caleb fanning out those 5 cards for a starting hand. Hopefully something. I'm really not sure what that starting hand last game would have looked like, just based on the sequence of events that came afterwards, but we shall see. Caleb setting one and passing. Okay, back over to Brulok. That's
what we saw last time.
Yeah, I was gonna say this is very similar.
That's what we saw last time.
Oh, okay. This is all looking very familiar. And Astrabbit going to be able to, uncontested, look at the top 3 of the list, grab one, and then we shuffle again. So maybe that set card is either not a PTA or Korgans, or Caleb doesn't care. It's kind of hard to tell based on gameplay so far which it would be. But Brulok does set one and pass over to Caleb.
And we're doing it again. Expend a draw.
Okay, and that looked like a water spirit. Interesting. Okay. And I think we just passed. And Brulok sends out, is that a Toxiri?
I'm so excited we get to see this part of the deck. So
okay.
Brulok is playing like a suppression adjacent deck. We've seen Theraheart and Postamoose over the course of today. That stuff is in Brulok's deck. But in the board, he has the ability to transform it into this strategy, which uses Toxiri and Dense Fog to set up really powerful Necrolith plays. So I'm hoping we get to see that happen. Who knows? It'll depend on if Caleb is able to play the game at all.
So far, that has been a no. But I know you've been excited to see this kind of list all day. But here we go. A Sluggle. So we're going to be getting some healing. We're doing something here. Finally.
Cat's out of the bag. Caleb is on heal stall. Went undefeated with healed stall in Swiss. 7 rounds of heal stall. Until
the incident, as in last game.
So the rough part about losing that first game as the heal stall player is that out of the board, there is this card that just ruins your entire life called Spoiled Fruit that Brulok is playing. So you're kind of expected to pick up game 1 and then hope you jam through a game where they do not see that card. 2 Ast Rabbits, I think it's pretty likely they may have found it.
Yeah, they're clearly looking for something, and I think you're right that might be what that is. We see a set from Brewlock and passing over to Caleb. Oh,
Ascending into a Boom Bat here. Really sexy, old classic play. Going for the Boom Bat Effectio, targeting the Toxiri. Gonna set one and threaten each of those rabbits. It says, if you don't attack the rabbit every single turn, I will pop one of them. Boom Bat, one of those cards that you don't see much of anymore, but really has the strength to take over a game.
I do love Boom Bat, but I also really love Hurricane, which Brewlock has now used.
It's such a heads-up Hurricane, too. Did it in such a way that they took a huge tempo loss, just because what they want to do is get to a position where they can just, like, establish control of the field into opposing Sluggles. Like, willing to take a huge minus on Spirit Count because they know they're never really going to be threatened in any sort of way that matters.
Mm-hmm.
Resting here. Going to get the rabbit out of the way.
Yeah, that makes sense. And we still have the Spectaris here to deal with. Which, you know, if we just see this parade of Sluggles. However, it seems it is another Boom Bat, which is immediately going to leave. But so is the Spectaris. So Caleb is going to
this is exactly where Caleb wants to be. 17 spirits to Brewlock's 12. Just sitting here like, yeah, I'll just cast a Quackle every turn. You got it.
And that's where Brewlock's play was a bit risky, assuming that Caleb didn't have exactly what they had going into the next turn. But then we see another Toxiri coming out, which immediately is hit with a poison-tipped arrow. But that doesn't mean that we can't go and find that Dense Fog.
We are up on Dense Fogs. I think we've got one in hand after hurricaning our own one previously, but it's important to understand that card does not do anything. Like, against Caleb's deck, it's not that big of a deal. And Caleb's allowed to just take this tempo loss in terms of, like, expending to draw, using PTA to threaten critters, because he's going to gain all of the health back anyway.
That's true. With Heal Stall, you're able to play a little bit more chill, a little bit more relaxed, assuming that you actually see the things that you need, which unfortunately was not true last game, but it has been going better this time, which I love to see. And Brewlock going to be setting an additional one and passing back over to Caleb. We see a lot of setting and passing, and
There's
here we go. Yup, Quackle.
Ooh, Gorgon's Gaze. No! This is the secret trick of Heal Stall, though, is you think, oh, I'm going to Gorgon's Gaze their healers, and that'll, like, resolve the issue. No, it doesn't. It just means instead of them healing 3, you're taking 2, which is almost the same spirit differential. You've just saved yourself 1 health. Now the Quackle's a threat. You have to deploy something here, an Eddy, and any back row rune that Caleb has is going to make quick work of the Eddy and put you in a position where it's really hard to get rid of the guys on field. Yeah,
which, considering Caleb did a little bit of a look-see at both of those back row, I don't know if they're thinking about it. Opted not to activate Eddy's effect to move to defense, and a Gorgon's Gaze coming out, stopping that Eddy, keeping Quackle alive for one more turn here.
Ugh. Yeah, Caleb basically trying to stave off Brewlock's ability to take over the game. Provided that Caleb can keep it to 1-to-1 interactions, he cannot possibly lose. Great Cryoblast.
Oh, yes.
But because we're spending every turn to expend, because we're ahead on the Spirit game, we're allowed to just 2-for-1 ourselves on cards like that. Here, just taking the opportunity to draw another card after spending 2 cards to kill an Eddy. Caleb's going to go ahead and set another one, try and get in for 1, put Brewlock at 6. And Brewlock has to turn the corner.
Yeah, and we already saw 2 Toxiri. So I don't know how many big guys are going to be playing. Yep. So Eddy comes out again, not going to opt to move this Sluggle into defense. Caleb takes another look-see at those back row, which makes me think this is going to be another answer, which is a bad time for Eddy, unless of course, we see the Rock in a hard place.
Yeah, okay, says that's fine. Kind of a weird, interesting interaction here. So Rock in a hard place can't be responded to, because otherwise you could just chain the back row rune that's being targeted. So as a result, Caleb has to do something on an open game state. Here targeting, I believe, the Quackle and the guy immediately behind it. And unfortunately, that Eddy can trigger if Brulok is playing a copy of Kuribis.
Mm-hmm.
Caleb's thinking long and hard about this one. Doing a little bit of mental math. Feels a little more secure in firing that rock in a hard place after you've seen the first Cryoblast. Because, of course, while Kuribis is an exceptionally powerful card, it is very weak to that card in particular.
Mm-hmm.
Brulok just doing a little bit of math here. Ooh, is that a Kuribis from hand, dog? Oh, we're just not triggering the Eddy. Okay, great.
Okay.
Go for the Ambro here. Put 3 of these bad boys back.
Lunar. All right. Very interesting.
Mm-hmm.
And like you said, notably, no Kuribis Ascension.
Right.
And just going to swing for 1. And go back
Caleb
over
down
to
to
Caleb.
7, shuffling like a 6-card hand here.
Oh.
Eddy into Eddy. I do have to call out Caleb here. That's the wrong Eddy.
You're right. We're looking at the right Eddy on the other side of the field. And we see Water, Thunder, Water. Which that makes sense given that we know we've seen Sluggle, we've seen Quackle, the usual players. And Brulok
All right,
simply...
Eddy into Eddy.
Yeah.
Again, as long as we are in this silly 1-for-1 style of game, there is no way that Caleb can lose it. Spending an Earthquake on an Eddy? Oh my god.
awful.
If you're Caleb, you are very happy with that trade.
Yeah, I mean, this goes down to what you were talking about earlier with Gorgons into Quackle. It feels like it's something you should do, but ultimately, as the heel player, you're putting your opponent down on spirits. You're getting an advantage
and
either way.
Sluggle off the top.
There
Here's
we
another
go.
3 back. We're going down to 7, then up to 10. It's this position that the heel stall deck gets into that feels just unwinnable. You can't shield this. And if you're Brulok, you have to be thinking to yourself, did I mess up? Like, was it wrong to board into Toxiri at all? Should I have been boarding completely differently? It's possible that Brulok had the complete wrong read on what Caleb was playing, given the fact that we saw nothing out of game 1.
Yeah, it was a complete mystery. And
just going to
this
scoop
is
it up,
a
says, you know what? Let's just go game 3. I'm not doing this for another 20 minutes.
which is totally fair. Kind of funny based on how that first game went. Then this one could have been such a slow, drawn out game at the end there. But we actually did get to see a little bit more of both of these players' decks. Caleb on heel stall and the possible Toxiri, Galvinum, maybe Kuribis going on Brulok's side. Hard to say. We didn't see all of those pieces.
Yeah, for sure. I gotta say, I love this deck. I think it's super sick. But heel stall. I mean, what is there to say? I can't believe this deck is even still around, to be honest.
I mean, clearly Caleb saw the potential and said, you know what? I'm going to bring it today, and I'm probably going to be the only one on it.
I will say, I think there were 2 total heel stall players in the event today. Caleb was one of them and went undefeated. The other one, I believe, bubbled. So despite the fact that the deck was expected to just fall off the face of the earth with the addition of spoiled fruit into the card pool, it is very much alive and well. We'll just have to hope, if we're Caleb, that we don't see that card in game 3. We are now boarding. You expect that Brulok knows what you're up to. You are going to get way more targeted here.
Yeah.
It has the potential to get really rough.
Yeah, possibly going to be taking out the Toxiri stuff, who's to say, but we will find out here going into game 3.
It's crazy because the Toxiri stuff is so good against a water-based aggressive deck that's playing Galaxy. But it's so bad against a water-based stall deck that's playing Sluggle.
Yeah, which, I mean, maybe based on the spirits that were expended, Brulok was thinking it was more of an aggro water list, like you said.
Right.
And therefore, that would have been a great thing to side in, but that was not it at all.
No, and a mulligan out of Brulok.
All right.
You know, it's bad for sure to have to mulligan. It's rough every time. But it's not terrible in this scenario. You know, this game is going to be decided, if you're Brulok, by you taking over the game in such a way that individual removal spells aren't going to be able to stop.
Right, because Brulok is never going to win the spirit game. He's never going to heal more.
It's not going to be I'm at 1, you're at 2. It's going to be I'm at 3, you're at 12, but you can't beat like 2 drops, for instance.
Exactly, yeah. So we shall see how this plays out.
Set 1 pass, expend a draw turn 1.
Yeah, flawless.
Honestly, against Heal Stall, that's pretty good.
Yeah, and Caleb, it seems like, is also going to be expending to draw, which is consistent, and setting 1. Yeah, we've been here before.
He's very happy to do that. All right, did we find a Wabbit?
Let's see.
Oh no, we're expending to draw again.
Okay.
Brulok says, I'm in no rush. Go for it.
And then Caleb also
is also expending to draw. Elestrals!
Oh man, eventually we may play some cards, but until then, I mean, if your opponent's still expending, it's
and
like,
I'm
okay.
expending to draw 2!
Oh my god. Setting 1 though. There we go.
Not to toot Caleb's horn, but that's why I love Heal Stall in this meta. This Lunar deck is so reactive in so many ways. Like, Nobby is good once your opponent establishes a board, you know? The Dense Fogs in this are good into existing board states. If Caleb just refuses to commit and then casts Sluggle, like, what do you do about that?
Probably nothing. Set 2 and pass, I guess.
It's been nothing so far.
I think this is fun. We could stay here forever, and then eventually.
And we're expected to.
Oh,
we're 4 turns in. We haven't played a single card.
No. How many more turns of this do you think we have? Should we start taking bets? Chat. Let us know what you think. Let us know.
Okay, so we kind of have to. We have to take stock of the situation and try and figure out what they're building to. Ambro. We're casting Ambro here.
Okay. So that we can expend more.
If you are Brulok, you're trying to get to a position where you can like cast an Eddy and a Rock in a Hard Place, probably. You're trying to get to a position where you can cast a Comalis and an Artemis. You're trying to hopefully do a big turn where you make a big guy that can't be targeted in a way that matters. If you're Caleb, you know, you do have some must negates like this Elechick, but you know, at the end of the day, you're completely comfortable just sitting and finding more and more removal, more and more ways to stop your opponent from getting off the races, and eventually going over the top with some ridiculous combination of Sluggles and Quackles.
And by
we
God,
finally found a rabbit here.
Yeah, we've got the rabbit after Elechick was handily dealt with by a PTA. The rabbit effect going to go through, and you know, maybe like you were talking about, we have all of these different pieces that you want to see before you start doing anything. Maybe we've got those by now. At this point, our casters have their entire decks in hand, so we're bound to have some pieces. Okay.
Cue the rabbit.
Here, quicking the rabbit.
And again,
sure.
you can take these 2-for-1s, the spirit differential, because the first guy who's coming down is Sluggle.
It's a Sluggle.
Spoiled fruit coming out.
Ooh.
All right. Although, if you're Caleb, you are certainly happy to see that come down now and not on a critical turn. Like, you have to imagine that there are a couple extra copies lurking in the deck that you will have to contend with, but that's 1 fewer than what you have right now.
Oh, and Toxiri still coming out. Okay, we thought maybe they would side out of that, but no. Brulok's sticking with Toxiri, who is going to be immediately. Yeah, hit with the
if nothing else, I kind of like the Toxiri as a way to just thin the deck. Like, you're gonna draw 1 million cards off of expending to draw. This is a way that, like, there's a couple of cards you won't play. Like, it's serving a similar function to like Ampup here.
So you're telling me this was the plan all along? 5 mulligans or 5 expend to draws was the plan from the beginning?
I mean, for sure. Like, we're just trying to find 2 spoiled fruit and win from that position. I just don't know if they did, or if that wins versus the cards that Caleb's drawn.
Well, it's worked so far. Caleb gonna be setting another. And
again, I mean, that's what Caleb wants to be doing. I think the thing here is Eddie no effect, just trying to put the screws on. I think the thing is that Caleb understands as long as Brulok is playing his game, he's way ahead. I mean, his deck is built to win board states like this, where Brulok's isn't. If Brulok's going wide, if he's making a big, tall guy that can't be targeted, then we have a problem. He isn't yet.
That's true. This is a very comfortable spot for Caleb to be in. Brulok has 3 set, and the Eddie on Eddie violence is about to return. Caleb possibly thinking about a response here, but also might just let this Eddie go down.
There's not like a great response.
No.
Something like Gorgons, something like Shield would really only delay the inevitable, which is a trade for the Eddie. Obviously, Tsunami does nothing. Poison Tipped, we've missed already.
We see some.
He's really thinking about it.
Yeah. And
it is going to be Gorgons.
Gorgons. Okay.
This is kind of a rough. Gorgons obviously puts him down to 9. And the upside is you get to crash your Eddie into their Eddie, which is really not where you want to be.
Unless we see a Boombat ascend again. That is always a possibility.
Oh, Cryoblast, you're crazy.
Oh,
Boombat Ascend actually pretty bad into this board specifically,
yeah.
Just because we know that there is a dense fog in the back row.
And we see, I believe that is a rabbit.
Yeah, that's a bunny.
Coming out, looking at the top 3. Gonna be selecting that one.
Oh, we snap picked that one.
Mm-hmm. We talked about this earlier. It's like, which would you rather see? Your opponent grabbing one really fast or having to think about it? And we're in a situation where that was quick.
Probably the best part of Heal Stall is its pilots do play this fast, just because you really don't want to get into a position where, like, this is an Ambro, yeah. You theoretically could enter a time scenario. Like, you will enter a time scenario, like, probably every match. But getting yourself into a time scenario gives your opponent the opportunity to turn Gorgons that usually would just be the difference between 2 and 3 into critical game-winning plays. And so you have to be playing fast. You have to be playing constantly. You can't really be giving your opponent a chance to breathe. Here, taking Brulok down to 6 to Caleb's 9, and we've got to turn the corner, buddy.
Yeah, Brulok's got to get some
Dense fog.
motion.
Oh my, are we seeing it? That's 2 critters on board.
Dense fog?
First ever recorded Necrolith? Boom!
There you go. You've wanted this all day. I'm so happy for you, honestly.
I'm so thrilled that I got to see this. Necrolith, I imagine, here is going to target the Edward, try and get over the rabbit.
We did get to see the dense fog animation, which I haven't seen before. That was kind of fun.
Yeah, kind of covered up the Necrolith, I'm not going to lie.
It ruined your moment a little bit.
No, it's like it appeared from the mist. How about that?
Ooh, as if.
But this is what I'm talking about. Now Brulok does get to kind of turn the corner. A 2-drop is hard for Caleb to interact with. We have to shield here. Oh my god, is that an Argo?
What? Okay, so we're gonna be grabbing an artifact of some kind.
Into Harmonia, so they crash.
Yeah.
Oh no!
This is the most blinged out rabbit that there has ever been. Are you kidding me?
But again, you can take these terrible spirit differentials, these terrible card advantage differentials, because you are gonna pump it back up. This man's gonna untap and slam a Sluggle.
Ooh, man. Well, you know what? You got to see a Necrolith for one bright and shining moment. And I at least am happy for you for that.
But 2 + 5, regrettably, is still 7. Argo was in this list the whole time. It's too funny. Said, what's the only deck that can afford to pay 4? What'd I say? Slam the Sluggle, baby.
All that. Here comes
back to 5.
3. And after what seemed like the turn, Brulok is once again on the back foot here.
Oh no. Caleb getting in, putting him to 2. Brulok. Oh, so Brulok has to be sitting on at least an Ambrosia. He's got like 19 cards in hand.
Oh, for sure. Unless it's just
all right, leading here is Spectress. That's a really threatening card.
That is.
Oh, a Gorgon's Gaze here. If we have a removal spell for the Spectress, we might just randomly win the game.
This has been a really fun game. I'm glad that we are seeing more of this, especially after all of those expend to draws. By gosh, we better have seen something.
Boombat coming down.
Here he
said, do you have the dense fog? Nope. Get in there.
Amazing. Oh my god. And I think that is our game.
Oh, wow. What an unbelievable game. Oh.
That's
Necrolith, pop your monster into lose combo. Should have played around Argo the Rabbit. Honestly, I don't know why he didn't.
No, and you're so right. That was a bit of an oversight on Brulak's part.
So I guess we can reveal now that Caleb is playing a really expansive Argo package. I was shocked to see it had not yet come up. A little telegraphed with the Equilinx and the Demeter, because of course those cards play very well with Argo. But what a list, and had to play through a spoiled fruit as well. I can't believe that this deck is not dead.
It really it's hanging on for dear life, and you know what? It's in semifinals now.
It is.
And honestly, you mentioned like maybe it was a clue when we saw Equilinx Demeter, but that was so long ago. Those were different games each time, and as far as I'm concerned, these could have been different lists playing every single game. But hey, we got 3 varied games, and you know what? If anything, that last one was very exciting.
For sure. Oh, Elestrals. Sometimes it is so good. Whew. Oy, oy, oy.
I have to say, after having played an Argo list, that is one of those, you know, when you are playing card games and you're like, oh, I'm playing in a card game. That's one of those ones that'll be like, okay, and now I'm going to do this and this and this and this. And it feels great. So I'm glad we got to see that happen.
Well, I mean, I'm trying to get my bearings again. It was such an interesting match. Let me check and see if we have any other reports. We do. Trishula has 2-0'd his opponent. It could happen.
Ooh.
I think we'll play the winner of JJPM versus Justin T. Kevin is still playing versus Adam. Viper going down is unfortunate because they were on Fire Nexus, and I really wanted to see that deck. But that's a top for Fire Nexus. We don't have very many of those. That's not bad.
Does this mean that you're getting pilled on it again?
I've been pilled. I've been building Fire Nexus off to the side while this tournament goes on. I'm like, I'm not losing to BlueStacks. I'm gonna Kindleo Nexus and pop that sucker. We watched that game, and I was like, it's back, baby. It's so back.
I love that for you. And
playing
and you
0
know what?
new cards.
This could be Fire Nexus's moment to rise from the ashes, so to speak.
Oh wow! Was that off the dome? That was.
Thank you.
Brulak's deck with the Pasta Moose, unfortunately, no longer in Top Cut, but a really impressive showing for that card. Really impressive showing for Fawnlet. Thank you for repping suppression control in some way, shape, or form. I loved it. I'm so happy that it at least got a minute in the spotlight before it was completely destroyed by Heelstall. I will say there is a good world and a bad world when it comes to the outcomes of these 4 games. There's a beautiful, wonderful paradise awaiting us in which all of the off-meta picks win, and top 4 is like 4 different decks like Winjin and Fire Nexus. And there is also a bad timeline in which 3 of the 4 are Lunar Aggro.
Hey, but you know what? We have been seeing so many different things that I'm not burned out on Lunar Aggro.
We have avoided it pretty well today.
We really have. So, if that ends up being, if we do enter the bad timeline, then you know what? I think that's okay. And what I appreciate about Lunar Aggro versus these 5s lists that we've seen in the past is that it's not the same game every time. There's so many different ways that it can be played and different things.
To be clear, my frustration with Lunar Aggro is that it's overrepresented. It is not 5s. 5s was...
No.
Ooh, it was rough.
Yeah, it's a different list for sure, and I think that it's really neat to see so many different lists, as you said, because it is so heavily saturated after how well it performed in the last tournament. There was a while when I first was waking up this morning and like, ooh, what have the casters brought for us today? And I was randomly clicking, and every single one I opened was Lunar Aggro. It was just like, oh, here we go.
I did end up checking everything. I think that a lot of these decks, Fire Nexus is one of them, but also Winjin, also Healstall, are way underrepresented just because people don't know what's good. Like, it is difficult to land on a list. There's like 2 or 3 circles of people testing that put a lot of time into the format, but regardless of their findings, all the people in that circle are going to bring the same deck. So you have a lot of lists that look samey. You have a lot of people building lists based off people disseminating their lists after the fact, and it's really easy to accidentally trick yourself into thinking something like BlueStacks is the unbeatable Giga deck in the format. Morfrost is the unbeatable Giga deck in the format. And I think it is unlikely that Lunar Aggro is in that same position. But I do think it is more represented than it is powerful. And I hope that the success of some of these off-meta decks like Winjin and Healstall and Fire Nexus can inspire people to do well with those lists in their own tournaments, at their locals, or in webcam events that are coming up in a couple of weeks.
I do think that sets a fun precedent for the next tournament on March 8th. I will be, despite it being my birthday, I will be at least watching and seeing what's repped and what's good. And I'm very excited to start prepping for Dallas. I've been meaning to go to these weekly events that keep happening. I wanted to do the starter deck, one of the starter deck tournaments so much. Those have been so fun.
But if you want to flex your Elestrals muscles, you could do so at, of course, any of the webcam events at Competitive REL, the one we're having today. There's another one on March 8th. But also, if you are just looking to dip your toes into the format, the casual tournaments that happen at 7:30 p.m. Eastern every couple of days. We've got one coming up the 25th, one the 27th, and then 4 more on the 4th, 6th, 11th, and 13th when it comes to ways to play the game before the Dallas event. There's a lot of fun decks at these. There's a lot of good players trying out fun brews. A-Drive also plays in them and brings a deck full of cards that haven't been printed.
Yep, it's always a toss-up what A-Drive is going to bring. And these are perfect opportunities to, like you said, if you want to try out these more fun lists, if you have a theory that this card is good, this is a perfect place to be able to play for free, get some caster coins, and play against some people in the community.
Mm-hmm. With that, I think we are just about ready to take a little bit of a break. I'll give you first an update about the other tables. JJPM and Justin T are currently in game 2. JJ is up 1-0. And Distant Coder and Adam are going into game 3 as we speak. That's great news because either Coder is going to advance, which I would, of course, be happy with as a friend, or Winjin Solar is going to advance, which I would be happy with in terms of casting. I think that is a lot more fun.
So really, you can't lose there. You're
exactly.
happy either way.
Well, I can lose, and that's that the Winjin deck wins and then loses the next round, and then I don't get to cast it because I'm taking a quick break after this one and handing it off to the Law Yu-Gi-Oh, who will be doing your semifinal round with Kay.
Me.
All right. With that, stick around. I think there's maybe 5-10 minutes left before we get into the semifinal matches. But until then, we're going to take a quick break and return momentarily.
And we are back. We are gearing up for semifinals, and I have once again been joined by my lovely friend, The Law.
How's it going, Kay?
Oh, it's great. I am honestly, I'm still giggling and full of joy after that last game. The entire match was excellent. I don't know if you were able to catch any of it, but
I was able to
really
catch the tail end of it.
Okay.
What in the world were those? I will say when we cut to Top Cut, I assumed that we would be seeing Lunar aggro basically every round, but then it turned out not to be the case at all, which is quite frankly really awesome to see.
That was very cool, and I don't think I've ever seen games quite like what we saw in the last round, which was so fun. And getting ready to go into semifinals here, just so you all know, we do have a game that went to time and got an extension, so we're waiting for that to wrap up, and we should have our results here very, very soon for you.
Absolutely. We're still sitting here with, we have the winner of our last round, being Caleb.exe, taking the match over Brewlock. But we also have the results that Trishula has taken their match over Viper. So currently we are still just waiting on the other two matches for our top 8 to kind of wrap up before we move on to semifinals. It has been an excellent day of casting. And I am so glad that we're getting to see so much different decks and strategies with Moonrise. Like, I was really worried that we were going to see a lot of like the same that we saw the previous event, but it really does feel like we have some actual different faces this time around.
People have been experimenting, people have been cooking in the kitchen, and clearly it's paid off with all of these different decks represented, even here in Top Cut. Caleb had the gumption to roll up and say, I don't know if you all knew, but Healstall's good. And you know what? Has managed to prove that the entire day.
I personally have been a believer of Healstall for a while now. The deck that kind of has been my go-to strategy before, like I sleeved up a Lunar aggro list, was Healing Solar, which was basically the idea of the Calf Mel and the Draco Ray that we've kind of seen like sprinkled in throughout the day. Solar in general right now is actually super well positioned, with Nabi being as kind of omnipresent as it is. The best thing you can be playing into a Nabi that isn't specifically Lunar is Solar.
And we saw that earlier where there was a Navi list that was into a Solar list, and Navi couldn't do anything. It was completely walled by it, which, you know what? I love to see. I'm rooting for Solar. I would love to see her have her day in the sun.
Breaking news, we have one of our results reporting in. It looks like Distant Coder has won their match against Adam, clinching their spot in the semifinals.
I am very excited because I love Distant Coder. They are a community favorite for sure, but I am also a little sad because, as we know, Adam was on one of those Solar lists and has been piloting it to perfection all day today and has done so well to get to this point in Top Cut.
It's very sad for me personally because I went on record with Caleb and with you in the event back in January that my most look forward to Elestral from this set was Tornation, and I'm so sad to see Tornation get eliminated here. I was really hoping that we could show off that for the semifinals or even the finals here, but unfortunately that is not a future that we live in.
No, but we at least got to see Winjin shine. Tornation was able to come out and prove that it is in fact good. After even MBT and myself were like, I don't know about this one, and then we were immediately proven wrong in the next game. So
yeah,
we see that.
So the only match at this point that we are still waiting on the results for is JJPM and Justin T. But while we wait, if you guys are interested and compelled to casting, might I interest you in our casual tournaments that happen weekly on Tuesdays and Thursdays through the official Elestrals Discord channel. We have these events every week and they are free to enter. This week we have them on the 25th and the 27th, and these are absolutely wonderful events for kind of
dipping your toes into the game, kind of experimenting with different strategies, maybe testing the waters with something that you might not be quite confident enough for a premier level event. But these are a great way to get some practice in, especially leading up to the first premier in-person event being the Dallas Open. But beyond that, speaking of premier events, we also have our March 8th webcam event coming up very soon here. I believe this is in 2 weeks, and already this is going to be one of the biggest events so far held for Moonrise, because this will be the final premier event prior to Dallas. And just looking at those prizes, just that Galaxair, I have said it a number of times throughout the day, but that Galaxair, I am going to be jealous of whoever wins this event.
You know, I am a Galaxair lover, but I also think that Island of Aeolia full art does not get anywhere near enough love. That is by far my favorite of the full art stadiums that we've had so far. It's just gorgeous. And hey, you just got to make it to top 16 to get that one.
I will say I am also pretty partial to this Island of Aeolia, namely because I've been on an Epic the Musical kick recently, and I absolutely love it just so much. But absolutely, and I want Aviolith to have its day in the spotlight. So grabbing a full art with that organized play stamp is going to be absolutely coveted for the day when all of the liths are finally viable. Coastalith, your day is coming.
Yes, liths assemble, please. And Vertilith, be there, please, 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 please. Thank you. I need my Stellar to be playable because I want to use it.
I feel that. I have a number 2 out of 99 Vertilith as well, and I am wanting it to be playable so badly. It was playable for a stint there as a side deck option for a bit. Unfortunately, has kind of fallen out of favor just a touch. But we saw earlier today, actually, a Golem list that was like a Golem turbo list, kind of pivoting between Rumacole and the Fire Nexus core and the Liths, as it could access Lavalith, Arcolith even, all thanks to No Stone Unturned, which was something I thought was a really interesting kind of way to take the deck. And I do think because No Stone Unturned does take those Earth Spirits, naturally, that does kind of lend it to be a Vertilith enabler.
She's in the art. It's her card. I think that it's only right that people play Vertilith.
What? But also, with that said, speaking of the Liths and Coastalith in particular, the prizing for today's event that many of our players have already earned is nothing to scoff at. As previously stated, everyone who played today will be receiving that Tablet Therogeist promo with the organized play stamp, as well as a pack of Shattered Stars and 2 packs between the main Elestrals booster packs, those being the base set, the Frostfall, Daybreak, and Moonrise packs. Beyond that, everyone who made top 16, and shout outs to all of y'all who did. Absolutely incredible performance. They will be receiving the Atlantis full art stamped promo, as well as a copy of the Fulgorix and Posthumous starter decks. Everyone who's made top 8, so everyone that you are seeing on the stream here and now, will also be getting one of the Constellation Rare Caprigals added to that. Sadly, we haven't seen a whole lot of Water Reanimator, but that is still a card seeing pretty active play because of that. Moving into the top 4. So, as we already know, Caleb.exe, Trishula, and Distant Coder have already secured this level, and we're waiting on the results between JJ and Justin to determine who's going to be our 4th to hit this tier. But they will also be getting the Coastalith stamped full art. Absolutely beautiful card, and getting those starter decks upgraded to a full box of Moonrise. Past that, anyone who wins in this next round of the event will be making it to that runner-up tier, where all of those promos of the Shattered Stars ones get doubled. So that means you get 2 of the Constellation Caprigals, 2 of the full art Atlantis, and 2 of that full art Coastalith, all with that beautiful organized play stamp, as well as 2 of the Moonrise booster boxes. And we cannot understate the grand prize for today, our champion prize, which will turn all of those promos previously stated in the last thing to 3 copies rather than 2. Add in an uncut sheet of Moonrise, as well as the reverse stellar Bandaloon with that Elestrals champion stamp on it. And that is an absolutely beautiful card. A great card fitting for a champion.
The Bandaloon is stunning. And I think that because we have these gold champion stamped cards, that one thing that's been a bit overlooked is the uncut sheets that are so cool. As someone who has gotten a few and is literally
I don't know how to point for these, but yeah, I literally have them in the background for me right now. I was lucky enough to collect a couple of them throughout Daybreak. I know I got the full art one over there from making top 4 for the Elestriad in this past season. That was absolutely a wonderful time. Breaking news though, it looks like we finally have the results for our last match. We have Justin T taking it over JJ, meaning that our champion from the last tournament has made it to semifinals.
Okay. And that means that here pretty soon, before long, before you know it, we are going to be getting into our semifinals match. We are setting up for that right now. And I mean, just based on these names, you know it's going to be insane.
Oh my goodness. Yes. So as we previously mentioned, these semifinals are turning out to be absolutely incredible. We have our semifinals matches being that between Caleb.exe and Justin T. Caleb we saw in the previous round, and Justin, the champion of our previous major event, as well as our other semifinals round, Trishula, always the bridesmaid but never the bride, Trishula, versing Distant Coder, one of our most decorated players throughout the base set format, as well as 2-time Elestriad champion.
So, as we said, no matter who we see next and no matter who makes it to finals, these are going to be incredible clashes.
Absolutely. And it does look like we will be taking a look at Distant Coder versus Trishula for our top 4 match. And cannot stress enough just how absolutely incredible that is going to be to watch. As we've said before, all of the players that have made the top cut here are pretty well decorated. Caleb is a very decorated player, also regular caster for these events. Justin T, this is only his 2nd premier event, but his first one he won the whole thing. So you have to imagine he's out to absolutely defend his title here. Trishula, as previously mentioned, has topped so many of these in the past, but always basically capping out at 2nd place. Do you think that this is the event where he finally takes it the whole way? And then Distant Coder, a player that pretty much everyone knows, being one of the big ones for this particular game, and just absolutely stacked list for our top 4.
I just say Distant Coder is a personal hero of mine for being a champion of the Bears list, as being one of the only casters who has been able to make any sort of significant placing with the beloved Bears list. And while I would love to see Trishula take this whole thing, I am rooting for all of these casters.
Absolutely. And we have experience with all of these casters before. We've played against them. We've talked with them in the past. There's no real way to pick a favorite to win this whole thing overall, though obviously there's a lot of great stories on the line with this particular event.
And as we've been saying from the beginning, maybe it's Trishula's time. Maybe I want to root for my fellow commentator Caleb, who has been killing it all day. Who's to say? I don't know.
Maybe you want to root for the defending champion who never had played in a premier event before the last one to come back and win it all again. Like, this is just absolutely stacked in that regard. But with all of that said, there is still plenty of exciting things happening in the Elestrals community, even outside of the immediate space. But I think with that said, I think we're actually going to be jumping straight into our top 4 match between Distant Coder and Trishula. And it looks like Trishula is going to be going first with this particular game.
Okay, very excited to see this. Coder repping that Clash mat, which is just so beautiful. Trishula is going to, it looks like expend to draw set 1 and pass.
Yeah, I mean, that kind of is what we've seen out of a lot of these lists today, is that, again, so many of the Elestrals that are big right now are reactive Elestrals. So going for a expend to draw on your first play is really not a bad call. And down comes the whale from Distant Coder, the Galaxy. You have to imagine that if Trish had the PTA, we'd probably see it there. But it looks like there will be no PTA. The Galaxy is just going to connect for 1 here. Galaxy being one of the most interesting Elestrals to kind of play into with these decks. And Trish going for another expend to draw.
All right, and we see another set. And passing back over to Distant Coder, I have to say, Stellar Galaxy on the Clash mat, that is actually stunning and gorgeous. And we do see a Hurricane coming out, punishing those 2 set, which it was a Gorgon's Gaze and a Shield, 2 huge hits.
Absolutely.
Okay, and Navi coming out. It brings me joy every time we see the little Navi animation. Giving Trishula 2 big threats to have to deal with, especially now that those back row are gone. And we see Coder set 1, and I think we swing for 2 and go back over to Trishula.
Yeah, with the Navi coming down onto the board, I mean, these players test against each other regularly, so you have to imagine that they know what the other is on at this point. And realistically, the Navi coming down makes sense if you suspect your opponent's on a lunar strategy. Resting on your laurels, though, being able to clean up that Galaxy is absolutely killer. And the Cryoblast for the Navi.
Gosh.
Just a full clean up there. Oh, that's deadly. Trishula going to, it looks like set 1 and then cast out a Navi of his own here.
Oh man, that was an amazing turn, completely clearing the board. Of course, we're getting to see all of these gorgeous stellar spirits from Trishula's side. I love those so much.
I absolutely love them. I would have a play set of them myself had they not, so many of them not been the Kickstarter exclusives before I quite got into it. But even still, just beautiful cardboard all around. Looks like Navi is going to be able to push in for 1. I think Trish is just thinking over how much he wants to do here. Oh no, an argument has broken out on the board.
I see just a slab of cards over on Kevin's side. There's no telling what's going on between these 2 casters. As you mentioned, these are people
no, did he knock over his deck?
Oh, is that what happened?
There has been a game pause issued here. Not entirely sure what is going on, sadly. So we're going to have to just wait and find out. We're going to update y'all as soon as we know, but I do not know what is going on.
Well, that
is... there was a card in his spirit deck, I believe. There was a card from from Coder's deck in his spirit deck, and that has unfortunately made an irreparable game state. That is going to be a game loss for Distant Coder.
Yeah, just a quick correction. It actually was a spirit in the main deck. Not a huge differentiation, but that is what happened. And you do not like to see that, especially at this level of gameplay. Unfortunately, now Kevin is going to have to go for 2 wins in a row here if he wants to bring it back.
Oh, that is very unfortunate. You know, you don't want to see that being Kevin, but you probably also don't want to see that being Trishula. I mean, keep in mind that these guys do test against each other, so they are at the very least on friendly terms, and you don't really want to see someone that you actively want to see do well have something like this happen. It is very unfortunate.
thing that happened. But even still, it's unfortunate. But we still have a lot of game left to go. So make the specific thing that was ruled here is that Coder had a main deck card in their Spirit deck, which does result in a game rules error major. This is because since the initial shuffle of the decks, Coder has been playing with a 39 card deck technically, which makes it an irreparable game state as we have way progressed since the first part of the game. It is unfortunate, but a game loss has been issued, and we will be siding and going directly into game 2 afterwards.
Yeah, but this is, as we mentioned, this is not game over for Distant Coder. They're perfectly capable of simply winning the next 2. Obviously, that is a harder position to have to start from, but not impossible.
I mean, if you know Coder, you know that he plays from behind all the time and knows how to take just absolutely clutch out in these very nail-biting situations for sure. And sadly, though, I do think we did actually get to see a little bit of what each player was on there. Trishula getting to play the Nobby near the end of that cleanup, and Coder already showing us the Nobby and the Whale. You have to imagine they're both on some kind of an aggressive lunar strategy in that regard.
Yeah, and as you mentioned, these players are friends. They test together, so they're probably familiar, and you never want to see your friend something like that happen whenever you're playing someone who you know well. But as for us, the audience watching, hopefully going forward into this game 2, which we're going to get started right now, we will get some more clues into the lists that we are rocking with right now.
Absolutely. And since Coder did lose that game, technically, he gets to decide who goes first. It does look like there has been a mulligan out from Coder's side. Expending 2 spirits there. Looks to be a Thunder, and cannot quite tell what the other one is. I have to assume that was an Owl Loon.
It looks like a lunar. Yep. Yeah. So, I mean, those 2 spirits are pretty telling as to what he's probably playing here, but...
Yeah, considering we saw Trishula expend those exact same spirits in the last game, if I was a betting man, I would probably say they are probably on the same card for card list.
Yep. And here we go, getting into this. I think that Trishula has probably opted to keep at this point, and looks like Distant Coder is happy and ready to get us started.
Yeah. Absolutely.
An expended draw.
I mean, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Really, I think with these decks, unless you see Rabbit in the opening, you're probably safely taking the expended draw every time.
Yeah, I think you're probably right on that. And we are setting 2 classic, passing over to Trishula, who, let's see, are you also? Nope.
No, there is the Werepup. So, correction to my previous statement, you want to see either a resource generator or just expend a draw on your turn 1. But the Gorgon's Gaze coming down on the Werepup is absolutely critical. It basically puts Trish on gotta have it to see if he opened with the full moon here, because otherwise, and it doesn't even matter, the Cryoblast is going to come down and absolutely clean up this Werepup.
Ooh, I think that there was almost an argument to be made to letting that Leica Void happen, letting the spirit investment happen with Cryoblast in hand, but you never know. Maybe Kevin drew into it. Who can say?
It could very well be that Kevin top-decked the Cryoblast for turn. But I do kind of see your point. And down comes a stellar Werepup of Kevin's own. I imagine going for, that looks to be actually Waxing Gibbous. So this is a card that we have seen a lot played into the mirror match of Lunar Aggro specifically, as it can swap the battle position of any Lunar Enchanted Elestral for 1 Lunar Spirit, which is really powerful, and kind of tells us also that Coder already has Full Moon in his grip, as that's not something that you go for unless you are already locked, loaded, and ready to go.
I think you're probably right on that one, and we do see a swing. Trishula is going to take 1 spirit in damage and Cryoblast that puppy.
Yeah, I mean, that will in fact do it.
No reason to even let the potential Leica Void come down. Just get rid of it. And down comes the funny bunny, the Astrabbit, directly after the fact. Trish going to get to look at the top 3 of his deck and get to pick one of those to add to his hand here. Going to proceed to set 1 after the fact by the looks of it. And potentially swing in here.
Yep, and Distant Coder is just going to take that damage. These 3 back row that have been set, I imagine Coder is prepping for something big, and we see a bunny going down.
I love the funny bunny. I love him so much, but yeah, that bunny just generates so much advantage the longer this game goes.
And I do love that Kevin said, hey, you want to cast your rabbit in attack? I'm going to do the same. And we just have 2 very vicious bunnies out on the field right now.
Absolutely. I imagine Coder might actually be going for the crash, and that's exactly what he's doing. Going to get both bunnies off the board here.
I hope Dakota was able to get whatever they wanted off of that bunny, and going into this next turn, Nabi coming out, which is one of those cards that I feel like on a blank board, depending on what you're playing against, sometimes feels great, sometimes feels terrible.
Mm-hmm. Trishula coming down here with the Nabi. Quite notably, Nabi is very difficult to use into the mirror match here unless you have Zeus specifically in the grip. And looks like Coder is just going to let it go through, taking the 1. No real reason to block a 1 damage swing at this stage of the game. But Coder having a second bunny is going to just drop it right after the fact here. Quite notably, that bunny is in attack. I have to imagine Coder is considering getting a little more aggressive on this. As we actually remember, we did see him add Waxing Gibbous to hand. So he does have a way to put that Nabi down to its 1 defense.
Ooh, very true. If one of those set cards is that Waxing Gibbous, that could absolutely be what happens, which I would love to see. I think it's fun when these lesser used lunar phases come out and get to shine.
Mm-hmm. I will say, I do think that Waxing Gibbous is probably like right up there with Full Moon as one of the best lunar phases, while we are in a format where lunar is everywhere. With that said, Ambro coming down here, going to be able to recover up 3 spirits for Distant Coder. Looks like he's going to be grabbing a Thunder, Lunar, and I believe that was a Flurmine, so a Frost. Kind of telegraphing maybe that there's the Cryoblast as the immediate follow-up.
Telegraphing exactly what just happened. And Navi has now gone down, which makes me think that maybe that's why this bunny was in attack all along.
Yeah, well, this bunny is going to be able to poke in for 1 here. Absolutely cleaning up game states with these attack position rabbits. Coder has been able to push significant advantage with them at this point. The other thing to consider, though, is the attack position rabbit. Obviously, he has the Waxing Gibbous in the back line, but that's not enough to protect it here. Looks like I think that is a Werepup coming down from Trishula. Oh, no, the Werepup was just in his discard.
Yeah, that was in the discard pile. But we do see Eddie coming out.
Eddie is a little bit funny here because you don't even need the effect.
No, you don't want to move the bunny into defense, and Coder simply going to let the bunny go down. And looking at these back row, I'm also curious about these back row and what we're actually dealing with. As you mentioned, probably one of them is Full Moon. If we saw the Waxing Gibbous grab, and a 4th back row has been set.
A 4th back row has in fact hit the board here, and we're just trying to see what is Coder going to do. They are down pretty heavily on spirits compared to Trishula here. Doesn't really seem like he's able to find guys. I think he took an expend to draw in that last turn as well, and now is going to take 1 off of this Eddie. Go in here, and down comes an Eddie of his own using the Ed and Edward art, my personal favorite. Going to try and put this other Eddie to defense and get a swing in over that. But again, Trishula has 3 back row. You have to imagine I'm not using it apparently.
No, It's one of those situations where it's like, are these random lunar phases that we're looking at that we just don't have the right board states for? But Elechick is coming out, gonna go in, search a Divine Rune, which is that Zeus, which is huge here.
Absolutely. Grabbing that Thunderbringer out of the deck. And quite notably, though, I'm almost positive that both of these players are on Hurricane. You have to imagine that this is probably the beefiest Hurricane bait that we have ever seen.
I do wonder if Hurricane is any of these sets. Because I have heard people say that fake out Hurricane being set, sort of the, hey, you know, I'm going to set back row. Are you going to set back row? Mind game.
So notably, Trishula flipping up one of those back row to reveal a Zeus is going to proc it 4-1 to try to swing over the Eddy here. Coder going to flip up a Shield of Achilles and put that Elechick back in the hand. So notably, Elechick did search a Zeus, but that was not the Zeus that we saw used there. So Trishula kind of has given Coder the knowledge that he has a Zeus now ready to fire for the next time he wants to go in. And Ambro coming down here out of Distant Coder, this is his second one, is going to grab 3 Spirits back. It looks like 2 Owloon, and not entirely sure what he's going to grab. It looks like a Zaptor.
Yep, that is the Stellar Zaptor.
Yeah, gotta say, in these kind of... It's interesting that we're calling it a simplified board state in a way, because back row everywhere, but not a card to flip. Down comes the Nobby, though, going to try and get some kind of pressure moving, I guess, with that. Another back row coming down out of Coder. You have to imagine that his hand was probably mostly back row, and he's just been searching for guys the whole game, and now that he has them, where are all of Trish's guys?
Well, this could be the comeback the Distant Coder has been preparing for this entire game, with all of this back row, everything that they've been trying to search through the deck for. And, you know, I would love to see this go to a game 3. So I am rooting for Distant Coder here.
I have to say, though, if you're Trishula, you're looking at 4 back row set and you're thinking Hurricane definitely would go hard here.
That would feel very cute, for sure. However,
down comes a rabbit.
Yeah, we see Bunny coming out, and is there a PTA? Is there a Gorgon's Gaze? No, we are going to activate the effect, it seems.
Yeah, I will say it seems like a lot of players have been cutting PTA from their lists as of late, namely because of Lunar Aggro, because PTA does not feel the greatest into the Nobby Doppelganger line. It doesn't feel great into the Werepup line, as they can just go into Leica Void and dodge it. It just all around it's interesting to see that PTA, something that has been a staple piece of the meta since base set, has kind of fallen out of favor.
Yeah, all of these interesting interactions that we saw, first starting with Galaxy and all of that, and yes, now in Moonrise, there are other interactions that make it slightly less good. But as we can see here, there have been many times that PTA would have been great.
Yeah, and you have to imagine, if you're Coder, all these back row probably have no real way to stop a rabbit if none of them have PTA there. And re-enchanting the Nobby, it doesn't do it either, because rabbit's in defense. You have to imagine that what he needs here is some kind of either a removal piece or another Eddy as a way to kind of get over it. And sadly, with his back row line kind of bricked up here, he'd have to overwrite one of them just to even get one of those pieces out.
Very true. But, you know, we did see a Zeus set over on Trishula's side, so who can say? Maybe one of these is a funky set from Coder that might be able to be used here. No, seems like we are simply going to pass, because neither of these Elestrals can hit over this big defensive Bunny.
Bunny is so funny. I stand by it. But the fact of the matter, looks like Trishula has something here. Quite notably, it's a Nobby, but miscast with water.
Ooh, okay.
I have to imagine Down comes what looks like, I believe that's a full moon out of Coder.
Yes.
Going to re-enchant his Nabi with a lunar spirit here, which will make it to where Trishula's Nabi will lose attack, as that Nabi does not currently have a lunar spirit under it.
That is a very fun interaction. Okay. There are obviously benefits to the mist enchant, the water enchant, that being keeping your own bunny unaffected by stat changes, but also playing around Tsunami. But this is the downside of something like that.
But you have to imagine, though, if Trish is swinging in with a water Nabi like that to dodge the Tsunami, he has to have full moon in the back line. That is the safe way to ensure that one of these hits is going to go off like that, and to get around the Nabi push. But it looks like, yeah, Trish is gonna, I think, still swing in with the Nabi here, which is, well, I don't know if that's really the play, because this Nabi has been dropped to 2 at this stage, as Coder's Nabi got re-enchanted with a lunar, which triggers the Nabi stat drop. So the rabbit is at 0 and the Nabi is at 2. But even if you let that stat change go in full, I have to imagine Trishula has a Waxing Gibbous or something like that set to put that double enchanted Nabi into defense and get a Fulgorix push over it. Or not Fulgorix, a Doppelgator push over it.
Yeah, Trish has to be cooking something up here. These are top level players who they always have something in mind, but there seems to be a discussion going on about current game state and what's going on.
What also, the other thing that just hit me, he doesn't even need Waxing Gibbous here. If he has Tsunami set, Trishula could put that Nabi into defense anyways, because his would be immune to the Tsunami.
That is
rules
true.
discussion is happening currently about the scenario. That's why we're not seeing a step forward in the gameplay. Apparently there were some confusion about a specific scenario here.
Yeah, and you're right. Even with that Tsunami, Nabi has very little defense, so that would work.
Yeah, Trishula is activating full moon here. I have to assume in response to the Nabi effect, which will allow his Nabi to become enchanted with the lunar, no longer getting hit by the other Nabi stat drop, and his Nabi can still swing over the Eddy that is now dropped to 0 attack, mind you. And with that in mind, he connected an attack successfully. He will go up to a Doppelgator here. And this Doppelgator is still 5 over Coder's Nabi's 4.
Whew. But
very confusing. But
there
Coder
is that Waxing Gibbous.
The Waxing Gibbous that we knew was there. Quite notably, though, Coder saving the Waxing Gibbous for the Doppelgator push rather than the Nabi push, as he might suspect that Trishula is only on one Doppelgator, which would shut off Nabi pushes for the rest of the game if he could clean it up.
Yeah, that was a very smart hold it back, wait till the right moment kind of play, which I love to see. And Distant Coder looking at these cards, thinking about what's next, and it is a Zeus. Yeah.
There is the Thunderbringer coming down and is most likely about to drop this Doppelgator into a range where his own Nabi can just wipe it. Or better yet, it might be dropping the Astrabbit here, so Nabi can clean up both of them, as the Nabi would still get his own ascension into Doppelgator after the fact there.
Yeah, although we do have a Tsunami coming out, and Trishula notably paid for that Tsunami off of the water spirit that was enchanted originally onto that Nabi that then ascended into Doppelgator.
Well, that makes sense at this point, as the Doppelgator is down with 2 lunar. You don't really need to keep that around anymore.
Oh, definitely.
But Coder, notably, playing the Waxing Gibbous again to put his Nabi back into attack and get the swing in anyways.
Oh,
I do not know what has just happened to our board state here, but
It looks like we might have had a camera disconnect or something, so we will look into that. And when we have information, we will let you know.
No, Coder is scooped, apparently.
Okay, so we have a scoop, which means that we have Trishula moving into the finals. I think that game 1 was really, really rough to be going into, knowing that you would have to, as Coder, win the next 2. But I am very excited to see Trishula in finals, and hopefully maybe we can see that bride moment for him.
Yeah, I hope so, for Trishula's sake. He has made it this close too many times to not take it all the way for once.
Yeah,
but
hopefully.
It really is unfortunate. It is unfortunate to have a game error take a game off of a semifinals match like that, but still, thank you to Coder for playing it out, for giving us an excellent game to watch. Absolutely great play by all of our casters today. I don't think we can complain about a single match that we have seen so far today. Just absolutely stellar gameplay all around. And we are still waiting on that other match for our top tables to finish out between Caleb.exe and Justin T. But in the meantime, while this tournament might be slowly but surely coming to an end, there are still plenty more on the horizon. And I gotta say, just as much as we've seen, as much diversity as we have seen today, I am really hopeful that we can have more cracks into this meta, because you know that as a meta develops, there has to be swift changes.
Oh, definitely. And even within these lists that we've seen today, we're seeing new things. Like last tournament, I don't think we ever saw Waxing Givus see any play.
We actually did see a little.
Well, I mean,
bit
on stream.
Fair enough.
I did not. The royal we. And we did get to see that happen right now, which was really exciting. Honestly, one of my favorite plays of both of those games was Coder holding that Waxing Givus that we knew he had back until the right moment, use it on the doppelganger. So really fun.
Getting word here that Caleb versus Justin has gone to a game 3. So it is going to be a little bit before we see who our last remaining finalist is going to be in total. But in the meantime, I was kind of leading into this before our match started, but looking at the greater Elestrals community space, we have an illustration contest that is actually actively going on right now. Deadline submission for that is going to be March 2nd, so a week from today. And this is an absolutely amazing opportunity, getting to design a card for your favorite Elestral from base set, Frostfall, Daybreak, or Moonrise here. Being able to capture it in any scene or style that you want, and who knows, it might end up on one of the cards in an upcoming set for Elestrals. And that is just such a cool concept to me. And Kay, I have to ask, if you could pick any kind of an art style, any kind of a scene for any Elestral you want, what would it be?
Okay, so I discussed this a little bit earlier, where one of my favorite kinds of arts, one of my favorite things to see is all of these magical little guys sort of in very domestic situations, whether it be like Kendleo scratching at a cat post, or what I think would actually be an incredible bit of art. If I had any skill, I would do it. You know how cats sleep in sunbeams? I think it would be really cute to have a Voldusk sleeping in a moonbeam and just like curled up, taking a little nap. So if anyone wants to make that particular dream happen for me, it would be really great.
Absolutely. And I will say, kind of like playing into that, if you're going to have a Voldusk sleeping in a moonbeam, what if you had a Nebuleo sleeping in a sunbeam, kind of basically the same exact composition,
cute!
Just mirrored? That would be just, I think that would be a really cool way to do that.
I would love that. Mm-hmm. Hey, we're giving you all ideas. Here you go. It's free. You can have it.
Listen, I'm not a good artist, but I have the ideas up here.
But if you are a talented artist, then you should absolutely enter. I would love to see all of the different art. And I think that this is a really cool competition.
Yeah, absolutely incredible competition going on here. But so, okay, with so many games happening today, I have to ask, out of all of the decks that we have seen on stream today, what has been your favorite?
Ooh, I'm trying to think through everything that's happened today. I think that one of the decks that has surprised me most has been Winjin Tornadin. But in terms of favorites, a big moment for me was when Sprouter hit the field. Whenever we saw the artifact list that was going on there, and that was an Earth match. So I was bound to love it from the beginning.
Yeah. I have to say that match still sticks out to me. Wasp Ivy versus Earth Solar Nexus. Such a cool matchup that we saw there. And as much as I would love to say that my favorite deck of the day has been the Wasp Ivy, I would unfortunately be a liar if I said that, as truthfully my favorite deck of the day has been the Draco Ray that we saw just prior, I believe, to Top Cut. And I love that card so much. I didn't think I was going to love Draco Ray as much as I did, but that card is by far and away one of my favorites out of Moonrise as I've gotten to play with the set.
Yeah, I also love Draco Ray. Dragalis was one of the cards, you know, when we all got our like individual cards revealed before Moonrise.
Yeah.
Dragalis was the one that I got to see in my Clash box, and so I have a little special place in my heart for that one.
I completely understand you. I don't know if you can see it in the background back there, but I actually do have my Torchin that I got to reveal still up on the shelf there. Love it. I'm sad that Torchin isn't like a super playable card right now because the little guy is awesome. I love the concept of like loading him up with a bunch of artifacts, kind of having him be like a Voltron almost, and getting in for massive damage, recovering massive amounts of spirits every time.
Hey, if someone can make Torchin work, I will be there and I will be watching aptly.
You know what? Artist competition, make Torchin like loaded up with artifacts. That would be my personal favorite.
See, this has just become us requesting people who have talent to draw the things that we want to see. We have been given this platform, and by gosh, we're going to use it for the right things.
Absolutely. I love Elestrals. I love this game so much.
And we've seen a lot of really great games of Elestrals today, and we are getting close to the end, getting close to finals as our other semifinals match is wrapping up. I believe they've gone to game 3 at this point, as we mentioned, and we should be getting those results for you here pretty soon, hopefully.
Yeah, hopefully not too much longer to get to finals. I know you all are excited to get to finals to see what decks made it all the way. We obviously know Trishula has made it in, but we got to see what he's playing against. Is he going to be playing against our fellow regular commentator desk caster Caleb, or will he be playing against defending champion Justin?
Either way, this is shaking up to be an incredible final, and at this point, obviously, I would love to see Trish win it just for the justice of it all. But I'm going to be happy no matter what at this point.
Yeah, I'm friends with everyone who is still remaining in this competition, and I'll be happy with whoever makes it all the way to the end.
Yep.
But with that said, knowing some of the decks that we've seen so far, is there anything you are hoping to see out of grand finals coming up here, aside from obviously Trishula potentially breaking his always the bridesmaid, never the bride streak?
I mean, I do think that it would be very cool to see Heelstall in finals. I think it's been a little while since we've seen anything like that go to finals. And Caleb has been playing out of their mind all day today. But as for me, I'm just geared up for an excellent clash. What about you?
I obviously Trish doing something here. But I think just seeing us crown a champion from this is going to be absolutely incredible. Like I said, I'm friends with every single one of the casters we have remaining, and I would love to see any one of them make it all the way to the end here. And we'll definitely have to keep y'all tuned in on that, as we are going to cut to a little bit of a break as we gear up for grand finals for y'all very shortly. And we are back with grand finals of today's premier webcam event. I am once again the Law, joined by MBT once again.
Hey, I'm super happy to be here. I'm super happy to be casting finals, and there could not be more at stake when it comes to the individuals we have here today.
Absolutely. We have, as you all saw from the last game, Trishula, always the bridesmaid, never the bride, Trishula, making it once again to finals. Will he be able to break his cursed streak?
Well, I mean, I hope so. When it comes to people you don't want to be sitting across the table from, however, Justin is probably number one. The winner of the last webcam tournament, right?
Yes, that is correct. Justin is our reigning champion currently. So having the man who has probably come in second place in these kind of premier events more often than I can count, versus the man who is most recently won one of these premier events. Plus, this is only his second premier event in general, meaning that every single time this man has played a premier, he has made it to finals.
Don't like hearing that. Unbelievable run from Justin. Best of luck to both our players. But despite the fact that we are going to be seeing two individuals who are already storied, known quality clashers, we've seen a lot of everything here today.
We really have. We've seen the gambit. We've seen a lot of what you expect in the Lunar aggro matchups, but we've also seen some of the more off-the-wall picks from an Earth-Solar Nexus pile. We've seen Tornadian Windgen. We've seen Suppression actually take some names here, even down to like some of the weirder ones. Like, I'm sorry, I'm still a little bit rocked by that solar pile that we saw just before we cut to Top Cut. The one with the Nebuleos and everything just kind of took me by surprise.
Smoke screening a sideboard into a Daybreak list. It was incredibly funny. Yeah, do want to shout out Brulok's Suppression Control list, finally giving life to Toxiri. I loved the amount of Fire Nexus we saw today from individuals like Viper in Top Cut. There were a couple of people who brought Voldusk and Morfrost and Water Reanimator and Titan. But of course, far and away, the story of this webcam event, as it has been for many webcam events now, is Lunar Aggro. The deck that gets to wield not only the impressively powerful cards that we have come to know, love, and loathe like Astrabbit, but also the newly released Werepup and Like a Void.
Absolutely. Not only the Werepup and Like a Void, but also Nobby and Doppelgator. While we have had Nobby for a while, Doppelgator has taken this card to a whole new level. And we've seen it in far more than just Lunar Aggro throughout the day. I want to say that Nobby was in our top 10 like most represented cards. For like quantity played, I should specify, not for percentage of decks it was in. But even still, like, that's nothing to sneeze at. This card is kind of like just taking names everywhere.
Oh yeah. It of course really benefits from the release of Hurricane, which ensures that it's going to go off. And we've seen a lot of people very excited to just fire a Hurricane onto a board of one back row rune and then slam down a Nobby and get attacking.
Absolutely. Or in the case of last match, we see 7 back rows dropped and no Hurricanes in sight.
You know, sometimes they don't have it.
I mean, I guess that is fair. And while we are coming to a close on today's webcam event, as this is going to be our final match of the day, that doesn't mean that this is the only webcam event that you should be excited for, as we do have another premiere event just around the corner in about 2 weeks on March 8th. And this will be our last webcam premiere event before the coveted Dallas Open just around the corner.
Super excited for this. Super excited for Dallas. You love seeing the switch in terms of the prizing for this event. We've, of course, got the stamped Lycoris, Island of Aeolia, Telequia Rift to top 8, but my eye is on that Aviolith. I'm a big fan of the Aviolith. I'm a big fan of the stamped liths. And of course, I'm a big fan of the Stellar Galaxair as well. That is just so absolutely beautiful with the little rainbow foiling.
Absolutely. I love the rainbow clouds above him. I mentioned this previously, but that is just one of the coolest touches for this card. On top of that, Elestrals Champion stamp there, making this a 1-of-1 collector's item of collector's items. But even still, we have an absolutely knockout, drag out match in store for us today. Justin and Trishula, both members, I believe, of the same little testing circle, as they had both worked on the same deck for our previous premiere event, the one that Justin ended up winning the whole thing for. And I have to imagine that they probably did something similar for today's event.
They uploaded a video that said something like, we took like 80% of the slots in Top Cut with this list, and then did it a second time.
Yeah, I guess they did. I guess that probably means I will be editing said video later this week. But even still, I'm glad to see, though, that we have such skilled players in the Top Cut, though I am a little saddened that the Top Cut wasn't more diverse. But even still, we saw some pretty serious diversity with this Top Cut. It wasn't all Lunar Aggro.
There were only 3 Lunar Aggro in the top 8. The rest was what? Winjin, there was a Heal Stall, a Fives, there was a Fire Nexus, there was the Suppression Control. A lot of really cool stuff to be played.
Absolutely. I like you said, it wasn't all Lunar Aggro, which does kind of give you a little bit of hope that the format is going to be more diverse as we move into prep for the Dallas Open.
Yeah. One of the things I like about this Lunar Aggro deck is, even though it shares a lot of the same card pool with like Fives and such, it does not play the same at all. You do have to get a good handle on when you are turning the corner, how and why. You do have to save your sparse pieces of removal for extremely important stuff. You do have a problem with boards that are developed or wide or tall. And as a result, there's a lot of counterplay for people playing both against it and ways to improve your percentages for people who play with it.
Absolutely. And I will say, with Lunar Aggro kind of picking up popularity, the one kind of element that we saw a little bit more than some of the others in these like later stage lists was Solar. Namely, in that Solar has one of the best matchups into Navi possible. Just the fact that Navi can't drop Solar Enchanted Elestrals does make cards like Calfmel and Draco Ray absolutely killer into those Lunar Aggro matchups.
Super excited to see those decks develop in the coming weeks, but for now, I'm super excited to see Trishula and I'm super excited to see Justin face off in finals. If you had to pick one of these two, who would it be?
I mean, obviously we're not supposed to have bias as commentators here.
Who said that? Who told you that? I definitely have a bias.
Yeah, but it is kind of hard to root against our fellow Caster Corner member Trishula as he finally goes to break his streak of second place. I want to see this man get a win.
And importantly, because these two tested with each other and because these two built the deck together, I think they have perfect knowledge of what each other is playing, which is a huge advantage.
I will say that probably is the case, but even last time, Justin actually had some side deck cards that he did not tell Trishula about prior to the tournament that he swapped in place that they from the list that they had ironed out. So you never really know. They might have surprises for each other coming down the pipe here.
Oh, God. Well, whatever the outcome, huge congratulations to both the casters today, but also huge congratulations to everyone who came out on this Sunday and played whopping like 10 hours of Elestrals.
Yeah, and as you can see from this top cut breakdown here, just absolutely insanely stacked lineup of casters on both sides. I think we've seen these names on both sides of the graph here pretty like very regularly. Caleb, as a caster for these tournaments regularly, finally getting to jump into these premier events himself. Brewlock, no stranger to the stream in that regard. JJ and Justin both like JJ being a regular appearance in these top cuts. Justin obviously being our winner from the previous event. Trishula, our regular second place finisher, usual top cutter. Viper, no stranger to the top cut, very regular performer here. Distant Coder, very much a notable player from back in like the base set and Frostfall formats, and two-time Elestriad champion. Can't shake a stick at that. And Adam, once again, no stranger to the top cut here. We know all of these names. They have all been prior appearances.
Well, I personally am excited to watch them duke it out. I am so ready to finally see the conclusion of this event, to see which of these two incredibly good casters makes it out, and I'm excited to share it with you, Law.
And I'm excited to share it with everyone right now, as we are going to be jumping into Game 1 of Grand Finals. Absolutely excited for this one. And it does look like, because Trish is higher seated, he got to choose who gets to go first or second here, and he will take going first.
What a surprise.
Completely unsurprising, let's be fair. I wouldn't also be unsurprised if Trishula potentially goes for an expend to draw here, as we have seen throughout the day, but don't believe he's made that decision yet. Maybe he has some kind of a resource grabber for... Is Trish going first here? Oh no, Justin.
We're actually resolving the mulligan here. Justin has decided to take one.
That is unfortunate. You have to assume that both of these players are on that same Lunar Aggro list that we've kind of seen through the top cut. And Lunar Aggro doesn't really have an easy way to recover spirits, so it's not like some of those other decks that you don't mind the mulligan. You actually very heavily mind the mulligan here.
Yeah. This is a tempo game that can turn on a dime, and starting 10 cents behind is not a great position to be in. Looks like we are keeping the second hand, so Trish is going to go ahead and spend that first turn to expend a draw. This play has become so popular recently.
It really has. It's either you play a resource generator on that first turn where you don't have to worry about a Gorgons, or you take the safe option and expend a draw. Being able to grab just the extra resources for the rest of the game kind of has become a very popular option, as we've seen very regularly. And with that in mind, it does look like Justin is going to cast out the Funny Bunny, the Astrabbit coming down here. Gonna get another look at the top three of his deck, pick something to add to hand. Quite notably, Trish does not respond here. But judging by kind of how these players have played, I am unsure if they are even playing PTA.
PTA is a card that was notably absent from Justin's deck the last time that they made an appearance in finals. I don't know if they put it back or not, and I don't think I can disclose it. But just the diminished utility of the card, the inability to deal with huge problem threats like BlueStacks and the like, as well as the feels bad situations you frequently get into with Werepup, have scared a lot of people off of it, at least in main deck. After boarding and, an assurance that you're going first, things change. But for now, way more than happy to cast out a Galaxy, try and deal with that Astrabbit.
Absolutely. Galaxy being one of these power players that we have seen in this Lunar Aggro list, namely for the fact that it is unaffected by Nabi's stat drop. Not unaffected per se.
Wait, no, that can't be right. It decreases attack.
Yeah, so Galaxy becomes a 5-0. Whale arrow question mark.
We're going to do what I appear is, I think it's the damage, or the Battle Step Gorgons that will change the Nabi's attack to 2 and cause it to crash with the Astrabbit.
Yeah, the Galaxy here will definitely crash if that is in fact what we are going to see here, which I have to imagine that's what Justin is going for. Preserving the rabbit here doesn't really seem like that big of a deal.
So instead, using it to basically take the exact situation you want it to is very powerful. And that means Justin is now going to be coming into his turn only seeing one back row out of Trish, which we very notably did not have it answer the rabbit. So I have to imagine he's going to develop something like another rabbit.
Sure.
Just gonna get another full thing of advantage off here, getting to look at the top 3 of his deck, pick another card and add it to his hand. Quite notably, this will put Justin on, I believe, 6 cards in hand here.
A 7-card hand.
Oh, a 7-card hand? That's insane.
That's unbelievable. Yeah. But again, this Lunar aggro deck, despite the fact that it has aggro in the name, is so reactive so often. You have obviously the entire back row suite, which is incredible. But you also have these cards like Spectaris that rather than just slam onto a board, you want to be able to get some form of value off of. You have these cards like Werepup that you want to be able to deploy in such a way that it matters. There's not too much that feels good on an empty board state, with the exception of exactly Astrabbit. So you can't help but feel great for Justin. Speaking of cards that actually do something, here's Spectaris. Ooh, that's
water.
A missed Spectaris, by the way.
So this is definitely to play around a potential tsunami, but Justin with the Shield of Achilles is just going to bump that right back to the hand. Doesn't feel too bad protecting his Astrabbit now that I have to assume that that might be the last rabbit that he had in the hand, as now he's trying to get a little more protective of it.
That's actually a really weird play because it doesn't even beat Tsunami, right? Like you just Tsunami and then the Astrabbit goes to defense position.
Yeah, I guess that is very fair here. But also we know that Justin in the past has been.
That's with the Gorgons.
That's a fair Gorgons here.
Yeah.
You don't want the bunny pushing 2 damage, and now Justin just gonna put the bunny in defense because what are you gonna do to answer it overall?
We're prepping for Ambro into Ambro here. That's why we're sorting spirits.
Yeah, realistically, that's probably fair. Though quite notably, Trishula, I believe, has expended his Earth Spirits at this point. So maybe an Earthquake is now offline. But Justin with 1 back row set here, and a resting out of Trishula is going to clean up that double Spirit Rabbit. Oh, that's unfortunate.
Agonizing resting. You can see neither individual is really too keen on setting cards here. Putting things into the back row puts you at a huge disadvantage into Hurricane. You don't want to get got by Nobby. But now that we have an Elestral out that beats the Nobby, we can safely get in for a damage. Just looking through the hand real quick, picking a Spirit. Going to go with the Owloon, draw up to 7 again. Let's see what we've got going.
Absolutely. And Justin, I have to imagine, is probably holding on to something that can clean up this Spectaris. Like, as good of as Spectaris is into Nobby specifically, it also is pretty weak into a Cryoblast, which I believe we have seen a couple of times out of Trishula from the semifinals round. So you have to imagine that Justin is probably also on the same removal piece. But that is not the piece coming down here. It is going to be the Eddy. And Edward does, in fact, answer this Spectaris. That's going to put the Spec to defense mode, not noting that is one of the bluest Eddies I have ever seen with my eyes as it walks
printer
over.
Eddy. No, both Spectaris does and does not play around Cryoblast. Obviously, it's a perfect target for the card, but it's also such an alluring target that it often checks for it, which means that your Werepup can later become a Like a Void unimpeded. Here we're going for the Nobby. We're going to try for the effect here. Going to be met with a Full Moon. Full Moon is going to Nexus onto the Eddy, which is going to keep it Lunar Enchanted, therefore not dropping from Nobby. Get ourselves into a position where both the Eddy and the Nobby have 4 attack, and Trish is allowed to take the Crash, but of course doing so will cost him. A proactive Gorgons here from Trish. Yep, does come down and prevents Eddy from being Nexused onto.
Yeah, that is absolutely a heads-up play there. So Eddy will be a 2-1. Nobby now able to just walk over
and it resolves.
Yeah, that is not something you want to see as Justin here. The Doppelganger is going to come down from Trishula here, and that is backbreaking if you're Justin. But the question is, does Justin maybe save the back row to deal with the Doppelganger?
And you could see them expending the floor mine here, thinking, I think I've missed my opportunity to go for the cryoblast. The game's going to come down to like this doppelganger push, and boy, oh boy, does this card lose to very little in terms of removal spells.
Yeah, Justin taking the draw here. You have to assume that he's
Earthquaker
probably
Laurels.
looking for. Oh, it's a set card is Laurels. Yep, that'll do
Pro
it.
set Laurels.
That's
good, but brings Justin down to 5 to Trishula's 9 spirit count. You still got to be sitting pretty if you're Trishula, even though it appears you are down 2 cards in rotation. They're just checking right here to see what the count looks like and what's in grave, what they do and do not need to play around. Both players have expended their Resting on Your Laurels already. The Doppelganger line completely unavailable for Trishula, as well as a couple of Spectruses. And with so many Spectruses gone, Justin feels like it is time to get pushing with Galaxy, a card that resists pretty much everything but the aforementioned card.
Yeah, absolutely. Galaxy being able to get a push in here for one is going to be, while little in the short term, is absolutely going to be that. Yeah, and there goes the floor mine. I guess Cryoblast off the table for both of these players now. You have to imagine though that Trishula, even though obviously Justin's getting the board state kind of back into his favor, being up 5 spirits, you have to imagine he's sitting pretty comfortable here, even with the Galaxy.
Yeah, probably. The issue is trying to think from the position of Lunar Aggro, and this is why Galaxy is so important in this deck. What actually deals with this card? Earthquake, obviously.
Spectaris.
But Spectaris, which we've already seen 2 of out of Trishula.
Yeah, that's fair.
Are we going Rabbit here? Elechick also does it.
Yeah, Elechick for Zeus would absolutely do it here. Is Justin set the Gorgons? I don't believe it is. You would have seen
Looks
it.
like it's not. Next question, though, is it Shield? Because as Trish winds down in terms of spirit count, it's very possible the Zeus can only come down for 1. If it's only got 1 activation in it, that Shield suddenly walls the Elechick forever. And that's exactly what's happening, it looks like.
Yeah, absolutely.
Uh-oh. Doing a little mental math here. Are we enchanting it an additional time? Let's find out. We are. Okay, 1 more Zaptor in rotation.
All right, so this Zeus is going to get another proc after the fact here. Justin very notably looking over his back row as this Zeus proc happens. You have to imagine it might be something that can properly answer this particular push. But now that Zeus is double enchanted, do you really want to?
Yeah, I was going to say, this is total seeding. It's 100% just fingering the set card that is definitely a bluff in an attempt to get Trishula not to attack. This is like too profitable of an attack to give up from Trish's perspective. And I think Trish knows that Justin is a much better player than to accidentally leak information.
That is very fair here. Justin, we're at spirit count parity, but also not board state parity, as Trish has the advantage there. I have to imagine, though, that Justin is probably considering something like a Navi push if he has it, as this would probably be the last opportunity to get in something like that.
I mean, there's a lot of game to be played. With a hand that big, you expect some number of Ambrosia. A Navi coming down would be really killer, especially if it can be followed up. Cryoblast, oh my goodness, we're on 2 Flurmine. Is going to send Elechick to the underworld here. I imagine that Trishula knew that, given that he's in the same position. And the follow-up Galaxy, oh no.
Yeah, that Galaxy might... The Galaxy is absolutely good here, but Trish already has the Zeus developed. So anything with a decent attack stat is going to get over this Galaxy here, sadly. So you have to...
He's putting him on Gotta Have It.
Yeah, Ambro coming down out of Trish. That's a pretty good one to see in these really close game states.
That's true, but it's also not a guy. You can see Trish only has 2 cards in hand, a consequence of just being down in card advantage for the majority of the game, only recently turning the corner. Oh, maybe that's 3. If one of those is a critter, then we're safe. If not, you have to make a really hard decision about if you're expending to draw, going up to, what, like 6 here, and then taking 1 to 5, then 2 off of the subsequent development from Justin to go even further down. We are going to sink the Galaxy. What do we have? Cryoblast.
It might actually... no, Cryoblast wouldn't do it.
It would, yeah.
Oh, wait, yeah, it would. You're right.
Galaxy of our own. Well, that means that we are going to see 0-2 whale on Justin's side as it is properly enchanted, meaning both of the stat swaps negate. It's so weird.
All right, 3 cards in hand for Justin. One's got to be Ambro, right?
Oh
no, Spectre's coming down. That's a great answer to the Galaxy. We have a back row as well. All in on the Spectress. Is it Shield? It's Tsunami. And we still have the requisite amount of spirits and extra. Oh, gosh. But I struggle to think what would win from this position landing. Any individual Elestral will probably walk with the entire thing.
Yeah, I was going to say, currently Galaxy does not do it by itself. As Galaxy attacking into Spectres, but Navi will do it.
Oh my goodness, and a quick one for Trishula. We are 1 game away from the bridesmaid becoming the bride. It could happen here tonight.
It absolutely could happen here. I was going to say, though, that was probably one of the best, like, gotta have it situations Justin could have put himself in, as Galaxy by itself will not answer a defense position Spectress, because the Galaxy will attack the Spectress, and the Spectress will just suppress it. It is sadly not enough there, so definitely put Trishula on gotta have it with the last guy, but having the Navi there, that was the backbreaker.
Oh man, I gotta say, I'm really in love with how Trishula played that one. It takes a lot to come back from a position where you're expending to draw just to play a little bit of the advantage game, and your opponent gets to land 2.5 rabbits in the meantime.
Yeah,
but I mean, as this format has shown us, turn 1 develop Astrabbit is not the game-winning play that it has been in previous metagames. A lot of decks have the potential to go ahead of it, and I gotta say, that clash for all of the back and forth was really low to the ground. There was no Werepup, there was no big Lyca-Void, there was 1 Doppelgator that got immediately removed.
Yeah, I mean, these players, I think from kind of talking with them previously, like, it's clear that both of them have put a little bit less stock into the Lyca-Void line as they have with something like the Navi line, as the Navi line has kind of proven itself to be a lot more like game breaking if it can connect like that. Though obviously the Werepup line is still a really good one. You do see more of these lunar aggro players putting more emphasis on Navi compared to the puppy.
I don't want to spoil too much from the decks, of course. I think both of these individuals know exactly what they want to board for this matchup. I think this is probably the matchup that they have prepped more than any other, and I'm excited to see what fun stuff occurs as a result of this sideboarding.
I am looking at the sideboards now, and I fully agree with you. I don't want to spoil anything, but oh my gosh, how did they make this worse?
Dude, Trish's sideboard is terrible. We'll have to ask them about it. Whoever wins, how they came to this understanding of what to play.
I hate to be the bearer of bad news here, but I think they're on identical sideboards.
It's card for card. Yeah, I didn't want to spoil it.
That is. I mean, they have to be. They tested together. I think they are on identical lists at this point, so they know what the other person has for sideboard options. But good grief, this is going to be a weird one if any of those options actually do come down. But yeah, we're 1 game in, and already this finals is shaping up to be absolutely incredible.
Oh yeah. I mean, I could watch Lunar Aggro Mirrors all day. I know that many people don't share my affinity for that matchup, but it is really heady. There's a lot of play to it. And both of these individuals are playing decks that are Lunar Aggro designed to beat Lunar Aggro, with the Galaxy main, with the really minimal back row removal pre-board. They want to be beating the mirror, and here we are watching them attempt it. I think we are ready to hop into the second one right now.
Absolutely. It does look like, I believe, let's see here. I have to assume that Justin probably wants to go first here, out of the board, and most likely is the case. We haven't seen any kind of an action taken yet.
Oh no.
Oh no!
Just
please
one. Just one. Okay.
Okay, it's
I
the
was hoping that
rabbit.
wasn't the mulligan.
We see the funny bunny
The
come
bunny.
down on turn 1. What's better than an expend a draw than an expend a draw where you get to pick the card and it develops a 5 defense body?
You know, there's functionally no difference between this and expending a draw if you only put good cards in your deck.
Exactly. But does look like Justin is heavily considering. I think he's looking at setting 3. Oh, no, my mistake. He's still taking off the rabbit. I got way too excited there for a second.
Yeah, no, now remember how close that previous one was. Justin did begin the game with a mulligan. So it is very possible that in this next one, Trishula finds himself in a position where he doesn't have the benefit of those 2 spirits, the extra Ambrose, and will have to dig himself out of a hole. Let's see what the turn 1 play looks like. Edward,
looks like
that's pretty good. That is not bad. I got to tell you, I heard over and over again that Edward was cooked, that the time of Edward has passed, that Eddie was completely washed, and all I've seen all day is Eddie do amazing things.
I agree.
We're just going to bait out that tsunami.
Yeah, the Edward haters are in shambles right now. As the Tsunami, playing super defensive with this rabbit, is a very good card to see here. But now knowing that Trish has burned one of his rabbit outs, I wonder how Justin is going to play this into the Eddie specifically. As most of his drops in the deck answer the Eddie here.
Has a opportunity for a big play. Going for Nabi here would be fantastic if you believe that back row isn't too big. One of the situations where you might take a 1-for-1 Hurricane to guarantee a Nabi activation so you can hit for like 3 or 4. A lot to think about for sure.
Yeah, and it looks like he's going to be committing.
Oh, we're developing another bunny?
Spirit. Please be.
Yeah.
It's another funny bunny. These bunnies
Aggro
are
rabbit,
just
though.
too funny.
This kind of telegraphs a Cryoblast, I'd imagine.
Yeah, either that or I don't even know really, but definitely getting aggressive with the bunnies here. I do find it very, very notably he is opting to go 2 bunnies rather than enchanting onto a 1. And there's the Cryoblast, just like you said. But I think that going onto 2 bunnies here very specifically is trying to play around the same snapback play that Trish did last game of snapping Laurels onto the 2 Spirit Bunny.
Always better to go wide.
That is very fair. With that, Trish is expending notably a Thunder and a Lunar here. I have
the exact same game.
Yeah, it kind of is. The difference here is that Justin actually got to keep his bunny this time.
I would imagine that set card has got to be a Tsunami. We're going to go for the Werepup here because it contests not only the Astrap, but also demands a response. If you expect that the single back row is Tsunami, then turns out Werepup actually doesn't do much about that.
But also, you have to
Clean
consider,
it out.
what if the set Trishula back row is Full Moon?
That would be a very good turn. We could attack with the Werepup into the Astrabbit. We would eat a copy of Tsunami, and then we could Like a Void to do 3 or 4. If that happens this turn, it's going to be a big deal. After the Earthquake on the 1 bunny, this is the last card. Oh, Justin's thinking about it.
I think Trish is going for an attempted crash with the Werepup.
Werepup's a 3.
Oh, Werepup's a 3. Why do I keep thinking these cards are the wrong stats? Anyways, yeah, Werepup is a 3. So it'll be able to swing over the bunny if Justin
This is a
doesn't
hard
answer
call
it.
for Justin, because this is like an obvious Tsunami. But if the set card is Full Moon, you lose the game on the spot. Like, it is miserably difficult to get back into this game. So I think he's thinking he would never do this knowing it's probably Tsunami based on the way that I played my turn, unless he had Full Moon. Maybe I just take it, try and get him to activate it in such a way that he's not protected from Tsunami, then Tsunami on his turn so I can out the Like a Void. We are going for the Tsunami. We're going for the Tsunami here. Let's see, is the set card Full Moon? Show us, Trish. No, it is not. All right, we're playing Yu-Gi-Oh! Here today, baby.
But yeah, no, this Werepup though is still very dangerous, as you have to assume that the fresh set is the searched Full Moon, meaning that Justin now has to keep in mind that at any point this Werepup could just become a Lyca Void that's
Speaking
just
of
absolutely. And there goes the Werepup of his own here.
He's checking the text on Werepup here. I know exactly what's going through Trishula's head. Is it when someone casts a full moon or when you cast a full moon? Because if it's someone, it really turns off his ability to full moon to Lyca Void to contest the Werepup, because then Justin could go for a Lyca Void as well.
The answer is it is your own copy of Full Moon. Very specifically.
Yeah, thank goodness for that. That would be really miserable.
It does say when you cast Lunar Phase Full Moon, which
So
that would have been a very funny interaction otherwise. But even still, Justin getting his own Full Moon off of this Werepup kind of puts him into a similar situation. Very notably not going for the attack in. Trish showing that his set was in fact the Cryoblast there, going to be able to clean up the Werepup. And now this might...
This is very bad, yeah.
Yeah, this is a
no, the lack of attack makes perfect sense, because while you do have a 3-2 and a profitable trade on the Werepup, which would force out the Lyca Void in a position where they're going to get the immunity only for the single turn, you put yourself in a really bad position if you read that the set card is Shield of Achilles, because then they can develop Werepup in a profitable way, whereas you will never be able to again. As a result, we just walked into a pro set Cryoblast. I can't believe how well Trishula is playing. Like, despite the fact, it's hard to really communicate this level of nuance, but despite the fact that it looks like he's just playing normal stuff, he is 100% in Justin's head.
Yeah. Very notably here, the full moon coming down, Justin considering options. You have to imagine, though, if Justin had the...
you Gorgons this, for sure.
If he has the Gorgons, you snap that Gorgons.
I mean, I think what he's thinking is that it's not very profitable. Like, you have to Gorgons because you don't want to take 6 here, yeah, but it's not a particularly strong one, right? Like, you still have the Werepup, you still have the Galaxy. You're Gorgonsing onto a board that contains a Galaxy and not targeting the Galaxy. Do you know how bad that feels? It's just a really terrible position to be in, but the Rabbit is still going to hold it down as a result.
And quite notably,
Nexus onto the Galaxy here.
Yeah, Full Moon does still have to resolve in that regard, and Galaxy being the only legal target for a Spirit enchantment. I mean, it's still good. I mean, it stops Navi for what that's worth.
Yeah,
Navi doesn't really do anything here anyways, but it stops it.
You don't even have to engage with the 4-0-3-0.
But actually, what could be really funny is... what if he's on Dense Fog? Now that Galaxy is Dense Fog proof. But there's the
Killer Spect here. This is a horrifying application of this card. This is exactly what you did not want to see if you're Trish. Trish thumbing over to the Spirit deck here, trying to get a read on what Justin's on, because even if he shields it, it's possible he doesn't have a good out for it based on what's in the Spirit deck. Yeah, as expected, here comes the shield down. That's the best you can do in this circumstance, but you have no offensive pressure because you still can't out the Rabbit, and the Spect is just going to develop again. He's asking about Spirits to try and see if he's out of Owloons.
Yeah, that's absolutely hilarious. The funniest part about these guys being on identical lists is they know the exact Spirit composition. They know what their opponent has and doesn't have left. And
spend a draw. We're fishing for an out to this Bunny. I can't believe it.
This Bunny is so funny. I don't know what to say other than that. Very notably here.
Defense here. What are we thinking?
He's thinking about it for sure.
I mean, if you're Justin, there's a pretty easy play here.
Yeah.
Try it again.
The question, though, is that you have to think that if you're Trish here, that set back row, it's either a bluff or it's an answer for specifically Spectress here.
I feel like it's got to be either the card drawn off of the expended Spirit, which is relevant and stops Spectress, or it's a bluff. Like, you would never expend a draw here if you could push the advantage, and I just have to read that he doesn't going into the Galaxy here, and yeah, no answer to the Spectress. So miserable to be in this position. The game looked completely over, but a 5 defense Rabbit is holding the whole thing down. Really hard to even think what Trishula could draw here that would resolve this situation. Bunny is a good way to try and find something. but you've got to find an out for the Spectress. You've got to find an out for the Bunny. You have to do it in such a way that doesn't put you so totally dead to Nobby that you could lose from 9. At present, we've just got the Werepup chilling. It's a really, really bad series of events.
You have to imagine that Trish might actually be looking for specifically the second copy of Full Moon here. Being able to get something to where this Werepup can threaten actual pressure here, as that would actually answer all of Trish's current issues, is if he could get to that Like a Void. But notably,
and we're pulling off the Werepup. That's beautiful. Here, playing around Nobby as best we can. We understand the way that we lose this game is if instead of doing little advantage trades, it gets to a position where like a Like a Void or a Nobby makes an appearance.
Yeah, definitely. Most heads-up play that Trish could make here, but it does also show that he doesn't really have an answer for the insane amount of pressure coming out from Justin here, which is a little bit scary when you're already down a game in Grand Final. Or you're not down a game. I'm sorry. I don't know what I'm talking about.
Here comes Cryoblast. Here it is. Oh, no. He's giving himself as many outs as possible by putting back that Fleur Mine, but you have to imagine that if he had it, he'd deploy it here.
Yeah, but also you have to imagine that Justin's probably looking at this rabbit like, if only my guys were a 6. But there is notably at least 1 6 in his deck.
Oh no.
But Eddie is another great answer for this
devastating
rabbit.
Eddie for Trish.
Oh, that is absolutely terrifying to see coming.
Well, that set card wasn't an out to Spectress last turn, but maybe it changed. Getting in for one here.
Yeah, this is going to be very unfortunate. Though, quite notably, Justin has now put himself into a position where a Nobby push could come out from Trishula. It wouldn't be the greatest, though.
This is Laurels to begin with, I imagine. We haven't had a good Laurels yet.
Yeah,
this
we
is
have...
a big...
But if Trish had the Laurels, you would imagine that he would have used it to answer the rabbit by now.
we haven't had an opportunity to do so.
Fair enough. With that, there's the Laurel. Yeah, that is definitely going to clean up. I imagine the rabbit, yeah. You have ways to deal with the Spect. You have ways to deal with the Eddie. You do not have a whole lot of ways to deal with that defense position rabbit. And with that in mind, Trish looking over his hand has the other Werepup. This is going to get him to that Full Moon. That is...
I mean, this is a strong play, but it is also not an answer to the board. Like, you don't have anything to beat the Eddie. You don't have anything to beat the Spectress. We fired off the Resting on Your Laurels, not because it was removing a must-answer threat, but because this is the last thing at our disposal. And if we're allowed to re-enchant the rabbit, then we can theoretically find an out to the last thing at our disposal. We have to give ourselves the most opportunities to make sure this card resolves. We're going to try that by setting some cards, even though we know that theoretically we're putting ourselves in a bad position versus a Hurricane. But when you get to these late game scenarios where you're playing to your outs, sometimes in order to play to your outs, you have to forego answers your opponent might have. You have to say, you know what? You got to have it.
Yeah, I mean, put them on gotta have it is absolutely backbreaking in some occasions. But if they have it, it feels just pretty bad. But overall here, yeah, just looking over it, Justin having to kind of consider his options, as if this Like a Void comes down with no real way to answer it, it could be backbreaking. Down comes a Thunder Spirit to expend a draw by the looks of it. Does not look like he has a real viable answer in terms of Elestrals in the hand. But the question is, does he want to maybe try and push an attack here to force the Full Moon to evolve the Werepup now, or to ascend the Werepup now, so that we're not having to deal with potentially a counter rune immune Like a Void? Or it looks like we're having a little bit of a discussion here.
I imagine that we are going to have to try and make the push now. Regardless of if the Full Moon comes down now or later, we are going to get to Like a Void. If we don't have an answer, it's just going to happen. And if it happens, we'd prefer it happen at a point where it's not immune to counter runes. Gonna set a second one. I imagine we will try for it here. There's really nothing that punishes this attack. No mirror force or the like. There aren't a lot of bears on Trishula's side of the field. So the only real thing that could happen is like a shield or a tsunami. And it looks like Justin says, you know what, actually, I'm just not gonna mess with it. That telegraphs a little bit. It makes you think that the new set is probably Gorgon's Gaze and is trying to goad Trishula into proactively activating the full moon in a position where it actually wouldn't do anything, which means to play around that, Trishula probably performs his normal cast beforehand, so whatever he casts can theoretically challenge whatever Justin has on their side of the field. Looks like we may not have a good cast in the dark, so we are going to go for the full moon, targeting the werepup. Let's see the Gorgons.
I have to imagine that if Justin probably would have realistically snapped the Gorgons right then and there to even stop the spirit from hitting the werepup.
Looks like a no, yeah.
Which means that this is going to be a light. Oh no, there is the Gorgons! Actually, that is fair. That does make it to where the spirit is now committed. And I do believe that is, in fact, the last full moon out of Trishula. As standardly, we've seen most of these lunar aggro decks running only 2 copies of full moon, meaning that this werepup is now just a sitting duck with 2 lunar spirits under it. This has to feel really bad from Trishula. This might be the corner turn that Justin needed.
Pulling the Amber off the werepup feels pretty good here, but I can't agree with you more. This werepup is now just a sitting duck, but importantly, it also can't be ascended over. If you've got a Leica Void, if you've got a Doppelgator in hand, there's nothing you can do about it because of the additional text on Gorgon's Gaze. It doesn't even prevent it from getting Nexus to. It prevents ascensions. It negates the effects. It suppresses. And as a result, we are really, really in it right now. Now, we haven't yet performed the normal cast. Something like a Galaxy could contest the Eddy, but would have a really hard time against the Spectress. Again, I have a really hard time thinking of a normal cast that makes sense into this setup.
I think realistically the normal cast here might be Nobby, because you can take there's
call.
the Nobby to take out the Eddy with the Nobby and then potentially crash the Doppelgator
into a full moon. We
Oh,
saw this
that is backbreaking.
Is the set card Gorgons, Trish? It's your last opportunity. It doesn't look like it.
Oh, that is unfortunate. Justin absolutely heads up play with that full moon, making it to where now Eddy can't just be walked over for a full board wipe. This is absolutely devastating to see if you're Trishula here, as now Justin, even though he hasn't really developed a whole lot, that is a very sizable hand. He should have options to absolutely just clean up this board state from here.
You'd imagine currently the thing that cleans up the board state is going to the battle phase.
Yeah, that is absolutely fair. Don't know if you want to really play around whatever that back row set from Trishula is here.
There's no individual back row that stops all of this. If you land a Nobby here, you could just win the game on the spot. The last way you could lose this if you're Justin is your spirit count, which is admittedly quite low.
Yeah, Justin has dropped down to 4 throughout the usage of this game. We've got an Ambro coming out here, notably pulling off the Eddy, as now that full moon is no longer really in rotation. That is going to put Justin back up to 7, and I think that might be enough to just let Justin kind of clean this up here.
We're so ahead in cards. Trisha's got 4 total to Justin's like 5-card hand, plus 2 guys on board that have remained unanswered for multiple turns.
Yeah.
It's looking grim for sure.
Yeah, and realistically, Justin dropping a Nobby here would just kind of be the cherry on top, as this would be one of the most backbreaking Nobby pushes if it could connect.
Yeah,
the other option, though, is going for a water enchant onto the Spectaris and fully just cleaning up the board through a tsunami, if that is what Justin has the read on for the back row.
Even the punish for that is a shield, and it isn't really a punish. You just get to develop the Spectress again next turn, just like previously in this game when Trishula didn't have a fantastic out for the card on a Galaxy push. God, we're really in the tank on this one. I mean, it's finals, it's grand finals. You've been playing this game all day, 10 hours long, 7 rounds of Swiss, 3 rounds of Top Cut. You don't want to make a mistake now. Second Edward, there's not really a fantastic hit here, but probably worth it to target the Nobby.
Mm-hmm. That way you don't even have to risk Spectaris getting answered here. The rest of it just
eating
cleans
the board.
the board.
We're taking one.
Yeah, That is absolutely incredible from Justin. Again, I love these deep blue eddies with the ink error prints. They're just
they're really nice.
I just kind of wish that Eddie was this color all the time. I love it. But
what do we got,
meantime,
Trish?
Yeah, Trish has to have. I don't even know what he does.
You've seen
here.
Lavalith from him.
A Nabi?
Set 1 pass. That's like nothing.
Yeah, set 1 here does absolutely nothing into a whiteboard that has 2 waters on it, unfortunately.
I love your water re-enchant play here. I think that's probably the... We're just going to expend a draw says. Actually, you know what? Yeah. I think maybe even digging for like a hurricane here, just trying to wrap it up.
Yeah, I don't think water re-enchant is really necessary at this point, as a tsunami
would only be blocking
1 total damage. So it's just, this is unfortunate for Trishula here, as the 3 damage is going to swing in, dropping Trishula to 4 if he's letting all this through, which I imagine he realistically has to.
You have to try and get a read on what he has drawn. Like, why are we not activating the back row? It's got to be like at least 1 is an Ambro.
I'd have to
another fantastic turn for Nabi. Nabi off the top 1 time.
Yeah, Nabi off the top. Oh, there's a Spectaris.
That's not Nabi, but it is also not terrible. Here we get to go into the Eddy, and if one of the set cards is a Tsunami that we've been slow rolling, that it does actually contest everything on the board. Question, of course, is if it's going to contest anything in the hand.
Actually, quite notably, if it is Tsunami, that does not contest everything on the board, as a Spectaris Crash getting blocked by Tsunami would just result in a Eddy, but down comes the Cryoblast. That is absolutely devastating here, and Trish is going to scoop it up after the fact. He'd be dropping to at most 1 spirit, and if Justin just has to re-enchant to drop that to 0, that is an unfortunate kind of cleanup to the game state. And that does mean we will be going into a game 3 with this grand.
We got a game on our hands. We're playing League of Legends here. Cue the Silver Scrapes. Oh my gosh, I cannot believe it. This has been such a high octane final already. Watching Trishula go from it's over to we're so back to it's over to we're so back about 100 times over the course of the game. It was just unbelievable.
You love to see very high skill players playing with decks that they are so comfortable with. Even when it is a full-fledged mirror match, the mind game going back and forth between them is just so powerful. And I cannot stress enough just how absolutely incredible it is to see this particular matchup for a grand finals. This is absolutely worthwhile.
Yeah, no. People say mirror matches can't be interesting. Those people have no idea what they're talking about. I gotta say, the last thing I want to touch on before we hop into this game 3 is the psychology of this thing. If you're Trishula, you spent the entire first game and the top half of the second in your opponent's head. You outplayed them game 1. You set yourself up for a series of outplays game 2, and then it just didn't happen. So going into game 3, and this is something that's so important for every competitor, regardless of if you're a Worlds competitor like Trishula or a Weekend Warrior like us, is you got to be able to bounce back. You got to have the fortitude and the mental toughness to be able to push back through a game where you feel you were playing better than your opponent and lost. It's rough, and it's way rougher when you've been playing Elestrals for 10 hours straight. But if anyone can do it, it's Trishula. Although, admittedly, they are playing against probably currently one of the best players in the game.
Yeah, and I think it's so funny that we say one of the best players in the game, as Justin really hasn't had a whole lot of opportunities to kind of prove himself with this. But the moment that he got an opportunity to play in these premier events, he hit the ground running. And again, 100% conversion rate to finals.
Oh, man.
Can we just talk about that?
That's a little horrifying. You say that sentence out loud and it kind of...
Just absolutely incredible player. And we have to... here's the thing. We're saying 100% conversion rate to finals right now. What if it ends up being 100% conversion rate to winner?
That would really be something.
Yeah, it's an absolutely terrifying prospect to be in. Is Justin going to become Trishula's new Adrian, where it just gets blocked out of the winning circle just over and over again by him?
Oh, wow.
With that said, both players are still siding. I think we're finalizing some of these side deck patterns right now. But you have to imagine there's definitely some kind of an intense mind game going on between them, because they are on identical sideboards. They know what each other's options are. What do you bring in for someone who knows your moves the same time that you know them? It's there's a level of mind games going on with this that I think is so heavily respectable, and we cannot wait to see how this plays out. And with that said, we are ready. Game 3, grand finals, Justin versus Trishula. It is going to be a knockout match, and you can just feel it in the air.
Here comes the bride, baby.
Here comes the bride.
We've seen 2 games in a row. Justin go first and land an Ass Rabbit that just went unanswered. Is it finally Trishula's turn to do the same? They're both checking their hands real quick. It looks like Trishula has elected to keep. And it looks like Justin's keeping 2. And we're expending a draw turn 1!
I mean, you said it best. An Ass Rabbit and an expended draw is effectively the same thing if your entire deck is good cards. Justin looking over his grip. Trishula only having 1 card in the back line here. Looks like Justin, I think this is a Galaxy coming down.
Yeah, really early Galaxy push. This is...
it makes sense, though.
It depends on the hand. I'd imagine that the hand is a significant amount of back row here, because the Galaxy push only makes sense after you've seen a number of Spectrus, just because the card is so available to the Lunar deck at all times. Yeah. So whatever that back row is, it's got to be super impactful.
Yeah, but also you have to keep in mind, I believe that they're on the same list, and on top of that, I do know from the last time that they played the Lunar aggro matchups here, that both of them were on specifically 2 Whale and 2 Spectaris. So I have to imagine that when you develop the Whale, you know your opponent, and realistically, if you do know your opponent is on 2 Spectaris, you're just saying, okay, if you have it, you have it. It just kind of comes down to that, unfortunately.
And if you're Trishula, this is a hard call to make if you even have the Spectrus, because you know the back row is going to answer it. So if it's a Gorgon's Gaze, it answers it in a way that's so profitable for your opponent, you probably don't even want to try it. If it's a Shield, of course, you'd prefer that. So instead, we are going to go for Edward here, it looks like.
A Lunar Enchanted Eddie. So quite notably, Eddie, if it had come down with water, would have been a 1/4, which is terrible in this particular instance.
This is very, very nice. So what we're doing here is putting the onus on Justin to proactively Gorgons, which I think Trish has the read this set card is because of the way it interacts with Spectrus or
It's a shield.
And the shield here comes down in such a way that puts the best card to have in your hand back in Trish's hand.
Yeah, that will do it, absolutely. And that does put Justin in a terrible position, knowing that Eddie is an answer for anything that comes down in the near future here. Notably, though, it looks like that's a hurricane coming down.
That's a nice one.
Yeah, no, that is a full stained glass hollow hurricane coming down. Playing with those stained glass spirits from Shattered Stars. But with that said, that answers the shield and a Gorgon's Gaze out of Trish. That might be backbreaking because down comes the Werepup here. And that's going to be able to grab Full Moon. This is going to spiral out of control way too fast. Oh, this might... Like, losing 2 of your options like that so early is already very, very rough. But now Justin going to be able to just push his advantage forward, deal 2 to Trish here. And knowing that it's most likely the Full Moon in the back row, how do you realistically play into this as Trish? You don't have Gorgon's Gaze to shut it off. You have Eddie potentially here. But I have to imagine you're going for a Lunar Enchant, so you're playing around the Galaxy again. It's just not a great situation to be in.
Yeah, the best option here would be Spectrus, because you expect that the Full Moon is the the set, you can eat the Galaxy and maybe use a back row to deal with a Like a Void on a future turn. But nothing feels fantastic here. We are going for the Lunar Enchant, as you suggested. That's going to force out the full moon in a way that's maybe a little less ideal for Justin, and compared to like the top end of what that card can accomplish. It's going to depend here on how much Trishula held back. Usually you play a little bit around Hurricane as you like as much as you can. It's very possible that he just understood that his win condition was to set the back row in his hand and ensure that his opponent just didn't ever Hurricane him. If that's the case, we are doomed. Because here we attack into the Werepup, it becomes a Like Void, we have no profitable attacks, we pass back, and we take 7.
I have to imagine that Trishula has held at least one piece of back row, and there's 2 of them coming down right now. So where now if he'll force out the Like a Void no matter what here, as Eddie attacking into the Werepup will kind of force that interaction to start up. Down comes a Zeus, very notably, never mind on forcing the Werepup. Zeus is going to allow...
We're going for the Galaxy.
Yeah, he's going to answer the Galaxy here. Whale Arrow question mark doesn't matter when Lightning Bolt strikes the whale. And
we've done this in such a way that we're not in a poor position versus... thinking about this here. Versus resting on your laurels as well. You have to imagine that's full moon, and if it is, this does nothing?
Yeah, the full moon is going to do nothing to stop the Galaxy getting run over. And now your full moon is live to make your Werepup immune, your Werepup into a Like a Void that is immune to whatever back row is there. But also you have to imagine that if that back row is the second copy of Gorgon's Gaze, you might be just SOL. And it's just not looking good there. Regardless, Justin now having to play into back row that he just answered with the Hurricane. I don't believe that they're playing the Spirits to do 2 Hurricanes here, but
you just got to resolve an Ambro. Here's the play. Ready? Proactive Full Moon, go in a Like a Void, Ambro, Hurricane.
That would be absolutely...
I mean, it'd be killer. It'd be real. I mean, it also wouldn't be very good because if you're scared of a Gorgon's Gaze, they can deal with it when you proactively...
Yeah.
Oh, expanding to draw.
Oh, this is looking a little rough for Justin, to say the least.
I mean, let's put it into perspective. It's looking rough in that he can't establish anything new on the board this turn, but it's not looking rough in that we have a Werepup that can convert into a Like a Void into an empty board.
Yes, that is true, but also consider the following: Gorgon's Gaze. If you lose one of your full moons to a Gorgon's Gaze here, that is backbreaking. At this particular stage, as you've already used a Werepup search to get to your first full moon. If you're only running 2 full moon, that means that you have to either find it in your deck or find another Werepup to get to it, which could just mean that you lose to it. Like, at this point, it's just the question of, does Trish have the second Gorgon's Gaze set, as he has already lost one to a Hurricane.
All right, we haven't seen any guys from Trish outside of Eddie, so if we could find another guy here,
any guy that can answer a Werepup is gonna go.
Nobby
really
would be insane. That was an expend to draw, it looks like.
Yeah, it was, and that is unfortunate from Trishula's side, as that probably kind of gives the read that he doesn't have a guy. Putting Justin on a clock by forcing the full moon out would be ideal, I think. But what do I know? I'm not one of these top players. At this point, Justin here sitting pretty comfortable with how Trish has been playing. No. And there goes the other Werepup. Now Gorgon's Gaze doesn't even do it. That is absolutely terrifying, as now your Gorgon's Gaze is not going to be able to stop a Like a Void from coming down here, to the point where I don't know if you even bother searching the second copy of Full Moon. If he cited it in, there's the Gibbous, the Waxing Gibbous, which is another card that is absolutely backbreaking for this mirror match. Able to swap any Lunar Enchanted Elestral battle position. Doesn't even have to go to defense. It can go either to attack or defense here. And now with 2 Werepup, that full moon has become even more devastating, as now he guaranteed will get off that ascension one way or the other.
I mean, I got to be completely honest. This is a horrible state of affairs for Trishula. Taking another 2 here. theoretically, I mean, we could just push the Leica Void for damage, force out a Gorgon's Gaze. Trish takes another 2, goes down to 8. It resolves anyway. You go to like 9. It's tough. Looks like we are just going to pass to Trish here. Gotta find a guy. Gotta stem the bleeding.
Yeah.
Nobby here would at least force the full moon, but is that even good? No.
No,
way.
it's an expend a draw. Oh no.
How are we drawing this poorly in game 3 of finals? Oh no.
No, please tell me he is not going to remain the bridesmaid through this whole
After all
ordeal.
this, Trish is being left at the altar.
Oh no! The
okay.
Ambro coming down, paying off of Zeus here, trying to conserve some kind of spirit count by the looks of it.
This is rough. We're setting up a resting play, but of course the resting doesn't do anything on this board because after targeting, you can fire the full moon to protect the werepup at issue. Maybe it's worth it to force out the full moon and then maybe later resolve something like a tsunami to get them into defense position, but who knows? I mean, it's got to be a big turn.
Yeah. You have to imagine that Justin is about to just absolutely turn on the gas here. There's no way that he can just let Trishula keep attempting to dig himself out of this situation. Because right now, it's really bad for Trish. Let's not sugarcoat it. This is a bad situation to be in, staring down 2 werepups and a known full moon in the back row. You would specifically need double Gorgon's Gaze to get around that, and that feels awful. Spending 4 spirits to stop a push there to where I don't even think it's worth it. But right now, Justin, just all he needs to do is push the advantage. He could even realistically take an.
Here's the resting
No,
play.
there's the
right,
laurels. That
this
actually might do something.
No, this may force the full moon because of course it can blanket by making the target no longer legal.
Yeah,
he's
that
really
is
thinking
also
about
fair.
it. The reason he's thinking about it here is because it's very telegraphed from Trish. It looks like we are going to do it. So by doing this, we've gotten the Leica Void out in a position where it is not going to be immune to counter runes on Trishula's turn.
I will say, I feel like what might have actually been an ideal play there is going for full moon, specifically paying off of the werepup that has gotten hit by the laurels there, to where if you're forcing Gorgon's Gaze out, it's still going to get clocked anyways. I guess it doesn't matter in the long run, but yeah, the resting on your laurels will have to fizzle because now the targeted werepup has more spirits on the board than the least enchanted Elestral, and notably the full moon now resolving. This allows Justin to go up over the less enchanted
unbelievable play here.
And
so
notably,
this is really frustrating for Trish because obviously the next play is Cryoblast, the Leica Void. As is, we probably have to set a card, telegraphing pretty hard that it's Tsunami. It has to be Tsunami if we want any chance of being in this game. But if it is, it puts us in a great position for a Nobby push on the crackback. I mean, there's just so much going on in this matchup. The difference here is that while both individuals have boards that can be stopped by a singular counter rune, Justin's is proactive and Trish's is non-existent.
Yeah, Justin, I feel like just re-enchanting a water onto this Leica Void is very profitable, all in all here. And here comes a water.
No,
it is going to go onto something,
Galaxy,
but I think
probably.
it's a new. No, it's a
Miss
Specterus.
Sure, that's fine. Putting a water on a Leica Void is always such a scary thing to do. It plays around Tsunami, but it doesn't play around Shield of Achilles, and it puts you in a position where like Galaxy eats you alive. I do like attacking with these Spectres here and then being like, okay, I'll try for the 4. Trish, if you've got something, we have to see it now.
And I don't think he does. I feel like a Snap Tsunami would have come down off of that Werepup declaration. And I just don't know.
He plays methodically.
That's fair. But
Taking
looking
the 2,
over the Spirit, it looks like he's going to be taking that too.
Could be Shield. Oh, we're thinking. Time is also a pretty important factor here. Trish wants to get it to a position where he's got 2 combat steps, but at present doesn't. While it looks like they're tied in count.
Shield on the Werepup.
very notably here is I believe that's onto the Werepup declaration. So the
It
Werepup will go back to hand. Trish will still take 2, but that does take 1 threat off the board. But now the Like a Void is kind of in a position it can still swing in for 2, and this is just kind of getting really out of hand. I almost wonder if it would have been worth taking the additional spirit to save the shield for the Like a Void.
It's a calculated risk Trish is doing, understanding that he doesn't have a mechanism by which to beat the Like a Void if it just comes down as an Ascension.
Werepup, though. That,
big Werepup
wait a
here.
minute. That is actually a very big Werepup if either of those sets are already the full moon.
I mean, what we're looking at here is a Werepup into a full moon that will bankrupt Trish. It's got to be followed up by an Ambro or some sort of healing, or this game may be over. Also,
correct my previous statement. We know Justin has Waxing Gibbous in the back row. It might just be over regardless. The full moon would bankrupt Trish, but it would also give him something that is immune to a counter rune going in there.
Does not look like an Ambro.
That is getting really unfortunate the more and more we look at it. Opting not to go for those sets by the looks of it.
We are going to fire an Ambro. Okay. All right.
Yeah.
There's still a lot of Magic the Gathering to be played, baby.
Absolutely. This is getting really rough for sure. If you're in Trish's position.
I hope Trish has an eye on the counter because we do not want to be turn 0 here.
Yeah, that would be really bad. 29 seconds left on that clock. I don't know if Trish is aware of the clock right now. That might be a little bit rough for him. 2 back row coming down, following up. If he passes turn here, then he'll be... Don't exactly know what's going to be happening, all in all. He's taking his time. I don't know if he's going to pass it before... No, he's going to commit the full moon, and that is...
All right, we're turn 0, and we're setting the moon up now. Here we go.
And it looks like Trish is going to try and just make the push. Back row be damned. We're going Like a Void.
Another Cryoblast installation. We are immune to counter runes this turn. That does not mean we're going to be immune to counter runes forever. This is an easy hit over the Spectress. We get to do 2 damage, put Justin to 6. Scary, scary stuff.
Absolutely terrifying stuff. And also, quite notably, if Trish does have it kind of clocked that set is Tsunami, kind of doesn't matter if he's immune to counter runes this turn, as Justin could flip the Tsunami on his own turn to put that Like a Void to defense. So it doesn't really matter in that regard. So I guess Trish is just more scared of the Cryoblast than he is of the Tsunami in this particular situation.
I mean, again, you don't want to enchant this guy with a Water Spirit. It puts you dead to Galaxy.
That's true as well. So realistically, just Tsunami is just gonna have to be. If he's got it, he's got it.
This is so tense. So I believe Justin here is turn 1. Means Trish will be turn 2. To Justin's turn 3.
Justin asking for a spirit count in Trishula's Underworld by the looks of it. Trying to clock what options Trishula still has access to with only 3 spirits left in his spirit deck.
Not a lot of them.
Yeah.
You want it to be Shield of Achilles, but that costs everything, and then you get back in a way that doesn't win in time. Oh, it's so scary.
If we're looking purely at current spirit and board presence, Justin would have it with 7 over the 6. But the Eddy coming down onto the Like a Void here, that would put it into defense to clean it up.
It's going to be a Gorgons.
Yes, it could.
Oh, no.
It has to be Gorgons, but oh no. This cannot end well here.
This is a toughie for sure.
We are on turn 1 here. Justin at 7 total spirits between board and spirit. Or no, yeah, 6 total. I think actually my mistake. Trishula also on 6 total here. We have to consider, and down comes the Zeus.
The Thunderbringer coming down here with 2 Thunder under it, notably.
Of course, in a time situation, this doesn't matter at all because the spirits remain on field. Going down to 1. Oh, that Waxing Gibbous here doing an insane amount of work, too. Even a battle position changer probably isn't enough.
Yeah, but quite notably, Justin did already search Waxing Gibbous. We know that is in his backline.
No.
Oh, there's
lights out, baby.
This is the time you want to see the Ambro. But quite notably, Justin does already have Waxing Gibbous in the grip, if I'm not mistaken. So
I think we know it's set, yeah.
Even if Trish does have Waxing Gibbous to put his Like a Void back to attack here, Justin can always just Waxing Gibbous it back to defense if that was a factor. But also, by Zeusing it down, it doesn't matter. Its highest stat right now is 3. Oh, this is such a nail-biter game here. But realistically, Justin...
what if Justin put back the Hurricane Spirits?
Looks like it's going to be Lunar, Water, Thunder coming back from Justin here. Definitely, absolutely killer recovering spirits at this particular stage of time. Justin back up to 7 total to Trish's 6. And with that said, I think Justin's going to look at moving to combat here. Eddie alone answers this Like a Void, and there's no Waxing Gibbous that's going to stop that. There's no Tsunami that's going to stop that. This might be all she wrote for Trish.
Enormous think out of the boy.
I have to imagine that there might be like a Shield of Achilles that you could use, but that burns so many spirits.
Yeah, there's just, you can pull it off the Like a Void and do 1. And then you have to find a way to out the Like a Void, and you have to find a way to out the Waxing Gibbous if you out the Like a Void in a way that doesn't prevent it from attacking. It's all but a foregone conclusion in my mind.
Yeah.
Oh God. The Ambro is lights out. There's maybe a scenario in which like the Like a Void can push through over the Eddy if you have double Gorgons and you pull one off the Like a Void, but with the Ambro, I really don't see a way out.
Yeah, also quite notably, Trish only having 1 card in his hand right now definitely puts him in a really awkward position on that crackback. Even surviving this turn won't be pretty.
Are we sure that Like a Void isn't a bear?
And why is that?
I don't know. I just think Don't Poke would go crazy here.
Yeah,
we've got something.
It would be quite funny, but I don't believe that Don't Poke is going to work in this particular situation. Trish, though, still eyeing his back row, thinking if there's anything he realistically can do. There is the Waxing Gibbous, but that is not going to be enough, as this Like a Void is at 3 attack, quite notably because of the Zeus proc.
Here's a weird question. Is the Waxing a you-can?
I am unsure. Let's see here. You may... no, it's target a Lunar Enchanted Elestral and change its battle position. Okay, so now we're going for the shield onto the Eddy. Or no, not onto the Eddy. What is going on here?
So it looks like what we're doing is shielding, pulling off the Like a Void, and paying 1 to return the Eddy to the hand in the same chain that we're activating the Waxing to move the Like a Void. This will send our Like a Void to the graveyard, but it also doesn't work because we know that Justin has their own Waxing.
Yeah. That's
okay, so that's the play. Justin, let's flip up the card we know you have.
Yeah. I mean, we saw him do it. We saw him add it earlier in the game. There's the Waxing. Yeah.
And
that's going to be the scoop.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
I think Trish unfortunately forgot that Justin did add the Waxing there, and that is unfortunately just going to be...
No, you play to your outs.
Yeah. But
that was unbelievable. He drew so poorly that last game. Oh no.
Trishula, always the bridesmaid, never the bride. And with that, Justin is going to be our 2-time in a row Premier Webcam Event champion.
That's like unthinkable, right? Like obviously it's a little bit of a feels bad because I know you and I wanted Trishula to walk with it for once, but Justin has entered 2 total tournaments and has won them both. Like that's unthinkable.
It is absolutely incredible to see there. Let's just wrap our minds around this. That is two tournaments, 100% conversion rate to winner.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. That is quite the resume builder right there.
Yeah. Holy, yeah, chat's correct. I guess sometimes lightning does strike twice.
It's okay, Trish. One day your groom will come. But sadly, I don't believe that today is that day.
Oh, wow. It was like a void. He spent too long getting ready.
But absolutely incredible games from both of our casters here in the finals. Absolutely incredible games from all of our casters throughout today's tournament. Like, we cannot stress enough that this has been some of the best Elestrals that we've seen played. And it's like, we saw so much diversity throughout the tournament and then absolute skilled play in these finals games, in all of the top cut here. It's just, I cannot stress enough how much I am loving what Moonrise has done to the game here.
Oh, yeah. I mean, the alternative was, I apologize, JJPM, a lifetime of 5s. I much appreciated that, where we had a lot of interaction, a lot of really excellent gameplay, a lot of incredible back and forth, and a lot of skilled individuals rising to the top. I mean, one thing that is just so amazing about Elestrals is it does have variance in it, of course. Like you saw in that 3rd game, you can draw poorly and then lose. But good players are consistently rewarded. Despite the fact that this game is really easy to learn, it is very hard to master. And that's why you see a lot of the same names every single time in those top cuts. The Trishes, the Distant Coders, and now the Justins, back-to-back in the winner's circle. Truly shocking. To those of you in the chat, don't go anywhere. We're going to do a little bit of wrap-up, and then we do have a winner's interview with the one, the only Justin. But before then, I mean, any major takeaways from the event? If you were to encapsulate this event with a single phrase, what would it be?
Invest in Lunar. Like, Lunar aggro is an absolutely incredible deck. Do not get me wrong. But I think also, though, we saw throughout the day that not only did Lunar do well, but cards that very specifically play into Lunar aggro well did well. I'm talking your Solar matchups specifically here, as Nabi not being able to drop those Solar Elestral stats. It can be absolutely game-winning, especially into a strategy like Lunar aggro. But also, very notably, hold your Gorgon's gaze for when you see the full moon.
I don't know. There was so much going on in those games. Both of them played out of their mind. I'm so excited we got to witness that. And I'm so thrilled with what the future of Elestrals is going to look like.
Me too. I cannot wait for Dallas. This event is going to be absolutely incredible. If what we've seen for the meta shakeups so far are kind of indicative as to where we're going to be by the time we get to Dallas in a month, I think we're going in a good direction.
Absolutely.
Oh my gosh, that game. Like, I cannot get over how absolutely, like, back and forth that finals was.
I think we are just about ready for the winner's interview. We're just setting a couple things up behind the scenes. I imagine Justin is coming down from the high of winning back-to-back events. I cannot believe what must be going through their mind right now. It also, I love a good storyline. This really does give everyone who is not exactly Justin something to prove in future events. Everybody kind of wants to take a bite out of the champ, and now we have a consistent one once again.
Absolutely. And what a champ. And like, I still can't get over it. 2 events, 2 wins. Like, Who does that? Just comes out of the woodwork swinging. I mean, I think we have seen that before, but even still, like, it is impressive to come into 2 events and win both of them back to back, no less.
Mm-hmm.
But even still, even though we are out of Elestrals to play for the day, that doesn't mean that there isn't a whole lot of Elestrals hype coming up down the pipeline. Once again, our next major premier event is going to be on March 8th. That's in, I believe, just 2 weeks from now. And once again, this is going to be our last major webcam event before we get to the Dallas Open, which you know that there's going to be some kind of a massive shakeup coming through on this one.
Yeah, no, I this is one of those events where if anyone is hiding anything, there's a very good possibility they debut it at this event. I'm super excited to see what goes down. I'm super excited to potentially compete in it, and I'm also super excited to walk out of there with that Aviolith. I'm a big fan of the Aviolith.
Absolutely, and y'all can sign up for it, I believe now, as I believe the signups...
It is live, yeah.
Yeah, our signups are live now on the Elestrals Play Network. So if you are interested in playing for this, don't feel like you need to wait. Go ahead, get in there now and secure yourself that stamped Lycoris promo. Absolutely incredible little stained glass promo spirit with that. And with that said, I believe we are gearing up for our winners interview with Justin. Plenty of excitement has been seen today, and I think it's time we let our 2-time champion take his lap.
Before then, we are going to hop away to a quick break. We will be back with the interview. I believe I am going to be speaking with them. Law, would you like to say anything before the end of today's coverage?
Invest in Draco Ray.
See you momentarily. me know when we're ready.
I'm good when you are.
And we are here with the winner of the Elestrals webcam event. Justin, 2 times in a row. How did you do it?
A lot of luck, a lot of help. I don't know, a lot of things going my way. It was a long day. It was tiring. Early, there was a lot of misplays too. And like I said, it took a lot of luck. And again, like just all the people who've kind of helped me along the way. All the Nimbugs, the Cabal, shout out to the Cabal. And then, literally anybody who's helped me test, because any of the testing I have done, it's been pretty minimal. But any games that was thrown my way, I really appreciate it. And then, of course, all the theory, it really means a lot.
I was going to say, I mean, you're mentioning a lot of luck. What we saw in that final was a lot of skill. I really impressive stuff, especially with the lunar phase stuff there at the end of the 3rd game. I mean, to our understanding, you've kind of pioneered this more expanded lunar phase engine with the waxing gibbuses. What went into building your deck for this weekend?
So this week, the main thing was I expected there to be obviously a lot more mirror matches. And then we also kind of came to the consensus that, there's only so much you can do in the main deck to compensate for the mirror without sacrificing all the other decks that you might run into. And so the goal of it was really maybe make a couple of changes to the main deck while keeping the consistency to it. And then really the side deck, which when people see it, you're going to look at it and it's wacky, but the side deck is what really is the big difference this time around. And again, shout out to everybody. Shout out specifically to Josh, Bean Soldier, and shout out to Trish, who was in the semifinals with me, because we were both up till, I don't know, 3 or 4 hours before the tournament even started, literally theorizing, making side out patterns, and like it was just a long grind and a long night, and it it paid off.
Yeah, that's incredible. Also hilarious to hear that your finals match was a testing match that you were throwing together 3 to 4 hours before the event happened. Is that something you were expecting? I know previously, this is not your first time tussling with Trish in Top Cut.
True. Well, I'll say this. I know for me, it was one of those things where me and Trish came into this tournament with the exact same list, card for card. We kind of believed in the build, in the side patterns, in the approach. We did find some flaws early along the way with how we recognized the field was pivoting to play against our deck. And luckily, it's not that big a deal to kind of adjust your strategy because the deck is so flexible. But I wasn't surprised to run into him in the finals because we've put in so much time thinking about it and working on it, and yeah, love you, Trish, man.
It's good to see that payoff. Have to ask, you mentioned that you were expecting a lot more mirrors and then you didn't play them. Did you play anything ridiculous on your run to finals?
I think in total, I did play one mirror in Swiss, technically. Maybe, yeah, at least one in Swiss. I think it was the last round. But in Top Cut, geez, it's all a blank now. I don't even remember. But the wackiest deck I think I played against, I forget who it was that was playing it. But there was this, is basically like a Centarbor Turbo, where the goal was to Golden Apple, discard Centarbor, rise from the ashes it back, put a Lunar Spirit and a Water Spirit on it, so like it just shuts off all my stuff. It was horrifying. I don't know how I got out of that. Especially they opened the full combo. It was like Rabbit, Golden Apple, Rise. They pitched the Centarbor. It was crazy.
Well, glad you were able to overcome it and play against more normal stuff for the remainder of your run. I guess it's customary when during a winner's interview, if you have any shouts out, any people you want to thank during this, just go ahead, go for it.
Sure. I already touched on it a little bit, but anybody in the Nimbugs, shout out, love you all. Again, thank you for any of the time that you might have been able to help me out with it. And again, specifically with Josh and with Trish, really just grinding it out last night and really trying to refine what ideas we had and what made sense and what didn't. And honestly, anybody I went up against today, everybody was amazing, super kind. It makes the day very enjoyable when we're all just having fun, enjoying the game. And so, I appreciate all you as well.
It's great stuff. You've taken down 2 tournaments in a row. It's not easy. Are you intending on entering the March 8th tournament, or will you be at the Dallas event?
So Dallas, by the time I was actually playing, Dallas had already sold out. So by the time I was like, oh, I'm going to start playing more, I didn't really get that option, unfortunately. As much as I would love to go to Dallas, I wish there was a way. Unfortunately, I'm going to have to cheer the friends on from the sidelines. March 8th, I didn't even know it was a thing, so I'll have to look into that. I might have to make my way in.
You heard it here first, folks. Do not expect to win March 8th if Justin enters. Well, congratulations on an amazing run, an amazing back-to-back win, fundamentally unheard of. Do you have any closing thoughts? Anything you'd like to say?
Not just, again, it was a lot of fun. Thanks everybody who helped me along the way. I really don't have much to say. I'm so tired. It's been a long day. I'm sure everybody here knows. But I'm looking forward to the next one.
Sounds good. Congratulations, and thank you so much for your time.
Thanks.
And I believe that is going to do it for us. After so many rounds of competition, after 11 hours of Elestrals magic, we are ready to call it quits. Thank you all so much for being here, tuning in. Thank you so much to all the players for competing. If you are interested in playing in one of these events in the future, reminder, we have signups available for the March 8th webcam tournament live now. That's going to be on the Play Elestrals portal. You can find it very easily by typing play.elestrals.com into your browser or by Googling Play Elestrals. The pricing for that is really fantastic stuff. Just for participating, you get a stamped Lycoris with the gold organized play stamp. For top 16, you get a full art island of Aeolia. For top 8, you get a Peliquirius. For top 4, you get an Aviolith, and the champion gets that beautiful Galaxair in Special Stellar. We've also got the Dallas event coming up for any of you who have a ticket. It's going to be a really fantastic time, and I look forward to seeing as many of you as I can there. Good night, and I hope to see you on a future stream.